Chapter 116, Silence. Cazorla to Baptista. A beautiful, instantaneous strike. Baptista, shielding the ball at the edge of the penalty area, has drawn Boateng out. He returns the pass to Cazorla, who deftly crosses to the left flank, where Yello receives the ball. In the commentary booth, the announcers are animatedly discussing the action. The atmosphere at the Allianz Arena gradually begins to settle. Many fans display expressions of surprise and concern. According to the general experience of Bayern Munich supporters, once their team scores in this stadium, the opposing side tends to lose their composure, their mentality thrown into disarray. Bayern Munich excels at capitalizing on this state of turmoil, as if they have discovered a breach in the dam, swiftly overwhelming the opponent's defense like a torrential flood. However, upon the resumption of play, Malaga's entire squad performs exceptionally well. No, not just well, better than before. Their players seem invigorated, moving tirelessly across the field, maintaining control of the ball. Bayern Munich, initially intent on seizing the momentum post-goal, now finds themselves increasingly subdued by Malaga's relentless passing. Although both teams still engage in a balanced exchange of offense and defense, Bayern's previously impenetrable defense appears to falter under Malaga's sustained pressure. The vigor that Bayern exhibited after scoring quickly dissipates amidst this altered tempo of play. Heynckes can no longer sit comfortably on the sidelines, awaiting an easy victory. Frowning, he approaches the touchline. What is happening with this Malaga team? In a moment of bewilderment, Heynckes momentarily believes he is facing one of the elite clubs rather than Malaga. Even after conceding a goal, their offensive and defensive coordination remains intact, seemingly incited by the very goal they allowed. How can they feel indignation after conceding to Bayern Munich? Even Real Madrid and Barcelona would not be surprised in such a scenario. This team is truly unpredictable. Malaga, astonishingly unfazed by the goal they conceded, launches a counter-offensive, pressing Bayern Munich back into their own half. The commentator from the Dragon Country national television, Duan Xian, expresses his astonishment. After Malaga conceded a goal, Duan Xian and his co-commentator Su Yang believed that the next 10 minutes would be arduous for Malaga, as Bayern Munich is renowned for their ability to capitalize on momentum and secure victory in rapid succession. Yet, upon the restart, Malaga remains composed, patiently wearing down Bayern's resolve with their passing. Now, they are even strategizing a counterattack. At that moment, on social media platforms abroad, videos captured by fans in attendance emerge. Yello grips Isco's shoulder, speaking earnestly. In this age of information, news spreads rapidly. Soon, lip-reading experts decipher their exchange. I'll still pass to that spot. Do you dare to score? This statement sends shivers down the spines of all fans who witnessed the video. Such words can only be uttered by an absolute superstar. How astonishing and charismatic. I have fallen for him. Damn, he is merely 18 years old. Now I understand why Malaga can maintain their composure. They possess a historically top-tier captain. This subtitled video quickly gained traction on foreign social media, and soon it became a sensation domestically as well. At this moment, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning in the Dragon Nation. Nevertheless, fans remained remarkably active across various platforms. Yello is incredible. His words are simply astounding. There is nothing else to do but worship. Respect. Respect. What does it mean to be a captain? Strategic retreat. It is a pity that our Dragon Nation has produced an undeniable leader, yet he cannot lead our national team. Damn, must you be such a killjoy? This video swiftly ascended to the trending list. Bayern scored, yet whether in the Dragon Nation or Europe, it was Yello who captured the spotlight, much to the discontent of many Bayern fans. However, their dissatisfaction barely stirred the waters in the vast realm of the internet. At that moment, Yello once again seized the ball on the left flank. As before, he was the most threatening player for Malaga, wherever he positioned himself. Bayern Munich's defense focused intently on that side. Yello controlled the ball. In front of him, Lyon appeared as if facing a formidable opponent. Ribery and Schweinsteiger also approached to assist in defense, while Dante and Boateng's attention was drawn to this side. At this juncture, Isco was hugging the right sideline to create width. The words Yello had uttered echoed in his mind. I'll pass. Dare you score? I dare. Isco gritted his teeth, veering diagonally towards the right side of the small penalty area. Yello lifted his head, seemingly fixated on the defender before him, but in reality, he was observing Isco's positioning. Upon seeing Isco decisively make his way into the penalty area from the sideline, a subtle smile crept onto Yello's lips. Witnessing this smile, Lyon's body tensed up. Damn, what mischievous scheme is this kid concocting? He slightly lowered his center of gravity, fixated on Yello. If the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Yello's left shoulder dipped as his right foot expertly guided the ball toward the baseline. Lyon immediately sprang into action, and Bayern Munich's defense instinctively contracted. In the instant Yello accelerated, he abruptly halted. Lyon overshot. Fortunately, Schweinsteiger managed to stop in time, swiftly closing in on Yello. However, with just one defender to contend with, Yello effortlessly created space. A deft flick of his right foot sent the ball curling toward the back post. The camera followed the ball to the rear. Isco. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Isco surged forward with great speed, while on the opposite side, Rafinha also closed in, preparing to clear the ball. I dare to score. Isco was consumed with determination. Facing Rafinha's impending kick, he leaped forward with a spectacular dive. A header. Rafinha was taken aback, unable to retract his already launched foot. Bang! The sound of the ball meeting the head was the prelude. Soon after, Isco's head collided with Rafinha's foot. As the sharp pain coursed through him, Isco's gaze remained fixed on the ball. The sphere, propelled by his leap, soared directly towards the goal. No one could have anticipated that he would handle the ball in such a perilous manner at this moment. And even Neuer was caught off guard. At the instant the ball struck the net, Isco crumpled to the ground, cradling his head. However, after rolling once, he spread his arms wide and rushed toward Yello. Fortunately, he narrowly avoided a collision with the studded boots. Otherwise, his handsome visage might have been marred. Isco mused. Goodness, are you out of your mind? Yello exclaimed, but he was quickly enveloped in Isco's embrace. Don't speak. Yello passed to the back post. Isco. Goal. Equalizer. Malaga has leveled the score. Isco. Magnificent. This is his first Champions League goal. With an assist from Yello, Isco has brought the teams back to parity. What a spectacle. Following the conceded goal, Malaga responded swiftly, as the commentators gasped in astonishment. Even the German journalists in the media box were left in awe. Malaga's response was rapid. What an exhilarating match this has been. The most thrilling first half of the Champions League this season. Malaga has proven to be anything but a pushover. Despite conceding first, they remained composed and quickly retaliated. Andres from Cope Radio exclaimed with enthusiasm. Once again, it was that spot, Yello with the same type of pass, and this time, Isco did not hesitate. He did not control the ball, but opted for a diving header, catching Rafinha completely unawares. 1-1. The challenge has now shifted to Bayern. How the remainder of the match will unfold is anyone's guess. Malaga is not a team to be underestimated. If Bayern Munich believes that scoring first guarantees them control of the match, they are gravely mistaken. The television replayed the moment of Isco's diving header repeatedly. This goal was born of sheer determination. Duan Xian reflected. This must surely be related to what Yello said to him after they conceded. Su Yang chuckled. In any case, with the score now level, the outcome of this match remains uncertain. As Duan Xian's words faded, Bayern Munich swiftly resumed play. The players seemed incensed by the concession, quickly pushing their formation forward and launching an aggressive assault. Yet, Malaga was well prepared for this, maintaining a tight defense. After regaining possession, they refrained from hasty clearances, opting instead for controlled passing to dictate the pace of the game, vying for dominance against Bayern Munich. The teams engaged in a fierce exchange on the pitch. Amidst the rapid tempo of the match, time slipped away unnoticed. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, the players on the field were left with a sense of unfinished business. The fans felt it even more acutely. Has the first half truly come to an end? It feels as though the match has only just begun, yet time seems to have flown by, lamented the fans. In the media section, the journalists, awakening from their reverie, began to discuss the first half of the game with one another. The consensus among them was that Malaga performed remarkably well in the initial half. They did not falter despite conceding an early goal, instead responding swiftly to equalize. It is indeed surprising that Malaga managed to achieve such a feat. Should they maintain this level of play, their pursuit of the La Liga title may not be entirely out of reach. Do you think this is plausible? I still believe their squad is rather thin. If they had a few more capable substitutes, they might genuinely pose a threat to Real Madrid and Barcelona. Perhaps they should consider prioritizing the league over the Champions League. With such a formidable starting lineup, focusing entirely on conquering the league would be the optimal choice. Spanish journalists were taken aback by Malaga's performance. while their German counterparts were even more astonished. This season marks the first time Bayern Munich has been equalized after taking the lead. This was only their second goal conceded this season. Malaga's display was indeed unexpected. Yet the most striking aspect was their number 10, Yello. His presence was overwhelmingly impactful, instilling caution in Bayern Munich. As the journalists deliberated, the commentators also began to analyze the first half. When Schmitz, the commentator from German Sports Channel 1, received the first half statistics, he was taken aback despite having mentally prepared himself. One must admit, Malaga's performance is truly commendable. Their goals were not merely fortuitous. While Bayern Munich's goal contained an element of luck, the key statistics from the first half indicate that Malaga was indeed on par with Bayern Munich. Possession rate was 44.56 in favor of Malaga, passing accuracy stood at 225 to 312, and shots on goal numbered 9 to 12, with 3 on target, all favoring Malaga. Although the score was level, Malaga led in crucial statistics against Bayern Munich. This data comparison certainly highlights Malaga's performance in this match. With superior possession, passing frequency, shot count, and accuracy, Malaga's display has drawn the attention of numerous football analysts and observers. During the halftime break, the predominant topic of discussion was Malaga and Yello. They were the true focal point of the match. In the home team's dressing room, Hanks observed as Bayern's players entered, appearing as though they had just emerged from a water tank, their jerseys completely soaked with sweat. Many players promptly removed their jerseys upon entering the dressing room, taking a seat and inhaling deeply, a testament to the intensity of the first half. "How is it?" Hanks's voice resonated. The Bayern Munich players straightened in their seats, aware of what he was inquiring. Prior to the match, Hanks had emphasized the importance of not underestimating Malaga. At that time, the players of Bayern Munich regarded the old man's concerns as an overreaction. Now, however, their perspective has shifted. "It feels as though we are facing a top-tier team," Cruz remarked. "They are formidable." Boateng wiped the sweat from his brow. "I must confess, every time Yello enters my defensive zone, I tremble with anxiety," he admitted. "We must bolster our defense against him in the second half." Lyon frowned, recognizing that the primary reason Bayern's offensive strategy faltered in the first half was indeed Yello, who had restrained their capabilities significantly. Yet, Bayern Munich found themselves in a predicament. They could not afford to grant Yello excessive space. Is Malaga's midfield truly superior to that of Bayern Munich? Lyon did not share this belief. He understood the crux of the matter lay with Yello. His presence hindered Bayern's midfield from receiving adequate support from the defense, ultimately leading to their inability to dominate the midfield. "I know what everyone is worried about. Yello is undeniably strong," Hanks stated. "That is why I urge you all not to underestimate him. In the second half, we must focus on containing Yello. We will not engage them in a midfield tussle. We shall attack down the flanks. We must be quicker than them and elevate the tempo." With this, Hanks circled the two wings on the whiteboard, directing his gaze toward the world-class wingers, Robben and Ribery. Engaging with Malaga in the midfield seemed unwise for Bayern Munich. Therefore, they would concede the midfield and execute rapid flank attacks. This was Hanks' strategy after observing the first half. Chapter 117, Victory, and Even Madness. In the away team's locker room, the Malaga players returned, their initial exhilaration replaced by the physical fatigue wrought by the intensity of the first half. Such high-stakes contests are a rarity in league play. This is precisely why the Champions League is an entirely different beast. "What was it like playing against Bayern Munich for half a match?" Pellegrini inquired. "The pressure was immense. Their defensive organization is impeccable. They are quick and formidable in their challenges," the players chimed in. "This is our opponent," Pellegrini asserted, raising a finger. "They may be among the strongest teams in the world, but I am immensely proud of you all. You have held your ground against them on their home turf without faltering." Pellegrini's words instilled a sense of pride in the Malaga players. In Allianz Arena, they had proven capable of matching Bayern Munich blow for blow. Malaga was not the pushover of the Champions League. They could undoubtedly emerge from this death group. As the second half approached, the confidence on the faces of the Malaga players was unmistakable as they emerged from the tunnel. Hanks sat on the coaching bench, lamenting to his assistant Hermann, "It is astonishing that some claim this team is merely the underdog of the group." Hermann shrugged, remarking that it was hardly the media's fault for their lack of discernment. Who could have anticipated that Malaga, in their inaugural Champions League campaign, could unleash such formidable prowess? Hanks nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unexpected nature of it all. Typically, A team undergoing extensive recruitment like Malaga would be expected to perform at a level akin to Manchester City. If one were to identify what sets Malaga apart, perhaps the most significant distinction lies in their star player, Yello. Yet, their coach Pellegrini deserves considerable credit as well. Malaga's recruitment strategy was not focused on acquiring the most expensive players, but rather on reinforcing the squad in accordance with their specific needs. Cazorla is an exceptional ball-controlling midfielder, and seasoned players like Van Nistelrooy, Joaquin, Mathieson, and Template bring invaluable experience. Thus, although Malaga is a newcomer to the Champions League, they boast a framework that includes several mature players with substantial experience, ensuring a solid baseline for the team. Under normal circumstances, this would not present a significant challenge, given the age of these veterans. However, Malaga also possesses prodigious talents such as Yello and Isco, with Yello exhibiting the explosive performance of a superstar. Therefore, it is hardly surprising that Malaga could engage in a competitive match against Bayern Munich. Nonetheless, Heinz cast a glance at his bench, recognizing Malaga's most glaring flaw, the lack of depth in their squad. This realization prompted Heinz to direct Bayern Munich to control the pace of the game, employing rapid wing attacks that, even if they failed to score, would severely deplete the opponent's stamina. Once Malaga's players reached their physical limits, Heinz had substitutes like Shaqiri, Alec, and Chishav at his disposal, capable of exploiting the final minutes of the match to secure victory. Unfortunately, Malaga lacked such options. Thus, in this contest, Bayern Munich's chances of victory appeared significantly greater than those of Malaga. As the second half commenced, the pace of the game soared. Bayern Munich's attacks primarily focused on the flanks, utilizing a series of quick passes complemented by the overlapping support of their fullbacks, thereby elevating the tempo of the match. Conversely, Malaga sought to navigate through the midfield with rapid short passes, targeting the formidable Yello. Both sides continued to engage in a fast-paced offensive battle, delighting neutral fans. In the 50th minute, Yello was fouled by Dante while cutting inside from the wing, resulting in Dante receiving a yellow card for his transgression. Yello's subsequent free kick narrowly missed the post, sending a shiver down the spines of Bayern Munich supporters in the stands. The tempo of the match in the second half surged, with Bayern Munich predominantly executing attacks down the flanks, scarcely indulging in horizontal passes. Ribery's crosses and Robben's incisive cuts consistently posed threats, while Malaga concentrated their efforts on the point of Yello, with nearly all their threatening maneuvers revolving around him. Whether through Yello's own breakthrough shots or the opportunities he crafted for his teammates, it was evident that Malaga was overly reliant on him. However, one might ponder, if Malaga were to cease depending on Yello, could they truly engage Bayern Munich in a reciprocal contest? As Duan Xian articulated his thoughts, Bayern's flank attack surged once more. Kroos's precise diagonal long pass found Ribery, who had widened the attack along the edge. Ribery effortlessly controlled the ball, dribbling inward in a diagonal manner, while he vacated space for the overlapping fullback Lyon. As Ribery cut inside, Lyon advanced, delivering a direct pass. The pace of the commentary from Schmitz of German Sports Channel mirrored the rhythm on the pitch. Malaga's left-back Monreal and midfielder Joaquin retreated to defend, but as Lyon approached the ball, he surveyed the situation within the box, faking a cross. Having previously delivered several crosses from this position, Monreal, trusting his instincts, committed to blocking. Yet, in that moment, Lyon deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, evading Monreal's defense and driving towards the inside. Joaquin, who had been marking Ribery, had no choice but to swiftly return. With Lyon in possession and closer to the penalty area, the threat was evidently greater. Joaquin could not afford to let Lyon advance unchallenged. Who is Lyon, you ask? The best right-back in the Bundesliga? That depends on whether Lyon is playing right-back. The best left-back in the Bundesliga? That too depends on whether Lyon is occupying the left flank. Lyon is versatile enough to excel as a full-back on either side, even as a defensive midfielder, and he performs remarkably well. Confronted by the aggressively advancing Joaquin, Lyon opted for a diagonal back pass, delivering the ball to the unmarked Ribery. Without pausing to control it, Ribery surged inward, feigning a left-footed shot, thereby drawing Malaga's defense. With a swift flick, he angled a pass to the opposite side. The ball threaded through the gap between Malaga's center-back De Michelis and full-back Sergio Sanchez, directly into the vast space behind them, where no Malaga defender stood. Only Robben. Robben! Schmitz exclaimed with fervor. Robben effortlessly received the ball, advancing towards the center. He was one-on-one. The noise in Allianz Arena reached a crescendo, resonating throughout the stadium. The fans erupted, shaking the very foundations of the arena. A clear chance. This was undoubtedly Bayern Munich's best scoring opportunity since the match commenced. As the roar of the crowd surged, nearly all commentators vacated their seats. Robben, 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 Robben. Schmitz passionately repeated Robben's name. At this very moment, no one is preoccupied with finding alternative words to describe the situation unfolding on the pitch. It is a direct confrontation between Robben and Malaga's goalkeeper, Caballero. The two quickly converge within the penalty area. Robben lifts his gaze towards the goalkeeper and prepares to shoot. At this instant, the entire stadium holds its breath, as if the atmosphere has suddenly turned serene. Robben's left foot connects with the ball, sending it soaring with tremendous power and speed. The velocity is such that Caballero is left utterly unresponsive. Yet, in truth, he need not react, for Robben's shot is alarmingly accurate. It is truly inconceivable that after executing such a remarkable curve following an inward cut, Robben would falter so dreadfully when faced with a clear opportunity. The ball strikes Caballero's shoulder, ricocheting upwards and sailing over the crossbar, out of play. Oh, Robben! Schmitz buries his head in his hands, exclaiming, how could he shoot it straight at the goalkeeper? A collective sigh resonates through the Allianz Arena. Following the miss, Robben, feeling a chill in his heart, kneels on the ground, cradling his head in despair, his expression one of bewilderment, as if questioning why he mishandled such a golden opportunity. Robben has squandered yet another clear chance. What a shame, Robben, they lament. He truly seems to falter in crucial moments. But one must consider that age may be catching up with him. In truth, Robben's skills in one-on-one situations are not inherently flawed. Missing a clear chance is a plight that befalls every striker. After all, the conversion rate of clear opportunities is not exceedingly high, significantly lower than that of penalties. Goalkeepers can advance and narrow angles, making it far more challenging to score in a one-on-one than from the penalty spot. Yet, why does Robben face such scrutiny for his missed chances? It traces back to the previous year's World Cup, where in the 2010 finals held in South Africa, Robben squandered 3 clear opportunities, leading the Netherlands into extra time against Spain. In that added time, Iniesta struck a decisive shot, securing the World Cup for Spain and leaving the Netherlands forever known as the eternal runners-up. Had Robben converted even one of those 3 opportunities, the outcome might have been profoundly different. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. The notoriety of Robben missing clear chances in the World Cup has spread far and wide. The label of being a big match flop has been firmly affixed to him. Each time he fails to convert, he is subjected to relentless criticism. This occasion is no exception. Nevertheless, it is essential to understand that missing a clear chance in a Champions League group stage match is not comparable to doing so in a World Cup final. Robben brushes the grass with his hand before sprinting towards the corner flag to take the corner kick. Bayern Munich's towering players make their way into the penalty area, while Lyon and Ribery linger behind to guard the perimeter. Robben surveys the crowded penalty area, raises his right hand, and delivers the ball into the central zone of the box. Caballero reacts swiftly, leaping high to clear the ball over Gomez's head and out of the penalty area. At the edge of the penalty area, Isco controls the ball with his chest, then unleashes a powerful strike, sending the ball forward. The ball soared at a modest height, approximately half the height of a man, yet its velocity was remarkable, with its spin contrary to its trajectory. Upon witnessing the pass, both Lyon and Ribery sensed impending trouble. Indeed, Yello, who had been defending a corner kick within the penalty area, suddenly sprinted, swiftly maneuvering through the gap between Lyon and Ribery, chasing after the ball with fervor. Isco's clearance was not merely a pass, it was a counterattack. Yello's speed surged. Would he catch up? In the commentary booth, Andres sprang to his feet, fixated on the field, exclaiming fervently. From his vantage point, Yello's pace was impressive, yet the ball traveled even faster. Just as a look of regret crossed Andres's face, the ball landed near the center circle, its speed drastically diminished. Yello quickly caught up, dribbling forward. A clear shot on goal. Andres exclaimed in astonishment. Isco utilized an unconventional passing technique. While the ball flew through the air with great speed, it decelerated upon landing, granting Yello the precious time to seize it. Splendid. Yello surged toward the penalty area. Yello, 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 Yello. On the field, Yello continued his advance, his speed unwavering from his earlier sprint. At this moment, Lyon and Ribery found themselves utterly helpless. Despite their utmost efforts, They could not bridge the gap between themselves and Yello. The only savior for Bayern Munich was Neuer. Neuer's range of motion was expansive. During this corner kick offensive, he positioned himself at the edge of the penalty arc. As Yello received the ball, Neuer had already closed the distance to a mere 5 meters. With ferocity, Neuer lunged at Yello. At this juncture, it was a battle of momentum. Typically, a forward facing such an aggressive Neuer might falter, rendering them incapable of executing a quality shot. However, Yello remained undeterred by Neuer's advance. In his rapid stride, he barely touched the ball. A mere shift of his body altered Neuer's balance, and in that fleeting moment, Yello deftly nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, darting past Neuer. An open goal. With such a vast expanse before him, Yello could not possibly squander this opportunity. As he approached the penalty arc, he propelled the ball with the instep of his foot, not even waiting for it to cross the goal line before he spread his arms and sprinted toward the corner flag. In that area gathered the Malaga supporters in the stands. As the ball crossed the goal line, Yello had already begun his celebratory slide. What an astonishing display. Incredible. How exhilarating. The fans erupted in a frenzy as they witnessed the ball rolling toward the goal line, and Yello sliding in anticipation at the corner flag. What defines a superstar aura? Goal. Yello confidently slotted in that one-on-one opportunity. As Bayern Munich executed a corner kick, it inadvertently provided Malaga with an opportunity for a swift counterattack. In retrospect, had Robben converted his earlier one-on-one chance, Schmitz in the commentary booth would be shaking his head. The television screen began to replay the entire sequence of Yello's one-on-one goal. Observing the goalkeeper, he feigned to the left, confounding Neuer, and suddenly nudged the ball to the right, breaking through to an open goal. Everything was executed with such exquisite perfection, a textbook maneuver of deftly bypassing the goalkeeper to score. Schmitz sighed, remarking on the brilliance of Yello's composure. It seemed the television director anticipated his thoughts as they replayed Robben's own one-on-one, marked by an absence of weight shift or feints, culminating in a powerful shot that struck the goalkeeper. Yello's execution was undoubtedly steady. What a pity. It was originally an excellent opportunity for Bayern. If Robben's one-on-one had demonstrated such steadiness, perhaps this goal would not have been conceded. If Robben had maintained such composure, the Netherlands might well have claimed the World Cup. In the media section, journalists expressed their frustrations. Spanish and Dutch reporters were all smiles, while their German counterparts wore furrowed brows. No one expected the tide of the match to shift favorably for Malaga. On the television screen, the focus first settled on the offensive hero, Yello, as his teammates embraced him in celebration. The scene then shifted to Robben, who stood with hands on hips, gazing skyward. His expression one of helplessness and frustration. The camera then panned to the technical area where Hank stood. The visual language was unmistakably conveying a question. Will Robben be substituted? Herman approached Hanks, saying, "The situation is quite dire. We need to consider a change. Should we take Robben off?" Hanks fixed his gaze on the pitch, observing Robben's dejection. The missed one-on-one had become a psychological burden for him. It was a significant hurdle for Robben. You see, if we substitute him now, he may never overcome facing one-on-one situations again, Hanks suddenly remarked. His considerations extended beyond this match. This was merely the group stage of the Champions League. Even in defeat, they could afford it. However, if Robben continued to falter in such crucial moments, it could jeopardize future decisive matches. After all, a healthy Robben was of paramount importance to Bayern Munich. Herman paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You are right. I had not thought this through. Herman glanced toward the field, where Robben appeared bewildered. The impact of merely missing a one-on-one was not typically so profound. But the critical factor was that less than a minute after Robben's miss, Yello successfully converted his. The contrast between the two was stark. And this goal directly determined which team would take the lead, potentially deciding the outcome of the match. Robben was acutely aware that such performance would likely prompt the coach to consider substituting him. Just then, he suddenly heard Hanks calling his name from the sidelines. He turned to look. Heinkes was seen, fist clenched, shouting furiously at him, "Robben, run, keep running, kick that damned football into the net, score against them." Upon hearing Heinkes' thunderous command, Robben felt a jolt throughout his body. In such a moment, he chose not to withdraw but to continue placing his trust in him. Taking a deep breath, the bewilderment on Robben's face vanished. What a disgrace, he muttered. He was a seasoned star, having once been a key player at Chelsea, wielded influence in the Real Madrid locker room, and lost at cards while at Bayern Munich. He had witnessed all kinds of storms. How embarrassing it was that a missed one-on-one chance could affect his mindset. It was merely a single missed opportunity. What was the big deal? Robben, the old warrior, had lost count of how many one-on-ones he had squandered in his life. Had he not overcome 3 missed chances in a World Cup? This was just a group stage match in the Champions League. Was it truly worth feeling such shame? Awakening from his stupor thanks to Heinkes' roar, Robben inhaled deeply. Spotting Muller gazing at him, his expression darkened. What are you staring at? Let us score another. All right then, Muller replied with a wide grin, bouncing back to the midfield. Unperturbed by the 2 missed chances, Robben remained resolute as Bayern Munich stalwart on the wing. Once play resumed, Bayern quickly mounted an offensive. Robben raised his hand, seeking the ball, and Muller, receiving a through pass from Kroos, opted not to dribble but executed an awkward yet precise pass before darting into the penalty area. After drawing away Cazorla, Robben found himself facing only Sergio Sanchez. Robben feigned to cut inside. Sanchez was well aware of Robben's intentions, as was Demichelis. And indeed, all the defenders from Malaga knew he would attempt to cut in. Yet, they could not thwart his advance. As Robben approached the edge of the penalty arc, he unleashed a curling shot with his left foot. The ball grazed the post and went out of play, prompting gasps from the stands. Robben cuts in and shoots. So close. Everyone knew Robben was going to cut inside, yet they simply could not stop him. It appeared that the missed one-on-one had not affected Robben. His performance remained lively. Heinkes' decision to keep Robben on the field seemed to be the right one, as a normal Robben could pose a significant threat. This style of attack suited him best, no need for more one-on-ones. As commentators discussed this, Pellegrini on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Robben fail to score, then began to make substitutions. With the match proceeding past the 60-minute mark, it was time to bring in fresh legs. Veteran Joaquin's stamina was quickly waning in such a demanding contest. Thus, the first substitution was Joaquin, replaced by the defensive midfielder Juanito, a choice that appeared somewhat conservative to many observers. However, Malaga currently leads by a goal, and they have every reason to do so. After all, this is the Allianz Arena. If substitutions are not made at this juncture, relying solely on the stamina of the players on the field may prove insufficient to withstand the final onslaught of Bayern Munich. At this moment, the disparity between Malaga and Bayern Munich becomes evident. Pellegrini has at his disposal players like Juanito, who remains relatively obscure, valued at only €1.5 million. While Hanks can call upon renowned talents such as Shaqiri, often dubbed the Swiss Messi, as well as Croatian international Alec and Ukrainian national team member Yarmolenko, each a contemporary footballing elite. Upon observing Pellegrini's adjustments, Hanks promptly responded by substituting Alec for Muller. If a more direct approach is required, Alec, as a formidable center forward, proves to be more advantageous than Muller. The combination of Gomez and Alec creates a dual-tower offensive line, with crosses from the flanks aimed at their heads. Following the substitutions from both sides, Bayern Munich gradually began to seize control of the match. Their 2 fullbacks pushed past the halfway line, while Robben, Ribery, Lyon, and Rafinha engaged in a tactical interchange on the wings, executing a dual-winger strategy. Of course, to secure a goal, the ball must ultimately be delivered to the center. At this point, Bayern Munich's 2 central forwards exerted immense pressure on Malaga's defenders through physicality, height, and aerial duels. Relying on incisive wing play and the robustness of their midfield, Bayern Munich launched a flurry of attacks after the 70th minute. Robben cut inside after receiving the ball, distributing it to the flank. Rafinha delivered a precise cross. Gomez headed the ball. Splendid. Caballero made a crucial save, deflecting the ball within the penalty area, while Demichelis cleared it off the sidelines. Bayern Munich shifted sides to continue their assault, with Ribery and Lyon exchanging passes on the wings. Ribery sent the ball to the center. Kroos surged forward, distributing it to Robben on the weaker side. Robben crossed with his left foot. Alec. What a chance. Alec headed it wide. The German commentator Schmitz clasped his hands on his head, incredulous, watching the ball collide with the advertising boards beside the pitch, before his face lit up with exhilaration. This is how you play. Bayern Munich's sheer strength manifested in the latter stages of the match. After expending considerable energy for a substantial part of the game, Malaga had lost their earlier edge, while Bayern's twin strikers played with remarkable tenacity, intensifying the strain on Malaga's side. In the press box, many Spanish journalists furrowed their brows. The situation had turned precarious. Lamented one, noting Pellegrini lacked superior options for substitution. Fortunately, no goals have been conceded, and Malaga still leads. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from the Allianz Arena. Everyone hurriedly turned their attention to the pitch. As one observed Schweinsteiger expertly intercept the ball at Juanito's feet, he propelled it forward with a precise pass to Gomez, who had retreated from the central forward position. A striker of Gomez's stature serves as a formidable bastion in the attacking front, his robust physique shielding the ball effectively. Upon the arrival of his teammates, he deftly delivered a back pass to the advancing Cruz. In the midst of his run, Cruz caught a glimpse of a figure making a diagonal incision towards the penalty area. Prior to this moment, Bayern Munich had been consistently utilizing wing play to target their twin strikers, leaving the players of Malaga unprepared for Cruz's unexpected decision to bypass the flanks and instead execute a direct through ball. Cruz received the ball and unleashed a piercing pass. Robben. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the ball was played. The cheers from the stands erupted once more, reverberating through the air. Robben. Robben found himself one-on-one again. The commentators marveled. On the sidelines, Hanks, hands in pockets, maintained a stoic expression. Yet the tension was palpable as his hands began to gather energy. Robben advanced inward, and Caballero had already committed. A shot indeed. Behind the goal, Bayern Munich supporters pointed towards Malaga's net, yearning to rush onto the field and assist Robben in scoring. With a subtle shift of his body, Robben executed a shooting motion, deftly nudging the ball with his left foot, continuing his inward maneuver while evading the sliding challenge from Template. Faced with the converging Matheisen, Robben pressed on, delicately cutting inside. It was a drawn-out affair. Schmitz clenched his teeth, his fists tight. Watching Robben in a one-on-one is truly a test of composure. Robben finally felt a semblance of ease upon noticing an opponent in front of the goal. This was akin to an inward shot. Bang! The left-footed strike soared toward the upper corner. The football struck the net with a resounding thud. Robben. The ball found its mark. Schmitz raised his arms in triumph. Robben scored, leveling the match for Bayern Munich. The game had reached the 75th minute. With a mere 15 minutes of regulation time remaining, and including stoppage time, at least 18 or 19 minutes remained. Bayern Munich still had a chance. They still had opportunities to score. Schmitz exclaimed. The supporters of Bayern Munich erupted in joyous celebration. The Malaga fans fell silent. Throughout the match, Malaga had performed admirably. Yet, they faced Bayern Munich. They substituted in Alec, while Malaga brought on Juanito. Such is the distinction. The scales of victory were tilting in favor of Bayern Munich. Having broken the curse of one-on-one situations, Robben liberated himself from his inner demons, even executing a successful slide on his knees at the Allianz Arena. Bayern's players celebrated fervently, as though they had clinched the Champions League title. A displeased Spanish journalist scoffed, questioning the exuberance over merely equalizing the score. However, from another perspective, it underscored Malaga's success. After all, they had pushed Bayern Munich to this extent. Contemplating this, the expressions of the Spaniards softened slightly. But would Malaga be satisfied with merely a draw? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. Yello clapped his hands, vociferously encouraging his teammates from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Van Nistelrooy was preparing to come on as a substitute, replacing Isco. Malaga was now opting for a dual striker formation. As for Yello, his position was fluid and undefined. Bayern Munich quickly followed suit with a substitution, introducing Shaqiri in place of the fatigued Robben. The flanks of Bayern Munich continued to launch incisive attacks. After equalizing, their momentum decidedly overshadowed that of Malaga. Yello refrained from retreating to defend, primarily due to his lack of defensive prowess. Returning might only complicate matters. Furthermore, he believed his greatest value lay in remaining in the attacking zone. As long as he occupied the front line, Bayern's two central defenders and Schweinsteiger were hesitant to press forward. With Van Nistelrooy now in the center, Bayern's two fullbacks were also reluctant to advance simultaneously, necessitating the retention of at least one player in the back. Consequently, while Bayern Munich continued to seek offensive opportunities, their assaults were evidently less vigorous than before. Following this round of substitutions, Malaga's changes proved more effective. Yello tirelessly sought opportunities in the attacking third, occasionally retreating to the midfield when in possession. Through his efforts, both teams gradually settled into a state of equilibrium. A draw seemed a reasonable outcome for both sides. For Malaga, managing to secure a draw away against Bayern Munich was commendable. After 2 rounds of group matches, they had amassed 4 points, placing them atop the group. a result they were undoubtedly pleased with. Despite Malaga's earnest efforts, the objective disparity in strength between the two teams was not easily bridged. It appeared that following the equalizer, both sides grew cautious, wary of conceding, as allowing a goal at this juncture would make a comeback significantly more challenging. In the commentary booth, analysts provided insights into the current situation, and their observations were indeed astute. The atmosphere had become tense. After the score was leveled, the players' mentalities shifted. They yearned to attack, but were equally concerned about conceding. This exemplified the essence of caution in the face of risk. Both coaches observed the field with grave expressions. Each still had one substitution remaining, yet they remained inactive, fearful that altering the balance might lead to conceding a goal. Pellegrini was amenable to a draw. After all, securing a point at Allianz Arena was a commendable feat. However, Hanks was discontent. The prospect of being held to a draw at home by Malaga raised concerns about a potential loss in the away match, which could jeopardize Bayern's advancement to the knockout stage as group leaders. If they were to finish second, the draw would pit them against the top teams from other groups. The possibility of facing formidable opponents such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, or Chelsea in the round of 16 was not insignificant. To progress further in the tournament was the aspiration. It is preferable to secure the top position in the group, as this would diminish the likelihood of encountering formidable opponents during the knockout stage draw. Consequently, Hanks swiftly made a decision to bolster the offensive strategy. He gestured emphatically for Bayern to press forward in attack. Meanwhile, Pellegrini, upon witnessing Bayern Munich's aggressive advance in the closing moments, grew increasingly concerned about whether his team's defense could withstand the relentless onslaught for the remaining minutes. He promptly resolved to make a substitution, bringing on midfielder Camacho in place of Baptista. Malaga transitioned to a system with three defensive midfielders, with Cazorla, Jairo, and Van Nistelrooy positioned at the forefront. However, during the substitution, Pellegrini instructed Camacho, "Inform Jairo that we cannot solely defend. We must also maintain an offensive approach." "Understood, coach," Camacho acknowledged, carrying Pellegrini's directive forward. Malaga needed to assert themselves offensively to counter Bayern Munich's momentum. But how to attack? That decision was left entirely in Jairo's hands. As the match drew to a close, the ability to preserve the draw and mitigate Bayern Munich's pressure on Malaga's defense hinged upon Jairo's performance. Pellegrini continued to place his faith in Jairo. All right, Jairo exclaimed, having received the latest instructions from Camacho. "Listen up, everyone. The coach has informed us that we still need to score. We must triumph over Bayern," Jairo proclaimed, causing Pellegrini on the sidelines to stumble slightly. "Defeat Bayern? I didn't say that. Please refrain from such statements. My call for an offensive strategy is not an expectation for everyone to score, but rather a means to alleviate pressure on our defense." However, for Jairo, the need for an offensive approach equated to the necessity of scoring. What value does an attack hold if it does not result in goals? Merely a tease without fruition? "Everyone, focus on my position and pass the ball towards me, regardless of the method," Jairo asserted loudly. His rallying cry instilled confidence in the Malaga players. Indeed, after the match resumed, Jairo expanded his range of movement significantly. He positioned himself where Malaga's defenders could reach him for passes. Yet, with Bayern Munich's players now fervently pressing, Malaga often resorted to clearing the ball forward with powerful kicks, leaving Jairo's ability to receive the ball to chance. Nevertheless, Jairo showcased his prowess in aerial duels. At 18, Jairo was still in the midst of his growth spurt, but the trend of his height increase had begun to plateau, which relieved Pellegrini. There are numerous instances in the youth academy where players aged 17 or 18 experienced a sudden growth of several centimeters within a year, skyrocketing from slightly above 170 centimeters to nearly 190 centimeters. Such rapid height growth can significantly impact a player's performance. The shift in the center of gravity can lead to a multitude of unpredictable outcomes, such as alterations in a player's agility and dribbling habits, all of which must be compelled to adapt. Over the past 6 months, from last year to now, Yello's height has surged from 176 centimeters to 182 centimeters, raising concerns within the medical department of Malaga. Should this growth continue, there lies the risk that Yello may struggle to acclimate to these physical changes. Fortunately, upon reaching 182 centimeters, it appears that Yello's growth has plateaued. Given his age, the medical staff at Malaga estimate that his final height will be around 185 centimeters, a stature that is neither too tall nor too short, and is considered quite standard. coupled with Yello's impressive vertical leap and his aerial prowess. He has exhibited an advantage in aerial duels against Boateng. He directed a header that struck his head and rebounded, forming a small parabola in the air, landing precisely in front of him. The ability to control the ball so adeptly while engaged in such physical tussles is no small feat, as Boateng and Yello landed simultaneously. The ball remained suspended in the air. Meanwhile, Kroos and Schweinsteiger were closing in. Yello had previously been dispossessed by the trio on 2 occasions. Boateng, entangled in the challenge, aimed to disrupt Yello, while Kroos and Schweinsteiger focused on retrieving the ball. This time, upon landing, Yello understood that he needed to adapt, specifically by processing the ball with greater swiftness. Waiting for the ball to descend would be too late. Boateng quickly approached, keenly observing Yello's feet. The moment the ball touched the ground, he could impose his physicality, rendering Yello incapable of maintaining control. This defensive maneuver would have been deemed successful. However, he did not anticipate the unfolding moment. At that instant, a gasp resonated throughout the Allianz Arena. Boateng, startled, looked up. Malaga's number 10 was pivoting. And where was the ball? In the very direction of his turn. The commentators erupted in astonishment. Yello, not waiting for the ball to land, executed a deft flick, lifting the ball over Boateng's head. He swiftly completed his turn. By the time Boateng realized what was happening, Yello had already spun around with remarkable speed. In a desperate bid, Boateng tugged at Yello's jersey. Yello's body leaned to the left due to the pull, yet he instinctively raised his right foot. Using his left foot as an axis, even Boateng's tug somewhat aided Yello in this shot. The ball had yet to touch the ground. As it descended, Yello's right foot lashed out like a whip towards the ball. Yello. The commentator's voice soared. The tip of Yello's right foot connected with the lower half of the ball. Subsequently, the ball propelled forward, tracing an unusual trajectory through the air. It initially soared straight upward before plummeting sharply. Then it grazed the goalpost and found its way into the net. No one reacted immediately. Among the still figures of Boateng, Neuer, the commentators in the booth, and the fervent fans at Allianz Arena, Neuer tensed at the sight of Yello pivoting towards him. He anticipated Yello's advance into the penalty area, yet who could have predicted that Yello would strike before the ball even touched the ground, directly unleashing a shot past Boateng. This left Neuer utterly unprepared. The trajectory of the ball, a curling masterpiece, would have been futile to react to even if he had anticipated it. Wow. In the commentary booth, Andres raised his arms high, roaring with exhilaration at the goal. His shout seemed to ignite the entire Allianz Arena into a frenzy. A symphony of booing, cheering, and howling resonated throughout the stadium. Malaga had taken the lead once more. They had regained their advantage on the road. 3-2. 3-2. Yello had scored twice. Oh my God. They were ahead again. This turn and strike was simply magnificent, breathtaking. It might be the most splendid turn and shot in history. A true work of art. Duan Xian also shouted in jubilation, unleashing every superlative he could conjure in that moment. One could hardly blame him for his excitement. Yello's goal was indeed extraordinary, stunning. As he articulated, it was full of imagination. No one anticipated Yello would elude Boateng's close marking in such a fashion and score in this manner. A long pass from the back, establishing position, a deft header, and before the ball could touch the ground, a swift left-footed strike, spinning, the ball soaring without ever descending. What exquisite touch! What remarkable precision! What a divine goal! All Malaga fans erupted in ecstasy. Every supporter from the Dragon Kingdom was beside themselves with joy. Incredible! The most spectacular turn and shot in history. Unbelievable! Amazing! Every Dragon Kingdom fan felt invigorated. This goal had entirely dispelled the fatigue of the late hour. Arms were raised high in celebration. Malaga had taken the lead once again. After the goal, Yello, brimming with excitement, extended his arms and sprinted towards the corner flag, suddenly halting, turning, and pointing his thumbs at his back. Look, it was Yello who defeated Bayern. The Bayern fans, who had previously jeered, were momentarily silenced, seemingly awed by Yello's brilliance. The cheers of the Malaga supporters echoed throughout the arena. As Malaga's players rushed to celebrate with Yello, the camera captured the forlorn expressions of the Bayern players. Malaga had regained the lead, and with just 15 minutes left in the match, could they maintain this advantage? This was the lingering question on every commentator's mind. As the match reached its final moments, Malaga resolutely defended their position. Pellegrini substituted in a fourth defensive midfielder, the 21-year-old Licio, a product of Malaga's youth academy. In a 4-4-2 formation, Van Nistelrooy and Yello even returned to assist in defense during the final moments. Malaga set up a resolute defense, for securing the victory was paramount. The aesthetic quality of the match became secondary. In the end, Malaga stood united, withstanding the relentless onslaught from Bayern Munich. When Kroos's distant shot soared over the crossbar and the referee signaled the end with 3 sharp whistles, all Malaga players surged onto the field, enveloping their 11 teammates in an embrace. This victory was hard-earned. Amidst the jubilant throng, Yello exclaimed, "Look, look, what of Bayern Munich? We can still triumph. Damn it. We are Malaga. We can conquer any adversary." His excitement reached a fever pitch. "We can defeat anyone," Yello shouted, as his teammates echoed his fervor, celebrating their victory with wild abandon. This match was crucial. Overcoming Bayern instilled confidence in Malaga for the Champions League, allowing them to play with newfound freedom. Chapter 118. Can we truly claim the championship? At the conclusion of the match, reporters rushed towards Yello, who had scored 2 goals and assisted in another, pivotal in leveling and then taking the lead. Standing before a backdrop adorned with sponsor logos, Yello's hair was drenched in sweat, dark strands clinging to his forehead as beads of perspiration cascaded down. It was an incredibly challenging match. Bayern Munich is exceptionally formidable, Yello remarked. The game was tough. But fortunately, we walked away with 3 points. After achieving 2 consecutive victories in the group stage, Malaga had amassed 6 points. As we conducted the interview, another match in the group concluded unexpectedly, with AC Milan suffering a defeat to Manchester City. A Spanish journalist noted that Malaga's back-to-back victories now painted a more optimistic picture for their advancement. How far do you believe the team can progress in this season's Champions League? Yello pondered for a moment before responding, "We will strive to win every match." It was a rather official reply, flawless in its diplomacy. He was acutely aware of the reporters' motives, eager to extract a sensational quote to fuel their stories. While Yello could have confidently declared their intent to seize the championship, he refrained, understanding the potential ramifications of such bravado on his teammates, who might face undue pressure. This season, he resolved to take the Champions League 1 match at a time, yet deep within, he was determined that once they advanced from the group stage, he would endeavor to lead the team through the knockout rounds, aiming for the quarterfinals, and if fortune favored them, perhaps even the semifinals. Yello could hardly fathom the absurdity of anyone within the team uttering the words, "The Champions League is too difficult," having reached the semifinals. We should know when to stop. It was the semifinals. After all, one must strive with every ounce of strength to persevere. Few were privy to Yello's thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hanks shook his head repeatedly before the reporters, stating, "We lost to Yello. Indeed, we succumbed to a true genius. My players performed admirably in this match, yet football can be capricious. When facing a player like Yello, a single oversight can lead to conceding a goal. My God, he has scored 6 goals in just 2 Champions League matches. I recall in previous seasons, the top scorer barely reached 7 or 8 goals. Yet here he is, with 6 goals in 2 games. Hanks spread his hands, a look of helplessness crossing his face. I can only say, this world is utterly insane. Indeed, it was madness, an 18-year-old scoring 6 goals in 2 Champions League matches. At that moment, traditional media had yet to respond. But the internet was ablaze with excitement over Yello's astonishing performance. When Pellegrini arrived at the post-match press conference, he remarked, "This is a challenging group. 2 consecutive victories do not guarantee anything, as there are still 4 arduous matches ahead. This is an absolute group of death. Even AC Milan, currently without a point, still has a chance to advance. We cannot afford to relax." Pellegrini was preoccupied with tempering expectations. Despite the team's 2 victories and 6 points, qualification was far from assured. The variables in this group were numerous. Prior to the Champions League commencement, many believed that the top 2 spots would undoubtedly belong to Bayern and Milan. However, after 2 rounds of group matches, Malaga topped the standings with 2 consecutive wins, while Bayern followed in second with 1 win and 1 loss. Manchester City narrowly triumphed over Milan at home with a score of 2-1, also standing at 1 win and 1 loss, but trailing in goal difference, placing them third. Conversely, the presumed favorites for advancement, AC Milan, found themselves staring into the abyss with 2 consecutive defeats. They must fight fiercely against Bayern in their next match. For losing any subsequent group match would likely lead to their elimination. Milan could not afford any further losses. However, this did not imply that Malaga could rest easy regarding their advancement. The opponents in this group were formidable, at least on paper. Malaga's 2 victories did not guarantee their safe passage into the next round. In the aftermath, German media expressed collective shock and surprise at Bayern Munich's home defeat to Malaga. This truly was a group of death, with Bayern now at risk of elimination. The reports underscored the challenging nature of this group. Meanwhile, in Spain, the media was invigorated by Malaga's triumph over Bayern Munich. Perhaps this season, all 4 La Liga teams could secure advancement into the knockout stage. On a television program from Cadena Cope, Spanish football legend Yello expressed his excitement. At this moment, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Malaga have all achieved 2 consecutive victories in the Champions League group stage, while Valencia stands with 1 win and 1 draw, indicating a promising outlook for their progression. Currently, La Liga lags slightly behind the Premier League in terms of European competition points. However, with Barcelona's resurgence in recent years and Real Madrid's escape from the stigma of being eliminated in the round of 16 last season, advancing to the semi-finals, coupled with Atletico Madrid's commendable performances in the Europa League over the past 2 seasons, La Liga is poised to surpass the Premier League, reclaiming its throne at the top of European competition points. Should all 4 La Liga teams successfully advance from their Champions League groups this season, it is highly likely that La Liga will emerge as the league with the most European competition points. Consequently, the 4th-place team in La Liga would not need to participate in any qualification matches, but would directly secure a spot in the Champions League group stage. Thus, Malaga's stellar performance in the Champions League is beneficial for La Liga. Meanwhile, the media in Longwa is particularly focused on Yello's individual performances. The national sports channel featured Yello's first goal against Bayern Munich in the Champions League group stage as the second-best goal of the week. A stunning counterattack marked by his lightning speed and Isco's exquisite passing. Yello executed a textbook finish against the goalkeeper, equalizing the score for Malaga. The top-ranked goal, however, remains another of Yello's, which decisively led Malaga to triumph over Bayern Munich. This remarkable goal was a spectacular turn and strike. While many players can execute such goals, Yello's effort is certainly worthy of contention for this year's Puskas Award. Comparable, perhaps, is his audacious header after dribbling past 7 defenders in the match against AC Milan. Yello's handling of this opportunity showcased his imaginative genius and remarkable technique, as he deftly nodded the ball while contending with Boateng and, before it touched the ground, flicked it with his left foot to the side, swiftly turning to unleash a powerful shot. The entire sequence was seamless and fluid, culminating in a spectacular curling shot that left Neuer utterly helpless, merely gazing in disbelief. Even German media outlets like Bild marveled at the creativity and audacity of this goal, which left all who witnessed it in awe. At that moment, Yello, through his imagination and skill, delivered a breathtaking goal worthy of endless admiration. Following the broadcast of the sports channel selection of the top 10 goals in the Champions League, fan reactions were somewhat subdued. It appears Yello's form has slightly dipped, with only 2 goals making it into the top 10 this time, compared to 4 in the previous edition. One might argue that the second goal did not possess the same beauty as that of the venerable Ronaldo, who often elevates the difficulty for himself. After all, should not my young master enjoy some privileges at his home ground? Do not speak further. The fans are fervently discussing and reminiscing about the splendor of the Champions League. However, for Malaga, there is no time to linger as they must swiftly return to Spain. In the 6th round of the league, Malaga is set to face Getafe away from home. Following this, a 2-week international break awaits, after which they will engage in a crucial La Liga match against Barcelona in the 7th round. After contending with Barcelona, they must promptly travel away for their 3rd group match of the Champions League, challenging Manchester City. The international break is proving to be quite demanding for Malaga, as their current roster includes numerous national team players, all of whom are key contributors, participating against Bayern, then returning to face Getafe, followed by 2 weeks of international fixtures where most national team players are expected to compete in approximately 3 matches, and then immediately facing Barcelona and Manchester City. This schedule is indeed intense. Thus, in the match against Getafe, Coach Pellegrini opted for rotation among those players who would be joining their national teams, considering that most had already participated in the high-stakes game against Bayern. Notably, Yello was not rotated out. He led a Malaga side composed largely of substitutes in a rather drab encounter at the Alfonso Pérez Stadium. Neither team managed to score in the first half. However, in the second half, Getafe took the lead through a counterattack. Getafe has scored. The dual challenges of competing on multiple fronts are taking a toll on Malaga. From the commentary box, an announcer shook his head in dismay. Nonetheless, Malaga did not succumb to defeat. In the 83rd minute, Yello broke through in the attacking third, earning a free kick, which he expertly converted, leveling the score. Ultimately, Malaga drew 1-1 with Getafe, securing a point away from home. In the aftermath of the match, Malaga found themselves without over half of their players. Due to the team's improved performance and the acquisition of several high-profile players, a significant portion of Getafe's starting lineup also faced absences during the international break. Notably, Isco and Camacho received their first call-ups to the Spanish national team. Furthermore, Diego Bonanot, having been away from the Argentine national team for quite some time, also received a summons. The Brazilian powerhouse Baptista has caught the attention of the Brazilian national team and has been called up. It is quite astonishing to consider that Brazil, once home to world-class strikers like Ronaldo, Romario, and Adriano, now finds itself in need of a center forward. However, Brazil is not entirely devoid of top-tier forwards. They still possess several elite strikers. The perception that Brazil lacks a center forward arises from the exceptionally high standards set by Ronaldo, who has spoiled fans with his remarkable prowess. Additionally, Cazorla, Mathiesen, Demichelis, and Caballero have all been selected for their respective national teams. In Malaga, a total of 8 players are set to depart the team to represent their respective national squads. In accordance with FIFA regulations mandating that clubs must release players for international match days. Among all La Liga teams, only Real Madrid and Barcelona possess a greater number of internationals than Malaga, with each of these giants having 10 players called up to their national teams. Notably, Malaga has seen the withdrawal of Van Nistelrooy from international duty, as well as the exclusion of Yello from national selection, should these 2 players choose to participate. Malaga would also boast 10 internationals, matching the stature of Barcelona and Real Madrid. This underscores the strength of Malaga's squad. Their first team is indeed formidable. As the 6th round of La Liga concluded, Malaga was held to a draw by Getafe, resulting in no teams remaining undefeated in the league. Currently, Malaga sits atop the standings with 5 victories and 1 draw, accumulating 16 points, albeit leading only on goal difference. In second place, the surging Real Madrid, under Mourinho's guidance, has recently secured an impressive 5 consecutive wins, including Champions League matches, scoring 22 goals while conceding merely 2, achieving 6 clean sheets in the process. Their potent offense combined with a solid defense has established them as the frontrunners for the title in the eyes of Spanish media. Meanwhile, Barcelona ranks 3rd with 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss from 6 matches, totaling 13 points, 1 more than Atletico Madrid and Real Betis, both of whom have also won 4 times but suffered 2 defeats. This season, Barcelona has adorned Fabregas with their colors, and in light of their unsuccessful pursuit of Yello, they have welcomed Chilean winger Sanchez into their ranks. However, fortune has not favored Barcelona thus far, as injuries to key players such as Xavi, Busquets, and Villa have plagued their campaign. This international match day represents a critical juncture for Barcelona. If no new injuries arise during this period, Xavi, Busquets, and Villa could potentially recover in time for the upcoming matches. With 3 mainstays injured alongside 10 internationals, Barcelona undeniably retains its reputation as a footballing powerhouse. In reality, the likelihood of player injuries during this international break is diminished, given the absence of major tournaments worldwide. This year's Copa America has also been cancelled, leading teams to engage primarily in friendly matches. The intensity of these friendlies seldom matches that which could result in significant injuries. Instances like Southgate's decision to have Jones play under duress in a friendly are indeed rare. The draw against Getafe has led several media outlets to speculate that Malaga's form may be waning, predicting that they will soon be burdened by the Champions League, potentially dragging them into turmoil. Malaga must carefully consider their options. Given the strength of their lineup, they can only choose between focusing on the league or the Champions League. However, those with a modicum of rationality understand that even if Malaga were to abandon the league entirely, their chances of advancing beyond the group stage in the Champions League would be slim. What would such an outcome signify for Malaga? Could they truly aspire to claim the Champions League title? In an article by A.S. The author articulated a sentiment that resonates with the prevailing discourse among numerous Spanish media outlets. If Malaga were to falter in the league due to their participation in the Champions League, it could only be deemed a case of suffering more than one gains. What difference would it make if Malaga exerted themselves in the Champions League? This prestigious tournament is traditionally the playground of established powerhouses. Could their efforts truly lead to a championship victory? Such musings have left many Malaga fans in a state of bewilderment. Are we truly expected to relinquish our aspirations in the Champions League? Yet, the thrill of triumphing over AC Milan and Bayern Munich is undeniably exhilarating. Outside the training ground of Malaga, numerous fans leaned against the railings, observing the players as they trained. At this moment, many of the first team members were away, participating in international fixtures, leading to the inclusion of several reserve players in practice. The spectators were ardent supporters of Malaga, and as they watched the training session, conversations began to unfold. Rationally, they acknowledged the necessity of making a choice between the Champions League and the league. This season, our form has been commendable. Perhaps we could indeed. A fan hesitated at this juncture, glancing around before exhaling a sigh of relief. Everyone understood that he was alluding to the notion of winning the championship. However, there seemed to be an unspoken fear that voicing it would somehow negate its likelihood. And thus, the topic was approached with caution. Why must we be so circumspect? A youthful voice piped up, drawing the attention of the crowd. They looked down to discover a boy of approximately 11 or 12 years. Can't we simply rotate normally and give our all in every match? Winning the championship isn't of utmost importance, is it? I only know that our victories against Milan and Bayern are worth commemorating in the annals of Malaga's history, he stated earnestly. The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback, and many shook their heads, dismissing him with comments about his youth and naivete. Just then, a voice boomed. When did we ever concern ourselves with such matters? Regardless of the choices the team makes, I will find joy in them. Even if the team strives on two fronts and ultimately achieves nothing, what does it matter? This is already our pinnacle. A hush fell over the fans, but soon, voices of agreement began to rise. Indeed, reaching this point is already an achievement. In any case, I support the team's decision. The speaker was Juan Lorenz, a middle-aged local Malaga fan, who bore a proud smile as he raised his scarf high. The crowd regarded Lorenz with admiration, for he was a member of the Malaga Shield, a devoted fan organization that travels with the team to every away match, whether in Spain or across Europe. They follow relentlessly, forever. In Europe, nearly every team boasts a similar cadre of devoted supporters. They are the epitome of loyalty, unwavering in their allegiance to the club. For them, the team embodies their faith. 2 weeks later, Malaga's internationals returned unscathed, a relief for Pellegrini. However, what lay ahead was yet to unfold. The team is set to face Barcelona and Manchester City in succession. The question of how to arrange the lineup for these two matches poses a considerable dilemma for Pellegrini. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 119. After all, Malaga is still Malaga. In truth, the upcoming schedule for Malaga is quite daunting. In the 7th round of the league, they will confront Barcelona, followed by a Champions League group match against Manchester City. Upon returning, they will compete in the 8th round against Levante, the 9th against Real Madrid, and the 10th against Rayo Vallecano. The packed schedule includes formidable opponents such as Real Madrid and Barcelona. It is imperative for the coaching staff to judiciously manage the stamina of the key players. Ultimately, Pellegrini decided to field all his main players against Barcelona while implementing a sensible rotation for the match against Manchester City. This decision was undoubtedly influenced by the team's recent consecutive victories in the Champions League, which provided Pellegrini with a sense of assurance. Moreover, the media's assertions held some merit. For Pellegrini, the league is of paramount importance. He is acutely aware of the challenges associated with making significant progress in the Champions League. Although the prospects in the league are also slim, if the team can maintain their health, there lies the possibility of contending with Real Madrid and Barcelona in this marathon of a season. Who can predict what might transpire as the season draws to a close? In the lead-up to the match, numerous media outlets speculated on Malaga's strategy. Unlike teams like Barcelona, the disparity between Malaga's starters and substitutes is stark. Barcelona can rotate their midfield with Busquets, Xavi, and Iniesta, while still fielding formidable players like Fabregas, Mascherano, and Thiago. This illustrates the vast chasm in quality between the two teams. For smaller clubs like Malaga, Substituting with a second-string lineup often equates to conceding defeat. As Malaga's full-strength squad took the field at Camp Nou, reporters observed that the team was indeed rational in their approach, avoiding any semblance of recklessness. However, could a fully assembled Malaga truly secure victory against Barcelona? With Xavi, Busquets, and Villa returning from injury, this match represented a chance for retribution. The status of Malaga's lineup seemed relatively insignificant. The Catalonian press exuded an air of arrogance, bolstered by Barcelona's illustrious roster: goalkeeper Valdés, center-backs Piqué and Puyol, full-backs Alves and Abidal, and the midfield trio of Xavi, Busquets, and Iniesta, all starting together for the first time this season, complemented by the attacking trio of Sanchez, Villa, and Messi. The bench featured players like Mascherano, Fabregas, Thiago, and Pedro. Prior to the match, the Catalonian media had been fervently promoting the narrative of vengeance, eager to settle the score for last season's grievances at Camp Nou. Fueled by this desire for redemption, Barcelona's players pressed forward, utilizing their refined ball control and superior overall strength to dominate Malaga. At this juncture, there was no trace of underestimating Malaga among Barcelona. Had Malaga triumphed over Real Madrid last season and conquered Camp Nou, and this season achieved a resounding victory against AC Milan at home while narrowly besting Bayern Munich away, the Barcelona players would be remiss to underestimate their opponents, reflecting a lack of competitive spirit. Thus, Barcelona commenced the match with a ferocity befitting a team of Real Madrid's caliber. Malaga found themselves entirely subdued, gasping for breath amidst Barcelona's relentless offensive onslaught, which ignited an electrifying atmosphere within Camp Nou. Yet, it was Malaga who struck first. In the 28th minute, Yello surged down the flank, and from the edge of the penalty area, he deftly flicked the ball with the arch of his right foot to the opposite side. Simultaneously, he executed a pulling motion, imparting a spin that caused the ball to curve outward, perfectly evading Piqué's defense and finding the lurking Van Nistelrooy, the king of the small box. Though age had caught up with him, his awareness and shooting prowess had only sharpened. He swiftly positioned himself and unleashed a shot that grazed the ground, skimmed the post, and nestled into the net. The brilliance of this strike was undeniable. Valdés reacted swiftly, diving to his side in an attempt to save. Yet he could not make contact with the ball. Malaga led the match 1-0 away from home. Van Nistelrooy's goal rendered the once vibrant Camp Nou eerily quiet, allowing Malaga to return to the center circle with their slender lead. However, in the second half, Guardiola made his tactical adjustments. He replaced the recently recovered Xavi with Fabregas, followed by bringing on Pedro for the out-of-sorts Villa, repositioning Messi to the center-forward role while allowing Pedro and Sanchez to alternate along the flanks. This strategic overhaul quickly bore fruit for Barcelona. In the 53rd minute, Messi, drawn out of the penalty area, received a pass from Iniesta at the edge of the box and laid it off to Fabregas, who entered the area and, with a deft heel flick, set up Messi for a powerful left-footed strike. The ball soared just beneath the crossbar and into the goal. The interplay was a visual delight, showcasing seamless coordination and imaginative flair. Although Fabregas had previously played for Arsenal, he was a product of La Masia, having shared childhood friendships with Messi, Piqué, and others. Thus, upon joining Barcelona this season, he quickly assimilated into the team dynamics. Following the equalizer, Barcelona pressed forward with renewed vigor. In the 68th minute, the second goal for Barcelona arrived. A long-range shot from Iniesta at the edge of the penalty area secured another point for Barcelona. This goal rendered Malaga's loyal supporters in stunned silence. Facing a fully operational Barcelona at Camp Nou proved an insurmountable challenge for Malaga. The first-half lead had instilled hope among their fans that they could once again vanquish Barcelona at this hallowed ground. Yet now, the stark reality unfolds before our eyes. No team can perpetually bask in victory. Barcelona cannot. Malaga cannot either. Enduring defeat is an intrinsic aspect of football. The supporters of Malaga sat dejectedly in the stands, witnessing yet another goal conceded as they were overturned by Barcelona. This season, Malaga's strategy also sought control and offensive prowess, yet as the match progressed, their midfield proved woefully inadequate compared to Barcelona's. They lagged significantly in possession, managing a mere 36, far below their previous averages. In the commentary box, the commentator Andres remarked, as the camera panned to Pellegrini, who wore a furrowed brow on the sidelines. Last season, Malaga enjoyed a remarkable form. After a dismal start with only 5 points by the 13th round, they surged from the 14th round onwards, ultimately claiming third place in the league. Their current season had also begun auspiciously, with 5 wins and a draw, along with 2 monumental victories in the Champions League. However, now at Camp Nou, it appeared they were on the brink of their first defeat of the season, as Andres shook his head in dismay. Nearby, the Catalan commentator exuberantly exclaimed, "Barca? Oh, Barca! Oh, we are Barca! We are the invincible Barca!" The roar from the entire Camp Nou seemed capable of lifting the very roof off the stadium. One cannot fault the Barcelona supporters for their excitement, for to them, this match was indeed a quest for vengeance. They believed that had they not suffered an unexpected defeat to Malaga at Camp Nou last season, their pursuit of the league title would not have lingered until the final match day. Yello's brow furrowed in concern as he once again felt a sense of helplessness. Against Barcelona's possession-based tactics, Malaga's pressing felt as though it were striking a cotton wall. Yello himself had little opportunity to seize possession. Moreover, Malaga's passing and control seemed out of sorts due to the lack of possession opportunities in this match. Glancing to the sidelines, Yello noticed Pellegrini gesturing towards him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he returned to the midfield. As the match resumed, the players of Malaga began to rally around Yello, passing the ball amongst themselves. Yello's range of movement expanded. Whenever his teammates struggled to find a passing lane, they sought out his position. The defensive pressure surrounding Yello was substantial, yet neither Busquets, Fabregas, nor Iniesta, nor the 2 advancing Barcelona fullbacks, nor the supporting Pedro and Sanchez were able to wrest the ball from his feet, with only a foul being called at most. In the 72nd minute, after receiving a pass, Yello found himself tightly marked by Fabregas and Busquets. As he fell to the ground, the ball remained under his control, and a foul was called on Fabregas. 1 minute later, in a nearly identical manner, it was Alves and Sanchez collaborating once again, yet they failed to intercept the ball. Yello's ball control was simply too impeccable, and their outstretched feet could only trip him. Another foul. Thanks to Yello's efforts, Malaga finally steadied themselves after conceding 2 goals. In the stands, the Malaga fans were deeply moved, feeling shame for their previous frustration. Yello is still striving. We are truly embarrassing ourselves. It's merely a 1-goal deficit. We must raise our voices. We need the players to hear us. Come on. Come on. The fans encouraged one another. Soon, the Malaga supporters in the away section erupted in cheers once more. Despite being overshadowed by the overwhelming presence of over 76,000 Barcelona fans at Camp Nou, the voices of merely 3,000 Malaga supporters seemed insignificant. Yet, their cheers emerged like resilient sprouts breaking through the cracks in stone, standing proudly in the sunlight. Regardless of victory or defeat, they wanted to convey to the players, "We are united. You shall not give up, and neither shall we." Yello received the ball once again, this time with Messi attempting to steal it from his feet. However, Yello quickly shielded it, preventing Messi from making contact. On the other side, Abidal tried to snatch the ball while Messi and Yello were engaged, but Yello swiftly pulled the ball away. Just as Yello prepared to accelerate, Abidal committed a tactical foul, prompting the referee's whistle. As Messi extended his hand to help Yello up, he suddenly remarked, "I won the La Liga and the Champions League last season. Do you know why, Yello?" Yello was momentarily taken aback, looking at Messi with confusion. He had intended to take a quick free kick, but now that opportunity was lost. He shot a disgruntled glance at Messi, surprised that such a prominent figure would resort to banter. "You're impressive, I suppose," Yello retorted with mild annoyance. Messi chuckled, shaking his head. "No, Yello, you are quite formidable. You may soon surpass me." Seeing Yello's brow furrow, Messi succinctly explained, "It's because of my teammates, my team. You understand what I mean, right? I don't need to cover the entire team like you do, from the front line to the midfield. That's simply unfeasible, Yello." He placed a reassuring hand on Yello's shoulder, stating, "Football is a game of 11. Noticing Yello turning to him, Messi earnestly continued, "Join us, and we can capture every title." Yello laughed, "Leo, you are quite cunning. What you just said delayed us by over 30 seconds. As he spoke, he bent down to secure the ball and swiftly kicked it out. "What did you say to him?" Iniesta inquired, drawing closer. Messi shook his head. "I didn't say much." Iniesta observed Yello once again gaining possession of the ball, his brow slightly furrowing. As Yello deftly maneuvered past Abidal with a fried meatball, he swiftly advanced the ball forward, only to be fouled by Puyol as he approached within 30 meters of the goal, resulting in a yellow card for Puyol. Both Messi and Iniesta sensed impending trouble. Indeed, the free kick from such a distance was struck by Yello with extraordinary finesse, sending the ball into the Barcelona net, thus equalizing the score. This also marked the final score of the match, 2-2. Malaga managed to secure a draw against Barcelona on their home turf, resulting in consecutive draws for the team. The outcome brought the most joy to Real Madrid, whose coach Mourinho celebrated a victory as his team triumphed over Atletico Madrid with a score of 3-1 in this crucial Madrid derby. Over the course of 7 league matches, they achieved 6 wins and 1 draw, amassing 19 points to claim the top position. Meanwhile, Malaga slipped to second place with 5 wins and 2 draws, totaling 17 points. Barcelona followed closely with 4 wins and 3 draws, totaling 15 points. Real Betis and Valencia held the 4th position with 4 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, while Atletico Madrid, having lost the Madrid derby, fell from 4th to 6th place. Real Madrid emerged as the leading contender for the championship. Following the 2 consecutive draws, Malaga faced criticism from numerous media outlets, suggesting they were reverting to a more typical performance level. These 2 draws served as evidence. After the match, a journalist inquired during an interview with Yello, "Do you still believe Malaga's goal is the La Liga championship? You are now 2 points behind Real Madrid." Naturally displeased with the outcome, Yello glanced at the journalist and retorted, "Oh, I thought we were 20 points behind," before turning away. Some journalists from Madrid found amusement in the situation, smiling at Yello's departing figure. He was indeed formidable, yet Malaga remained Malaga. Did they still aspire for the championship? In the words of their homeland, what was it? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Haha, I wager the next match will be their loss. Facing Manchester City away, Malaga might struggle to field their strongest lineup. I eagerly anticipate the moment they are overwhelmed by the Champions League. They still have to contend with Real Madrid upon their return. Truly pitiable. Hearing the laughter behind him, Yello's brow furrowed slightly. Ding. Side quest activated. Crisis of consecutive draws. A side quest? The activation of this task system is indeed rather random. Chapter end. Chapter 120, Attack. 3 consecutive wins in the Champions League. Yello accessed the task system. Task. Crisis of consecutive draws description. Malaga has encountered 2 consecutive draws, leading to public scrutiny of the team. Task objective. Deliver an undeniable performance in the remaining matches of the month. Task reward. Comprehensive evaluation score at the end of the month. Yello frowned slightly. The task objective was exceedingly vague. It was already mid-October, with 5 matches remaining for the team. The first would be on October 16th, an away challenge against Manchester City. On October 21st, the 8th round of the league will see a home match against Levante. Then, on October 25th, the 9th round will present an away challenge against Real Madrid. Following that, on October 28th, there will be a home encounter with Rayo Vallecano, and on October 31st, the 4th round of the Champions League will take place at home against Manchester City. 5 matches in total, with 2 against Manchester City and 1 against Real Madrid. This schedule is indeed demanding. Achieving a convincing performance in these 5 matches, a 5-game winning streak, should be the minimum expectation, mused Yello, stroking his chin. He opened his attribute panel. The fusion progress of 3 SS-level templates had already reached 70. At this rate, relying solely on match performance, reaching 80 this season seems unlikely. However, if he could acquire more fusion points through the task system, it would signify a remarkable enhancement of his abilities by the end of the season. Currently, Yello possesses the capabilities of 3 peak Ronaldos, each at 70. Yet, Yello evidently demonstrates a level of stability that surpasses any individual Ronaldo. Firstly, his physical condition is exemplary. He avoids weight gain, refrains from nightlife, and is free from various distractions. Secondly, his stamina remains at its peak at all times, which is crucial. This essentially means Yello experiences no decline in physical condition, enabling him to consistently perform at the highest level. While he may still lag slightly behind in explosive potential compared to the 3 Ronaldos during peak moments, when it comes to sustained performance and stability, Yello undeniably holds the advantage. After closing the system, Yello hitched a ride with Cazorla back to his residence. The team would gather the following day, promptly heading to the away venue in preparation for the Champions League match. They flew from Spain to the misty and drizzly Manchester. Renowned as one of England's prominent industrial cities, Manchester was also among the world's earliest industrialized cities, serving as a vital transportation hub and center for commerce, finance, industry, and culture. Over 2 centuries ago, the first modern cotton textile industry emerged here, heralding the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. With the rise of the cotton industry, Manchester became a pioneer of the new generation of industrial cities. In the past, Manchester relied on the port of Liverpool to export its industrial goods. However, the people of Liverpool capitalized on their port's advantages, continually increasing the tax burden on incoming and outgoing goods, which led to exorbitant export costs for Manchester's industrial products, causing significant dissatisfaction among its citizens. Consequently, the people of Manchester excavated a canal from Manchester to East Ham, successfully bypassing Liverpool. This allowed Manchester's goods to be exported directly through the canal, solidifying the city's status as the world's factory in the 19th century. Thus, the canal has become the most significant landmark of Manchester. In the emblems of Manchester's two Premier League football teams, Manchester United and Manchester City, the canal is an indispensable element. However, this very canal has significantly undermined the status of Liverpool as a shipping hub. Consequently, Manchester and Liverpool, once amicable neighbors, transformed into bitter adversaries. The inhabitants of Liverpool, whose interests were severely compromised by the canal, mocked their Manchester counterparts as smugglers and criminals. In retaliation, the people of Manchester derisively referred to Liverpool residents as scousers, suggesting they subsisted on scouse, a type of stew, and characterized the entire city as coarse and unsophisticated. The animosity between the two cities escalated, manifesting in football through the fierce rivalry between Manchester United and Liverpool, renowned worldwide as archenemies. Simultaneously, Manchester City regarded Liverpool as a sworn foe as well. The enmity between Manchester and Liverpool spanned multiple dimensions, extending beyond football to encompass cultural and religious differences. Liverpool, predominantly comprised of descendants of Irish immigrants, fostered a robust Catholic atmosphere, whereas Manchester emerged as a center of Protestantism. This multifaceted hostility among neighboring cities is indeed a rarity on the global stage. Manchester United and Manchester City, despite being local rivals, united in their disdain for Liverpool and its people. Yello was unfamiliar with Manchester, having never visited the city or faced either Manchester City or Manchester United on the field. However, Manchester's fans and media were certainly aware of him, as Yello had risen to become one of the most celebrated footballers in the world. A player capable of surpassing Messi and Ronaldo to claim the La Liga Golden Boot, he had scored 6 goals in 2 UEFA Champions League matches, leading the scoring charts, and netted 12 goals in 7 La Liga matches, also topping that leaderboard. Across all competitions, Yello had amassed 18 goals, leading the European scoring charts as well. More significantly, Yello was not merely prolific in scoring. He also excelled in providing assists, having delivered 5 in La Liga, tying for first place with Messi. In the Champions League, he had recorded 1 assist, though this was due to Malaga scoring 7 goals, 6 of which were attributed to him. Such statistics were impossible for the Manchester media to overlook. Prior to the match, they ardently informed Manchester City fans about Malaga's star player, Yello, who was well known among them, as they recognized that he would be pivotal in the upcoming game. Thus, upon Yello's arrival at Manchester Airport, he was met with a warm welcome from Manchester fans. Meanwhile, City supporters jeered at him, unfurling a plethora of derogatory banners and slogans, as if the match were not against Malaga, but rather against Yello and his teammates. This was the intimidation tactic employed by Manchester City fans against Yello. Isco, upon catching sight of a distant view, could not help but whistle. Yello, upon hearing the sound, darkened his expression. Before me stood a row of young women swaying their hips, with the words "Ye, if you fail to score in this match, welcome to this place" inscribed on their small garments. TSK, just observe the generosity of Manchester City's female supporters. Van Nistelrooy whistled in derision, questioning when Manchester United fans ever needed to resort to such antics. His observation held merit. Had the match been against Manchester United, it is unlikely that their female fans would engage in such behavior. For Manchester United has not only remained a formidable force, but is also among the elite of the contemporary football world. In the past 3 seasons, they have reached the UEFA Champions League finals twice, albeit falling to Barcelona on both occasions, which nonetheless attests to their prowess. Thus, when this scene was captured and circulated widely across social media, Manchester City found themselves the target of mockery from their city rivals. However, the truth is that Manchester City's performance in the Premier League this season has been nothing short of exemplary. with 8 matches played thus far. They boast 7 victories and 1 draw, leading the table ahead of Manchester United, who have secured 6 wins and 2 draws. In the Champions League, Manchester United seems to lack the grounds for ridicule. City earned 3 points from 1 win and 1 loss in their 2 group matches, whereas United, placed in a group with Benfica, Basel, and Galatasaray, was expected to advance with ease but suffered a loss to Benfica and could only draw with Basel, leaving them 3rd in their group. Though both teams find themselves in 3rd place, the worth of Manchester City's achievements is evidently far superior. Consequently, City supporters now possess the means to retaliate. Prior to this Champions League encounter, the fans of both Manchester clubs engaged in a verbal sparring match. At the airport, Yello emerged as the most frequently interviewed player from Malaga. "Of course, I adore this place. It is a splendid city," Yello remarked politely, adding that a little better weather would be welcome. This light-hearted comment elicited laughter from the reporters. "However, I shall not be lenient. We have come here with the intention of securing victory. I have heard that Malaga will make slight rotations for this match, which is a consideration for the coach," Yello stated. "Manchester City's roster is indeed quite luxurious." "Is that so? That sounds rather impressive," Yello responded, a slight smile gracing his lips. To be candid, it was merely a courteous remark. Yet, many Manchester journalists interpreted it as a slight, and understandably so. Manchester City supporters have developed a form of PTSD from their newfound wealth and are particularly sensitive to such matters. Thus, upon witnessing Yello's smile, numerous City fans in Manchester felt quite disgruntled. "What is the fuss? Aren't you also nouveau riche?" "We are all nouveau riche. On what grounds do you mock us, brother? If you don't laugh, how can the other brother understand?" To be honest, while both clubs have benefited from investment by wealthy Middle Eastern patrons, Malaga and Manchester City are hardly comparable. Both may be affluent, yet some possess an oil field, while others command an entire nation's oil reserves. The summer signings reveal the extent of Manchester City's financial prowess. Nasri, Aguero, Chris, Savic, Pantilimon, and Hargreaves. This season's total expenditure has surpassed £70 million. Although this marks the first summer window in several seasons without exceeding the £100 million mark, they remain the most financially supported club in the Premier League this summer. Coupled with their already lavish roster, it is understandable that Pellegrini approaches this team with caution. In the away team's dressing room, Pellegrini emphasized, "Our opponents possess an exceptionally luxurious squad, and we must pay utmost attention to this. They have previously triumphed over AC Milan at home. Thus, in this match, we should aim to control the ball and maintain the rhythm, avoiding unnecessary loss of possession." In Pellegrini's mind, he would accept a draw in this away match, partly due to his apprehension regarding Manchester City's opulent lineup, and partly out of concern for his team's stamina. The rotation for this match is minimal. Isco and Joaquin sit on the bench, replaced by Camacho and Bonanot. The starting striker Baptista from the previous match against Barcelona also remains on the bench, with Van Nistelrooy taking his place. Thus, only 2 key players have been rotated, with Baptista and Van Nistelrooy alternating between starting and substituting roles, blurring the lines between starters and reserves. As the players emerge from the tunnel, the 3rd round of the UEFA Champions League Group A fixture, with Manchester City hosting Malaga, is about to commence. As the players line up in the tunnel, Duan Xin's voice resonates on the television, invigorating the Dragon Kingdom fans who have stayed up late in anticipation of this match. The City team is well known to the Dragon Kingdom supporters, not merely due to the substantial investments from Middle Eastern magnates, but also because, during their time in the championship, the fans had already formed a connection with the club. This is largely attributed to the legendary Dragon Kingdom footballer Sun Jihai, who had a significant tenure at the club and was instrumental in their promotion to the Premier League. Even after the establishment of a dynasty in the Premier League, Manchester City fans continue to hold Sun Jihai in high regard, as he and his teammates weathered the storms during the club's more challenging times. Although the talents of that era do not compare to the current squad's fame and skill, their status in the hearts of Manchester City fans remains unassailable. As Yello stands in the tunnel, he observes Manchester City fans proudly displaying a cartoon image of Sun Jihai, with the accompanying words, "Ye, we once had a Dragon Kingdom hero here." Clearly, the City fans hope to entice Yello, as rumors of his potential transfer have circulated extensively in the English media throughout this summer window, linking him to Chelsea, Manchester United, and Manchester City in turn. The fervor among Manchester City fans has reached new heights. Their fear lies in the reluctance of star players to join. But as for money, the wealth of Manchester City seems to flow effortlessly from the depths of the earth, allowing for extravagant expenditures without a hint of remorse. At this juncture, the large screen flickered to life, revealing City's starting striker, Mario Balotelli, grinning widely as he approached Yello. A sudden, overpowering scent of cologne assailed Yello's senses, prompting him to furrow his brow. Turning, he was met with the somewhat dim-witted visage of Balotelli. Although Yello had not engaged in any direct conversation with him, they were acquaintances of sorts, having exchanged likes on Twitter. "Hey, Ye," after the match. "Do join my party," Balotelli urged in a hushed tone. "I've invited a plethora of young English models." Yello shook his head. "Mario, I have no interest in that." "No interest? How could you possibly be uninterested? If you don't come, I fear most of those models won't show up either." "How am I to set off fireworks in front of him then?" Balotelli lamented softly. Yello's expression darkened. This fellow was leveraging his fame to attract models to his gathering? "Mario, have you ever heard the saying?" Yello began, locking eyes with Balotelli. "What saying?" "Below your neck, you are world-class." Balotelli erupted into laughter. "You think I'm impressive, don't you? Let us make a bet. If your team scores fewer goals than mine, you'll attend my party. How does that sound? I cannot possibly lose." "Then it's settled." Balotelli, ignoring the deepening scowl on Yello's face, bounced back to his team with glee. "What did you say to him?" Aguero inquired, playfully patting Balotelli's back. "I just placed a wager on your behalf, stating you would score more goals than him in this match. If not, the expenses tonight will be on you," Balotelli said earnestly. Aguero's expression stiffened. "Is this lad truly a fool?" The fleeting exchange in the players' tunnel went unnoticed by most. Soon, the players, led by the referees, strode onto the field. The Champions League anthem resonated through the arena. "Let us defeat Barcelona. Let us triumph over Bayern Munich." As the familiar and grand melody filled the air, the pre-match rituals swiftly unfolded. The players took their positions, awaiting the referees to signal the commencement of the match. Meanwhile, the commentators busily announced the starting lineups. The home team, Manchester City, truly embodied a squad of opulence. Their starting lineup was as follows: goalkeeper, Joe Hart; defenders, Clichy, Company; Lescott, Richards; midfielders, David Silva, Yaya Touré, Barry, Nasri; forwards, Aguero, Balotelli. On the bench, City boasted formidable talents like Dzeko, Milner, Kolarov, and De Jong. Merely by examining the team composition, one could ascertain that, with Yello's name obscured, Manchester City's roster far surpassed that of Malaga in terms of grandeur. However, the outcome of a football match is never solely determined by possessing a luxurious roster. The fans at the Etihad Stadium stood resolutely in their respective positions once the match commenced. Although the English Football Association has mandated the abolition of standing areas in professional leagues for safety reasons, standing to watch the game remains a cherished tradition in England. From the very beginning of the match, Manchester City supporters rose to their feet, exuberantly cheering for their team while disrupting the opponents with their jeers. This is the spirit of English fans. Despite their rather notorious reputation across various European nations, their fervor for the game is truly commendable. One would be hard-pressed to find a moment of silence amidst their constant singing, clapping, and shouting. This is their form of battle. In anticipation of Malaga's star player, Yello, the City fans were thoroughly prepared. Each time Yello received a pass, a chorus of boos swept through the stands like a whirlwind. When Yello misplayed a pass under pressure, sending the ball out of bounds, the crowd erupted in laughter and derisive whistles. This misstep was emblematic of Malaga's struggle to find their rhythm in the early stages of the match. Their inability to perform may have been exacerbated by fatigue from recent encounters with formidable opponents, manifesting not only in physical exhaustion but also in mental strain. While Yello bore no psychological burden, he was nonetheless required by the coaching staff to retreat frequently during the match. Consequently, his passes were compromised by the team's overall poor form, leading to a couple of errors that tarnished his performance. In contrast, Manchester City exhibited remarkable composure. After all, this was their home ground. Throughout this season, City had played 5 matches at home, emerging victorious in all, including triumphs over formidable rivals such as Arsenal and AC Milan. Particularly noteworthy was their victory against AC Milan in the Champions League, marking their first win in the group stage over the past 2 seasons, which greatly bolstered their confidence. Coupled with their undeniably lavish roster, which is the highest valued in the Premier League, they currently rank third in Europe, trailing only Barcelona and Real Madrid. Their coach, Mancini, is far from mediocre, certainly not akin to the typical English-style manager like former head coach Mark Hughes. As an Italian, Mancini's tactical acumen is beyond question, as evidenced by City's consistent performance in the league this season. As the match progressed, Manchester City began to dominate the field, creating a siege-like atmosphere at home. The commentator from Manchester's television station was visibly exhilarated. The prowess of City at home is indisputable. Despite Malaga's victories over AC Milan and Bayern Munich, they found themselves subdued at this stadium. Should Manchester City triumph over Malaga and secure 6 points, they would have the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of the group standings. The first surge of excitement in the match materialized in the 33rd minute. Sergio Aguero. The live commentary resounded with the name of the goal scorer. This season's Premier League marquee signing, Aguero, unleashed a powerful shot within the penalty area, propelling Manchester City into the lead. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands of the Etihad Stadium. The goal scorer, Aguero, spread his arms wide and slid to his knees on the pitch. Aguero, Aguero, Aguero. At the 33-minute mark of the first half, Manchester City finally found the back of the net. This goal was a natural progression, as City had completely seized control of the game. Malaga found themselves trapped within the confines of the stadium, their star player, Yello, barely managing to muster any shooting opportunities. Aguero's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. In this match, he overshadowed Yello. Magnificent. Splendid. Manchester City has taken the lead. A glimmer of hope for advancing from the group of death has emerged. The commentator from Manchester Television jubilantly celebrated in the commentary booth. Pellegrini stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed in contemplation of his tactical arrangements. Cautious. Too cautious. Malaga should not have been so reserved, Pellegrini thought to himself in frustration. The current situation appeared rather bleak for Malaga, as the stars of Manchester City had ignited, making a comeback exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, with only 10 minutes remaining in the first half after the goal, City failed to capitalize on further opportunities to score. This afforded Malaga a moment to breathe. However, based on the first half's developments, numerous experts and commentators opined that Manchester City displayed exceptional form, while the Malaga players appeared burdened and lethargic. Observing the expressions of the players as they exited the field, the Malaga squad wore somber faces, their brows knitted in concern. Even their captain, Yello, bore a troubled expression. A hint of anxiety echoed from the television as viewers shared the growing unrest of many anxious Dragon Nation fans. And what of Manchester City? Their players wore smiles, radiating an air of ease. The atmosphere in the stadium was remarkably vibrant. City fans sang and danced in the stands, transforming the entire venue into a grand celebration. Though they led by only one goal, Manchester City's impressive home winning streak this season instilled tremendous confidence in their supporters. The fans brimmed with optimism about clinching victory in this high-stakes derby. In the away team's dressing room, the mood was rather somber. When head coach Pellegrini entered, he was met with a sea of downcast faces. He glanced at the tactical whiteboard, adorned with his pre-match strategies. Taking an eraser, he wiped everything clean before turning around. With a tone of sincere remorse, he said, "Gentlemen, I must apologize for my tactical miscalculations during the first half." Upon hearing this, the players were taken aback. They were acutely aware of their dismal performance. Numerous errors, erratic passing, anxious mental states, and sluggish movements, resembling a disjointed assembly. Such circumstances are a classic precursor to defeat. Among those present were several seasoned veterans, each with hundreds of professional matches under their belts. They were all too familiar with the scenarios that accompany losses. No team is immune to defeat, and no match guarantees everlasting victory. Therefore, everyone braced themselves for a reprimand from the head coach. However, to their astonishment, Pellegrini took it upon himself to acknowledge his faults and extend an apology. This unexpected admission prompted all the players to lift their heads in surprise, gazing at Pellegrini. Even Yello appeared bewildered, questioning why the coach felt the need to apologize. Was it not their lackluster performance in the first half? Indeed, our passive play in the first half was not solely your fault. It stemmed from my own mistakes, Pellegrini explained. Thus, I owe you all an apology. Coach, you need not apologize. It was we who underperformed in the first half. Yello, as captain, interjected. No, You are all exceptional players. I was overly cautious and conservative. Pellegrini countered. To be frank, before the match commenced, I even thought that securing a draw would be satisfactory. He gestured for Yello to sit down. Yet, it has become evident that I was gravely mistaken. Pellegrini continued. Our team style should not be so defensive. What is our forte? He turned to Yello. Offense. Yello's eyes brightened. Precisely. It is offense. Pellegrini exclaimed. Why were we able to triumph over Bayern Munich? It was because we did not fear our opponents. We dared to challenge them head-on at the Allianz Arena. Our offensive prowess ranks among the finest in the world, yet I foolishly contemplated a conservative strategy against Manchester City. Is that not a grave error on my part? Pellegrini spread his hands in exasperation. Thus, in the second half, I implore you all to abandon the cautious mindset of the first half. We shall attack. Let us overwhelm them with our offense. Do not fear conceding goals, for we will always outscore our opponents. Upon hearing this, the players were invigorated. Yes, we must attack. If we dared to challenge Bayern, how can we fear Manchester City? Our captain can surely outscore them. They shouted in unison. Pellegrini's lips curled into a slight smile. With Yello present, how could he have harbored such conservative thoughts? He had truly lost his clarity. Observing these players, he felt assured that the second half would undoubtedly present a different scenario. During the halftime break, many believed that Manchester City would maintain their advantage in the second half. However, as the second half commenced, everyone had cast aside this notion. From the very onset of the second half, Malaga unleashed a relentless offensive barrage, causing the atmosphere around Manchester City's goal to become electric with tension. Joe Hart became the busiest player on the pitch, facing a flurry of attempts. Yello with a cutting shot. Hart. A crucial save. Van Nistelrooy heads the ball. Once again, it's Hart, and Manchester City narrowly escapes disaster. It was as if Malaga had transformed into an entirely different team in the second half. Their attacks were razor-sharp, and Manchester City's defense teetered on the brink under the relentless pressure. The commentator from Manchester Television displayed a look of concern. Malaga seems to have awakened in the second half. They have launched an offensive onslaught. Mancini must devise a strategy. As those words echoed, the camera focused on Mancini, who stood at the sidelines with a hint of bewilderment on his face. He could not fathom the stark contrast in Malaga's performance between the halves. All he could do was signal for his players to maintain a solid defense, reminding himself that City was still in the lead. Perhaps it's Malaga's aggressive opening tactics, suggested Mancini's assistant, Helia. Mancini nodded. But an unsettling premonition lingered. Malaga had indeed become a formidable force in the second half. Just as Mancini contemplated this, he observed Manchester City players attempting to stabilize their rhythm with short passes. Yaya Touré, under pressure from Cazorla, dribbled past the halfway line and then distributed the ball to the opposite side, seeking Nasri. However, just as Nasri prepared to receive the ball, Demichelis, as the center-back, audaciously pressed forward into the area. Before Nasri could make contact, Demichelis shoved him aside, skillfully stealing the ball. Nasri has lost possession, exclaimed the commentator. After winning the ball, Demichelis promptly passed it to the nearby Cazorla, entrusting him to orchestrate the attack. Cazorla received the ball, turned, and faced Barry's challenge, swiftly distributing it to the flanks. Boateng received the ball and surged forward. Just before Manchester City's defender Richards could intervene, he swept the ball towards the edge of the penalty area with his right foot. Yello approached from the opposite flank. As Yaya Touré advanced with the ball, all Manchester City's midfielders had crossed into the opponent's half, leaving only a defensive line behind. Noticing Boateng's cross, England's centre-back Lescott rushed forward, ready to clear the ball. Behind him, Kompany quickly spotted Yello's run and was immediately alarmed. Be careful, he cautioned. But before his words could settle, Yello had already darted in front of Lescott, deftly maneuvering the ball into the penalty area with his right foot. Lescott was caught off guard by Yello's clever approach from behind, and he was unable to commit a foul in time. Kompany suppressed the urge to yell in frustration and charged forward instead. However, the Belgian international lost his footing, allowing Yello to deftly sidestep him. By the time he turned around, he witnessed Yello guiding the ball towards the far corner of the net. It was only after the ball crossed the goal line that Joe Hart finally reacted, attempting a save. However, this action merely serves as the backdrop for Yello's goal. Poor Joe Hart, once again relegated to the role of a mere prop. Boateng's pass to Lescott, and then Yello. Goal. The Spanish commentator Andres initially believed there was no chance for the goal. Who could have anticipated Yello's remarkable speed and agility? In that moment, Lescott, company, and Hart's defensive efforts seemed almost like a slow-motion replay compared to Yello's swift movements. Each of their defensive maneuvers appeared significantly delayed, while Yello executed his breakthrough and shot. During this offensive play, Manchester City's defense effectively became a mere backdrop for Yello. In the press box, many English journalists witnessed Yello's performance live for the first time, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Manchester City's defense, already impressive in the Premier League, was unexpectedly inept in the face of Yello's brilliance. It was not that Manchester City's defense was poor, rather, Yello's performance was simply astounding. This marked his 8th goal in the Champions League, leaving one to wonder which prestigious club might secure his talents. As the journalists pondered this, the match swiftly resumed. With Yello's goal and the ensuing onslaught from Malaga, the performances of both teams seemed to flip. At the Etihad Stadium, the frequency of boos far surpassed the cheers. By the end, even the most ardent and loyal Manchester City fans found it hard to maintain their enthusiasm. There was little they could do, as Malaga continued to dominate the offense. In the 78th minute, a brief silence enveloped the Etihad Stadium. Yello unleashed a long-range shot from approximately 30 meters out, executing a stunning dipping strike. Initially, Yello intended to advance a few steps further, seeking a combination play and looking for a shooting opportunity within the penalty area. However, upon seeing Hart in goal, he impulsively decided to take the shot from distance. From 30 meters, the goal appeared almost as small as a ping-pong table. Striking the target was no easy feat, let alone from such an acute angle. Yet, Yello's shot found its way into the net with the precision of a well-placed dart. Fate seemed to conspire against Hart, who once again found himself as the backdrop for a spectacular goal. Poor Joe Hart. Dragon Kingdom fans erupted in criticism upon witnessing the goal. Ultimately, thanks to this extraordinary long-range strike, Malaga turned the tide, defeating Manchester City on their home turf and achieving 3 consecutive victories in the Champions League group stage. End of chapter. Chapter 121, the Golden Boy Award and the Ballon d'Or. With their victory over Manchester City, Malaga secured their 9th point in the Champions League. Meanwhile, AC Milan suffered a 0-1 defeat at home to Bayern Munich. Who could have predicted that? In this season's most highly scrutinized and perilous group stage, AC Milan would emerge as the biggest loser, while Malaga would rise as the most triumphant. 9 points. For Malaga, their position has become quite secure, by merely securing 2 more points or triumphing over Manchester City in their next Champions League group match. They will ensure their advancement from the group stage. However, whether they can claim the top spot remains uncertain, as Bayern Munich, having triumphed over AC Milan, has amassed 6 points and trails Malaga by only 3. Post-match, this encounter became the headline for numerous media outlets across various nations. In England, the media expressed astonishment at the prowess of Yello, as it was their first close encounter with his remarkable abilities. Manchester City suffers their first home defeat. Malaga's star Yello eclipses the brilliance of City stars. Dragon Nation's star shines at the Etihad, a lavish team vanquished by a single individual. Manchester City falters at home. Their path to advancement now hinges on a miracle. The English media's coverage carried a tone of mockery towards Manchester City. Despite their wealth, they have yet to establish a formidable presence in the Premier League or English football. Moreover, City has achieved little, lacking breakthroughs in both the Premier League and the Champions League. Consequently, they have become a target of ridicule among fans of other teams, being perceived as affluent yet trophyless, leading to the derisive commentary of foolish with money. Even Manchester United, the premier club in the rich history of the English Premier League, has not been exempt from mockery after years of decline. While United has rightfully claimed 12 Premier League titles, the debate over whether Manchester United or Liverpool holds the title of England's foremost club continues. Nonetheless, United's historical pedigree renders them the undisputed giants of the Premier League. In the realm of football, or indeed, competitive sports, the adage "the victor takes all" rings true. In Spain, Yello's performance has been met with widespread acclaim. His exceptional display at the Etihad, where he dimmed the brilliance of Manchester City's star-studded lineup, was nothing short of remarkable. Despite the team facing a challenging first half, where they conceded a goal, Yello's 2 second-half goals turned the tide, leading Malaga to a spectacular comeback. Malaga has thus secured a remarkable victory on the road, achieving 3 consecutive wins in the Champions League, placing them atop the treacherous Group A. They need only 2 more points to guarantee their progression. which means that a victory against Manchester City in their upcoming home match would secure their place in the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Both of Yello's goals were exquisite. One saw him skillfully maneuver past Lescott in the box before finishing, while the other was a stunning long-range strike. His arsenal of offensive skills is impressively diverse, leaving opponents uncertain as to what weapon he might employ next. Yello has undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for any team. His contributions to securing 3 points for Malaga warrant the accolades he has received. The Spanish media has grown accustomed to extolling Yello's performances throughout his inaugural year in La Liga. Yello is undoubtedly the most radiant new star in La Liga, his brilliance nearly eclipsing that of Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. According to a report from the esteemed Spanish media outlet, UEFA, they mentioned the Golden Boy Award and the Ballon d'Or. The Golden Boy Award is conferred upon emerging talents under the age of 21 playing in Europe, while the Ballon d'Or is awarded to the footballer exhibiting the finest performance of the year. Why are these two prestigious awards relevant to Yello? The connection is indeed significant. At the tender age of 18, he has clinched the La Liga top scorer title, and his nomination for the Golden Boy Award is hardly surprising, even though Tuttosport has been somewhat hesitant in expressing that they await the final decision of the selection committee. The committee for the Golden Boy Award consists of media representatives from 20 European countries and 30 authoritative journalists. If these individuals possess even a modicum of discernment, it is inconceivable that this year's Golden Boy Award would not go to Yello. Otherwise, Tuttosport would be tarnishing its own reputation. In the words of Spanish legend Fernando Hierro on social media, awarding the Golden Boy to Yello would be an honor for Tuttosport. Thus, there is little doubt regarding the Golden Boy Award, even though the official announcement of the winner is still 2 weeks away. This year's award seems to be devoid of any suspense. What truly captivates public interest is Yello's prospective ranking in this year's Ballon d'Or voting. The media outlet Nangwa Sports reported that, overall, Yello's most significant accolade from the previous season is the La Liga top scorer title, with no championship trophies to his name, rendering him unlikely to secure the Ballon d'Or for last season. The award will most likely go to Messi, as Barcelona clinched both the La Liga and UEFA Champions League titles last season, with Messi himself earning the La Liga Silver Boot and the Champions League Golden Boot. In addition to being the player with the most chances created and assists in La Liga, this performance is nearly indisputable, far more convincing than Messi's previous Ballon d'Or win over Sneijder. Meanwhile, former Ballon d'Or recipient Cristiano Ronaldo, despite matching Messi in goal tally, saw Real Madrid only secure the Copa del Rey title last season, thus falling short compared to Messi's achievements. Additionally, without any significant international tournaments this year, the Ballon d'Or evaluation will predominantly reflect club accomplishments, placing Ronaldo in contention for a possible second-place finish. As for Yello, he has also been included in the 23-man shortlist for the Ballon d'Or. How many votes will he ultimately garner in the Ballon d'Or voting? We await with bated breath. We may dare to hope that he secures a commendable third place. Winning the Golden Boy Award would already be a source of immense pride for fans in Langwa. If he were to rank third in the Ballon d'Or voting, it would be an even greater honor for the nation. Consequently, this matter is fervently discussed within Langwa, yet it appears to have little impact on Yello's focus in Spain. Following the conclusion of the Champions League matches, his team swiftly prepared to face Lyon at home, implementing significant changes to the lineup, with the exception of Yello and goalkeeper Caballero, as nearly all other key players were substituted. It is evident to any discerning observer that Pellegrini is preparing for the 9th round of the league, facing Real Madrid away from home. Despite the congested schedule, Pellegrini finds solace in the fact that there are no consecutive matches against formidable opponents in between each game. Otherwise, he would be burdened with the headache of managing rotations. In this particular match, Malaga struggled significantly, having just returned from an away Champions League fixture, and the evident disparity between the starting and substitute players was stark. Thus, the score remained at a standstill of 0-0 until the 80-minute mark of the second half. Under such circumstances, Pellegrini hesitated to substitute Yello, who he initially considered replacing. A draw in this match would result in 3 consecutive draws for the league, which would severely impact the team's morale and hinder their resolve to continue with rotations. Fortunately, Pellegrini's trust in Yello was rewarded. In the 87th minute, Malaga earned a free kick in the attacking third. Yello, receiving a pass from his teammate in the penalty area, outjumped the defender and headed the ball into the opponent's net. With this solitary goal, Malaga triumphed over Levante with a score of 1-0, securing their sixth victory in the league and dashing the hopes of Real Madrid and Barcelona fans who anticipated a third consecutive draw for Malaga. Nevertheless, the Spanish media remains pessimistic about Malaga's circumstances. The impact of competing on multiple fronts is monumental for them. While they indeed secured 3 points against Levante, relying once again on Yello's goal, it is widely acknowledged that Pellegrini rotated all players except Yello. Why? Because without Yello, Malaga's rotation squad resembles that of a lower-tier La Liga team. Without Yello, they cannot afford such extensive rotations. But how long can Yello continue to be utilized in this manner? Is he a machine? Does he not tire or risk injury? If Pellegrini persists in his stubborn refusal to rotate Yello, allowing him to play almost every match, we can almost assert that the moment Yello can no longer endure will be the moment Malaga collapses. Is Malaga's goal to be crowned La Liga champions? That is, indeed, the greatest farce. No championship team would degrade to a mid-tier status due to the absence of a single player. Nor would any championship team shy away from rotating its core players. For a team like Malaga, which relies on a single lineup, if they do not swiftly make a choice, they will face the dire consequences of being overwhelmed by the demands of competing on two fronts. Although they celebrated victory over Manchester City, receiving accolades from the Spanish media, their win against Levante has been met with skepticism, particularly from Madrid-based outlets, which have voiced the loudest doubts. Why? Because Malaga's next match is against Real Madrid. These Madrid-friendly media are exerting pressure on Malaga, a challenge that all title-contending teams must confront. However, both Real Madrid and Barcelona possess their respective mouthpieces, and their media influence is substantial, resulting in a fierce rivalry that remains evenly matched. In contrast, Malaga is but a minnow, with their local media also lacking significant clout within Spain. Under such circumstances, they are utterly incapable of mounting any counterattack in the realm of public opinion. Chapter 122. The focused battle for Malaga after their match against Levante. They face a daunting schedule. On October 25th, they will challenge Real Madrid away in the 9th round of the league, followed by a home encounter with Rayo Vallecano on October 28th, and then on October 31st. They will host Manchester City in the 4th round of the Champions League group stage. This represents an incredibly intense and dense series of fixtures for Malaga, 3 matches within 5 days, 2 of which are against formidable opponents like Real Madrid and Manchester City. Thus, for Pellegrini, the decision is rather straightforward. Implement a significant rotation for the matches against Levante and Rayo Vallecano, while fielding the strongest lineup against Real Madrid and Manchester City. Having narrowly succeeded against Levante, the upcoming clash against Real Madrid will truly test the mettle of the squad amid this grueling schedule. Real Madrid is in exceptional form this season, boasting 7 victories and 1 draw in the league and 3 consecutive wins in the Champions League. Their star player, Cristiano Ronaldo, has netted 10 goals in the league, second only to Yello's 13, and has scored 6 goals in the Champions League, again trailing Yello's 8. In interviews, Ronaldo no longer regards Yello as merely a young talent, but as a genuine rival. Of course, my goal is to surpass him and dominate the scoring charts, he asserted coolly during a public training session, his hair slicked back with half a bottle of gel. For him, this match requires no additional motivation. He is certain to give his all. Last season, being defeated by Malaga twice was a disgrace for us, and we will rectify the humiliation in this match, declared Sergio Ramos, Real Madrid's formidable central defender, with a tone brimming with intensity. The entire Real Madrid organization has echoed this sentiment, vowing to cleanse the stain of last season's defeats at the Bernabeu. Media outlets in Madrid have also mobilized fully, proclaiming that a serious Real Madrid is a terrifying prospect. They are invincible at the Bernabeu. Malaga's victories last season were merely a result of Real Madrid's complacency. The club has never faced the same team in 3 consecutive losses. Can Malaga possibly inflict such a humiliating record upon Real Madrid once more? Why not? Yello found himself besieged by reporters armed with cameras, microphones, and various recording devices at the training grounds entrance. Responding to their inquiries, he retorted with a hint of irritation. A reporter, brimming with pride, posed a question to Yello. No team has ever defeated Real Madrid 3 consecutive times. Could Malaga achieve such a feat? This left Yello utterly perplexed, wondering where these journalists sourced their information. After all, it was Real Madrid. A Madrid journalist appeared displeased with Yello's demeanor, as if his faith had been blasphemed. Yello paused, then turned to the journalist and replied, "Indeed, that is Real Madrid." As he prepared to depart, a thought struck him. "Oh, by the way, after this match, you could claim that no team has ever managed to defeat Real Madrid 4 times in succession." The journalist's expression darkened in his moment of triumph. He had forgotten that Yello was not one to yield easily, known for his sharp tongue. Meanwhile, other journalists reveled in the exchange, eager for such provocations. The more contentious the situation, the more material they had to write about. When it came to stirring the pot, none could rival Mourinho. Just a day after Yello's remarks made headlines, Mourinho was cornered by the media at the training ground. Though his encounters with the press were brief, they always occurred at pivotal moments. "Jose, what are your thoughts on Yello's words? Can Real Madrid defend their honor at home?" Reporters clamored, microphones raised. A subtle smile crept across Mourinho's lips, his enigmatic expression leaving others guessing whether he was genuinely amused or merely mocking. Madrid's journalists had grown accustomed to this. Despite many criticizing Mourinho for transforming Real Madrid into a team focused primarily on rapid counterattacks, yet winning was the ultimate truth. Regardless of how aesthetically pleasing the play might be, without victories, what value did it hold? Even idealists like Bielsa, no matter their tactical brilliance, would never be invited to coach a club like Real Madrid if they could not secure wins. Although Mourinho's style was rooted in pragmatic counterattacking football, and he faced substantial criticism for his utilitarian approach, his ability to win championships spoke volumes. With 2 Champions League titles, 2 Premier League titles, and 1 Serie A title among his prestigious accolades, he had an impressive trophy cabinet, not to mention the numerous other cup victories he had achieved. Particularly after being dismissed by Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, when many believed his magic had faded, he led Inter Milan to an unprecedented treble, proving to the world that he remained the formidable Mourinho, still brimming with charisma. This very prowess is what earned him the role of head coach at Real Madrid, even after a season that yielded only a Copa del Rey title. Under his guidance, Real Madrid has shattered the hex of the round of 16, advancing to the semi-finals of the Champions League, an achievement that has garnered widespread acclaim. Last season, the victory over Barcelona on home turf, which avenged previous defeats, earned Mourinho unprecedented support from the Real Madrid locker room. However, he is acutely aware that the star players of Real Madrid will not simply bow to his will unless he can lead them to realize their ambitions. For the majority of these players, vanquishing Barcelona, overturning their dominance in La Liga, and claiming the pinnacle of the Champions League is a collective aspiration. This is particularly true for Real Madrid's talisman, Cristiano Ronaldo, who harbors a personal ambition to top the scoring charts, both in La Liga and the Champions League. Currently, the frontrunner in both categories is Yello. Consequently, it has been evident in recent training sessions that Ronaldo is fueled by an intense desire to triumph over Yello in the forthcoming match against Malaga. Understanding these objectives is crucial for Mourinho to maintain control over the locker room. A sense of enmity towards Barcelona must be continually stoked, instilling in the players a recognition of the formidable adversary they face, thus ensuring their discipline on the field. Aspiring to dominate the scoring charts necessitates adherence to Mourinho's tactical acumen, which is designed to facilitate their success in finding the back of the net. This encapsulates Mourinho's philosophy of managing the locker room. He aims to keep his players perpetually on edge, providing them with a common adversary, whether it be Barcelona or Yello, to unite against. Before the media, with a wry smile, Mourinho remarked that the sole purpose of records is to be broken. This statement left the journalists momentarily stunned. But it was clear that neither this match nor Yello would be the ones to accomplish it, much to their relief. Indeed, this is the essence of Mourinho. Were he to soften his rhetoric, downplay conflicts, and promote a sense of harmony, the Spanish reporters would surely question whether he had been possessed by another spirit. As for Malaga, they have performed commendably this season, yet they are not on par with us. Mourinho shrugged, asserting that our strength far surpasses theirs. The only reason for defeat would be underestimating them. However, he refrained from elaborating further, yet everyone understood his implication. If Real Madrid approaches the match from the very first minute with an unwavering commitment, can Malaga truly withstand their might? After all, this is Real Madrid. The atmosphere surrounding this focal clash has begun to heat up considerably. Certainly, the outcome of such a league match, in the nascent stages of the competition, carries a significance that is not overly profound. Yet, there is little recourse. After all, it is Jose Mourinho who seeks this particular effect. On the other hand, Malaga will undoubtedly not show any signs of weakness. The players and coaches from both sides have exchanged fervent words, elevating the anticipation surrounding this match to considerable heights. During the program La Liga preview on Radio Cope, host Andres welcomed notable figures such as Guti, Ronaldo, and legendary Malaga player Catania. I believe that Yello's performance is indeed noteworthy. However, on paper, Real Madrid's strength far surpasses that of Malaga, leading me to surmise that the odds favor Real Madrid significantly. At the very least, they are unlikely to suffer defeat on their home turf. The recently retired Golden Wolf Guti shrugged. I cannot predict the victor, but I am eagerly anticipating this thrilling encounter. I particularly admire Yello's performance. He is truly an astonishing player. Have you noticed? His consistency over the 90 minutes is remarkable, and he plays with such maturity at a young age. The extraterrestrial Ronaldo, who also retired this year, was invited to join the program. The eyes of the group turned towards Catania. With Yello, we are invincible, declared Catania, even breaking into song to praise Yello during the broadcast. The others exchanged glances and laughed. For Malaga, Yello represents their banner and their most significant reliance for victory. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Is this your defense? The pre-match banter among players, coaches, and legends cannot truly overshadow the essence of the event itself. Ultimately, the focus remains on the match. As the kickoff approaches, the excitement surrounding this contest in the Dragon Country intensifies. Many media outlets in Dragon Country opine that after narrowly securing a draw against Barcelona in their last away match, Malaga must deliver a convincingly strong performance in this encounter. Otherwise, Yello's bold claims of clinching the season's championship may indeed become fodder for ridicule among the Spaniards. Yello currently stands as the face of Dragon Country's football. Although there exists a divergence of opinion between the Dragon Football Association and certain media factions, for the majority of fans, the aggregate talent of the national team players pales in comparison to even a single toe of Yello. The fervor surrounding Yello in Dragon Country is beyond what is conceivable in Spain. While he enjoys considerable acclaim in Spain, the level of admiration he receives in Dragon Country is akin to the difference between the twinkling of stars and the brilliance of a full moon, entirely incomparable. Consequently, 2 hours before the match, as fans of Real Madrid entered the plaza outside the Bernabeu in Madrid, they experienced a palpable sensation of astonishment. For the influx of journalists and independent media from Dragon Country was astonishingly abundant. This included not only prominent traditional newspapers and online platforms like Shillong, Leschi, and Tingshuan, but also a plethora of smaller independent media teams. Many reporters have been dispatched to the Bernabeu, with those from the Dragon Nation appearing to be the most active around the stadium. They eagerly engage Spanish fans in interviews, posing questions exclusively related to Yello. They inquire of Real Madrid supporters, how do you think the team should defend against Yello? And ask Malaga fans, what are your thoughts on Yello's performance? In essence, they seek to elicit compliments about Yello. The editor of AS, Lorites, wore a rather grim expression. Cursed be the Dragon Nation. He lamented, there seemed to be an overwhelming number of them. After all, it is merely a matter of one player excelling. La Liga boasts an array of stars from around the globe. If all were like these individuals from the Dragon Nation, would Madrid even have the capacity to accommodate such a crowd? Lorites was clearly displeased. Previously, he had attacked Yello in opposition to Purra's specifications, only to have Yello's outstanding performance slap him in the face. Now, whenever the credibility of AS is mentioned, Yello stands as the quintessential example of ridicule directed at the publication. However, the sheer number of Dragon Nation supporters at the Bernabeu can only signify one thing. Yello's performance is indeed exceptional. Lorites no longer dares to utter that they have only Yello, while we are Real Madrid, for he has been humbled too many times. Consequently, he has chosen to remain in the shadows. In the pre-match analysis, he even surprisingly praised Yello's performance, rendering his report seemingly objective, fair, neutral, and profound. Yet, as he penned those words, Lorites was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet, he has no choice. This is his livelihood. Moreover, as does not resemble the sensationalist tabloid, The Sun, which blatantly embraces its vulgarity and shamelessness, reveling in fabrications. AS proudly regards itself as a reputable Spanish media outlet. If its writing strays too far from credibility, where then lies its authority? Thus, Lorites is compelled to begrudgingly commend Yello. as his performance is so remarkable that he cannot find fault, especially with the upcoming match between Real Madrid and Malaga, which he cannot discuss without mentioning Yello. In short, Llorentes now finds himself praying for Yello to underperform in this match. Real Madrid has never suffered 3 consecutive defeats against the same opponent. Thus, he believes Malaga is destined to lose. This is his mindset, one echoed by the majority of Real Madrid fans. As Yello once again stepped into the players' tunnel, his demeanor appeared considerably more tranquil. During his first visit to the Bernabeu, he had been filled with curiosity about the stadium. However, after that initial experience, the novelty faded. He stood at the forefront, while the Real Madrid players formed a somewhat disorganized line, chatting casually among themselves, exuding an air of relaxation. However, the majority of Real Madrid's players were fixated on the Malaga number 10. Before they stepped out of the players' tunnel, Mourinho incessantly emphasized the importance of defending against Yello. Cristiano Ronaldo felt as though his head might explode. Despite Mourinho's extensive monologue, he retained only fragments of his words, particularly the repetition of Yello's name. It was rather absurd. I concede that this individual possesses remarkable talent, yet did it truly necessitate 20 minutes of emphasis? I am quite adept as well. In this match, it would ultimately boil down to who could score more goals. However, upon further reflection, Ronaldo considered that if his teammates adhered strictly to the coach's strategy and maximally restricted Yello, their chances of triumphing in this head-to-head encounter would significantly increase. After the ceremonial lineup, handshakes, and coin toss were completed, the highly anticipated La Liga clash was on the verge of commencing. Yello and Van Nistelrooy stood at the center circle, poised to kick off. Van Nistelrooy, with the ball at his feet, surveyed his surroundings. Playing here was certainly no easy feat. Yello glanced at Van Nistelrooy, unsure whether the latter was referring to this match or his 3.5 years at Real Madrid. Thus, he remained silent. Perhaps the seasoned player was reminiscing about his time at Real Madrid, a period that could neither be deemed a resounding success nor a complete failure. Interjecting at this moment would seem rather out of place. Noticing Yello's silence, Van Nistelrooy turned to him, questioning, "What are you thinking about, Yello?" "Oh." Yello snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "I was contemplating how I should celebrate if I score, perhaps a slide on my knees. It seems a bit overused and somewhat monotonous, and I feel my sliding technique has never been particularly impressive. It's quite the conundrum." Van Nistelrooy frowned. "The match hasn't even started yet. Why think so far ahead? What is this, do you know? I've been pondering how to hoist the championship trophy with enough flair," he retorted, rolling his eyes. This fellow, already thinking about trophy lifting in just the 8th round of the league. Is there something peculiar in the minds of such geniuses? Nevertheless, after exchanging playful banter, any lingering anxiety about returning to the Bernabeu dissipated. Van Nistelrooy glanced at Yello, muttering to himself, "If I were a scientist, I would dissect this guy to uncover what sort of extraterrestrial being he truly is." "Old Van, what are you talking about?" "Nothing. The match is about to begin." With a sharp whistle, the referee indeed signaled the commencement of the match. Van Nistelrooy passed the ball to Yello, and with that sound, the commentators fully engaged in their duties. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers, welcome to this highly anticipated clash of the 9th round of La Liga, taking place at 8 p.m. local time, which corresponds to 2 a.m. Beijing time. This match features a direct confrontation between the table-topping Real Madrid and the second-placed Malaga. Should Malaga triumph over Real Madrid, they would ascend to the pinnacle of the league standings. As the referee's whistle pierces the air, the match officially commences. The voice of commentator Duan Xian resonates clearly, yet regrettably, as he is not present at the venue, his commentary struggles to meld with the fervent atmosphere. However, the Dragon Nation fans remain undeterred. All the devoted supporters stationed before their screens tremble with anticipation, their eyes glued to the television as both teams field their strongest lineups. For Real Madrid, the starting goalkeeper is Casillas, with Ramos partnering Pepe in central defense, Marcelo on the left flank, and Arbeloa on the right. The midfield duo consists of Xabi Alonso and Khedira, while the attacking midfield role is occupied by Kaká, with Cristiano Ronaldo on the left and Di Maria on the right, alongside the striker Benzema. In contrast, Malaga fields their key players as well, with Caballero in goal, Demichelis and Mathiasen forming the central defensive partnership, Monterrey on the left, and Sanchez on the right. The midfield trio includes Telalan, Joaquin, and Cazorla, while the forward line features Yello on the left, Isco on the right, and Van Nistelrooy centrally positioned. As the voice of commentator Duan Xian fills the air, the match unfolds on the screen. The ball finds its way to Cazorla's feet, who glances forward and delivers a precise diagonal pass to Yello. Yello, hugging the touchline, expertly controls the ball with his chest. At this moment, Di Maria and Arbeloa converge upon him, and unexpectedly, Khedira emerges onto the scene. Yello is taken aback by Khedira's presence on the right flank. With the assistance of Di Maria and Arbeloa, Khedira deftly nudges the ball to Kaká, who swiftly turns and sends a diagonal pass towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo, after cutting inside with the ball, takes a direct shot. Cristiano. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Ronaldo's strike exhibits remarkable velocity, causing many Malaga fans to gasp in disbelief. Fortunately, the shot was too straight, striking Caballero squarely in the chest before dropping to the ground, where he swiftly smothers it beneath him. Ronaldo springs up in disappointment, gesturing with his arms and kicking the turf in frustration. Kaká and others hold their heads in disbelief. Had that shot found the back of the net, Real Madrid would have enjoyed a dreamlike start. Although Ronaldo's attempt did not yield a goal due to the angle being unfavorable, the origin of the shot stemmed from Yello's dispossession. Let us take a look at the replay of the moment Yello lost possession. After controlling the ball with his chest, he was swiftly encircled by Di Maria and Arbeloa, while Khedira intervened to seize the ball. On the sidelines, Mourinho leans back, applauding vigorously, acknowledging the team's commendable offensive effort. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pellegrini was momentarily taken aback, as his assistant Marlosca inquired, could it be a trade-off? Pellegrini shook his head, finding it difficult to ascertain. However, as the match progressed, Pellegrini's brow furrowed deeply. With a combination of man-marking and zonal defense, he exhaled and remarked to Marlosca, Khedira is responsible for tight marking. In any area, Yello will face the defense of 3 or more players. Such intensity in defense is indeed rare. If Yello can pass the ball to an open space, we may have a chance. Marlosca responded, not necessarily. Pellegrini gestured toward the pitch, noting the density of their central defense. Mourinho truly lives up to his reputation as a defensive maestro. As Pellegrini spoke, Yello received the ball near the center circle, with Khedira doggedly trailing him. However, upon Yello retreating into his own half, Khedira did not follow, only marking him closely after he crosses half. Yello pondered, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Khedira recalled Mourinho's directive. As long as Yello crossed the halfway line, he was to remain within a meter of him, while defenders in the area were to immediately encircle Yello, regardless of whether he had possession of the ball. This defensive strategy came at the expense of the number of players committed to the attack. Thus far, the two fullbacks of Real Madrid had refrained from joining the offensive foray. However, Malaga also seemed unable to mount any threatening attacks in this situation. They had maintained possession for over a minute without advancing the ball into Real Madrid's penalty area. From this sequence, it was evident that Real Madrid's defensive strategy was effective, allowing them to execute a swift counterattack, while Malaga's efforts appeared laborious. They were constantly searching for Yello, who happened to be the most closely guarded player. Upon noticing the smile on Yello's lips, Khedira furrowed his brow. What could he possibly be smiling about? What else could he find amusing? Mourinho and the Real Madrid players believed they had unleashed a secret weapon, but for Yello, having faced countless situations in the virtual arena, such defensive measures were hardly formidable. Could such a level of defense truly impede him? The answer was a resounding no. While Isco, Cazorla, and others contemplated how to dismantle Real Madrid's defensive system, Yello was already beckoning them closer. Come closer, pass the ball swiftly, and direct it forward as much as possible to utilize my speed, he quickly instructed. Isco and Cazorla nodded in agreement. Observing Yello's departing figure, Cazorla remarked, this guy will undoubtedly become an exceptional coach. It hasn't been long. Yet he has already devised a solution. I eagerly anticipate the expressions on the faces of the Real Madrid players. Isco chuckled. Chapter 124. Winning requires risk. Yello retreated to his own half, much to Khedira's secret delight. This fellow must have chosen to retreat due to the suffocating defense he encountered. However, what threat can he pose once he reaches his half of the pitch? To score, one cannot simply shoot from their own half, can they? As Khedira pondered this, Yello had already received the ball, pivoted, and begun to dribble forward along the left flank. In an instant, Di Maria rushed in to defend, with Arbeloa close beside him. And Khedira was also prepared to join his teammates in surrounding Yello. Di Maria regarded Yello with intense focus, his eyes fixated on the ball at Yello's feet. Facing Di Maria, Yello feigned with a bicycle kick, but found Di Maria unmoved. Instead of forcing the play, Yello glanced at Arbeloa behind Di Maria and opted to delicately nudge the ball with the outside of his right foot towards the center, setting it at Cazorla's feet. He then sprinted past Di Maria, accelerating to race against Arbeloa. Although Arbeloa turned early and reached out to push Yello, Yello maneuvered with a slight arc, evading Arbeloa's defense, transforming the encounter into a 30-meter dash. In such circumstances, Arbeloa was utterly unable to match Yello's speed. The ball, having been played away by Yello, found its way to Cazorla, who noted Yello's advancing path and the approaching Real Madrid defenders. The defense against Yello was indeed formidable. Cazorla, astonished, refrained from a direct pass and instead opted to send the ball to the opposite side. Upon receiving the ball, Isco found himself confronted by a vast expanse of space. He advanced with the ball, deftly shifting it to his left foot as he faced Marcelo's defense, and swiftly directed it towards the penalty area. The ball bypassed the near post, locating Yello, who was making a direct run into the inner side of the box. While running, Yello adjusted his stride and speed, leaping high as the ball approached. Ramos, in the process of closing in on Yello, turned his head to track the incoming ball. In this scenario, despite being taller than Yello, he could only watch as Yello executed a header above him. Thud! Their bodies collided midair. As Ramos landed, clutching his head, Yello had already directed the ball towards the goal. Casillas. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Real Madrid's captain, Casillas, swiftly moved toward Yello, raising his left arm to emphatically deflect Yello's header out of bounds. Casillas executed a crucial save. The Bernabeu erupted in a chorus of astonishment. The match had only just begun, and if Malaga scored at this moment, Real Madrid would find themselves in a significantly challenging situation. The fans at the Bernabeu anticipated a decisive victory, not a fiercely contested battle. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats to Malaga, losing this match at home would be nothing short of a disgrace for Real Madrid. On the sidelines, Mourinho furrowed his brow. It seemed he had discovered a solution. Faria, with a concerned expression, remarked that Real Madrid could not possibly rely on a single strategy. Preparing 3 strategies, A, B, and C, for a match is entirely normal. According to the initial plan devised by the coaching staff of Real Madrid, the objective was to unsettle Yello with aggressive defense, aiming to disrupt his mindset. The intention was to provoke feelings of anxiety, leading to a decline in his performance, at which point Real Madrid could launch a full-scale offensive. This defensive strategy was meant to last for over 20 minutes. However, what transpired? In less than 5 minutes, Yello seemed to have discovered a method to dismantle Real Madrid's defense. By quickening the pace of his passes and movements while minimizing sluggish ball control, he opted for a more aggressive forward approach. This seemingly simple adjustment effortlessly penetrated Real Madrid's attempts to contain Yello. Mourinho stood at the sidelines, his brow furrowed. Could it be that such genius truly exists in this world? Individuals capable of instantly perceiving the dynamics of the field and devising countermeasures? It is crucial to recognize that players on the field possess a different perspective than coaches standing on the sidelines. Although Mourinho may not be familiar with the poetic notion of not recognizing the true form of Lucian due to being amidst it, the principle is clear to all. Players perceive only the action within their line of sight, becoming a part of the match itself. Thus, they have blind spots regarding the overall situation compared to their coaches. Rarely do players discern the weaknesses in their opponent's tactics and formulate a response immediately. When this occurs, such players are deemed extraordinarily gifted. As the subsequent minutes unfolded, Mourinho was compelled to admit that his opening strategy had failed. Yello continuously created scoring opportunities, and had it not been for Casillas' remarkable performances, Real Madrid's defense would have been breached. When Yello delivered a precise through ball to Van Nistelrooy near the edge of the penalty area, Van Nistelrooy's left-footed shot narrowly missed the post, eliciting gasps from the stands of the Bernabeu. Mourinho had no choice but to call Xabi Alonso to the sidelines. "We need to attack now. Execute Plan B." Xabi Alonso, drenched in sweat, glanced at Yello on the field and said, "Coach, that guy seems to be gaining momentum. We can't wait any longer. We need a wave of offense to suppress their momentum," Mourinho insisted. As Xabi Alonso re-entered the fray, the dynamics of the match shifted once more. The ensuing minutes saw both teams engage in a fierce exchange of attacks. In the 7th minute, Yello received the ball on the left flank. drawing Real Madrid's defense before delivering a pass to the center, where Cazorla's shot from the edge of the penalty area sailed over the crossbar. In the 8th minute, Yello made a decisive attempt to score within the penalty area, but his shot was deflected. These 2 consecutive attempts left Real Madrid's supporters in a state of anxious suspense. The tension in Mourinho's furrowed brow made it evident to the players that their performance was far from satisfactory in the eyes of their head coach. Cristiano Ronaldo was vociferously expressing his dissatisfaction towards his teammates in the midfield and defense, urging them to expedite the ball's progression to the front. Shortly thereafter, Real Madrid launched a counteroffensive. In the 10th minute of the match, they were awarded a free kick in the attacking zone, approximately 26 meters from the goal on the left flank. Ronaldo himself took the free kick, but it was comfortably collected by Malaga's goalkeeper, Caballero. 3 minutes later, Kaká unleashed a powerful right-footed shot from the edge of the penalty area, narrowly missing the post and going out of play. This was the most threatening attack from Real Madrid since the match commenced. Since the start of the season, Kaká seemed to have regained some form, earning numerous opportunities to play. If he could evade further serious injuries, he might find a place in the squad at Real Madrid. Yet, one cannot dwell on what-ifs. The Brazilian prodigy Kaká regretfully clapped his hands before turning to initiate a high press in the attacking third. Real Madrid's relentless assaults transformed the Bernabeu into a cauldron of fervor, with fans fervently rallying behind their team. In their eyes, after withstanding Malaga's initial onslaught, it was now Real Madrid's turn to dominate the match. In the press box, journalists from Dragon Nation couldn't help but furrow their brows. The early aggression had failed to yield a goal, yet it appeared that Real Madrid had seized control of the game. The team's offensive prowess at home was formidable. Though Mourinho was often labeled as a defensive-minded coach, his attacking tactics, particularly through the flanks, were commendable. With Ronaldo and Di Maria on the wings, both exceptionally strong, and Benzema holding the ball effectively as a central pivot, Kaká was now able to unleash his full potential. The reporters from Dragon Nation exchanged opinions, and this scene caught the eye of the chief editor of AS, Lorites, who wore a subtle smirk of satisfaction. Just like that, he thought. The upcoming moments in the match were bound to witness Real Madrid firmly pressing Malaga, with goals expected to come in quick succession. The team's attacking form was promising, and Mourinho's assistant, Faria, was visibly exhilarated. Mourinho nodded slightly, remaining silent. "Are you worried about the opponent's counterattack?" Faria inquired. Mourinho shook his head. "Worrying is futile. Malaga is not a team we can defeat without taking risks." Faria nodded gravely. To triumph over a team like Malaga, one must inevitably take some risks. However, Mourinho's gambit did not yield the desired outcome. Instead, it resulted in conceding a goal. In the 18th minute, Joaquin took charge of the team's offensive organization amidst Cazorla's tight marking. He delivered a through ball from midfield. Van Nistelrooy was on the receiving end, but he was closely challenged by Real Madrid's defender, Pepe. The aging Van Nistelrooy found the physical confrontation against the vigorous Pepe challenging, making it nearly impossible to control Joaquin's pass effectively. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Van Nistelrooy noticed Yello's run towards the penalty area. An idea sparked in his mind. What if he let the ball slip past him? He understood that Casillas was not an easy goalkeeper to face. It was possible that the opponent had already marked Yello's movement. Allowing the ball to pass could very well result in Casillas seizing it. After all, Van Nistelrooy had not communicated with Yello, so it was unlikely that Yi would anticipate a deliberate miss. As Mourinho once said, victory often requires a touch of daring. Thus, Van Nistelrooy found himself taking a gamble. However, the consequences of his miscalculation were not dire. He would merely relinquish possession in the attacking zone. But should he succeed, it would present a splendid opportunity. Van Nistelrooy believed in Yello's speed. If it were anyone else, he would not have taken such a risk. But Yello's swiftness was unparalleled. Consequently, Van Nistelrooy feigned to receive the ball. He stepped forward, lifting his right foot as he engaged in a challenging contest with Pepe, while seemingly preparing to control the ball. As expected, Pepe immediately closed in on him, not only contesting Van Nistelrooy, but also anticipating his potential turn. Under this defensive pressure, Pepe was convinced that given Van Nistelrooy's current ability, he would struggle to comfortably control the ball, most likely passing it to other Real Madrid players in the penalty area. Yet, when the football unexpectedly slipped past Van Nistelrooy's feet, Pepe's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Had it really passed him by? He turned his head, only to feel a rush of wind. Yello was upon them. Panic struck Pepe, but there was no time for him to pivot and defend. Casillas was the first to react, realizing the ball had rolled past Van Nistelrooy. He was unsure if it was an error or a deliberate ploy. Regardless, there was no time to ponder such questions. Casillas swiftly advanced, intent on regaining control of the ball. Just as he took a few steps, a figure clad in blue and white stripes burst into the penalty area. Yello? Andres shouted in excitement. In the commentary booth, several commentators had leapt from their seats. A chorus of gasps filling the Bernabeu. Meanwhile, reporters from Lyon clenched their fists, their eyes fixed intently on the pitch. Upon seeing Yello, Pepe raised his hand, not in surrender, but in a final act of desperation, appealing to the referee that Yello was offside. Yet, both the referee and the linesman remained unmoved. The referee did not blow his whistle, nor did the linesman raise his flag. Thus, it was not offside. Perhaps in this era, if VAR existed, there might be grounds for debate. However, if the referee did not make an immediate call, even if it were indeed offside, it would likely remain unpunished. No referee would easily overturn their decision, as doing so could give players the impression that the official was indecisive and could be contested. Yello. He received the ball behind the Real Madrid defense. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Duan Schwant's voice erupted, causing the Dragon Kingdom fans in front of the television to lean forward, poised to leap into jubilant celebration at the prospect of a goal. As Yello appeared before Casillas, the seasoned goalkeeper did experience a fleeting moment of surprise, yet his countenance remained unchanged. This veteran custodian possessed remarkable composure, swiftly adopting the most precise defensive posture, lowering his center of gravity, spreading his arms wide to maximize his defensive range. Yello, of course, would not squander such a golden opportunity with a mere gamble. He deftly maneuvered the ball to the side, intending to exploit his speed to bypass Casillas. The goalkeeper, despite being shorter than most of his peers, had earned his place as Real Madrid's #1 and a world champion, owing largely to his lightning-quick reflexes. Observing that Yello was not immediately taking a shot, but instead dribbling past him, Casillas sprang into action, pushing off the ground to dive toward the ball that Yello had deftly maneuvered away. He refrained from lunging at the ball directly, mindful of the risk of a foul. Committing such an infraction would surely result in a penalty kick. Instead, he positioned his body in front of the ball to obstruct the shooting lane, hoping that once Yello had bypassed him, he would take a shot, thus increasing the likelihood of the ball striking him. However, Yello had other intentions. After slipping past, he deftly nudged the ball towards the touchline, leaving him with no defensive impediment before him, albeit at a narrowed angle for a shot. Recognizing this, Yello refrained from carrying the ball further and instead lifted his leg, twisting at the waist to send the ball toward the goal. Casillas, in a desperate final attempt to defend, utilized the strength of his gluteal and thigh muscles to spring back up from the ground for a second save. Yet, he was a moment too late, failing to make contact with the ball. Though unaware of the situation behind him, he could hear the sudden silence that enveloped the Bernabeu. Frustrated, Casillas slapped the grass in disbelief. He knew the ball had found its way into the net. Chapter 125, The Douse Bernabeu. A mishap from Van Nistelrooy? No, it was a lapse. Yello. Casillas charged forward. Yello skillfully dribbled past the goalkeeper. A shot? No. He continues to advance. The angle is narrow. A shot. Goal. In the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio spoke with the rapidity of a machine gun, his arms raised in exultation as the ball found its home in the net. Real Madrid, playing on their home turf, fell behind. Yello scores. Malaga takes the lead. Yello is nothing short of a giant slayer. He shows no hesitation when confronting these elite teams. Andres mused, while the local Madrid commentator wore a pained expression. The conceding of this goal has undoubtedly dampened the spirits of the team. Just as Real Madrid was poised to gain momentum, Malaga struck with a goal that felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the Madrid players. As Yello spread his arms in celebration towards the sidelines, the camera panned to Cristiano Ronaldo, who stood in the forward position, hands on hips, shaking his head in a subtle display of frustration and resignation beneath his resolute gaze. The visual narrative conveys that Yello has indeed scored. One wonders how Ronaldo will respond to this turn of events. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was seen pumping his fists in celebration. While this goal may not secure victory for Malaga, it certainly grants them an advantage and initiative in the forthcoming matches. Mourinho, standing at the edge of the field, shook his head slightly. This goal showcased Yello's speed and positioning abilities, indicating his strong off-the-ball movement. However, for Mourinho, this was not a moment for marveling at Yello's prowess. His team was trailing, and he needed to devise a strategy to reverse their fortunes. He gestured towards the Real Madrid players on the field, urging them to continue their offensive efforts. At this juncture, Real Madrid had no other option. If they wished to avoid the jeers from the Bernabeu crowd, they had to defend their home honor through attack. In the media area, reporters from Longwa raised their arms in unison, drawing the attention of their Spanish counterparts. Llorentes wore a scowl that could have wrung out water. He had always harbored disdain for Pellegrini, and now he found Yello usurping Pellegrini's position as his most loathed figure, primarily due to the discomfort caused by Yello's goal for Real Madrid. Yet, Llorentes was reluctant to acknowledge this. Surely, it must be the overly boisterous Longwa reporters who were insufferable. Yes, that must be it. Those individuals from Longwa, so delightfully triumphant, should beware of the fickleness of fortune. He thought bitterly. In the luxury box, the club's general manager, Sans, had also come to witness the match, seated beside Real Madrid's president, Florentino. After the goal, Sans stood and applauded with a smile, though not with the exuberance of the fans in attendance. Florentino, too, clapped with a smile, as Sans returned to his seat. Florentino remarked, "What a splendid player, is he not?" "Indeed," Sans replied, though a whisper of doubt lingered in his mind. This summer transfer window had seen numerous transactions exceeding 50 million, with players like Aguero and Falcao. If Falcao could command 60 million, then Yello's 1 billion buyout clause seemed a grievous oversight. For Malaga, securing 1 billion was already a tremendous gain, yet in the world of business, one never feels they have profited enough. He is destined to become the player with the highest commercial value worldwide. But Florentino turned to Sans and said, "You understand my point, Fernando?" "Of course," Sans replied. Sans remarked, a hint of resignation etched on his face. "However, we currently wield no influence over Yello's transfer. With a buyout clause set at 1.2 billion, as long as Yello is willing, he may join any team of his choosing." Florentino furrowed his brow slightly. For Real Madrid, while 1.2 billion is indeed a substantial investment for a star player, it is within their means. More importantly, the commercial value that Yello represents is immense. Should he join Real Madrid, the club could fully capitalize on his commercial potential, a feat that Malaga could never achieve. Florentino remained noncommittal. The influence of Real Madrid in Europe is profound. Players of Yello's caliber joining the club almost guarantees a Ballon d'Or. He believed wholeheartedly in the club's allure. Florentino gazed out at the pitch, while Sans frowned slightly, although the media had yet to report it. He had received a whisper of information. UEFA was planning to investigate the financial situations of clubs like Malaga and Manchester City that had received foreign investments. Should Malaga fail to appease UEFA, the consequences could range from hefty fines to a ban from European competitions. With this in mind, Sans chuckled. "Sir, what are your thoughts on Isco?" "Quite promising," Florentino replied, glancing at Sans. "Next season, we could send him to the Bernabeu." Sans looked toward Florentino. "What are the conditions?" "I've heard UEFA intends to scrutinize the financials of certain clubs." "Understood." Florentino offered no definitive answer. A smile graced Sans' lips, yet he felt a sense of helplessness within. What connections could Malaga hope to establish with UEFA? If they were banned from the Champions League, the major investors would likely retreat from their lavish spending. Would Malaga's glory be confined to just these 1 or 2 seasons? Sans gazed at the pitch. Currently, Malaga indeed boasted a cadre of fine players. The match quickly resumed. Following a goal conceded, Real Madrid launched a furious counterattack. Amidst the cheers at the Bernabeu, the flanks of Real Madrid surged with vigor. Whether through Cristiano Ronaldo and Marcelo on one side or Di Maria and Arbeloa on the other, their pace was relentless. The barrage on the flanks placed unprecedented defensive pressure on Malaga, while in the center, Kaká received support from Benzema, frequently probing the middle. For a moment, Malaga had no choice but to tighten their defense and weather the storm. In the 28th minute, Kaká received a return pass from Benzema at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skidded along the ground towards the goal. Bang! It struck the post, rebounding into the box, where Demichelis cleared it with a powerful kick. A gasp rippled through the stands of the Bernabeu, followed by an eruption of applause. Kaká, magnificent. He had regained some of his form this season, having scored 2 league goals and provided 4 assists in the first 8 matches, efficiency he had not achieved in previous seasons. Injuries have profoundly impacted Kaká, and he has yet to regain the form he exhibited during his peak. However, in the absence of injuries and with consistent playing opportunities, Kaká continues to deliver commendable performances. He remains a Ballon d'Or winner. While commentators extolled his contributions, the camera captured Kaká, who was on the verge of scoring. Yet his face betrayed a sense of frustration and anguish. The fans witnessing this scene were momentarily taken aback, sensing an impending misfortune. Kaká was seen touching his groin, the root cause of his recurring injuries. Since joining Real Madrid, Kaká's groin issues have plagued him. After undergoing surgery last season, which sidelined him for 50 days, it was believed that he had recovered. However, following the World Cup in South Africa, he sustained another injury in the same area and underwent yet another procedure at the beginning of the last season. For athletes, the recurrence of injuries in a specific region poses a dire challenge. As Kaká touched his groin, the commentator from Cadena Cope, Andres, shook his head in dismay. In the stands, many of Kaká's supporters buried their faces in their hands. Initially, it seemed that this season marked a resurgence for Kaká. But if he continued to be plagued by injuries, it would likely be his final season at Real Madrid. The team doctor quickly entered the field, and after a thorough examination, signaled for a substitution. Meanwhile, Mourinho was already engaged in animated discussions with his assistant, gesturing towards the pitch. Although Kaká's injury was a significant disappointment for him and his fans, for Mourinho, the focus remained solely on the match. Soon, Real Madrid made the substitution. Kaká's groin injury led to the introduction of his replacement. Injuries truly are a player's foremost adversary. As Yello observed Kaká being escorted off the field, he could not help but feel a deep sense of empathy. What a poignant illustration of a hero in decline. Yello shifted his gaze. For Malaga, Kaká's exit seemed fortuitous, yet in reality, following the introduction of the substitute, Real Madrid's offensive onslaught remained fierce. They truly deserve their reputation as the best-performing team since the season's inception. Their relentless attack bore fruit in the 41st minute. As Di Maria dribbled into the penalty area and delivered a cross, the ball struck defender Madison's arm. The referee awarded a penalty, inciting considerable dissatisfaction among Malaga's players. Yello immediately rushed towards the referee, exclaiming, "You can't expect our players to amputate their arms." While he attempted to calm his teammates, he vocally protested to the referee, asserting his rights as the captain. The referee, meanwhile, scribbled notes in his report while shaking his head, insisting, "The ball clearly struck the arm. I saw it distinctly. It is an indisputable penalty." In light of the circumstances, Malaga had no choice but to accept the outcome with resignation. Cristiano Ronaldo stood poised at the penalty spot. His execution of the penalty was remarkably assured. He took a few steps back, struck the ball, and it grazed the left post before finding its way into the net. Caballero was left powerless against such a high-caliber penalty. With the penalty converted, Ronaldo exuberantly sprinted to the sidelines, sliding on his knees in celebration. A testament to his undiminished vitality. The penalty was scored. Real Madrid equalized before the end of the first half, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. The Malaga supporters were undoubtedly disheartened, for they were on the verge of returning to the locker room with a lead. With the score level, the match became rife with suspense, as both sides had opportunities. However, from the latter stages of the first half, it was evident that Real Madrid possessed greater overall strength. Additionally, playing at their home ground, the Santiago Bernabéu, they were sure to benefit from the home advantage, putting Malaga in a precarious position. Following the equalizer, Mourinho celebrated passionately on the sidelines, raising his arms in triumph and embracing those around him. After the embraces, he clenched his fists and vigorously waved towards the stands, his expression a fierce mask of determination. It seemed that his stoic demeanor during the conceding of the goal was merely a facade. In reality, he was quite tense and under considerable pressure. This goal had allowed a release of that pressure. Though this match was merely an early season encounter, its significance for Real Madrid was profound. They needed a victory to cleanse themselves of past humiliations, maintain their standing on the league table, and foster enough confidence to establish a psychological edge for the long season ahead. Mourinho was undoubtedly a champion coach, possessing extensive experience in guiding teams to league triumphs. Unlike cup competitions, leagues require consistent performance, accruing points match by match. Throughout the lengthy season, teams may experience fluctuations in form, injuries, draws, and defeats. Therefore, to lead the pack, A team must seize every opportunity to build and accumulate its advantages. Once sufficient advantages are amassed, securing the league title becomes a natural progression. Mourinho, with clenched fists, excitedly waved to the fans in the stands. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Bernabeu reached a crescendo, the stadium pulsating like a boiling cauldron. Radiating an almost suffocating heat, the cheers resonated to the heavens. Upon the resumption of play, Real Madrid launched a series of intense offensives in this electrifying atmosphere. For Malaga, the whistle signifying the end of the first half was nothing short of a reprieve. At the sound of that whistle, a collective sigh of relief swept through the Malaga supporters amidst the fervent ambience of the Bernabeu. Real Madrid, indeed, is a formidable superpower in the realm of football. Fortunately, the first half of the match has concluded. Otherwise, the buoyant spirits of Real Madrid might have unleashed a performance of unparalleled dominance, the outcome of which could have been dire. At the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, no team dares to claim they could withstand the onslaught of a fully unleashed Real Madrid. Upon returning to the dressing room, Pellegrini clapped his hands vigorously and declared, "The first half has passed, and we have performed admirably. There are still 45 minutes remaining. If they continue to press forward aggressively in the second half, we need not panic." Pellegrini raised a finger, asserting, "All we need is one counterattack. Just one counterattack could lead them to their downfall. This is their home ground, but the initiative rests with us. There is nothing to fear." Pellegrini aimed to alleviate the pressure on his players, downplaying the adverse impact of conceding an equalizer. Meanwhile, in another dressing room, Mourinho clenched his fist, fueling the already soaring morale of his squad. "Our performance after conceding was world-class. This is our home, and this is the standard we must uphold. We are destined to be victors. In the second half, they may attempt to exploit our counterattacks, but remain composed." Khedira, called upon by name, looked up at Mourinho. "Yello is their key to launching counterattacks. Do not hesitate to commit fouls. If he shows any inclination to break forward, bring him down." Khedira nodded in agreement. The other Real Madrid players were unsurprised by Mourinho's strategy. If Malaga intended to counterattack, they would undoubtedly target Yello, as he appeared to be the sole threat to Real Madrid's defense. As the second half commenced, Real Madrid's offense became even more relentless. Within the first 5 minutes, Malaga had not even crossed into the midfield. The attacks from Real Madrid surged like a mighty tide. No, more like a colossal wave, relentlessly battering the already faltering Malaga defense. Each offensive maneuver sent the hearts of Malaga's fans racing, as it seemed every attempt might breach Caballero's goal. During this fervent period at the Bernabeu, fans sang and danced, fervently cheering for their team's assault. "This is it! This is it!" they exclaimed. How could the provincial Malaga dare to compete with Real Madrid? Such audacity was almost laughable. In the media section, the seasoned Real Madrid supporter and editor of AS, Rohrites, clenched his fists and shouted from his seat. The nearby journalists from the Dragon Kingdom furrowed their brows, casting wary glances in his direction. Rohrites returned their gaze with a provocative expression. "Do you see this? You Dragon Kingdom folks. This is Real Madrid. This is the essence of Real Madrid's offense." The Madrid commentator was electrified, exclaiming, "Real Madrid has unleashed a tidal wave of attack. Perhaps we are on the brink of witnessing a moment of reversal." Malaga's approach appears rather passive. They may need to launch counterattacks, transmitting the ball to the front line and placing it at the feet of Yello. The commentator Duan Xian of Longwa National Television expressed his concerns. He is often perceived by many as a supporter of Real Madrid. Nevertheless, at this moment, he unequivocally stands by the side of Malaga. It is said that counterattacking is easier said than done. Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. How can one counter when they cannot even secure possession of the ball? Real Madrid is indeed formidable. The fans of Longwa grew increasingly agitated upon hearing Duan Xian's remarks. Theoretically, everyone knows what needs to be done. It is well understood that a single counterattack from Malaga could extinguish the onslaught of Real Madrid. However, while this may be the theory, the practical execution proves to be exceedingly challenging. Commentators, fans, and football aficionados may engage in armchair analysis. Yet an actual football match is not merely a simulation. Malaga is not oblivious to their need for counterattacks. However, the ferocity of Real Madrid's assault is overwhelming. The players of Malaga are hesitant to push forward, as their defensive stance is exceedingly passive. They gamble, hoping that Real Madrid's relentless attack over the next few minutes will yield no goals. After all, No team can sustain such frenetic offensive pressure for long. In a match characterized by such high tempo, every team must eventually adjust and alter the rhythm. When Real Madrid's offensive momentum wanes, that is when Malaga's attack will pose a threat to their goal. On this point, the players of Malaga are exceedingly confident. They firmly believe that no defensive line can withstand Yello's prowess. They trust in his abilities. In such moments, they must place all their hopes on their star player. Otherwise, what does it mean to be a star? If one can only score in favorable conditions and remains invisible in adversity, can they truly be called a star? A serious expression has also emerged on Yello's face. He has encountered such scenarios even in virtual arenas, where the opposing team plays with unbridled fervor, exerting unprecedented offensive pressure, leaving his own team with scarcely a touch of the ball. In such situations, the odds of defeat are overwhelmingly high. He understands that he must devise a strategy to alter the predicament faced by his team. For instance, at the peak of Real Madrid's offensive onslaught, if he can disrupt their rhythm and score directly, it would extinguish their fervent assault entirely. Like a torrential downpour suddenly quelling a raging inferno, the flames would be snuffed out, and the world would fall silent. In reality, there exists ample space on Real Madrid's defensive line that could be exploited. However, at present, the players of Malaga are unable to deliver the ball to those areas. Furthermore, the players of Real Madrid are applying an even stricter defense against Yello, even resorting to fouls. In just 10 minutes, Yello has already been tugged at by Khedira's grasp twice. However, after all, this is the Bernabeu, the home ground of Real Madrid. The referee has yet to issue a yellow card to Khedira. It appears that in order to extricate himself from Khedira's clutches and alter the current dynamics on the pitch, mere movement near the center circle is far from adequate. He must reduce the distance to his teammates and receive the ball in the defensive zone. However, this entails positioning himself farther from the goal, necessitating a longer attacking distance, thus diminishing the likelihood of scoring. The risks involved in this endeavor are considerable. For instance, receiving the ball in the back line could lead to a loss of possession, a scenario that is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yello cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in dribbling. Even the peak Ronaldo would be fortunate to achieve a 60 or 70% success rate in that regard. Although risks abound, as Mourinho aptly stated, without daring to take risks, how can one hope to secure victory? Thus, Yello did not deliberate for long. He recognized that if he allowed Real Madrid to continue their assault, it was Malaga that would likely concede a goal. Currently, Real Madrid's pressing in the attacking third is relentless. Every Malaga player in possession faces immediate pressure from the Real Madrid's counter-pressing. Consequently, they cannot comfortably advance the ball into the front line. The distance is vast, and time is of the essence, making it exceedingly difficult for teammates to deliver precise shots on goal. Should Yello remain in the forward position, there may be a chance of seizing an opportunity, albeit one reliant on fortuitous circumstances. However, Yello is unwilling to leave the outcome of the match to the whims of chance. To score, one must embrace risk. Opportunities that allow for effortless goals are seldom found. Observing Yello retreat, Khedira did not hesitate to follow suit. This time, he tracked him across the half. For Real Madrid is currently dominating the attack, and Yello stands as their most threatening counterpoint. Neutralizing Yello would stifle Malaga's ability to counterattack. Khedira understood Yello's intention to drop deep, thus he was determined to deny Yello the comfort of receiving the ball. With other Malaga players pressed back, Khedira's task became considerably simpler. He need only remain close behind Yello, shadowing his every move. Yello dropped back significantly, almost into his own defensive third. Upon retreating, he raised his hand to signal for the ball. Initially, Tourmaline, pressed into a corner, was contemplating a hasty clearance, but upon seeing Yello, he instinctively passed the ball to him. However, the moment he released it, regret washed over him. For besides Khedira, other Real Madrid players were swiftly converging upon Yello. Once the ball was sent, Yello would likely struggle to turn, as this was not an area where he could exploit his speed with ample space. This was the most fiercely contested zone on the pitch. A minor error could result in the opposition intercepting the ball and delivering a threatening pass towards the goal. Nevertheless, the ball had been played, and there was no room for regret. Tourmaline immediately retreated a few steps, preparing for the possibility of needing to intervene should Yello lose possession. Upon seeing the football pass to Yello, Khedira accelerated, charging towards him. In truth, the players of Real Madrid are anything but mediocre. They recognized Yello's intention as he withdrew, and a trap to ensnare him had already been set. In an instant, Benzema, Di Maria, the wretched beggar, and Arbeloa formed a tightening circle around him. The trap was complete. It was time for the hunt. Khedira suddenly delivered a fierce collision from behind Yello. His aim was to use such brutal physicality to unsteady Yello, ideally preventing him from even making contact with the ball. Khedira, Andres gasped. From the commentator's perspective, the Real Madrid players, clad in white, resembled ferocious hunting dogs encircling a rabbit. It appeared that the hapless rabbit was destined to be torn to shreds by the hounds. However, Yello was already aware that Khedira would not allow him an easy touch. He was acutely conscious of the situation behind him. Thus, as he sprinted towards the ball, his mind raced, devising a strategy to escape the clutches of Khedira and Real Madrid's encirclement. He charged towards the football, and just before Khedira collided with him, he deftly nudged the ball behind himself with his right foot and swiftly pivoted. He nearly slipped past Khedira, executing a splendid Cruyff turn. Yet, Khedira was no ordinary opponent. He was the iron wall of the German national team, with defensive skills honed to perfection and unparalleled match experience. Just as Yello completed his turn, Khedira's arm blocked his path. Faced with this predicament, Yello did not raise his arms in despair, roll on the ground, or appeal to the referee for sympathy in hopes of a card for Khedira. Instead, he recognized this as a golden opportunity to evade the defense. Khedira's hand was outstretched, yet he had not grasped Yello's jersey. Although Khedira was poised to do so, Yello abruptly halted. His body, initially propelling forward, came to a sudden stop. With powerful thrusts from his left leg and a strong twist from his waist, he turned sharply to the left. His formidable muscular strength and exceptional balance overcame inertia, propelling Yello away from Khedira. Khedira was taken aback. The opponent's sudden stop and turn demanded an extraordinary level of core strength and balance. However, Khedira realized there was no time to marvel at Yello's physical prowess. He swiftly reached out and, at the last moment, managed to grasp Yello's jersey. At that instant, a tremendous tug ensued. Khedira leaned forward, his center of gravity lost, yet he clung tightly to Yello's shirt. The referee had already raised the whistle to his lips. Should Yello stop or fall, the whistle would sound. Yet Yello had no desire for a free kick in the backfield. At a critical moment, the explosive power of his hamstrings propelled him forward with astonishing speed and vigor. In the blink of an eye, the grip that Khedira had on his jersey was torn asunder. In that instant, he witnessed Yello surge ahead, accelerating with fervor. The referee, without hesitation, raised his arms in signal. Advantage to the offense. The match continues. My goodness, how did he manage 2 consecutive turns? Is his knee fashioned from titanium alloy? Andres gasped in astonishment, fully aware of the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before him. The Cruyff turn, executed with such force and precision while in full motion, placed immense strain on the knees. Indeed, such maneuvers necessitate formidable explosive strength from the muscles. While executing 2 consecutive turns is not inherently difficult, accomplishing them in such rapid succession without any deceleration is a remarkable feat. Just how brief was this interval? Perhaps a mere half-second. Such fluid transitions seem to defy the laws of physics. One would expect inertia to thwart any movement. Yet Yello achieved it. The result left onlookers utterly astounded. It is often said that Yello's technique is extraordinary, but I believe it is his physical prowess that is truly remarkable. Such feats would leave most individuals bedridden in a hospital, Andres remarked, shaking his head. At that moment, Yello had already traversed half the field with the ball. Real Madrid players scrambled desperately to defend. Although there was ample space in their backfield, Yello received the ball in his own half, pivoted, and accelerated, granting Real Madrid time to regroup. Soon, he found himself confronted by Xabi Alonso's defense. Facing Alonso's frontal interception, Yello momentarily paused, then surged forward. This abrupt halt and subsequent acceleration left Alonso, who was not particularly known for his speed or reflexes, completely outmatched. Ahead of Yello, the defensive resistance was dwindling. Real Madrid pressed forward against Malaga, leaving vast expanses in their own half. As Yello dribbled past the center circle, he was met with a verdant expanse. Ripe for his gallop, Real Madrid players hastily retreated, racing towards Yello. At this juncture, even committing a foul and receiving a card would be deemed worthwhile. The Bernabeu erupted with piercing boos at that moment. In an instant, The once vibrant atmosphere of the stadium transformed into one of panic. The fans at the Bernabeu had witnessed Yello breach their defenses 3 times in a single match and were acutely aware of his ability to break through and his remarkable speed. The sharpness of the boos symbolized the fear that Real Madrid supporters harbored towards Yello. Khedira gritted his teeth and pursued. Once his predecessor, the German international defensive midfielder Jeremies, had told Vieira, "Hey, buddy, do you see that halfway line? That is your limit. Cross it once, and I shall make you scream." Now, Khedira intended to take a page from his predecessor's book, even if he had to commit a foul from behind, receiving a red card and being sent off. He would never allow Yello to continue advancing with the ball. Xavi Alonso's defensive maneuver momentarily impeded Yello's progress. Consequently, he closed the gap and executed a reckless tackle. "Khedira, this is perilous," Duan Shin exclaimed. Not only he, but also the commentary booth erupted in gasps. In the stands, Malaga fans were equally alarmed, many of them wide-eyed, fearfully observing the unfolding scene on the field. Yet, Yello seemed entirely focused ahead, fixating on the approaching Ramos. He lifted his foot, deftly maneuvering the ball. Simultaneously, Khedira lunged in. Some already covered their faces with their hands. The next moment seemed all but inevitable. The reckless tackle from behind landed squarely on Yello's right foot. Khedira received a red card. Yello exited the field injured. This was the image that played in the minds of nearly everyone present. However, returning to reality, Yello gritted his teeth. Before him lay a den of dragons and tigers, yet nothing could deter him from scoring. At this critical juncture, he deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, then maneuvered it with his left, accelerating. The ball sailed past Ramos as he glided by him like the wind. Khedira braced himself for the inevitable red card. But as he lunged, he found nothing but air. Yello's pace was swifter than he had anticipated. His eyes widened, his heart suspended in trepidation. He watched the back of Malaga's number 10. At 182 centimeters tall, how could he possess such speed? Was this individual not of this earth? Khedira watched in disbelief as Yello unleashed his full velocity, surpassing even the relatively quick Ramos. Yet, to Yello, Ramos' movements appeared as if in slow motion on a television screen. Ramos turned, reached out, leaning forward, but failed to grasp Yello's jersey, tumbling to the ground instead. Yello, 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 Yello has broken through. Gagagago Marcelo. A flying tackle. On the field, Marcelo was racing against Yello. While his speed could not match Yello's, he could execute a desperate defensive slide. This was not a surrender of defense, but a signal, an ominous warning to Yello. If he persisted in his advance, he risked serious injury. However, in the face of such a warning, Yello remained unfazed. At a pivotal moment, he abruptly halted, causing Marcelo to slide past him, performing a dramatic stop right in front of him. Yet, Yello was not one to pause and admire. His sudden stop lasted but a moment before he surged forward, accelerating towards the penalty area. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos. Goalkeeper Casillas had already rushed out of his goal. This was the second time he faced Yello's one-on-one opportunity, and this time, his expression morphed into one of ferocity, as if he intended to tear Yello apart. This too was intimidation. Yet, clearly, his intimidation was insufficient to instill fear in Yello. At this stage, Yello had already drowned out all sounds with his ears. His sole focus was the goal. Casillas gazed intently at Yello's feet, observing the moment his body inclined to the right. Would he continue to break through? Just as before, as Casillas lowered his center of gravity, preparing to intercept the ball at Yello's feet, a subtle yet rapid flick of Yello's calf occurred. His movements deftly concealed. Casillas had not yet reacted when the football soared into the air. In haste, he leaped and reached out, attempting to deflect the ball away. However, he was a fraction too late. The football sailed over his head, then descended. Casillas twisted in midair, witnessing the ball plummeting towards the goal. This was a lofted shot. The atmosphere in the Bernabeu, once fervent and boiling, was abruptly doused with cold water. The fervor had cooled. Chapter 126. Explosive. He is a ray of light. Yello, 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 with a lofted shot. Goal! Andres exclaimed. Yello. Magnificent. 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 It's in. Facing Casillas, the shot. The ball is in. Malaga has regained the lead. 1-2. Malaga has scored again. Yello has struck again. Splendid. 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 Duan Xian's voice grew hoarse and strained, yet such passionate commentary resonated even more deeply. After scoring, Yello turned and sprinted, nearly colliding with the defending Arbeloa. However, just before that, he nimbly twisted his body, slipping past Arbeloa. Arbeloa was taken aback. Did this guy even dribble past opponents so slickly after scoring? Before he could process it, Yello had already plunged into the embrace of his Malaga teammates. A throng celebrating the goal. With this goal, Yello had scored twice in the match, marking his 5th goal at the Bernabeu against Real Madrid, and his 7th in total against the Royal Club. In the rankings of players scoring against Real Madrid, he stood 4th, trailing only behind Eto'o, Messi, and the legendary Xavi Prieto of Real Sociedad. Remarkably, he had achieved this in merely 3 matches, no, in 2.5 matches. Should he complete a hat-trick in this game, Yello would have netted 8 goals against Real Madrid, tying with Xavi Prieto, and falling just 1 goal short of Messi and 2 of Eto'o. Andres, from the commentary booth, attributed a deeper significance to Yello's goal. It remains a mystery where commentators gather such peculiar records and statistics. Yello is indeed a true assassin of Real Madrid. Andres added, now it is Mourinho's turn to feel the weight of a headache. His team, at the pinnacle of their offensive momentum, was struck by a goal that fell like a bucket of cold water upon the heads of the Real Madrid players, instantly cooling their fervent attacking spirit. The live scoreboard now shows that Malaga has surpassed Real Madrid. The remarkable performance from Malaga this season is truly astonishing. The television broadcast shifts to the sidelines, where Mourinho's brow is furrowed in concentration. His gaze is fixed on the pitch, his expression grave. His assistant, Faria, approaches him. Mourinho shakes his head in resignation and says to Faria, what can be done about such a goal conceded? The Real Madrid players cannot be faulted for their effort and determination. Yet, what is the outcome? Yello has managed to breach Real Madrid's defense in an astonishing manner. At one point, Mourinho even considered that the player was simply unstoppable, as if he were not of this earth. However, after a brief shock, Mourinho immediately immersed himself back into the battle. There are no invincible players in this world. Taking a deep breath, Mourinho raises his eyes to the large screen. The match is in the 59th minute. Once the game resumes, it will likely be around the 60th minute. With 30 minutes remaining in regular time, plus a few minutes of stoppage time, there is still over 30 minutes left to score 2 goals. Now is not the time to surrender. Mourinho glances at the exuberant Pellegrini nearby, then turns his gaze back to the field, where the Malaga players are still celebrating, while the Real Madrid players stand with their hands on their hips, appearing quite dejected. Mourinho quickly calls over the nearest player, Xabi Alonso. Coach, I apologize, Xabi begins. We had several opportunities to thwart Yello, but only when he surged forward did the real players resort to desperate measures, and by then it was too late. Whether it was Khedira or Marcelo's tackles, they arrived a moment too late. However, before Xabi Alonso can finish, Mourinho interrupts him. Now is not the time for such discussions. The match is not over, and we have not lost. You go tell the players that we must continue to attack and score, but we cannot press forward recklessly. Otherwise, they will exploit Yello's speed to threaten our goal. We need to solidify our defense, and only on that foundation can we hope for offensive opportunities. The team's attack must rely on your long passes. Inform Ronaldo and Di Maria that we need their speed, long balls, and to exploit the flanks for counterattacks. Do you understand? Xabi Alonso nods repeatedly. Mourinho intends for Real Madrid to tighten their defensive formation and utilize Xabi Alonso's long passing ability to find the flanks. This strategy, while simple, is highly effective. If Malaga seeks to capitalize on their goal and press forward, they must also contend with the peril of counterattacks. After Mourinho reintroduced Xabi Alonso onto the pitch, he turned to his assistant coach, Faria, and instructed, have Las Diero warm up. Faria, with a serious expression, nodded in acknowledgement. However, he inquired, who will he replace? Benzema, Mourinho replied coldly. Faria glanced towards the stands of the Bernabeu. Mourinho continued, we cannot concern ourselves with anything else right now. Our only objective is victory. He understood that substituting a striker for a defensive midfielder while trailing would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the fans at the Bernabeu. Indeed, when Las Diero stood at the sidelines, the substitution board indicated that he would replace Benzema. Could this possibly be a mistake? We are behind. How can we take off a forward? What is Mourinho suggesting? Is he advocating for a lesser defeat? Benzema, momentarily taken aback, focused and realized that he was indeed being substituted, which prompted him to walk off the pitch with some displeasure. At that moment, the jeers began to echo through the stadium. Real Madrid was making a substitution, last Diarra for Benzema? This unexpected change astonished many. Commentators expressed their confusion, questioning why an attacking player would be replaced while the team was behind. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Mourinho placed a reassuring arm around last Diarra's shoulders. We will play with 3 defensive midfielders, compressing the space between our defenders and midfielders, denying them any opportunities in that area. Last Diarra nodded earnestly. I understand, coach. The focus now is on defense, limiting the impact of their playmaker. Football is fundamentally a game of spatial utilization. Compressing space and tightening defense is essential to prevent the opponent from finding avenues for shots, breakthroughs, or even passes. Ignore the current jeers. Our goal is to secure a win, Mourinho encouraged, patting last Diarra on the shoulder. As Benzema left the field, he also offered a comforting pat on Benzema's back. The match resumed, and indeed, Real Madrid began to tighten their defense. With 3 defensive midfielders on the pitch, the 2 wingers held their positions along the flanks, poised to strike on the counterattack. The exuberant players from Malaga, buoyed by their lead, launched a vigorous offensive. This phenomenon is common in matches. When a team scores, their morale surges, and their overall performance improves. In such circumstances, it is entirely reasonable for Malaga to continue their assault unless Pellegrini forcibly instructed his players to retreat. Otherwise, Malaga would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on Real Madrid's momentary dip in morale and instability following their goal. Pellegrini, observing the substitution made by Real Madrid, understood the situation differently than the fans. He would not assume Mourinho was conceding defeat. It was evident that they were concocting an offensive strategy, and this substitution was likely a bait to lure Malaga into a more aggressive stance. However, Pellegrini did not impede Malaga's offensive endeavors. The team was not all in either. Not all players pushed forward, which resulted in a significant weakening of their defensive line. For Malaga, players such as Yello, Cazorla, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco sought to collaborate in the midfield and forward positions, attempting to execute quick passes and movements to disrupt the opponent's defense. Even if they failed to score, they were still depleting the energy of the opposing attackers. Pellegrini was already prepared for substitutions. Van Nistelrooy lacked the stamina for a full 90 minutes and would certainly be replaced by Baptista, while Isco had Bonatno as a backup. Cazorla was in good shape. And as for Yello, he was an enigma, defying conventional reasoning. Thus, in the face of Mourinho's defensive counterattack strategy, Pellegrini refrained from interfering with his players' offensive choices. He had little to fear. In fact, even if his team were to concede an equalizer, it would not be catastrophic. Conversely, Real Madrid, playing at home, could not accept the prospect of being defeated or even held to a draw. If Malaga could indeed score at that moment, not only would it secure their victory, but it would also severely undermine the morale of Real Madrid. Observing Benzema's expression upon his exit and the boos from the Bernabeu crowd, Pellegrini was acutely aware of the immense pressure Mourinho would face if he were to lose this match. This encapsulates the cost of managing a prestigious club. Many coaches possess commendable tactical acumen, but not every coach can successfully manage a super club like Real Madrid. In such teams, tactical prowess alone is insufficient. Factors such as media relations and locker room dynamics can contribute to a coach's downfall. No media outlet scrutinizes Malaga with a magnifying glass. However, countless media outlets scrutinize Real Madrid with intense scrutiny. The pressure from the media in the position of Malaga's coach is incomparable to that of the Real Madrid coach. On this matter, former Real Madrid coach and current Malaga manager Pellegrini holds significant insight. Real Madrid adopted a more compact defensive posture, allowing Malaga's offense to gain momentum. Yello found himself much closer to the goal than before, having previously roamed near the center circle and even in his own half. Now, he could receive the ball within 30 to 40 meters of the fans, searching for opportunities. Being closer to the goal was undoubtedly advantageous, yet it did not guarantee an easy path to scoring. As Real Madrid compacted their defense, they amassed considerable defensive strength in these critical areas. With 3 defensive midfielders and 4 defenders, Di Maria and Higuain also returned to assist in defense, forming a 4-5-1 formation. At the forefront was their star player, Cristiano Ronaldo. To compel Real Madrid into their current state, it seems that only Barcelona, alongside Malaga, has the capacity to achieve such a feat in La Liga, remarked the commentator Andres. As his words faded, A cross from Malaga was deflected by a Real Madrid player, landing at the feet of Xabi Alonso. Alonso surveyed the field ahead and initiated a long pass, sending the ball diagonally toward the left flank. Cristiano Ronaldo received the ball, dribbled forward, and unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters out. A thunderous crack echoed as the ball struck the crossbar and rebounded out of play. The Real Madrid supporters quickly transformed their jeers into jubilant cheers. The retreat of Real Madrid's defense did not signify a cessation of their offensive capabilities. So close. Had that shot found the net, Cristiano Ronaldo would have once again delivered a world-class performance. Would Malaga dare to continue their assault? The commentators speculated. This counterattack demonstrated Real Madrid's formidable capability to strike back. What choices would Malaga make next? Yello extended his hand for the ball in the attacking zone. He was already a primary target for Real Madrid's defense, and after scoring twice in this match, he naturally faced even tighter marking. This time, with the assistance of Las Diera, two steadfast defensive midfielders were on hand to challenge Yello, significantly increasing the difficulty of posing a threat to the goal. With Las Diera's support and other Real Madrid players tightening their defensive formation, the pressure on Khedira's defense was somewhat alleviated. During these few minutes, Yello found himself receiving very few passes, let alone taking shots. Whenever he made a move to receive the ball, he was immediately met with multiple defenders. This realization prompted Yello to understand that he could not remain static in his position. He needed to be dynamic. Having encountered myriad situations on the pitch, Yello swiftly moved laterally across the left, center, and right. Even if he did not receive the ball, he managed to create chaos within Real Madrid's defensive line. However, even when he drifted to the flanks, Khedira followed him, forming a constraint alongside Real Madrid's fullbacks. Soon, Yello found himself in possession of the ball on the wing. He was the primary target for advancing passes, and whenever an opportunity arose, his teammates would prioritize delivering the ball to him. Thus, he had ample chances to receive the ball. Just as he controlled it, Khedira charged forward, blocking Yello's path. Simultaneously, Xabi Alonso approached to offer support, establishing a front and back press. Yello, of course, would not wait for them to fully encircle him. Without waiting for Alonso to close in, he opted to dribble the ball and cut inward. Khedira immediately turned, positioning himself before Yello. Lateral dribbling was permissible, but advancing was out of the question. At that moment, Yello executed a sudden stop, then flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, pivoting swiftly. This was a simple yet effective dribbling maneuver. However, due to Yello's remarkably swift execution, Khedira found himself unable to respond in time, as Yello deftly maneuvered past him. Moreover, Xabi Alonso, while not particularly known for his defensive prowess, played the role of a deep-lying playmaker. He was the metronome and orchestrator of Real Madrid's midfield. In terms of one-on-one defensive capability, he fell short compared to Khedira. When Khedira was bypassed, Alonso had no opportunity to intervene, merely watching as Yello surged forward with the ball. Khedira, however, was not one to concede easily. He immediately angled his return to defense. As Yello attempted to circle around from the flanks, Khedira positioned himself squarely in front of him. This time, regardless of Yello's feints, Khedira remained unwavering. He extended his arm, maintaining a judicious distance to effectively keep Yello at bay. Khedira's defensive technique was exceptional. He matched the rhythm of the play, refraining from lunging at Yello's feet, instead preserving his position and ensuring a safe gap between them. As long as Yello was unable to break through, relying on passing would prove futile against Real Madrid's defenses. The threat posed by Yello when the ball was at his feet was significantly greater than the potential danger of him passing the ball away. As Andres, the commentator from Cope Radio, narrated, Yello skillfully carried the ball along the sidelines, nearing the baseline. In this moment, a collective sigh of relief escaped the hearts of Real Madrid supporters, and a smile crept onto Mourinho's face. With Las Diera returning from injury, the choice between Khedira and Diera presented a delightful dilemma for Mourinho. Both midfielders possessed commendable defensive abilities. However, Khedira exhibited superior positional awareness, while Diera boasted stronger physical attributes, including speed and stamina. Yet, Khedira's remarkable defense against Yello in this instance thoroughly captivated Mourinho. His defense was nearly impenetrable, forcing Yello towards the baseline, where his threat seemed to dissipate. Now, Yello halted his advance, unable to utilize his speed at the line. What options remained for him? At most, he could attempt a pass, perhaps with a stroke of luck reaching the penalty area, though it was more likely that Real Madrid's players would thwart any such attempt. Securing a corner would be the only semblance of success from this offensive endeavor. Xabi Alonso had also retraced his steps, once Yello became entangled near the baseline. The likelihood of Real Madrid reclaiming possession grew significantly. Yello paused, gazing at Hedira before him, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated Hedira's adeptness in one-on-one defending. It appeared that mere dribbling skills were insufficient to outmaneuver Hedira. Thus, Yello quickly resolved to act. For time to contemplate on the pitch was a luxury he could scarcely afford. Players on the field often face a series of choices, requiring them to make swift judgments in an instant. To pause and contemplate, the opponent will not grant you such luxury. As Xabi Alonso closed in, it seemed he would soon double-team Yello with Sami Khedira. What unfolded next left everyone in astonishment. Yello's left shoulder dipped slightly as he prepared to strike with his right foot, delicately flicking the ball, seemingly poised to break through the baseline. Khedira had anticipated this move, stepping back, ready to intercept the ball should Yello attempt to push it forward. Just when everyone assumed that Yello would nudge the ball toward the baseline for a breakthrough, his right foot suddenly whipped the ball to the left, executing a high-speed maneuver reminiscent of a flicking tail. From a standstill to full acceleration, the transition appeared seamless. Xabi Alonso could not discern how Yello accomplished the breakthrough. He merely observed Yello's body sway momentarily before the ball zipped past Khedira's right side, allowing Yello to stride past him effortlessly. Alonso's expression shifted in surprise. Before he could alert others, Yello had already surged into the penalty area, instantly capturing the attention of all. Ramos, Pepe, Marcelo, Arbeloa, and Last Diarra reacted in unison, lunging toward Yello. Time seemed to slow at that moment. As the stars of Real Madrid advanced, Yello's right leg swung, his toes prodding the ball towards the goal. The angle was narrow, yet the speed was astonishing. This was not merely the velocity of the ball, but also the rapidity with which Yello executed the shot. Had he chosen to adjust, lifting his thigh to drive the ball, the Real Madrid players might have had time to react. At the very least, Pepe, closest to him, could have thrown himself to block the majority of the angle. Scoring would necessitate lifting the ball, but executing such a high shot from such a tight angle against Casillas would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, after executing a flick, Casillas had already reacted swiftly. Yet, as he extended his hand and dove, the ball had already zipped past him. Everyone maintained their original posture, turning to watch the ball. Boom. In that instant, time seemed to regain its natural flow. The ball surged over the goal line, ensnared by the net. The Bernabeu fell into an eerie silence. Yello had been pushed to the baseline by Khedira. He needed to release the ball quickly, with Alonso pressing him and Marcelo right behind. The urgency in Duan Xian's tone was palpable. Many fans from the Dragon Kingdom watched this scene with wide eyes, thinking to themselves, what a feat it is to dribble past. The match had yet to unfold fully. However, the ball seemed excessively clingy, forcing a singular focus. Yet, with Yello's remarkable goal tally, he stands as the most formidable footballer in the nation. Under such circumstances, even the most discerning fans hesitated to criticize Yello for his apparent individualism. Just when everyone assumed that Yello's play was illogical and trapped in a corner, he broke free. Due to the distant perspective of the panoramic camera, most commentators and viewers at home failed to grasp how Yello maneuvered past his opponent. They merely witnessed him sway his body, then suddenly dart past Khedira. In the blink of an eye, they were astonished to see Yello celebrating with arms outstretched, while the ball spun within the net. How did that goal come to fruition? This question echoed in the minds of all present. At the Bernabeu, silence enveloped the crowd, each individual staring in disbelief at the ball that had just crossed the goal line. Real Madrid supporters were bewildered, as were the fans of Malaga. No one had truly comprehended how the goal was scored. Could it be that Yello possessed some sort of magic? Did he control the ball with sheer will, guiding it into the net? Such a notion seemed implausible. If he had such prowess, why would he still be playing? All eyes turned to the large screen in the stadium. Under the clarity of high-definition cameras, the audience finally discerned the brilliance of Yello's dribble and shot. Was this still human? The speed of his movements was astounding. Were his knees forged from iron? Oh my God! The fans of Real Madrid gasped in astonishment. In the commentary booth, the announcers were equally stunned. Andres was the first to regain his composure, taking a deep breath, raising his fist high above his head, and bellowing, "Yello!" No further commentary was necessary. That one roar was sufficient to convey the sheer magnitude of the moment. Then, a cacophony of exclamations erupted from the commentary team. Yee. Unbelievable. Incredible. Simply astonishing. My God. What kind of skill and touch does it take to achieve such a goal? A hat trick. A hat trick. With only 20 minutes remaining. It seemed nearly impossible for Real Madrid to score 3 goals within that time frame. Even their hopes of equalizing appeared bleak. A third defeat? Would Malaga triumph over Real Madrid for a third consecutive match? Yello, the nemesis of Real Madrid, netted his 8th goal against them. He accomplished this feat in just 3 matches. Only 3 matches. Oh my God, that goal was exquisite. How did he manage it? Even in slow motion on television, the action remained breathtaking. His dribble was even more dazzling than Ronaldinho's. More spectacular still. Due to his remarkable speed and the seamless execution of his dribble, Yello's right leg swung with precision as he struck the ball, delivering a shot that was both swift and fluid. The Real Madrid defense was utterly unprepared and unable to thwart him. In the stands, the fans finally reacted. The supporters of Malaga erupted in jubilant cheers, while those of Real Madrid wore expressions of complex emotions. Some booed, others covered their faces with their hands. Some pointed angrily at the coaching staff and players on the field, while a few held their heads in despair, gazing skyward. On the pitch, Cazorla sat stunned, staring at his own goal, rendered speechless. He had once believed he had discovered a method to counter Yello, and had even felt a sense of triumph. Yet now, the harsh and frigid reality revealed itself. The notion of stopping Yello was indeed a laughable fantasy. Alonso shook his head in resignation as he observed Yello, surrounded by his Malaga teammates. It's terrifying, he murmured. In the forward line, Cristiano Ronaldo, who had awaited a pass from the defense, wore a grim countenance. On the sidelines, Mourinho's expression mirrored that of Ronaldo's, dark and troubled. All his strategies crumbled before Yello's goal. Real Madrid had defended well. Had they held for just a few more minutes, they might have launched a counterattack. However, there were no ifs in football. Mourinho immediately signaled for Higuain to stand by the touchline. With Kaká's injury consuming one substitution, Real Madrid had only one left. Who would be the one to be replaced? Higuain stood ready. As the team prepared to introduce a striker, had we known, would we have acted differently? One commentator mused. It's unfair to say that. Who could have predicted Yello would score in such a manner? Replied his assistant. The commentator nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mourinho's misfortune was palpable, as was that of Real Madrid. They seemed to encounter an unstoppable, invincible Yello at every turn. As Real Madrid contemplated their substitution and Malaga celebrated wildly, the television broadcast repeatedly showcased the entirety of Yello's goal. From his dazzling dribble to the decisive strike, the entire sequence was remarkably brief. Although replayed in slow motion, elongating the duration several times over, it still amounted to mere seconds. During the jubilant celebrations of the Malaga players, the broadcast had ample opportunity to replay the goal dozens of times. Yet, the fans watching at home would not fault the broadcasters for their incessant replays. This was a moment worthy of endless admiration, a goal that continued to evoke on no matter how many times it was viewed. Duan Xian reflected. Meanwhile, videos and GIFs of the goal surged in popularity across the internet in the Dragon Country. Everyone was astonished by Yello's strike and marveled at his dribbling prowess. The beauty of football, in that moment, captivated many in the nation, leaving them entranced. Perhaps this epitomized the significance of having a superstar athlete for the Dragon Country. At this very instant, in the realm of the Dark Dragon Kingdom's football, a radiant light emerged, an eternal luminescence visible to all who cherish the beautiful game. Merely by gazing upwards, despite being ensconced in shadows, there remains a yearning for brightness. This goal irrevocably shattered Real Madrid's spirit. Even though they mounted a desperate resurgence in the closing moments, ultimately, the team failed to score even a single goal. In the 5th minute of stoppage time, as Cristiano Ronaldo unleashed a cathartic shot that soared over the crossbar, aimed directly at the second-tier stands. The ball had yet to touch the ground when the referee signaled the end of the match. Chapter 127. The man who transitioned from 5-1. The match concluded. Malaga triumphed over Real Madrid with a score of 3-1, and Yello once again performed a hat trick, with 7 victories and 2 draws. Malaga amassed 23 points, surpassing Real Madrid, who secured 7 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, totaling 22 points. thus reclaiming the top position in the league standings. Malaga is now the only team in La Liga yet to suffer defeat. As the referee's whistle marked the end of the match, the commentary booth erupted in cheers. Save for the Madrid commentator, whose expression was decidedly grim. Yet, his dismay paled in comparison to that of Mourinho on the pitch. Upon the final whistle, Mourinho promptly rose from the bench and strode directly towards the players' tunnel, neglecting even to shake hands with Pellegrini. Television cameras zoomed in on the ashen-faced Mourinho, a poignant reflection of the sentiments of Real Madrid supporters. Witnessing this scene, Florentino's expression darkened. To the president of Real Madrid, the outcome of a match was not of paramount importance. However, Mourinho's behavior, in Florentino's eyes, tarnished the esteemed brand image of Real Madrid. As a world-class club, even in defeat, maintaining dignity is paramount. Yet, this is Mourinho. Those who adore him do so fervently, while his detractors harbor deep animosity. Regardless, this enigmatic figure, destined to leave an indelible mark on the early 21st century football coaching landscape, perhaps never truly concerned himself with external opinions. If he could lead his team to continuous victories, all mockery would be rendered absurd. In the realm of competition, the victor reigns supreme. However, at this moment, his team faced defeat. Consequently, the voices of ridicule grew unabashed. The Catalonian commentator, unsurprisingly, began to deride. Look at Mourinho's countenance. Real Madrid has succumbed to Malaga on their home turf, which is hardly unexpected. As Malaga's prowess is indeed formidable, they even managed to draw against Barcelona at the Camp Nou. On the sidelines, Pellegrini raised his arms in jubilant exultation, clearly exhilarated by the victory over Real Madrid in the 9th round of the league. In the first half of the season, Malaga faced two formidable giants, Real Madrid and Barcelona, achieving a commendable record of 1 victory and 1 draw. This accomplishment is indeed a source of immense pride for Malaga. Remaining undefeated against such illustrious teams instilled a significant confidence in Malaga as they prepared to confront other La Liga opponents. Perhaps, it is indeed possible for us to clinch the La Liga championship, Pellegrini exclaimed excitedly as he embraced his assistant, Molosca. However, a trace of concern flickered across Molosca's face. Unless he can maintain full attendance throughout the season. Yet Pellegrini's excitement remained undiminished. Why not? Why can't he be present for the entire season? This fellow is a monster. I even question whether he is truly of this earth. There is nothing peculiar about his full attendance. Our medical team's report indicates that his skeletal and muscular resilience is extraordinary. In other words, he possesses that rare, ironclad physique. Indeed, there are many robust players on the football field who seldom succumb to injury. However, it is truly a first to witness someone like Yello, endowed with such exceptional offensive talent, yet remarkably durable. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Yet Yello seems to be the favored child of the divine. Forget about doors and windows. God has seemingly relocated the entire house. Standing beside Yello in a black suit, holding an umbrella. In Pellegrini's eyes, Yello is indeed such a cherished individual. Hence, he genuinely believes that Yello may truly maintain full attendance throughout the season. On the pitch, after celebrating for a while, the Malaga players returned to the locker room, where they unexpectedly encountered the team's general manager, Sans. It is uncommon for Sans to visit the locker room, which piqued the players' curiosity. After congratulating the team on their victory over Real Madrid, Sans turned his attention to Yello. Congratulations. I have just received the news that you have officially been awarded the 2011 Golden Boy Award. Upon Sans's announcement, the locker room erupted in jubilation, cheers, and whistles filled the air. Well done. I knew all along that this year's Golden Boy had to be ye. If this award were not bestowed upon ye, the credibility of Tuttosport would be in jeopardy. Golden Boy, the players collectively chanted. Yello smiled graciously, accepting the accolades. Sans continued. Tuttosport has reached out to discuss the award ceremony, and our proposal is to hold it during the next home match. Does this arrangement suit you? Naturally. Yello agreed. In truth, this Golden Boy Award holds little significance for him. It is merely a matter of course. His focus lies on the FIFA Ballon d'Or, the prestigious award that emerged from the merger of the former World Player of the Year and the European Golden Ball. That award truly carries weight. Nonetheless, up to this point, the Golden Boy Award also possesses considerable prestige, unlike in later years when it became merely a recognition for young players transferring to prominent clubs. gaining fame through their transfers to secure the title. Since its inception in 2003, the Golden Boy Award has seen a distinguished roster of winners. Beginning with Rafael van der Vaart, the illustrious list includes Wayne Rooney, Lionel Messi, Cesc Fabregas, Sergio Aguero, Anderson, Pato, and Mario Balotelli, culminating in the recent accolade for Yello. To date, the esteemed Tuttosport has maintained its reputation without tarnishing its brand. Among the recipients, while Anderson and Balotelli's careers have not unfolded as favorably, both have at least tasted the triumph of winning the Premier League. This year's Golden Boy Award sees Yello in competition with the German prodigy Mario Götze. Often dubbed the German Messi, the Welsh wing wizard Gareth Bale, and Yello's own teammate Isco. However, it is evident that these contenders pale in comparison to Yello. Even before the final selection of the Golden Boy winner, media outlets began to draw comparisons between Yello's debut season and the performances of past awardees. The results were telling. Even when juxtaposed with Rooney and Messi's early displays, none could surpass Yello's remarkable achievements. One must appreciate the significance of winning the La Liga Golden Boot. Once the players from Malaga congratulated Yello, preparations commenced for their return to Malaga, as Yello's victory was anticipated and not surprising. That evening, Malaga's away triumph over Real Madrid quickly gained traction on social media, becoming a trending topic. The following day, traditional media outlets began to follow suit. In Spain, Madrid-based publications expressed disappointment over Real Madrid's home defeat to Malaga, with many directly criticizing Mourinho. The match concluded with a 3-1 loss for Real Madrid, raising questions about the coach's decisions, such as substituting Benzema when trailing and opting for Kaká over Higuaín in the starting lineup. This defeat not only relinquished their top position, but also marked their first loss of the season. Notably, Malaga had already faced both Barcelona and Real Madrid, while Madrid had yet to encounter Barcelona. For Real Madrid to secure the La Liga title this season, they must ensure they earn points against formidable opponents. As noted by AS, Malaga has unwittingly emerged as a formidable force in La Liga, although no media has yet labeled them as title contenders. It is undeniable that the majority acknowledge Malaga as the season's most significant disruptor. Meanwhile, the media in the Dragon country has turned its attention to Yello, who dazzled with a hat-trick against Real Madrid, netting 15 goals in 9 La Liga matches. Yello's extraordinary performance has captivated the football world, with Yello leading the charge. Malaga has reclaimed the top of the La Liga standings, raising the prospect of a genuine title challenge. Reports from Dragon country have stirred considerable excitement among its fans. As the core player leading Malaga to the La Liga championship, one must wonder how elevated Yello's status has become. In England, the media has also turned its attention to this match. The Daily Mail expressed concerns for Manchester City, suggesting that they may find themselves in peril within the treacherous death group, facing the recently formidable Malaga. While the media focused on the post-match reports of the Malaga versus Real Madrid game, Tuttosport officially announced that Yello is the recipient of the 2011 European Golden Boy Award. Although this news was reported by the majority of European media, it did not generate significant hype, as it was widely acknowledged that Yello had no contenders this year. He was the indisputable Golden Boy. Hence, this announcement barely sparked considerable discussion across Europe. However, in the land of the dragon, in East Asia, the media from China, Japan, and South Korea erupted with excitement. This marks the first time an Asian player has received the prestigious Golden Boy Award, representing the most esteemed individual accolade ever awarded to an Asian athlete. The media in the land of the dragon is immensely proud. Though our national team may be lacking, we have Yello, our very own Golden Boy of Asia. The Oriental Sports Daily remarked on this matter. Nearly all media outlets in the land of the dragon, not just sports media, reported on this achievement. That afternoon, the national sports channel of the state television spent a full 10 minutes covering Yello's receipt of the European Golden Boy Award on their sports news segment. Wow! Yello, what a remarkable figure. The FA, despite its attempts to suppress, cannot overshadow this moment. The national television channel holds a far superior status. A 10-minute news segment on this topic is akin to the reception given to visiting dignitaries from major nations. Let us maintain humility. This was merely a sports channel's report, not that of the national broadcaster. In reality, Yello's achievement is indeed a significant event in the realm of football in the land of the dragon. Across the entire cultural and sporting landscape, football is, after all, the world's premier sport, exerting considerable influence. Even though the national team has struggled, the impact of football in the land of the dragon remains substantial. Fans are fervently passionate about the sport, and amidst the national team's underwhelming performance, the Chinese Super League stands as the only league in the country approaching commercialization. This clearly illustrates football's significance in the land of the dragon. Meanwhile, the media from South Korea and Japan have expressed a tinge of envy. These two nations are powerhouses in Asian football, boasting numerous players competing in Europe. Their national teams primarily consist of players who ply their trade in European leagues, operating at a level distinctly above that of the national team from the land of the dragon. Yet, despite this, they have yet to see any of their players awarded the Golden Boy honor. Who could have anticipated that the first Asian Golden Boy would emerge from the land of the dragon? South Korea's largest sports media outlet, Naver Sport, remarked on this development. Indeed, you read that correctly. The first ever Golden Boy from Asia has emerged in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the national team has historically been overshadowed by the South Korean team, it is with great surprise that they have produced a true Golden Boy. Fortunately, it seems that the national team has had a falling out with this prodigy, which might be the most favorable news within this report. Japanese media has been fervently covering this event, with a plethora of comments circulating. For the fans of the Dragon Kingdom, their favorite pastime is to peruse the reactions of Japanese and Korean supporters. Witnessing the dismay of Japanese and Korean fans has become a source of amusement for them. Unexpectedly, that evening, the national broadcast's 30-minute news featured a segment announcing Yello's receipt of the Golden Boy Award. Earlier today, Italy's Tuttosport officially declared that our player Yello has been honored with this year's Golden Boy Award, making him the first ever recipient from Asia. His remarkable rise last season, aiding Malaga in ascending from the relegation zone to third place in the league, alongside triumphing over Messi and Ronaldo to claim the La Liga Golden Boot, as well as his outstanding performances in both La Liga and the Champions League this season, have captivated all the awards selection committee members, rightfully earning him the title of European Golden Boy. This news segment was brief, lasting only about 2 minutes, yet it carries significant weight. Football news seldom makes it onto the 30-minute news. Only major stories find their way into this esteemed segment. What a moment! Yello has graced the 30-minute news. This is the prestige of the Golden Boy. Incredible. Transitioning from the fifth-tier national broadcast to the first-tier national news has stirred excitement among the fans of the Dragon Kingdom. The buzz surrounding Yello has drawn the attention of various investors. However, Minda's management team has a structured plan for Yello's commercial endeavors, ensuring they do not hastily accept endorsement deals. Each commercial partnership is meticulously evaluated to prevent any potential pitfalls, and one can be assured that there will be no comical endorsements akin to those of Kaká and Ronaldo. As this chapter concludes, the 128th chapter unveils the achievement system and its singular characteristic. Yello is also attentive to domestic affairs. When he encounters praise for himself in comments, he occasionally likes and supports well-articulated remarks using a secondary account. Upon the team's return to Malaga, Pellegrini granted the squad a day of respite. On the first day of training following the break, Yello was besieged by journalists. Congratulations on winning the European Golden Boy Award. What are your thoughts on receiving this accolade? A reporter inquired loudly. Quite excellent, Yello replied with a smile, offering little elaboration, appearing rather nonchalant about the honor. Moreover, since this award is organized by Tuttosport rather than by UEFA or FIFA, it is unlikely that players would travel to Italy specifically to receive it. Tuttosport does not possess such clout. Thus, they could only negotiate with the award-winning players and clubs to choose a home match, where the awards would be presented prior to the start of the game at the award-winning players' home ground. On October 28th, during the 10th round of the league, Malaga hosted Rayo Vallecano. Before the commencement of this match, Yello stood at the Estadio La Rosaleda, receiving the European Golden Boy Award from Tuttosport in front of thousands of Malaga supporters. The trophy for the European Golden Boy Award bears a resemblance to that of the Ballon d'Or, which has now merged with the FIFA World Player of the Year to become the FIFA Ballon d'Or. Atop the trophy's base rests a golden football. Yello raised the trophy high in front of the cheering crowd, who responded with enthusiastic applause and shouts of joy. Although the award was a personal achievement for Yello, it also brought pride to Malaga. As the team's star player, his recognition naturally delighted the fans. However, as Yello accepted the trophy, a flicker of unexpected emotion crossed his otherwise composed face, leaving the audience puzzled about its meaning. Some commentators even jested, wondering if Yello believed the trophy was made of pure gold, thus his surprise upon discovering it was merely a hollow, gilded sphere. Media outlets offered various interpretations of Yello's expression, a testament to the privileges of stardom, where even the subtlest of gestures are scrutinized extensively. What surprised Yello was that at that moment, the system had been activated. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the European Golden Boy Award. Ding. Achievement system initiated. Ding. You have earned an achievement reward, a random selection of a Golden Boy trait. Randomly select a trait from players who have previously won the Golden Boy Award. Would you like to proceed with the selection? Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the unique trait of 2004 Golden Boy winner Wayne Rooney, the Little Tank. The Little Tank, A-grade trait, unique characteristic. Effect, significantly increases the probability of overturning opponents in physical confrontations without committing fouls and greatly enhances ball control stability under physical duress. The surprise on Yello's face stemmed from this extracted trait. Judging by its description, the Little Tank trait appeared to be immensely beneficial, particularly in physical contests. Furthermore, if the Golden Boy Award could yield such a trait, what might be possible with the Ballon d'Or? Yello accessed the achievement system, revealing a new module that encompassed both individual and team submodules. In the individual module, there were entries for the 2010 to 2011 La Liga Golden Boot, the record for consecutive goals in 11 matches, and the 2011 European Golden Boy Award. Yello fixated on these three accomplishments, pondering whether defeating Real Madrid 3 times in a row did not qualify as an achievement. He murmured softly, but the system offered no response. Subsequently, he glanced at the empty team module and could not help but shake his head. However, upon reflection, he considered that if he were to secure the championship, there would surely be corresponding rewards. Perhaps inspired by the European Golden Boy Award, Yello delivered an impressive performance in this match, orchestrating a unique hat-trick of assists, albeit without scoring himself. Ultimately, Malaga triumphed over Rayo Vallecano with a resounding score of 3-0, maintaining their position at the pinnacle of the league standings. Moreover, Yello's scoring streak finally came to a halt, which brought a sigh of relief to many. This lad had finally failed to find the net. Had he continued, it would have been rather frightening. In a post-match interview, Yello proudly lifted the Golden Boy trophy, stating, "I am delighted to receive this award. However, I hope that one day the Golden Boy Award will transform into the Ballon d'Or." He shook the golden trophy and addressed the reporters. Not a single journalist dared to mock him at that moment. There was no doubt among anyone that, should Yello maintain his current form, the Ballon d'Or would be well within his grasp in the coming 2 or 3 seasons. The following day, a reporter expressed admiration in the media, noting that securing the La Liga Golden Boot in his debut season was an unparalleled achievement. For the 18-year-old Yello, his professional career had merely commenced, yet he had already reached a peak that many could only aspire to. As he articulated, the Golden Boy Award held little significance for him, as it scarcely acknowledged his remarkable performance from the previous season. The Golden Boy Award was merely a beginning, a stepping stone towards the Ballon d'Or. After the conclusion of the 10th round of the league, the final match of October approached, with Malaga hosting the visiting Manchester City. A victory in this match would allow Malaga to advance to the knockout stage a round early, perhaps driven by the collective aspiration for advancement. Malaga's players performed below their usual standard. Furthermore, Manchester City adopted an unexpectedly impenetrable defensive strategy. Ultimately, the match concluded in a stalemate, with both teams settling for a scoreless draw. Nevertheless, this single point ensured Malaga's progression to the Champions League knockout stage. By the end of the 4 rounds of the group stage, Malaga had achieved 3 victories and 1 draw, accumulating 10 points. Bayern Munich secured 3 wins and 1 loss, totaling 9 points. Manchester City obtained 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, amassing 4 points. AC Milan suffered for consecutive defeats, earning a mere 0 points. This was an unforeseen outcome at the outset of the season. As the reigning Serie A champions, AC Milan's performance in the Champions League this season was nothing short of shocking. Meanwhile, Malaga's display was undoubtedly commendable, as they secured their advancement 2 rounds prior. With Manchester City now at 4 points, they trailed Malaga by a margin of 6 points. Even if Manchester City were to claim maximum points in their remaining 2 matches, Malaga could afford to lose both without jeopardizing their standing. In the event that both teams accumulate 10 points, the priority lies in comparing their direct confrontations. With a victory and a draw against Manchester City, Malaga, even if tied on points, will surpass Manchester City. It is impossible for Manchester City to exceed Malaga, and AC Milan, with 0 points, is even less likely to do so. Thus, Malaga has secured their advancement to the next round of the group stage ahead of schedule. As for whether they will finish first or second in the group, that will only be determined after the final match against Bayern Munich at home. Certainly, if in the next round Manchester City manages to defeat Bayern at home while Malaga triumphs over AC Milan away, then Malaga can secure the top position in their group ahead of schedule. Following the conclusion of the Champions League, there are 2 league matches remaining, separated by an international match day. In the 11th round of the league, Malaga faced Espanyol away. In this match, Malaga encountered fierce resistance from Espanyol, resulting in a 1-1 draw. The sole piece of good news is that Yello has regained his scoring touch, netting the equalizer for Malaga. Following this match, Yello's task of overcoming the crisis of consecutive draws has been accomplished. The next day brought further good news. Real Madrid was held to a draw by Granada. After 2 rounds of league play, with 1 draw and 1 loss, the pressure on Mourinho is palpable, and numerous media outlets in Madrid have been vocally critical of him. Malaga remains at the top of the table, while Barcelona has seized the opportunity to close the gap. Both Barcelona and Real Madrid are now tied on points with 23, while Malaga leads with 24. In 4th place is Levante, an unexpected contender. After 10 rounds of league matches, Levante has achieved 6 victories, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 21 points. Valencia follows in 5th with 19 points. The competition at the top of this season's La Liga is exceedingly fierce. Following this match, it was time for Yello to enjoy the international break. Unfortunately, Malaga faced misfortune during this period. 2 key players, Cazorla and Demichelis, sustained injuries after the international fixtures. Cazorla suffered a hamstring strain and is expected to be sidelined for 2 weeks, while Demichelis has a knee injury requiring at least a week of recovery. Under these circumstances, Malaga hosted Real Betis in the 11th round of the league. Pellegrini rotated most of the starting lineup, and Yello started the match. With his decisive goal, Malaga triumphed over Real Betis with a score of 1-0, continuing their impressive run in La Liga. As soon as this match concluded, the entire Malaga squad boarded a flight to Milan. The UEFA Champions League group stage, 5th round, looms ahead, a critical battle. End of chapter 129. The battle for AC Milan's honor, as the players from Malaga have yet to arrive in Milan. The headline from the local Milanese media, Gazzetta dello Sport, highlights the significance of this match for AC Milan, as it is indeed a battle for honor. With their hopes of advancing extinguished, the team finds itself in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, should AC Milan strive to secure victories in their final 2 league matches, there remains a glimmer of hope to surpass Manchester City and claim 3rd place in their group, potentially earning a spot in the Europa League. However, for the current AC Milan, the desire to participate in the Europa League may not be fervent. Many local media outlets in Milan perceive these last 2 home fixtures in the Champions League as a chance for the players to redeem themselves. In pre-match interviews, numerous Milan supporters expressed their discontent regarding the team's dismal performance in this season's group stage. I am well aware that this group is a death group, but 4 consecutive losses are utterly disgraceful. "We are AC Milan," exclaimed a fan who chose to remain anonymous. For AC Milan, the prospect of advancement seems bleak. A more rational approach might involve relinquishing their Champions League aspirations and focusing entirely on ensuring a better performance in Serie A, where they currently sit 5th in the standings, at risk of failing to qualify for the Champions League altogether. However, Allegri cannot afford to abandon the Champions League entirely, lest he be inundated by the scorn of media and fans alike. AC Milan must prove themselves in these final group stage matches, aiming to secure at least 1 victory or point. The entire city of Milan is abuzz with discussions regarding this match. Yello is identified as the most significant threat from Malaga, and to triumph at home, AC Milan must contain his influence. Italian media have commented on this matter, stating the obvious. Who does not know that limiting Yello is essential when facing Malaga? Yet, the question remains, how to do so? Those who could devise a solution would not merely be reporters, but would instead assume the roles of coaches or technical analysts. Due to the injuries of Cazorla and Pellegrini, Malaga will be without 2 crucial midfield and defensive players, presenting an opportunity for AC Milan to assert themselves and launch a vigorous offensive against their opponents. Gazzetta dello Sport has offered advice to AC Milan as well. At the pre-match press conference, Pellegrini was questioned about the injury situation. Injuries are a normal occurrence. We are certainly aware of that. We have prepared for this, and we possess excellent substitutes. Whether it be Ivan Gonzalez or Manu Torres, they are ready to start. And we also have Camacho and Juanito in midfield. While Pellegrini spoke with confidence, most Italian media outlets believe that the absence of two key players will significantly impact Malaga. In this match, AC Milan, playing at home, will undoubtedly have the opportunity to secure a victory. Allegri was also queried regarding strategies to counter Yello's prowess. This is our fortress, and our sole responsibility is to defend the honor of our team within its confines. Allegri has not disclosed his strategy to counter Yello. In truth, he possesses no particularly effective tactics, and even if he did, such revelations would be ill-suited for this occasion. As the match approaches, terms like revenge, honor, and vindication frequently grace the pages of Milan's media and echo from the lips of AC Milan's players and supporters alike. In the final two home matches, should AC Milan triumph over Malaga and Manchester City, claiming all 6 points, it would be regarded as an honorable exit, even if they were to be eliminated in the group stage. For the sake of their pride, AC Milan is destined to fight fiercely in this encounter. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, when Malaga arrived in Milan, they were met with an enthusiastic reception from the Milan fans. From the airport to their hotel, they were greeted by gestures of disdain and vitriol from the supporters. The sight left journalists from Lyon astonished. Generally, AC Milan, as one of the most renowned clubs globally, maintains a certain decorum, and their fans reflect this. Such fervor is reserved for archrivals and formidable adversaries. The grand reception afforded to Malaga underscores the significance of this match for AC Milan. Isco, aboard the team bus, observed the Milan supporters clad in red and black stripes, brandishing banners and various slogans, along with a barrage of obscene gestures directed towards them. He could not help but express his disbelief. Is it truly necessary? We have only bested them once on home soil, yet it feels as though we are mortal enemies. Yello, too, glanced at the Milan fans, and it was evident that among the Malaga players, he, as the team's star, received the warmest welcome. It's merely impotent fury. Honor battles. I am all too familiar with them. First round crucial confrontations, second round life and death struggles, third round honor clashes, Yello remarked, shaking his head. AC Milan's strength is not top tier, yet they still perceive themselves as the sovereigns of Europe. With such a mindset in this group, how could they possibly escape unscathed? Perhaps they have come to this realization now, but it is too late. How do you know so much? Did you frequently lose during your youth training? Isco inquired. There are questions one ought not to ask, came the retort. At the pre-match San Siro stadium, the atmosphere was electric, even before the players emerged for warm-ups. AC Milan supporters created an extraordinarily vibrant ambience, united in their quest for the club's glory. This venue, when inhabited by AC Milan, is known as San Siro. However, it bears another name, Miazza. When it belongs to Inter Milan, it is referred to as Miazza. Thus, a single stadium possesses dual identities, as it serves as the shared ground for Milan's two illustrious clubs, AC Milan and Inter Milan. For the fans of AC Milan, this is the San Siro. For the supporters of Inter Milan, it is the Miazza. Both clubs have long harbored ambitions to construct their own stadiums, yet these plans have remained mere aspirations, never materializing into reality. Even during the zenith of Serie A, often likened to a miniature World Cup era, neither Milan powerhouse succeeded in realizing their dream of an independent arena. In an era marked by Italy's economic decline, the exodus of Serie A stars, and diminishing financial allure for these illustrious clubs, the prospect of establishing their own stadiums remains an unattainable dream in the near future. The exorbitant costs associated with stadium construction could potentially cripple any team, not just the Milan Giants. Even Arsenal, with a revenue capacity exceeding that of both Milan clubs, had to tighten its belt to finance the Emirates Stadium. Year after year, they sell their captain, gamble on the lottery, and temporarily settle for short-term contracts. Why? It is simply due to the burden of debt and the absence of affluent benefactors, being overseen by a shrewd American financier. Were it not for Wenger's steadfast leadership, Arsenal might have succumbed to mediocrity under the weight of stadium debt. Indeed, Professor Wenger's prowess is remarkable, even with such investment levels. He consistently led the club into the Champions League's top four amidst fierce competition. At this very moment, the San Siro is a veritable cauldron of fervor. Though Milan supporters expressed their frustrations regarding AC Milan's performance in the Champions League this season, when the time comes for battle, they fill the stands to defend their team's honor. The atmosphere transforms the stadium into a restless volcano, ready to erupt with fervent energy. The Malaga team bus slowly approaches the San Siro. In accordance with custom, Pellegrini announces the starting lineup only upon boarding the bus. The starting 11 for Malaga is not particularly difficult to predict. After all, the distinction between finishing first and second in the group is well understood. Pellegrini remarked, "If we lose this match, we will face an arduous situation in the final group stage against Bayern Munich. Honestly, I wish to advance further in the Champions League." He added, "So do we, coach. Yes, let's secure 3 points. Let's claim the top spot in the group." The players responded enthusiastically. The atmosphere inside the bus was fervent, as the frustration from the previous match against Manchester City demanded release. It is foreseeable that AC Milan will launch an offensive at home, yet ironically, Malaga thrives on such exchanges. They have proven resilient even against Bayern Munich. Thus, amidst the cheers, the Malaga bus gradually entered the parking lot of the San Siro. As the doors opened, the first to step out was the team's head coach, Pellegrini. Snap, snap. The sound of shutters clicking and flashes of light resonated through the air. Following this was the presence of the team captain, Yello, accompanied by his fellow players from Malaga. Although key players Cazorla and Demichelis were sidelined due to injuries, the Malaga squad exuded an air of confidence. The camera focused on several substitute players, center-backs Ivan Gonzalez and Manu Torres, as well as midfielders Camacho and Juanito. All 4 of these players were mainstays in the previous season, yet they found themselves relegated to the bench this time around. However, their capabilities were undeniable. Otherwise, Malaga would not have secured 3rd place in the league last season. Smiles adorned their faces, reflecting their self-assurance, much like their teammates. Italian journalists lined the sides of the road, observing the confident Malaga players filing onto the field, secretly cursing under their breath. How arrogant they must be. This is San Siro, after all. The true test would unfold during the match. For both teams, the necessity of victory loomed large. Consequently, the coaches refrained from delivering lengthy pep talks in the locker room. Malaga craved 3 points in their quest for group supremacy, while AC Milan fought for their honor. As the match commenced, AC Milan eagerly launched a vigorous assault, unleashing a fervent offensive on their home turf. Malaga, however, was well prepared for this onslaught. Given the circumstances, it was improbable that AC Milan would play cautiously in their own stadium, especially in such dire need of a win to restore the confidence of players and fans alike. The relentless attack from AC Milan was anticipated. Nevertheless, Malaga displayed remarkable composure. In the days leading up to the match, the coaching staff had emphasized the likelihood of an aggressive AC Milan, ensuring that the players were mentally prepared. Moreover, the current iteration of AC Milan lacked the fearsome reputation it once held. While AC Milan appeared to boast a constellation of stars, one must consider the nature of these players. Pato, Robben, and Cassano were once prodigies whose peaks faded for various reasons. The aging legends Seedorf and Nesta added to the mix, while the more seasoned players included Ibrahimovic and Thiago Silva. Yet Ibrahimovic was notoriously a liability in the Champions League, and Thiago Silva was still a fresh face with limited European experience. The team may have been filled with renowned names, but notoriety does not equate to strength. If fame were synonymous with prowess, then Pelé would still be the star player for the Brazilian national team. On the other hand, Malaga presented a more balanced age structure and player composition. Despite many players lacking widespread recognition, they were in the prime of their careers, reaching the apex of both experience and skill. Furthermore, the team boasted star players alongside seasoned veterans, creating a harmonious blend of youth and experience. Such resilience in this squad far surpassed that of the seemingly formidable AC Milan, which, upon closer inspection, harbored numerous issues. Thus, as AC Milan unleashed their aggressive attack, Malaga stood ready. Malaga has opted for a strategy of solid defense, waiting patiently for opportunities to counterattack. They are not in a hurry. A single goal is all they need to secure victory. It is, in fact, AC Milan that is eager to prove themselves, pushing forward recklessly and exposing the vulnerabilities behind them. Meanwhile, Yello is keenly observing these openings to exploit. The demeanor of both coaches on the sidelines reveals the mindset of their respective teams. Pellegrini remains composed, like a fisherman patiently waiting for a catch, while the young Allegri stands on the sidelines, shouting and gesticulating, alternating between applause and despair. In this match, Yello partners with Baptista and Isco in the forward line. However, Isco has returned to a midfield position, and Baptista has also dropped back to assist in defense. The Brazilian powerhouse Baptista is actually a versatile player in the attacking front. Despite his robust physique resembling that of a footballing Shaquille O'Neal, he began his career as an attacking midfielder before transitioning to a striker. His skill on the ball and spatial awareness in midfield are commendable. Consequently, Malaga's formation has shifted to a 4-5-1, allowing Yello to roam freely in the front line, awaiting counterattacking opportunities. AC Milan's offense struggles against a well-prepared Malaga defense. As the dynamics shift, Malaga finds numerous chances to counterattack. In the 13th minute, it was Baptista, having tracked back to defend against a cross from the opposing flank, who intercepted the ball and launched a long diagonal pass, perfectly releasing Yello's speed. Yello sprinted forward, leaving all AC Milan defenders behind, including the youngest Thiago Silva, who could not keep pace, let alone the aging Nesta. Amidst the sharp and desperate jeers of the crowd, Yello controlled the ball, cut into the penalty area, and faced the goalkeeper one-on-one, deftly shooting towards the goal. The football glided along the grass, finding its way into the far corner of the net. Abbiati did his utmost to confront Yello's breakaway, but Yello's arsenal of finishing techniques left the goalkeeper at a loss. He could lob the ball, dribble past the keeper, strike low into the corner, or even shoot through the defender's legs. Regardless of the method he employed, his ability to capitalize on one-on-one opportunities is unparalleled in the contemporary game. Before the shot, Yello executed a feint that deceived Abbiati, who anticipated a breakaway dribble. Just as the goalkeeper prepared to thwart Yello's advance, the latter swiftly connected with a shot, leaving Abbiati frozen in place, helplessly watching as the ball slipped past him. What a stunning moment. Yello scores on a breakaway. Malaga leads AC Milan 1-0 away from home. The Spanish commentator Andres exclaimed with excitement. This goal marks Yello's 9th in this season's Champions League. My goodness, he has already netted 9 goals in this season's Champions League. Could he be on the verge of setting an unprecedented scoring record this season? AC Milan finds itself in a considerable predicament, potentially facing the embarrassment of suffering 5 consecutive defeats in the Champions League group stage this season. The prowess of Yello in seizing opportunities has proven formidable. With a mere long pass during a counterattack, he breached AC Milan's defenses, outpacing them with sheer speed. As commentators from other nations erupted in cheers at the goal, the Italian commentator remained silent. In the stands, Milan fans clasped their heads in despair. This scenario is truly disastrous for AC Milan. At the onset of the match, AC Milan displayed a vigorous offensive, dominating the statistics in possession, shots on goal, passing attempts, and touches in the opponent's penalty area. The Milan supporters, donned in their iconic red and black jerseys, were invigorated during the first 13 minutes, seemingly transported back to the era when AC Milan reigned supreme in Europe. However, upon Malaga's simple counterattack that pierced through AC Milan's goal, the fans realized that their defense was perpetually under threat from Yello. With just one opportunity, he would find the back of their net. And indeed, he did, as he breached AC Milan's goal at San Siro. All the frustration stemmed from the presence of that singular individual. In the stands of San Siro, as Yello celebrated his goal with exuberance, the loyal fans in the southern section of the stadium lost their composure, hurling insults and derogatory remarks in a display of unsportsmanlike behavior. The atmosphere became charged with hostility, with racist taunts echoing throughout the stands. Yello furrowed his brow, glancing toward the crowd, while Baptista hastily embraced him, cautioning, "Yello, they are merely a band of clowns." Baptista was concerned about Yello confronting the extreme fans, noting Italy's notorious connection between radical supporters and organized crime. The issue of racism is deeply ingrained in Italian football, often surfacing on the terraces. Yello tilted his head, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and turned to Domichelis, remarking, "I understand. It's merely impotent rage. They will have their chance." A slight smile graced his face. A voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. You have activated the side quest, retaliation against extreme fans." In the commentary booth, many commentators fell silent, aware of the unfolding events in the stands. However, Yello, being from the Dragon Country, did not conform to the Western ideals of political correctness surrounding race. Who cares about that? Yet, The journalists from the Dragon country were undeniably indignant. Damn it! These Italians are truly despicable. What superiority do they possess to dare discriminate against others? One should take a moment to reflect on oneself. In a nation as diminutive as a mere speck, what grounds do they have to engage in racial discrimination? The repercussions of World War II failed to hold accountable this remnant of Nazi ideology. The journalists from the Dragon Kingdom exhibited visible discomfort, particularly those stationed locally in Italy. They were acutely aware of the grave situation regarding racial discrimination in this country. The scenario in the cosmopolitan city of Milan was marginally better. Yet in the southern regions of Italy, the fans displayed unabashed audacity. A fervent following of Mussolini left many mainstream media outlets in an awkward position. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "What is Yello doing?" Following the sound, they saw Yello standing at the sidelines, raising his arms in a gesture, urging the voices from the southern stands to grow louder. As if responding to his call, the cacophony from the stands intensified, reaching a point where many were gasping for breath. Yello had skillfully manipulated the crowd. Subsequently, he performed a gesture of listening, placing a hand to his ear and curling his lips in disdain. It was evident what he meant. Was this truly the extent of your retaliation? This is your strength? Utterly foolish. Instantly, the southern stands erupted into a chorus of discontent. Then, Yello executed a gesture that sent shivers down everyone's spine. He mimicked peeling a banana and extended his hand towards the stands. The extreme fans in Milan's southern section were driven to a frenzy. They had unleashed their vitriol upon countless players, yet had never encountered anyone daring enough to counterattack. Initially, both the television broadcasters and local media intended to feign ignorance and sweep the incident under the rug, as they had done in the past. However, no one expected Yello to make such a bold move, even as the television broadcast showcased his goal. The escalating uproar from the stands piqued the curiosity of viewers at home. In this era of widespread social media, footage of the incident swiftly circulated, depicting Yello celebrating his goal while facing racial discrimination and subsequently retaliating. This image ignited a fervent outrage among fans in the Dragon Kingdom. Those foolish Italians. Let them have it. Damn them. The fans were incensed. Abroad, opinions became polarized. Some believed the southern stands had crossed a line, while others argued that Yello should not have provoked them. Yet, how could this be deemed provocation? It was a counteraction. So, it is acceptable for you to engage in racial discrimination while others are forbidden from responding? Surely not. Is it not laughable that they hide behind the stands, reveling in their discrimination, yet cannot endure a comeback? Such a fragile disposition dares to perpetuate racial discrimination? This incident sparked a significant controversy and discussion online. On the field, the players of Milan wore expressions of embarrassment or turned their gazes elsewhere. Generally, if opposing fans provoke one's own supporters, there is typically a player willing to step forward. However, at this moment, no player from Milan has stepped forward in such circumstances. Allegri awkwardly covered his face. In his view, this group of extreme fans is a double-edged sword. At times, their fervent passion in the stands can indeed ignite the team's fighting spirit. Yet on other occasions, it can bring considerable trouble to Milan, much like the current situation. Allegri glanced toward the other side, where Pellegrini was already engaged in a discussion with the fourth official regarding this matter. This was a blatant act of racial discrimination against our players, and the referee's team must include it in their report. Pellegrini shouted at the fourth official. What could the fourth official do? He could only try to soothe Pellegrini. In truth, including it in the referee's report is of little consequence. The critical issue lies in whether this incident garners enough attention. If public sentiment grows too intense, UEFA might impose sanctions on Milan. On the field, Yello turned and high-fived his teammates. They had initially intended to comfort him. As many players encounter similar situations on the pitch, there have even been numerous instances where players, unable to bear the humiliation, have refused to continue the match in protest. Such occurrences are not rare. For example, in the previous season's match between Inter Milan and Cagliari, the Cheetah Eto'o faced a barrage of racial abuse from Cagliari fans, leading him to consider leaving the field in protest, ultimately being persuaded back by Captain Zanetti. Even a superstar like Eto'o is subjected to such treatment. What can be said of other players? The players from Malaga had prepared for Yello to be disheartened after such an attack. However, to their surprise, Yello provoked the south stand of San Siro, returning with an eager and excited demeanor. Guys, don't worry, Yello pointed at the stands, grinning. These incidents are merely stimulants that ignite my fighting spirit. I can hardly wait to resume the match. Upon witnessing the smile on Yello's lips, the Malaga players turned their gaze back to the stands, observing the fans still lamenting, and began to feel a sense of mourning, not for the fans, but for AC Milan. One might wonder whether these fans are aiding or harming their own team. Angered, Yello realized he could not physically confront those extreme fans. Yet, it was AC Milan that would bear the brunt of the consequences. As the match resumed, it became evident that the AC Milan players were even more influenced by the South Stand fans. It is noteworthy that among the starting players of AC Milan, there are quite a few individuals of color. Many players found their focus affected during the match. Moreover, after conceding a goal, AC Milan's morale suffered a significant blow. Their offensive play now lacked the sharpness exhibited in the opening phase. Unable to maintain control of the situation, it was Malaga's turn to strike. With Yello leading the charge, their offensive momentum surged. The echoing lamentations from the South Stand grew more pronounced, especially as Yello frequently received the ball. The ball reached Yello's feet, and the sounds of lamentation ceased. In the next moment, the football was passed back again. The sound of the crowd erupted once more, a cacophony of excitement. Even Yello and Isco exchanged several passes in the midfield, almost causing the group in the southern stand to lose their breath. Damn those wretched Italians! Isco exclaimed in frustration. There's no need to be angry, Yello replied, as he deftly directed the ball to Joaquin on the opposite side, giving Isco a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It was merely impotent rage. Yello sprinted to the next available space to receive the ball, and the sounds surged again. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yello's lips. Did they truly believe they could humiliate others without consequence? Just wait. This was a predicament of their own making. Yello expanded his range of movement, continuously seeking open spaces to receive, pass, and control the ball. The fans in the southern stand of San Siro were crossing the line. Did they not realize that such behavior did nothing to aid AC Milan? An Italian commentator could not contain his ire. Meanwhile, a journalist from the Dragon Kingdom at the press box shook his head and remarked, I feel that we need not even watch the match. With our eyes closed, we can discern the situation simply by the sound. When that noise arises, it signifies Yello has received the ball. As the sound intensified, many discerned an undercurrent of urgency and fear. Why? Because AC Milan was increasingly on the back foot. Yello's relentless movement and constant interplays were escalating the defensive pressure on AC Milan. His technical prowess and ability to break through were like thorns in their side. With every touch, AC Milan was compelled to fortify their defenses. Yet, Yello's positioning was not confined to a single lane. He could emerge from any area within the midfield or forward line. Wherever he roamed, he posed a significant threat. He could strike from either side. His long-range shooting was formidable, his ball protection skills were superb, and his dribbling was incisive, coupled with an almost unanswerable speed. More critically, his stamina was exceptional. Despite his extensive movement, Yello maintained a consistent performance, showing no signs of fatigue that could compromise the quality of his attacks. Nor did he momentarily ease off after an explosive effort. He sustained a high-intensity rhythm that forced AC Milan's defenders to keep pace. As for the veteran Seedorf, there was no need to elaborate. Even Boateng, renowned for his agility, was beginning to struggle. The central defenders, Nesta and Silva, were also forced to keep moving. And now Nesta was far from graceful, panting heavily. As the match reached the 30th minute, Malaga launched another attack. Isco drifted to the flank, glanced towards the penalty area, and struck the ball for a cross. However, the pass did not find anyone in the box. Instead, it was aimed outside the penalty area. Yello made a swift return run to the edge of the penalty arc. The ball flew rapidly, hurtling towards Yello. Was he going to shoot directly? This thought crossed the minds of many. Yet, Yello's choice disappointed them. Yello opted for a chest stop, bringing the ball down to his feet. Rather than executing a direct volley, he chose to control the ball, thereby relinquishing his chance to shoot. Andres expressed a hint of regret. Indeed, Yello lost the opportunity for a direct strike, as after he stopped the ball, Seedorf charged towards him, accompanied by other midfielders and the retreating Cassano from the forward line. A volley could have been feasible, yet it also carried a significant risk of failure. Thus, Yello's decision to control the ball was a prudent one. After all, Malaga was in the lead. There was no need to rush. Amidst the cacophony of murmurs, Yello deftly maneuvered the ball to his right, cutting inward. Thiago Silva was the defender advancing towards him. As Silva approached, Yello leaned into his body, cutting inside with determination. Unfazed by the physical confrontation, Silva collided with him head-on. Bang! The two clashed forcefully, yet Yello merely stumbled slightly, while Silva found himself toppled to the ground. The little tank trait proved quite effective. After brushing past Silva, Yello successfully created ample space for a composed shot. He lifted his left foot, exerting full force, and struck the ball with great power. Bang! The resounding noise echoed throughout the stadium. Instantly, the football rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball. Abbiati was evidently unable to save such a shot. It was a powerful strike, not particularly angled, but the velocity was astonishing. By the time Abbiati noticed the ball hurtling towards him and attempted to make a save, it was already too late. The ball crashed against his wrist and, with a slight deflection, nestled into the net. In the stands, the previous murmurs abruptly ceased at that moment. Chapter 131. Why has it gone silent? When Yello received Isco's pass once more, the noise in San Siro intensified, resembling a buzzing hive. The murmurs caused the AC Milan substitutes to cover their faces in embarrassment. How humiliating for such a prestigious club as AC Milan to endure this. However, when Yello knocked Silva aside and found the back of the net, the south stand fell into silence. Abbiati stood frozen as the ball rested in the net. Just moments ago, the fans in the south stand, who had been animatedly thumping their chests and mimicking gorillas, appeared as if frozen in time. The entirety of San Siro was engulfed in a profound stillness. With the first half not yet concluded, AC Milan found themselves 2 goals down. What was supposed to be a battle for honor risked devolving into a complete rout. Yello and Silva collided fiercely. What an intense physical encounter. Silva fell to the ground. Shot 1. The ball is in. The commentators were left in stunned silence, for this was not a typical Yello-style goal. In the realm of physical confrontation, launching oneself into an opponent and striking the goal with ferocity is a rare occurrence for Yello. Although he is not particularly frail among football players in terms of height and weight, he does not embody the type that relies solely on physical dominance to score. Rather, he predominantly utilizes speed and finesse to achieve his goals. However, during the recent encounter with Silva, it was Silva who found himself toppled, entirely outmatched by Yello's strength, which afforded Yello the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike. This unforeseen event took everyone by surprise, including the players of AC Milan, a bewildered Thiago Silva, and the spectators in the stands. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Yello turned and made his way towards the southern stand of San Siro, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture that silenced the crowd. Hush, you fools. This audacious provocation incited the extreme fans in the southern stand to a furious frenzy. They were utterly unprepared for such audacity. Many were on the verge of exploding with rage, their expressions twisted in fury. I'll kill you, bastard. How dare that yellow-skinned monkey? Their shouts, rife with expletives in Italian, filled the air. Undoubtedly, Yello's actions had thoroughly enraged the southern stand. But merely silencing them was not enough. He extended his right hand, delivering a series of slaps to his own face, a flamboyant gesture reminiscent of past provocations. The journalists from Long Nation in the media box were electrified. Here it comes. Just like he did to Chung Yuanjin, they exclaimed. Yet, some voiced concerns about the potential dangers posed by the mafia-influenced extreme fans of the southern stand. The extreme supporters were left in disbelief. They had proudly declared their own extremism, yet Yello seemed to outdo them in audacity. Spotting the stunned fans in the front row, Yello spat in their direction, denouncing their disgraceful actions in the name of football. They were unworthy of the title supporters. He raised 2 fingers and gestured, Look, I've scored 2 now. The fury among the southern stand fans reached a boiling point, igniting a commotion throughout the section. Fortunately, Malaga's players rushed in to encircle Yello, celebrating his goal together. Amidst the chaos, lighters, coins, and even wallets and phones rained down like a tempest. Security personnel hurried to intervene, warning those fans who attempted to storm the field. Well done, Yello. Incredible. You knocked Silva aside. They cheered, patting him on the head, shoulders, and back in jubilant celebration. Meanwhile, Silva wore a bewildered expression. It was he who had initially charged towards Yello. In this context, his anticipation was that even if he could not seize the ball, this physical confrontation could cause Yello to lose control over it. Following their defeat in the previous match against Malaga, Thiago Silva, with a heavy heart, began to contemplate strategies to counter Yello. Ultimately, He concluded that the most effective approach would be to ensnare Yello within a jungle of muscularity. Yello possessed exceptional footwork and speed. However, regardless of his prowess, age was a factor, and his physique had yet to fully develop, with his height and weight presenting limitations. A single physical challenge was sufficient to allow his teammates to intercept Yello's possession. Therefore, when Yello refrained from executing a direct volley and chose instead to control the ball, he inadvertently provided Silva with the opportunity to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, what should have been a certain defensive maneuver failed. Silva was sent sprawling. Although Thiago Silva was not renowned for his physical attributes as a towering center-back, as a top-tier defender, his physical confrontational abilities were undoubtedly elite. However, in this instance, a mere sway from Yello sent Silva tumbling to the ground. Nesta helped Silva to his feet, observing the bewilderment and astonishment etched on Silva's face. He remarked helplessly, "This may not be an accident. This lad might possess even more undisclosed weapons." Silva, upon hearing this, cast a glance toward Yello, who had just finished celebrating while ignoring the chorus of disdain and jeers from the distant crowd. At that moment, the confidence in their defense wavered. Allegri wore a pained expression. With the first half not yet concluded and trailing by 2 goals, how could the match be salvaged? He looked towards the attacking players of AC Milan. Even Ibrahimovic appeared somewhat dazed. Allegri then turned his gaze toward the fervent supporters in the southern stand, his brow furrowing even deeper. The actions of these extreme fans had failed to dampen Yello's performance. Rather, they had ignited his competitive spirit, thereby placing AC Milan in an increasingly precarious predicament. Pellegrini applauded from the sidelines, somewhat surprised himself at how Yello had managed to score in such a manner. However, this was undoubtedly a boon for Malaga, as it indicated that Yello's arsenal had expanded with yet another weapon capable of inflicting lethal threats. The greater the diversity of Yello's offensive arsenal, the more substantial the threat it posed to Malaga. In the media section, while journalists from Long Country cheered, their counterparts from Milan and Italy bore grim expressions. The esteemed AC Milan, having fervently promoted the match as a battle for honor, found themselves 2 goals down before the first half had concluded. What was once a contest of honor had devolved into a spectacle of disgrace. Moreover, post-match, the actions of the fans in the southern stand were sure to be widely reported, potentially causing considerable trouble for AC Milan. When the match resumed, every time Yello touched the ball, a cacophony of discontent reverberated throughout the stadium. Yello's actions had successfully incensed the entire San Siro crowd, extending beyond just the southern stand. Even among the more temperate Milan supporters, attacks directed at Yello have begun to emerge, a scene that has left many with a grim countenance. The camera panned to the Milan president, Galliani, who appeared visibly distressed. Such an occurrence undeniably poses a significant threat to the commercial brand and reputation of AC Milan. This is a manifestation of racial discrimination. Moreover, under the scrutiny of live broadcasts, the sounds emanating from the stands are accessible to audiences worldwide. Although racial prejudice is rampant in Italy, the actual leader of AC Milan, Berlusconi, despite his affiliation with right-wing politics, finds the situation at San Siro unacceptable within mainstream discourse. The fans at San Siro seem to be pushing their beloved team into the flames. Nevertheless, Yello maintained his composure. He played as he should, seemingly unfazed by the cacophony surrounding him. During the latter stages of the first half, AC Milan found themselves in a rather precarious position. Fortunately, time was running short, and when the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, many AC Milan players sighed in relief. In truth, the impact of those voices in the stands weighed heavily on them. Would Yello simply concede to the provocation of the San Siro audience? Certainly not. Upon returning to the dressing room, he began searching for a prop, a banana. Bananas are a common sight in dressing rooms due to their high sugar content and ease of digestion, serving as an excellent source of energy replenishment. Many players often consume a snack during halftime to replenish their energy. From a nutritional standpoint, the sugars in bananas can swiftly convert to glucose, allowing for immediate absorption by the body, thus providing a rapid source of energy. Hence, bananas are a staple in the dressing room, courtesy of the team's logistical staff. Yello's teammates were incensed by the treatment he received in the first half. As soon as they entered the dressing room, they rushed to console him. "Hey, those people are idiots. Don't pay them any mind," Isco exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed, there are plenty of such fools in Italy," Turlang added. "Yes, this happens frequently in Italy. Just ignore them," Van Nistelrooy, who had been seated on the bench during the match, chimed in, his experience evident. In reality, Yello was not as enraged as they presumed. Holding a banana in his hand, he offered it to the substitute goalkeeper, Robben. Robben paused, then shook his head, saying, "Ah, thank you. But I'm not particularly fond of bananas." He waved his hands dismissively. No, this isn't for you to eat, old Lu," Yello clarified. Old Lu was a term of respect he used in Chinese, reflecting a dragon countryman's deference to his elder. This delighted Robben, who even began to request that others in the dressing room refer to him in the same manner. Robben was momentarily taken aback. "If I'm not eating the banana, then what shall I do with it? As the second half approaches, could you hold on to this for me? What is it for?" Yi Luo chuckled mischievously, saying, "You will find out soon." Robben was taken aback. Just then, the head coach entered, casting a glance at Yi Luo. Upon seeing the coach's arrival, Robben suppressed his astonishment. A terrifying image flashed through his mind, but he had no time to confirm it with Yi Luo. His palm began to sweat around the banana he was gripping. Pellegrini sought to glean something from Yi Luo, as that confrontation had left him somewhat bewildered. However, he ultimately refrained from mentioning the goal and instead began strategizing for the second half. "We shall continue to play in the same manner as the first half. In midfield, we must avoid any delays, focus on Ye's positioning. Whether through long passes or short ones, whenever we have the ball, we must endeavor to deliver it to his feet," he instructed. A smile graced Yi Luo's face. He relished hearing such plans, for they signified greater opportunities for him to score in the second half. After the halftime break, the players emerged from the locker room. In the players' tunnel, Yi Luo discussed the attacking strategy for the second half with Joaquin and Isco. "I want to try high balls this half. I will position myself in the center to receive the ball, while you two deliver crosses from the wings," Yi Luo proposed. He aimed to experiment with the combination of the little tank trait and the air dominator skill. The goal he scored in the first half made him realize he could develop an almost unanswerable offensive tactic. Joaquin furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Won't that be too simplistic?" "Not at all. I've recently felt a significant improvement in my physical confrontational ability. Besides, we are already 2 goals ahead. Let's try this attacking pattern in the second half. If it proves effective, our offensive strategies will become even more diverse," Yi Luo replied. Joaquin and Isco nodded in agreement, recalling the moment when Yi Luo had outmuscled Silva, sending him flying. Coupled with Yi Luo's impressive jumping ability, it seemed plausible that they could indeed create substantial threats through wing crosses. As the second half commenced, the echoes of discontent from the San Siro stadium persisted. The fans were resolute in their intention to confront Yi Luo. Many players in similar situations in the past had found their focus disrupted. Those with lesser psychological resilience might even collapse emotionally, necessitating their substitution by the coach. Those with stronger mental fortitude would merely engage in verbal sparring, knowing that any physical retaliation against the fans could lead to a ban of over a year. Meanwhile, the troublesome fans faced no repercussions whatsoever. Even if AC Milan suffered a home stadium ban as a result, who truly bore the brunt of the misfortune? Certainly not them. The real victims were AC Milan and the devoted, earnest fans. AC Milan was set to face dire consequences, as many journalists in the press box shook their heads in dismay. In such circumstances, the referee could not simply turn a blind eye. He was bound to document the situation in his official report. Moreover, this is an international contest, a match in the UEFA Champions League, where Malaga, hailing from Spain, is participating. Undoubtedly, the Spanish media will not turn a blind eye to this situation. It is certain that this affair will capture the attention of all of Europe. At that juncture, AC Milan will inevitably face sanctions from UEFA. If it were another player confronted with such overt and unabashed acts of racial discrimination, they might well abandon the game entirely. The cacophony of lamentations is overwhelming, indicating that Malaga's offensive maneuvers have nearly completely subdued AC Milan. As the focal point of the attack, Yello clearly has more opportunities to possess the ball. Strangely, however, he appears oblivious to the occurrences in the stands, seemingly indifferent to the fact that for many, such humiliation is utterly intolerable. Furthermore, Yello does not strike one as the type to endure such indignities in silence. Hence, his composure is somewhat perplexing. He refrains from responding to the events unfolding in the stands and instead concentrates solely on the game. The commentators, too, have no choice but to focus on the match, with several broadcasters resorting to muting the crowd's noise. Yello receives the ball in the midfield. and AC Milan's players congest the center, passing to Isco. A cross is delivered. Yello. A header. Just slightly over the bar. Here it comes. Again. Another cross. Yello again finds the ball, but fails to direct his header on target. It seems that Malaga has altered their strategy in the second half, possessing the ball in the center, spreading it wide, and attacking the penalty area with headers. This is not typically Yello's style of offense, is it? After the commentators shifted their focus back to the game, they began to notice some peculiarities in the second half. The camera zoomed in on Pellegrini in the coaching seat. Pellegrini furrowed his brow, while his assistant coach, Marlaska, appeared increasingly restless. What is happening? Why are they playing with such impatience? He pondered whether intervention was necessary. Pellegrini thought for a moment, shook his head, and remarked, "No, let us wait and see. I believe Yello might be testing his heading ability." Marlaska nodded in agreement. With a 2-goal lead, the team indeed has the luxury of restraint. Even if this match were to conclude as is, Malaga would still emerge victorious, triumphing 2-0 away against AC Milan. What more could one desire? Yet, Yello is not satisfied. Although he has scored twice, he has no intention of halting his efforts. He knows that the most effective way to rattle those extreme fans is to breach their team's defenses right before their eyes. One goal after another. It is akin to delivering resounding slaps across their faces, repeatedly swelling their cheeks. Of course, this is still not enough. Yello pursues another objective with his scoring, to show those fans what it truly means to be a provocateur. One audacious enough to confront even the national team of Longwa head-on. Isco and Joaquin positioned themselves on either flank, while Yello occupied the pivotal number 10 role. Baptista led the attack at the forefront. At one point, Malaga's formation shifted to a 4-4-1-1. The tasks set before Joaquin and Isco were straightforward, to deliver the ball into the penalty area. Within that area, Yello stood as their focal point for passes. However, crossing was not Malaga's sole method of attack. Yello occasionally unleashed long-range shots from the center and embarked on personal breakthroughs, engaging in intricate passing sequences with Baptista. This central penetration kept AC Milan's defenders on high alert, disallowing them any respite. The interplay between the wings and the center created a synergy that produced an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Such a simplistic offensive strategy, bolstered by Yello's commanding presence in the center, rendered AC Milan beleaguered. The Milan supporters in the stands were left exasperated, their frustration palpable in the air. Amidst the chorus of discontent, Yello received the ball in the center, skillfully controlling it at his feet. Faced with Seedorf's defense, he executed a feint that compelled the veteran to retreat in haste. At that moment, Yello lifted his right foot, feigning a long-range strike, prompting both Boateng and Van Bommel to throw themselves to block. These two actions instilled a sense of urgency within AC Milan. Yet, rather than advancing or shooting, Yello opted to distribute the ball to the flanks. In the midst of his run, Isco noticed Yello charging into the center of the penalty area. Before the fullback could cover, he delivered a cross. Isco's cross, however, was too high. The ball soared, lacking the necessary velocity, leading many commentators to deem it a minimal threat. Silva, upon observing the ball's trajectory, exhaled a slight sigh of relief. His aerial duels with Yello had been taxing. The fact that Yello consistently outmaneuvered him in the air was telling. Nonetheless, even with the cross as poor quality, Silva instinctively sought Yello's position. To his surprise, Yello was not at the center, but rather at the far post. Upon realizing this, Silva swiftly pivoted towards the back post, joining forces with his teammate, the fullback Zambrotta. To confront Yello, Zambrotta, eyes fixed on the ball, spread his arms to establish his position, preparing to leap. At that moment, Thiago Silva noticed Yello had already ascended into the air. He could not afford to alert Zambrotta, so he dashed forward instead. Subsequently, Zambrotta leapt as well. The three collided in a cacophony of sound resonating throughout the stadium. Yello had soared too high, rendering him the most conspicuous player on the field. Zambrotta attempted to leap, only to collide with Yello's thigh, causing Yello to tilt in midair. Simultaneously, Silva crashed into Yello with considerable force. With the combined might of the aerial prowess and unwavering determination, Yello swayed slightly, while Silva was effectively repelled. The football has descended from the air, and due to a collision with Silva and Zambrotta, he can no longer utilize the momentum for a leap to head the ball. Additionally, with the ball traveling at a slow pace, he cannot capitalize on its force either. This strike must rely solely on the strength of his core and ways to propel his head forward, forcefully directing the ball towards the goal. The sound of despair suddenly fills the air, a stark contrast to their initial intent to humiliate their opponents. Within that mocking tone, the despair of the AC Milan fans is unmistakably sharp, indicative of their profound hopelessness. At this moment, Yello's focus is solely on the football. He fixes his gaze on the incoming ball, tightening his core muscles. In an almost folding motion, he propels his head forward with fierce determination. Bang! His forehead meets the upper portion of the approaching football, causing it to veer sharply downward towards the goal. Initially, Abbiati, positioned at the far post, had a clear view of Yello's movement. Sensing Yello's presence at the back post, he moved to cover that area. To him, such a lofty ball seemed devoid of threat, leading him to believe that Yello would merely graze it. However, who could have anticipated that Yello would execute an exceptionally powerful header while airborne? He directed the ball towards the opposite goal. In a flurry, Abbiati dashed towards the near post, leaping and extending his arms, eyes locked on the ball rebounding off the ground. Ultimately, he failed to make contact, helplessly watching as the ball slipped beneath his outstretched arms and nestled into the net. The Milan fans, still chanting, suddenly found their voices stifled as if caught by a fishbone. Goal! In the commentary booth, the announcers leaped to their feet, cheering exuberantly. Magnificent! A splendid header. Oh, what a relief. This is the most fitting response. At this moment, Duan Xian from the National Sports Channel, who had been holding back his emotions, finally released his pent-up excitement. Long live! The away stands at San Siro erupted with the few Malaga fans raising their arms in jubilation. The entire stadium resonated with their voices, drowning out the earlier despair that Yello had silenced with his own hands. On the sidelines, Pellegrini almost dropped his jaw in astonishment at Yello's goal. He had originally believed Yello was merely experimenting with new tactics, not expecting him to score in such a straightforward manner. Yet, upon witnessing Yello leap high, overpowering Zambrotta, colliding with Silva midair, and, without any leverage, utilizing his formidable core strength to execute a powerful header, he was left in awe. At that moment, Pellegrini conceded. He understood. In Yello's arsenal, a formidable offensive weapon has emerged. Indeed, aerial maneuvers have long been a crucial method for scoring goals. It is no wonder that many teams, when faced with desperation and the need to score, resort to relentless long ball tactics. The enduring nature of this strategy attests to its intrinsic value. Yello now poses a significant threat both with his feet and his head. The greater the number of weapons in his arsenal, the more challenging it becomes for opponents to defend against him. Upon landing from his aerial feat, Yello felt an exhilarating rush. He realized he had discovered yet another nearly unstoppable method of attack, adding a nuclear weapon to his collection. However, Yello had little time to revel in his newfound offensive capability. After touching down, he sprinted towards the substitutes bench. The players there believed he was coming to celebrate his goal with them, eagerly gathering around. To their surprise, Yello waved them off and charged directly towards Robben. Old Lou, hurry up, the banana. Robben, the substitute goalkeeper, was akin to a mascot on the bench, as he would only see playtime if the starting goalkeeper, Caballero, were injured. Thus, Yello entrusting the banana to Robben was a prudent choice. Robben, momentarily taken aback, instinctively handed the banana to Yello. Yello seized it and squeezed through the crowd, racing towards the southern stand. The onlookers were puzzled, and even the cameras and television broadcasts followed Yello's figure intently. Then, regardless of whether they were present in the stadium or watching from home, everyone witnessed Yello peel the banana and extend it towards the stands. Aren't you all making monkey noises? Only a monkey would make such sounds. After all this time, are you hungry? I'm here to feed you bananas. Yello, with a mocking grin, raised the banana while extending 3 fingers. A resounding pop was heard, as nearly all Dragon Kingdom fans caught the sound. This was the noise made by Duan Xian as he sprayed water in excitement after Yello's goal, his voice cracking with exhilaration. He had intended to take a sip of water while the commentator Su Yang elaborated on the brilliance of the goal and the tactical correctness of the play, but instead, he witnessed this scene, spilling water and dampening his pants. The spectators in the stands of San Siro were left astonished. They had employed such tactics against countless players before, but never had any player dared to retaliate in such a manner. The concession of a goal had already sent them into a frenzy, and now Yello was reminding them that only a monkey would make those sounds. Initially, they had mocked him with this noise, labeling him a monkey, yet now, they found themselves embodying that very role. Consequently, their monkey noises became inappropriate, as Yello brandished a banana. To continue their cries would imply a desire for the fruit, solidifying their status as the true monkeys. Thus, they could only express their anger through boos, curses, grimaces, and raised middle fingers. Their fury was so intense that the entire stand was in turmoil. Yet, Yello stood undaunted, unafraid of the crowd. He remained on the sidelines like a statue, brandishing a banana with a mocking smile upon his lips. The fans in the southern stand of San Siro were on the verge of exploding with rage. They roared in fury, hurling anything they could find onto the pitch. However, the security personnel reacted swiftly this time, raising their shields to protect Yello. The cacophony of chaos was akin to Yello contributing significantly to the GDP of Milan after this match. The sales and mobile phone stores across the city would undoubtedly see a small surge. The fans at San Siro were in a frenzy, and the players of AC Milan were equally agitated. They had never encountered such a provocateur. The AC Milan players rushed forward, deeming Yello's taunting of the fans utterly unacceptable. Yet, the players of Malaga were determined to defend their captain. Consequently, both teams converged in a tumultuous melee, plunging the stadium into chaos. The referee and security personnel were at their wits' end, struggling to quell the uproar. Eventually, they managed to restore some semblance of order. But the scene at the sidelines was a complete wreck. The resounding boos echoed throughout the stadium, revealing to all what had transpired. The situation had escalated dramatically. In the media section, journalists from both Dragon Country and Spain reveled in the drama. Yello's method of retaliation was remarkably creative. Although he received a yellow card for his antics, what did that matter? Even a red card would have been inconsequential. At least he had vented his frustrations. Now, the extremist fans in the southern stand of San Siro were no longer mocking, as they too bore a psychological scar the moment they uttered a sound. The Malaga fans in the corner would mimic peeling a banana, taunting them mercilessly. This rendered the former's jeers tasteless and utterly vexatious. Meanwhile, with a 3-goal deficit, AC Milan had cast caution to the wind. Allegri substituted in Robben and Cassano, forming a desperate attacking 4-forward lineup. Yet, their frail defense was once again exploited by Malaga. In the 73rd minute, Malaga scored their 4th goal. Isco delivered a cross from the flank, and an unmarked Baptista headed the ball into the net. After the goal, the Malaga players raced to the sidelines, raising 4 fingers in triumph. This match had indeed forged a fierce rivalry between Malaga and AC Milan. However, the drama was not yet over. Before the final whistle, Yello delivered a powerful cross into the box that was inadvertently deflected into his own net by the fullback. Nasserin, an own goal. 5. The visiting Malaga side had gone completely berserk. Their fans raised 5 fingers in celebration. On the stands of San Siro, even the mild-mannered AC Milan supporters began to exit the stadium. As for the extreme fans in the southern stands, they indeed possess a fighting spirit, albeit expressed through a torrent of vulgarities. The fervor they once exhibited has diminished. Ultimately, thanks to Yello's hat trick, Baptista's header, and Nasserino's own goal, Malaga triumphed over AC Milan with a resounding score of 5-0 on their home turf. However, it is widely acknowledged that the most significant focus of this match may not be the exaggerated scoreline, but rather the altercation that transpired between Yello and the extreme fans of AC Milan. The moment the final whistle blew, Yello's mind resonated with the system's voice. Ding. Side quest, counterattack against extreme fans, has been completed, and task evaluation is in progress. Ding. Your task evaluation has been rated S. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Yello's face. His relentless effort had finally paid off. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 132. Hitting a brick wall. S-level task evaluations are a rare occurrence. Yello accessed the task system to review his rewards. Fusion points. 15. S-level power badge. Power badge. S-level effect. Power 20 activated trait. Explosive shot activated trait. Bull rush trait. Explosive shot effect. Significantly enhances shot power and ball speed. Trait. Bull rush effect. Greatly improves stability during physical confrontations. This marked his second S-level badge, along with 15 fusion points. Yello opened the system to check his fusion progress. Ronaldo template fusion progress. 88. Ronaldinho template fusion progress. 88. Cristiano Ronaldo template fusion progress. 88. Taking a deep breath, Yello noted that, at this rate, he would undoubtedly achieve a complete fusion of the three SS-level templates before the season's end. His continuous scoring streak is attributed to his steadily rapid improvement in skill, rendering any defensive strategies against him ineffective at keeping pace with his growth. How long could this fruitful period of strength development last? Would it extend until the complete fusion of the three SS-level templates? Yello shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Achieving the complete fusion of the three Ronaldo templates was already an extraordinary feat. There was no point in dwelling on other matters. On the television screen, the camera firmly focused on Yello. Undoubtedly, he was once again the star player of the match. The game concluded with Malaga's emphatic 5-0 victory over AC Milan. Simultaneously, in another match within the group, Bayern Munich secured a 2-1 victory against Manchester City, thereby confirming that the two teams advancing from Group A are Malaga and Bayern Munich. The only remaining suspense in this group is who will finish at the top. The outcome of this final group stage match, held at the Rosalines Stadium in Malaga between Malaga and Bayern Munich, will become evident only after the whistle blows. As long as Malaga remains unbeaten in their last league game, they will secure their position as the top team in the group, exclaimed Andres from Cadena Cope. However, the focal point of attention in this match extends beyond merely the group standings. It revolves around the incident of racial discrimination that transpired during the game and the formidable response by Yello. Never before had a player dared to confront these purveyors of racism directly. Today, Yello's hat trick, which decisively overwhelmed AC Milan, exemplified the most effective way to combat such despicable and shameful behavior. Regrettably for AC Milan, they have failed to rein in their fans, as noted by Andres. Meanwhile, reporters, akin to hyenas, rushed towards Yello, who was undoubtedly the star of the match, having scored his 11th goal in the Champions League. Remarkably, he achieved this feat in just 5 group stage matches. Prior to this, the record for the most goals in a single Champions League season was held by Yello's teammate Van Nistelrooy and Messi, both having scored 12 goals. Now, Yello stands just 1 goal shy of that record. This season, aside from Yello, both Messi and Ronaldo have also exhibited exceptional form in the Champions League, with Messi netting 8 goals and Ronaldo 7. Historically, the top scorer in the Champions League often finishes with only 7 or 8 goals. Yet here we are, with Yello already at 11 goals before the group stage concludes, and Messi and Ronaldo seem poised to challenge past records as well. However, the questions from the press clearly veered away from this topic. Yello, how did you decide to use a banana to respond to the Italian journalist? Stammered one reporter, attempting to avoid the term racial discrimination. At that moment, a Spanish journalist, visibly frustrated, interjected, Yello, how did you conceive the idea of using a banana to combat the racism of the Italians? From the stands at San Siro, an Italian journalist hastily added. Yello found the situation amusing. If he remained silent, it seemed both reporters might start bickering amongst themselves. I heard the laughter of a group of monkeys, so I thought they must enjoy eating bananas, he replied, leaving the journalists astonished. They had anticipated a more forceful rebuttal against racial discrimination, expecting him to voice his grievances. Who could have predicted that Yello would respond with such fortitude? Yet, what they fail to understand is that for Yello, racial discrimination. What right do these Italians have to cast judgment? They belong to one of the so-called pigs nations themselves, and yet they presume to discriminate? Such arrogance is unfounded. These individuals, with their flawed genetics, should take a moment to reflect on their own appearances before claiming superiority. In such circumstances, an ordinary individual might succumb to despair, yet Yello remains unfazed, finding the situation rather amusing. Do you not think your response is somewhat excessive? A journalist inquired. Excessive? No, I merely engage in self-defense. When someone strikes you, I will not weep and seek consolation. I will retaliate with full force, Yello declared, clenching his fist. The reporters were rendered speechless by Yello's unwavering demeanor. They had encountered players facing discrimination on the field before, whose emotions ranged from anger to despair, and some even to tears. When had they ever seen such a reaction? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is my philosophy, Yello proclaimed as he prepared to depart. At that moment, an Italian journalist posed a question. Isn't it said that in your dragon nation, one should repay grievances with virtue? Yello turned to the Italian journalist, intrigued, for he had articulated those words in Chinese. The Italian journalist smirked with satisfaction. Are you aware that there is an additional phrase associated with this term? Yello responded. To repay grievances with virtue. How then do we repay virtue? Furthermore, I believe you have misinterpreted the concept. This is not about repaying grievances with virtue. It is about vengeance. The traditional culture of the Dragon Nation emphasizes retribution. One can seek revenge for grievances spanning 9 generations, let alone for those lasting 100. Thus, when they target and assault me, I must retaliate. I helped my team achieve a resounding 5-0 victory over the team they support. And I can only imagine the expressions on those fans' faces. They must be in profound agony. The suffering of my enemies brings me joy. I am unconcerned with their pain, for I relish my triumph. With that, he turned and departed. The journalists stood in astonishment, watching Yello's retreating figure. The reporters from the Dragon Nation found themselves sidelined, overshadowed by their Italian and Spanish counterparts, as they observed the incredulous expressions on the faces of the Spanish and Italian journalists. The reporters from the Dragon Nation recalled the moment Yello had fiercely confronted the general manager of the Football Association. A year had passed, yet his essence remained unchanged. He was still the same Yello. Although he did not cry out for justice or vocally denounce racial discrimination, his teammates, including Malaga's head coach, were vocal in their condemnation. Van Nistelrooy expressed his protest during an interview, stating, "What transpired on that field is disgraceful. Those responsible must be punished. Racial discrimination must be eradicated from football." Joaquin shook his head, saying, "I hope the referee will document everything that occurred here. Yello faced an unjust treatment today, and the events at San Siro are a disgrace." In the post-match press conference, Pellegrini vehemently criticized the actions of AC Milan's fans. "This is a shame for football. Such occurrences on the pitch are utterly appalling." As for Yello's response, Pellegrini naturally supported him. "I believe Yello's reaction is entirely reasonable. He is still just an 18-year-old boy. His actions may not align with the expectations of some, but the fault does not lie with him. He was merely defending himself. My players have no issues whatsoever. Racial discrimination is undeniably a significant concern. While this problem is acute in Europe, public sentiment, particularly in the realm of football, tends to be overwhelmingly against such discrimination. This is the essence of political correctness. It is improbable that anyone would come forth to defend those fans." Allegri, during an interview, condemned the actions of the fans in the southern stand of San Siro. "The incidents that transpired there are disgraceful. They do not represent the true supporters of AC Milan, and such individuals are unwelcome regardless of their location." Half an hour after the match concluded, Malaga's official website and social media accounts simultaneously issued a statement condemning the events that occurred at San Siro. Italy is currently experiencing an economic downturn, with the rise of the far-right exacerbating the already serious issue of racism, which has become increasingly brazen alongside the ascension of right-wing politics. However, even the most extreme right-wing politicians dare not speak on behalf of these fans. Following Malaga's official statement, UEFA promptly issued its condemnation and swiftly announced sanctions against AC Milan, including a fine of €500,000 and a 2-match home ban in European competitions. Numerous football legends have rallied to support Yello. In Italy, the legendary captain of AC Milan, Paolo Maldini, took to his social media to sternly criticize the behavior of the fans in the southern stand. "Tonight marks a disgraceful chapter for AC Milan," he expressed. "This is not solely due to our humiliating 5-0 defeat at home. The team has faced losses here before, which is inconsequential as we were indeed outmatched. The true disgrace lies in the southern stand, where the abhorrent voices echo in my ears while our team suffers humiliation. These individuals do not represent our fans. Those who genuinely love football and AC Milan must distance themselves from them. I urge the club to expel them from San Siro and deny them entry to future matches." This incident has sparked a media storm across Europe. In Longwa, Yello's actions have ignited considerable controversy, with journalists and media figures, including those from the Football Association, attacking his response as lacking grace and damaging the nation's image, leaving our allies astonished. Their remarks have garnered the attention of certain lawyers and finance bloggers on Weibo, leading to numerous shares and comments. For a time, chaos reigned. After all, Yello was not merely confronting procedural issues. He was challenging the pride of these individuals. However, they were soon drowned out by the outrage of passionate fans. It is disappointing that the Football Association has not publicly supported Yello. These sycophants dare to act in such a manner. Astonished allies? What era are we in? These people are nothing but traitors. How is it so wrong to stand up for oneself? The likes of Madashin thought they had found an opportunity. But little did they know they had kicked against an iron plate. The chapter concludes here. In the 133rd chapter, the Golden Globe Award. Yello scores with a clear shot. It was remarkably effortless. Yello skillfully maneuvered past Silva and took a direct strike. Goal. Isco's cross was slightly too high. But the ball reached the back post, and there was Yello again. Neither Silva nor Zambrata could thwart him. A splendid header. The ball has entered the net. The ball has indeed found its mark. In the office of Manchester City's headquarters in England, the television screen displayed highlights from the match between AC Milan and Malaga. The club's general manager, Mubarak, and head coach, Mancini, sat rather stiffly. The only person capable of rendering these prominent figures in English football so uneasy was none other than the club's principal owner, Mr. Mansour, who sported a cloth atop his head. Mansour appeared visibly displeased. He had invested a substantial amount of money into Manchester City, yet thus far, the team had failed to secure any significant championships. This was utterly infuriating. Following Manchester City's elimination from the Champions League, Mansour had unleashed his ire upon Mubarak. However, Mubarak quickly reassured his boss. If they could bring one particular individual to Manchester City, winning the Premier League title would be a mere formality. And conquering the Champions League would also be within reach. Are you referring to Messi or Ronaldo? If those two were willing to come, would you even need to mention it? Boss, I am speaking of Yello. Mubarak boasted over the phone to Mansour. Well, it wasn't exactly boasting. Presenting Yello's statistics was sufficient. Mansour's interest was piqued, and he summoned Mancini to join the conversation. Mancini had initially assumed that the owner had come to Manchester to demand accountability, given that the team had failed to progress beyond the group stage in the Champions League for 2 consecutive seasons. With such a luxurious roster, it was perplexing how they could not perform in the Champions League. The English media mocked Manchester City for their lack of European pedigree. However, Mancini knew that if pedigree were truly invaluable, how could AC Milan face a humiliating defeat of 0-5 against Malaga? After much contemplation, Mancini devised a rationale to address the owner's grievances. Manchester City lacked a leader, a commanding presence on the pitch. Their players were primarily attracted by lucrative contracts in the transfer market, while some media outlets derided City players as mercenaries. It was evident that those willing to join such a modest club were indeed lured by its financial offerings. After all, Manchester City had yet to achieve anything substantial. If not for the allure of money, what else could it be? Consequently, the team's underwhelming performance in the Champions League could be directly attributed to the players' motivation issues. To remedy this, they would need a player of leadership qualities, someone who could command the respect of Manchester City's stars. However, such players were rare gems in the transfer market. Mancini had prepared extensively, only for the owner to pose no inquiries at all. Rather, after watching the highlights of Yello's goals against AC Milan, Mansour turned to Mancini and inquired, if he were our player, could you lead the team to win the Champions League? Mancini paused, reflecting on the daunting challenge of securing the prestigious trophy. Acquiring the Champions League title is no trivial pursuit. If we possessed Yello, we would undoubtedly be the most competitive team in the Premier League, making the league title well within our grasp. However, winning the Champions League requires a multitude of factors. I cannot assert with absolute certainty that we would emerge victorious. Yet, it is undeniable that a Manchester City with Yello would be a formidable contender for the Champions League title. Mancini responded with a note of caution. The dynamics of league play and the Champions League are fundamentally different. Once we progress beyond the group stage into the knockout rounds, the nature of elimination matches introduces a significant element of unpredictability. Even the strongest teams can falter unexpectedly. Mansour fixed his gaze on the screen, pointing out Yello amidst the crowd. Has there ever been a player like him? He asked with intrigue. Mancini exchanged a glance with Mubarak. There was the infamous incident with Manchester United's captain Cantona, who infamously kicked a fan, Mancini recalled. Are you suggesting he is akin to Cantona? Mansour's expression brightened with interest. Manchester United's resurgence began during the Premier League era. In fact, after Ferguson took charge, he faced several seasons without breakthroughs and was even at risk of dismissal. Had he not secured an FA Cup victory in time, he might have been relieved of his duties in the 1989-1990 season prior to the Premier League's inception. The arrival of Eric Cantona at Manchester United marked the beginning of a legendary era. Should we consider the greatest captain of the Premier League era, Cantona, who led the illustrious class of '92 at Manchester United, would undoubtedly be a strong contender. Mancini hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "Every player's personality is unique. But it is evident that Yello possesses the potential to become an exceptional leader on the pitch." Mansour nodded in agreement. Does his talent truly rival that of Messi and Ronaldo? At the very least, he is not inferior to them, and he is only 18 years old. Boss, Mancini replied. 18 years old, Mansour nodded thoughtfully, and then turned to Mubarak. What challenges lie in securing his transfer? The player's own willingness, Mubarak replied candidly. We must communicate to his agent that we are prepared to offer an unprecedented super contract. The fervor surrounding this prospect ignited a wave of speculation across Europe and the globe. Nonetheless, for Malaga, the immediate focus remained on their upcoming league match. In the 12th round of the league, Malaga faced a challenging away game against Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine. Pellegrini opted against making any rotations for this crucial match. Villarreal, having been relegated by Malaga the previous season, were eager to assert their dominance at home, playing with great intensity and determination. Ultimately, Malaga found themselves on the brink of a draw, and in the 80th minute, Villarreal broke the deadlock, taking a 1-0 lead. At the height of the fervent atmosphere in the stadium, it was Yello who emerged as the savior of the team. He dribbled the ball through the central path, exhibiting the attributes of a bull in a china shop and a little tank, making his advances even more incisive. The Villarreal players attempted to foul him, but were unable to restrain him. As he prepared to shoot, two defenders from Villarreal virtually clung to him, one wrapped around his waist, the other grasping his arm. Yet, they failed to thwart his strike. He lifted his foot at the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a long-range shot that rocketed into the net like a cannonball. This goal left the Villarreal players profoundly shaken. Conceding such a goal dealt a significant blow to their morale. Consequently, just before the match concluded, Malaga scored again from a corner, with the returning central defender de Michelis heading in the ball, sealing the victory. Malaga maintained their position at the top of the league standings. Following this match, they returned to their home ground for the 13th round of the league, facing Racing Santander, against an opponent from the relegation zone. Malaga played with considerable ease. Yello contributed with both assists and goals in the first half, helping the team establish a 2-goal lead. He was substituted after 10 minutes into the second half, as the team needed to prepare for the upcoming crucial UEFA Champions League group stage match against Bayern Munich. The outcome of this match would directly determine the rankings of both group leaders and runners-up, with both Malaga and Bayern Munich vying for the top position to enhance their chances of a favorable draw. After winning this match, FIFA and France Football announced the 23-man shortlist for the 2011 FIFA Ballon d'Or. This marked the second year since the merger of the Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year awards. The controversies from the previous year heightened the scrutiny surrounding this year's FIFA Ballon d'Or, especially as many believe that Wesley Sneijder, the dual core of Inter Milan and the Dutch national team, was a strong contender for the award. Ultimately, the first recipient of the FIFA Ballon d'Or post-merger was Lionel Messi, which sparked discontent among many who felt Sneijder deserved recognition. After all, he had led Inter Milan to a treble and reached the finals of the World Cup with the Netherlands, playing a pivotal role in both teams as an attacking linchpin. Thus, Sneijder's absence from the awards led to considerable criticism and controversy surrounding the FIFA Ballon d'Or, with many attributing it to flaws in the selection mechanism. Prior to the merger, the voting rules for the Ballon d'Or, established by France Football, involved professional football journalists and media personnel from 176 countries worldwide, while the FIFA World Player of the Year was determined by votes from coaches and captains of national teams from over 200 countries. Therefore, prior to the merger, the authority of the European Ballon d'Or was widely acknowledged to surpass that of the FIFA World Player of the Year. This is attributable to the former selectors possessing a wealth of data, resources, and information. In contrast, the evaluators for the latter consist of the coaches and captains from over 200 national teams, more than half of which represent amateur clubs. It is evident how much credibility the votes from these part-time players can hold. After all, the weight of a vote from the coach and captain of the national team of Lyon is equivalent to that of their counterparts from the world champion Spanish national team. Despite this, the Lyon national team still finds itself ranked around 80 in the world. This implies a more alarming reality. There are approximately 120 national teams ranked even lower than Lyon's, whose coaches and captains also partake in the voting process. Under these circumstances, the selection of the FIFA World Player of the Year primarily hinges on the player's fame. The greater the renown, the higher the likelihood of receiving the award. Consequently, historically, the authority of the World Player of the Year has never quite matched that of the European Ballon d'Or. This is largely because reputable journalists from authoritative media tend to consider a player's performance, statistics, and other factors holistically. The new voting rules for the merged FIFA Ballon d'Or stipulate that votes are contributed equally by 208 national team coaches, 208 national team captains, and 208 members from global media, each holding a share of 1/3. The inaugural voting following the merger in 2010 stirred significant controversy. That year, in terms of media votes, Sneijder topped the list, followed closely by Iniesta, both significantly outpacing Messi. Among the coaches and captains from the 8 major footballing nations, Brazil, England, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal, and Spain, Messi garnered only 26 points, falling short of Iniesta's 28 and Xavi's 36. Yet, Messi ultimately claimed the award, a feat made possible by the votes from the coaches of nations such as Albania, Angola, the Bahamas, Belize, the Virgin Islands, and the Cook Islands, as well as the support from captains of teams like Bermuda, Cape Verde, Comoros, and Gabon. This reveals the core issue. The majority of votes cast lack professionalism. Consequently, a candidate's fame and reputation often eclipse their actual competitive performance from that year. Thus, media promotion can fundamentally influence the final outcome of the FIFA Ballon d'Or selection. This leads to another dilemma. The Ballon d'Or has transformed into a spectacle where elite clubs wield their media influence to engage in a tug-of-war. When the time for Ballon d'Or voting arrives, one can observe the Madrid-based media dishing out dirt on Messi, while the Catalonian press sensationalizes Cristiano Ronaldo's misadventures. As soon as this year's candidate list was announced, various media outlets began resurrecting last year's controversies. However, the media from Longwa expressed considerable jubilation, with fans rejoicing. For among the 23 candidates, the name Yello was conspicuously featured. Yello's inclusion was not entirely unexpected, especially considering that even Neymar, currently with Santos in Brazil, was nominated. If the La Liga top scorer fails to be selected, the credibility of the FIFA Ballon d'Or would undoubtedly be rendered a farce. Although this was anticipated, the moment Yello's name appeared on the 23-man shortlist, it ignited a wave of exhilaration across the entire Dragon country. Yello's inclusion in the Ballon d'Or nominee list marks a monumental event not only for the Dragon country, but for Asian football as a whole. He is the first Asian player ever to be nominated among the 23 candidates for the prestigious award. In an instant, the Dragon country erupted in jubilation, as the fans relished a moment of pride. Until now, Dragon country supporters had often found themselves overshadowed by their neighbors, Japan and South Korea, due to the relatively weaker status of their national football. However, Yello has single-handedly eclipsed players from both nations, rendering them insignificant in comparison. The media in Japan and South Korea gazed enviously at this development, reporting on it from a perspective that emphasized the significance for Asian football. While this news is a triumph for Asian players, it poses a dilemma for those from the Dragon country. The media is reveling in Yello's nomination, with his name once again becoming a hot topic throughout the nation. He has ascended to the pinnacle of the sports sphere in the Dragon country. For the media, his place on the Ballon d'Or shortlist serves as an official validation of his status as a world-class athlete. This reflects the inherent insecurity of the Dragon country's media when it comes to international recognition. Despite Yello's outstanding performance, the need for external validation seems rather disheartening. Nevertheless, this is the current state of the media landscape. The announcement of the 23-man shortlist has not garnered as much attention in Europe as it has in the Dragon country. As it is not the final 3 candidates, there is still a considerable distance before the Ballon d'Or winner is determined. Meanwhile, Malaga is fully focused on preparing for the final round of the Champions League, where a draw at home would secure their position at the top of their group. Thus, the atmosphere at Malaga is relatively calm, while the pressure seems to rest squarely on Bayern Munich. Chapter 134. Breaking news from the reports of the German media. One can sense the weight of the pressure on Bayern Munich regarding this match. The media in Germany has extensively covered the game, with a particular focus on Malaga's Yello. During their last encounter, Yello left a profound impression on the Germans, showcasing a performance at the Allianz Arena that reverberated throughout the Bundesliga. Post-match, Some German outlets remarked that a player of Yello's caliber could only find a suitable home in Bayern Munich were he to join the Bundesliga, as the league lacks stars of such stature. Constrained by the 51 policy, Bundesliga clubs maintain robust financial health, yet they are unable to engage in extravagant signings. Bayern Munich remains the sole club with the potential to make such moves, possessing the requisite allure and legacy to attract top talent. Thus, the German media's remarks indicate a profound recognition of Yello's abilities. Prior to the match, reports highlighted Henk's regard for Yello's significance in this encounter. Henk's asserted that Yello would be a pivotal player for the opposition, a focal point of the match, and the most threatening player for Bayern Munich. I believe Henk's assessment is undoubtedly accurate. Yello represents Malaga's most formidable threat. When facing Malaga away from home, the foremost concern becomes how to effectively defend against Yello. In their last encounter at the Allianz Arena, Yello scored twice, leading Malaga to a dramatic victory over Bayern. Now, as they arrive at Malaga's home ground, who can predict the extent of Yello's potential impact? During their initial clash, while Hanks had already acknowledged Yello's talent, his level of concern pales in comparison to the present. At that time, Malaga was merely a newcomer to the Champions League, even after their home victory against AC Milan. Few regarded them as formidable. However, the situation has since changed dramatically. In this death group, Malaga remains unbeaten with 4 victories and 1 draw, accumulating 13 points, thereby leading Bayern Munich by a single point and securing the top position in the group. The prowess of Malaga has been validated through encounters with Bayern Munich, Manchester City, and AC Milan. Initially perceived as the weakest team in the group, Malaga now stands as the undisputed leader of Group A. Who would dare underestimate them now? In the lead-up to the match, the media in the Dragon Kingdom fervently disseminated and republished articles concerning this pivotal encounter. The final group stage match, determining the first and second positions, garnered attention akin to that of a final. Fans from the Dragon Kingdom relish the spotlight on their players as European media extensively covers and praises them, especially in the context of facing Bayern Munich. In Germany, numerous football legends, including Beckenbauer, Kahn, and Klinsmann, have voiced their insights, invariably addressing Yello. For the fans of the Dragon Kingdom, the apprehension exhibited by these illustrious German figures towards Yello serves as the most compelling endorsement of his prowess. In the past, Dragon Kingdom players seldom received such recognition while playing in Europe. Previously, many local media outlets would specifically inquire about Dragon Kingdom players, eagerly anticipating responses to create articles of significant domestic interest. However, the landscape has shifted. There is no longer a need for inquiries. The media proactively mentions Yello daily. A glance at German newspapers reveals that the frequency of Yello's name in reports about this Champions League match is unparalleled. Yello has now become the focal point of discourse across Europe, compelling even a superclub like Bayern Munich to treat him with utmost seriousness and caution. Fans from the Dragon Kingdom eagerly consume translated foreign reports while anticipating the arrival of match day. In the face of formidable opponents, the ever-astounding Yello has consistently delivered explosive performances. What might he showcase in such a critical battle? In Hamburg, Germany, the editorial team of the sports section of Bild has just dispatched the latest issue. The diligent staff, having toiled throughout the day, continues to discuss Bayern Munich's upcoming Champions League match against Malaga. Yello, 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 honestly. The frequency with which I encountered this name, while proofreading, has left me feeling somewhat afflicted by Yello syndrome. One staff member yawned. There's no way around it. This match holds immense significance. How can one defend against Yello? I truly believe there isn't a single defense in existence that could withstand him. If Bayern is to secure victory, they must strategize offensively. Veteran journalist Falk listened to his colleague's musings, a hint of concern shadowing his weary expression, before he self-deprecatingly shook his head. Just moments ago, he found himself worrying about Bayern Munich's potential inability to triumph over Malaga. The thought elicited a bitter smile within him. Bayern Munich, anxious about their capacity to outperform Malaga? This sentiment, uttered a season prior, would have been met with laughter. Anyone expressing such a notion would likely be chastised for their understanding of the game. After all, what kind of team is Bayern Munich? And what of Malaga? They simply do not belong in the same league. Yet, astonishingly, this statement has morphed into a serious concern that Bayern must confront. Should they fail to defeat Malaga away, they would emerge from the group stage as runners-up, facing the first-place teams from other groups. most likely formidable adversaries like Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Manchester United. This season, Manchester United has also struggled in the Champions League, finding themselves unexpectedly in third place within what appeared to be a manageable group, with their advancement hinging on the fortunes of Benfica and Pilsen in the final round. Nevertheless, emerging as runners-up would likely mean contending against powerhouse teams. Thus, the distinction between first and second place in the group remains critically important. As a supporter of Bayern Munich, Falk naturally hopes for their victory on the road, enabling them to surpass Malaga and seize the top spot in their group. However, at present, he finds himself powerless to assist Bayern, left only to hope they can exhibit their best form against Malaga, a team that has yet to experience defeat this season. Having just completed the latest edition of Bild's sports section, Falk can finally attend to other matters. He opens his email, where, as a seasoned journalist, he has cultivated contacts throughout Europe. In recent days, his focus has been on the match between Bayern and Malaga, thus prioritizing information channels from Germany and Spain. As for other countries, they can wait. Now, he has the opportunity to address those as well. Falk opens an email from a contact in England. The intelligence proved to be immensely valuable. Falk, intrigued after viewing the main text, promptly downloaded a video sent by the informant. Where's this? The slightly shaky footage left Falk feeling a bit dizzy, and it appeared to have been captured using an ultra-telephoto lens. Are they climbing a tree? Falk scoffed. Couldn't they at least edit it a bit? These paparazzi are so lazy with their earnings. Just as the shaking subsided, the camera stabilized. Mancini, Mubarak, Mansour. And the television footage showcased Yello. Falk was momentarily taken aback. The shot was taken through a window, revealing about two-thirds of Mansour's face, alongside Mancini, the head coach of Manchester City, and Mubarak, the general manager. What could they be discussing? Falk's curiosity was piqued. He quickly made a call. Jurgen, yes, it's me. I have a video here. Could you help me interpret their lip movements? Yes, I need it right now. Mancini, Mubarak, and the owner of Manchester City, Mansour, were watching a recording of Yello's match. This only intensified Falk's interest. Approximately 2 hours later, having returned home, Falk received a phone call. Big news, undoubtedly significant. Do you know what Mansour's last words were? Wait, you need to send me the subtitled video immediately. Yes, I need it right now. Falk hurried back to his room and opened his computer. An unprecedented super contract. Concerning Yello, Falk felt a jolt of excitement. He had no doubt about the weight of Mansour's statement, as he was potentially one of the wealthiest individuals speaking at that moment. He might not own an entire country, but at the very least, half of one, and it was a nation rich in untold reserves of black gold. Wealthy, quite affluent. Falk slowly sat down. He promptly dialed another number. Has the next edition's layout been decided? Yes, the front page. I have a blockbuster story here. I suggest we release it straight on the front page. As Falk spoke, he captured a screenshot from the video. To unveil such news before a major battle, and in a reputable publication like Bild, as opposed to a tabloid like The Sun, which is known for its sensationalism, would surely ignite the entire European football scene. Moreover, Falk had evidence in hand. Such monumental news breaking before the match would undoubtedly have significant ramifications for Yello and Malaga, wouldn't it? A faint smile crept across Falk's lips. He then dialed his assistant. Miria, please book me a flight to Spain. I need to attend Bayern's match live. Yes, and also arrange for a media pass. Falk hung up. This news was destined to become the most significant pre-match story. He was eager to witness the masterpiece he had orchestrated in person. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 135, a truly remarkable captain. According to reliable sources, Manchester City's owner, Mansour, has explicitly stated that next season he will offer an unprecedented super contract to recruit Yello. The core player of Malaga, Yello, has long been a coveted target for numerous prestigious clubs, and it is widely believed that he will ultimately depart from Malaga to join a major team. However, if Manchester City aims to outmaneuver all rival clubs to secure Yello, one must ponder the magnitude of the colossal contract they are prepared to offer. We shall eagerly await the developments. The publication of this article by Bild instantly captured the attention of all. While Bild maintains a degree of credibility, the assertion that Mansour personally made such a statement raises considerable skepticism. Mansour's itinerary is public knowledge, and upon his arrival in England, he did not grant an interview to Bild. Thus, one must question the origins of this claimed statement. Within a mere day, this news reverberated throughout Europe, permeating major media outlets. Yet, the public remained cautious. Not all of Bild's reports are deemed factual. Even esteemed media outlets can occasionally disseminate falsehoods. However, shortly thereafter, a video surfaced on Twitter corroborating Bild's claims. In the footage, Manchester City's owner, coach, and general manager engaged in discussion, complete with insightful lip-reading analysis. This revelation sent shockwaves through European football. With Mansour's direct involvement, the nature and scale of this super contract became a matter of intense speculation. Furthermore, how many players could genuinely resist such financial allure? Bild's report merely served as a prelude. Upon reaching England and other parts of Europe, the rumors began to escalate in absurdity. Numerous British tabloids soon followed suit. The Daily Mail reported that Manchester City is in talks with Mendes, stating that Yello could secure a staggering weekly salary of $1 million. The Metro declared Yello's endorsement, heralding Manchester City's acquisition of a superstar. The Sun suggested that Yello's admiration for Manchester's models might be the true reason for his potential move. As one of the most developed media landscapes in the world, the British press possesses a storytelling prowess that is unparalleled in Europe. Coupled with the global influence of the English language, media outlets worldwide began to extensively republish British reports. The initial narrative originated from Bild, igniting discussions in the German-speaking region. Yet it was the English media that ultimately drew global attention. However, it is well known that the integrity of British tabloids is often questionable. What began as Manchester City's endeavor to acquire Yello has now morphed into a mutual pursuit. Fuck. Upon disembarking from his flight at the airport and witnessing the myriad reports on Twitter, couldn't he help but smile slightly. As a seasoned football journalist, he had long anticipated this trajectory. The tabloid press, known for their lack of scruples, would undoubtedly assist Falk in disseminating rumors he could not express openly. Meanwhile, Mancini and Manchester City were preparing for the final round of the Champions League group stage. They were set to play away against AC Milan. Upon their arrival at the Milan airport, they were immediately engulfed by a throng of media. Mancini, an Italian, was momentarily perplexed by the sheer number of journalists surrounding him. Furthermore, the questions posed by the media left Mancini, who had been sleeping throughout the flight, somewhat dazed. Mr. Mancini, what do you believe Yello can bring to Manchester City? Have Manchester City finalized the transfer with Yello? Is it true that Yello's salary could reach the legendary figure of $1 million a week? The barrage of inquiries left Mancini and the other Manchester City players bewildered. Balotelli turned to glance back at the airport, questioning if they were indeed in Milan. Having spent so many years living and working here, how could he possibly be mistaken? Was he truly confused? Balotelli found himself in a state of disarray, while Mancini was even more baffled. What on earth was happening? Why did it feel as though the world had transformed the moment they disembarked from the plane? With a heart full of uncertainty, Mancini spoke to the reporters in platitudes while observing the staff disembarking from the Manchester City bus. Typically, when a team travels for an away match, the bus arrives at the venue beforehand. The staff, appearing anxious, hurriedly approached to shield Mancini from the journalists, stating, "I apologize, but this is not an open media time. Our head coach will not be answering any questions. Please step aside." The Manchester City personnel escorted Mancini and the players, who had just disembarked the plane and had not yet caught up with the news, onto the bus. "What is going on? Aren't we playing Milan? I thought we mistakenly flew to Malaga," the players queried. At this point, the staff, with a wry smile, suggested, "Perhaps you should check your phones for the news. It seems the whole world is talking about Yello coming to Manchester City." "Yello coming to Manchester City? What wonderful news!" exclaimed one player. "A colossal contract? $1 million a week? Is that even conceivable?" The players exchanged glances. Currently, the two highest earners in the Premier League are Yaya Touré from Manchester City and Wayne Rooney from Manchester United, with Touré earning a pre-tax weekly wage of $200,000 and Rooney $180,000. The prospect of £1 million weekly salary seemed astronomically distant. Would the owner truly offer Yello such a wage? The players began to feel unsettled. Witnessing this scene, Mancini couldn't help but curse the media for their unfounded rumors. Wasn't this making his job exceedingly difficult? Yello hadn't even arrived yet. In the Manchester City locker room, a hint of jealousy began to surface. "Yello, please stay. We may not have $1 million a week, but we have love." Meanwhile, at the training base in Malaga, fans were also affected by the sudden eruption of news. A large number of supporters gathered at the entrance of the training facility, and the presence of reporters had noticeably increased. Pellegrini, upon seeing the newspaper in his hands, felt a surge of frustration. What had started smoothly had now encountered unforeseen turbulence. The team, once brimming with morale, now finds itself in a state of uncertainty. With a significant battle approaching, the possible departure of their captain weighs heavily on the minds of the players. Pellegrini rubbed his forehead, acknowledging that these reports, largely propagated by British tabloids, were evidently mere rumors. I am well aware of that, Malaga remarked with a furrowed brow. However, with the match set for tomorrow, these reports will undoubtedly impact our team. Rising to his feet, Pellegrini proclaimed, "Let us convene with the players to address this matter." He made his way to the locker room of the training ground. Just then, Yello returned from the gym, having arrived an hour early for his customary training session with his coach, ensuring his body remained in peak condition. Upon entering the locker room, he observed that most of the players had gathered, their expressions a tapestry of envy, resignation, and regret. It was clear that the media's narratives had touched them. "I understand what you are all thinking," Yello began as he approached his locker, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. "The mega contracts, the £1 million weekly wages." Pellegrini, standing before the door, froze mid-motion when he heard Yello's voice from within the locker room. His hand hung in the air, ears perked up. "I have had no contact with Manchester City," Yello stated. A palpable sigh of relief echoed among the players. "Of course, I will not deny that I will not remain at Malaga forever," Yello continued, his gaze sweeping over his teammates. "However, this has no bearing on our current season. At least I will not be leaving this season." He raised a finger, emphasizing, "We have yet to win the championship." Everyone knew that Malaga was a modest club, but if they could clinch the title here, the La Liga championship, or even the Champions League, just the thought of it would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. La Liga? The Champions League? The players exchanged glances, astonished. "Can we truly achieve the Champions League?" Isco murmured. "Who can predict the future?" Yello chuckled. "But I do know that as long as we win one match at a time, securing the championship will naturally follow, will it not? Brothers, we all understand the nature of the media, do we not? Why should we allow them to influence us? We are unafraid of the pressure of tens of thousands in the Bernabeu or Camp Nou, so why should we fear what they write in the newspapers? What is penned in the media is beyond our control, yet what we can govern is our mindset and our performance on the field. I aim to secure the top spot in our Champions League group, advance to the round of 16, the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and even the final. I know this may seem outrageous, Malaga reaching the Champions League final, but I wish to give it a try. Who among you is willing to join me in this endeavor?" As Yello's words lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Isco, the most ardent supporter of Yello, suddenly sprang to his feet. "I am willing," he proclaimed, igniting a fervor among the other players. "I had never imagined that arriving in Malaga could also mean aiming for the Champions League. Yet I am exhilarated to be part of such a wild endeavor." Van Nistelrooy grinned broadly. "The Champions League, how thrilling!" Joaquin exclaimed, "But I believe in you, ye. What is it that ye cannot achieve? Let us embrace this madness together. Champions League, Champions League, Champions League," the players fervently chanted. Pellegrini, standing at the entrance, wore a slight smile. He withdrew his hand, which had been poised to push open the door, and turned to head towards the training ground. "Truly, he is a commendable captain, is he not?" he remarked to his assistant, Malaga. Chapter 136. The defenders' honor medal. The Rose Garden Stadium resounded with cheers and songs. However, many fans in the stands held up banners expressing their hope for Yello to remain. Sitting in the media box, Zorc observed the unfolding scene at the Rose Garden with a smile. The banners raised by Malaga's supporters became the focal point of the broadcast's close-up shots. It is common knowledge that Malaga cannot retain Yello, but the pressing question remains: does he truly intend to leave? Where will he go? This is what captivates public interest. As the players emerged to warm up, Fox scrutinized the performance of Yello and his Malaga teammates. Soon, he found himself furrowing his brow. Did they truly appear unaffected, or was it merely a facade? Indeed, Pellegrini is a renowned tactician. He would certainly intervene, which makes sense. Yet, can such outward tranquility truly mask inner turmoil? Fox pondered. Yello is undeniably Malaga's star player. All tactical strategies revolve around him. To date, Malaga has played 13 league matches and 5 Champions League fixtures, 18 matches in total, with Yello starting in every one of them. Moreover, he has completed 15 of those matches. In terms of playing time among all non-goalkeeper players in Europe's top 5 leagues, Yello ranks first. This illustrates the depth of Malaga's dependence on him. Thus, Falk cannot believe that the sudden surge of public opinion would have no impact on Malaga whatsoever. He resolved to continue his observations once the match commenced. As the game began, Bayern Munich, playing away, did not retreat into a defensive posture. The lessons learned from the previous match made them realize how challenging it is to contain Yello. Thus, they chose to shift the battle to Malaga's half, employing an offensive strategy to mitigate the pressure Yello exerts on Bayern's defense. The combination of Robben and Ribery on the wings proved to be formidable. Additionally, Bayern Munich opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation for this match. Gomez occupied a seat on the bench, while Thomas Müller took the position of center forward. Kroos was pushed up to play as an attacking midfielder, with two defensively robust players serving as the double pivot. Schweinsteiger partnered with Alaba. This midfield configuration was specifically designed to bolster the defense, aimed at countering the threat posed by Yello. Although this strategy somewhat diminished Bayern Munich's attacking prowess, the presence of two world-class wingers ensured that their offensive threat remained formidable. In their previous encounter, Malaga struggled to contend with Bayern's flanking attacks. Thus, Pellegrini placed his hopes on the offense, particularly relying on Yello. From the tactical formations provided prior to the match, Malaga was set up in a 4-3-3 formation. However, at the start of the match, aerial shots revealed that it actually resembled a 4-4-2. Isco and Cazorla occupied the flanks, while Turrential and Camacho formed the defensive midfield duo to counter Bayern Munich. Pellegrini's decision to employ a double pivot system mirrored Bayern's cautious approach, suggesting both teams were somewhat conservative in their selections. Nevertheless, once the match commenced, both sides refrained from adopting a defensive posture. Playing at home, Malaga favored attacking football, a style in which they excelled and felt most comfortable. While theoretically, a more defensive strategy could yield optimal results, Pellegrini, unlike Mourinho, could not afford to play for a draw without risking defeat. He was aware that his team could not withstand Bayern Munich's relentless assault. Furthermore, in their previous encounter, their victory against Bayern had been secured not through defense, but through incisive attacks. Thus, from the outset of the match, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. Bayern Munich's flanking assaults were executed with remarkable proficiency, with Robben and Ribery alternating their incursions. Thomas Müller, unlike the traditional center-forward Gomez, played a more versatile role in attack, showcasing exceptional movement and the ability to seize opportunities, while also facilitating play for his teammates. His presence in the central area connected effectively with Ribery and Robben, intensifying their threat towards the goal. On the other hand, Yello operated in the number 10 position, granting him greater access to directional passes. Compared to the flanks, he was positioned closer to the goal, allowing him to exploit his long-range shooting advantage. Nonetheless, Yello faced dedicated defensive scrutiny from the Ukrainian international Timashchuk. Prior to joining Bayern, Timashchuk had played for Zenit in the Russian Premier League. While not a superstar of significant renown, his stamina and competitive spirit were commendable. As the match progressed, Yello began to regard this Eastern European player, who persistently shadowed him, with newfound respect. In this match, Yello positioned himself slightly deeper, occupying a space between an attacking midfielder and a second striker, lurking behind Baptista in search of scoring opportunities. Just as Yello was poised to receive a pass from his teammate, Szymon Szyszek intervened, forcefully nudging the ball away. Unwilling to concede, Yello instinctively spread his arms, attempting to shield his opponent. However, the opposing player showcased formidable tenacity, managing to wrestle the ball away and redirect it to Schweinsteiger amidst their tussle. On the sidelines, Hinks nodded approvingly at this display. The decision to start Szymon Szyszek while shifting Kroos to the attacking midfield role, with Thomas Müller replacing Gomez as the center forward, was pivotal. The crux of these adjustments hinged on whether Szymon Szyszek could effectively challenge Yello. This recent confrontation bolstered Hinks' confidence in Szyszek's one-on-one defensive capability. When considering overall ability, Szyszek epitomizes the quintessential blue-collar player, particularly within a prestigious club like Bayern Munich. Nonetheless, his skills can be regarded as top-tier. Hinks' choice to field Szymon Szyszek stemmed from his diligent approach and discipline, which were crucial for this match. The key objective was to entangle Yello, not necessarily to prevent him from executing attacks or scoring, but rather to create substantial disruption, thereby limiting his effectiveness. Achieving this would render Szyszek a vital contributor to the team's success on the road. Falk observed Szyszek's performance, but attributed it not solely to Szyszek's prowess. He suggested that Yello's play was influenced by media scrutiny, impacting his mindset and performance. Humans often seek validation for their expectations. Fuck. Akin to shooting an arrow before drawing the target. Presumed Yello must have been affected by public opinion and sought evidence to substantiate this claim. In reality, on the field, the contest for a 50-50 ball is standard. Regardless of who secures it, it is expected. Yello is not a magnet for the ball, possessing the ability to draw it to his feet with supernatural prowess. Thus, the confrontation between Gimon and Yello was not deemed significant by anyone. However, as the match progressed, it became apparent that something was amiss. Hanks devised a sophisticated defensive strategy. Schick's role was to engage Yello, while other Bayern Munich players would inevitably surround them. Although Schick could not consistently intercept the ball, his ability to entangle was his defining trait. As the saying goes, an average player with balanced skills pales in comparison to one with a clear deficiency in some areas but outstanding strengths in others. At the very least, the latter possesses unique attributes. When combined with other players on the field, these characteristics can manifest significant impact, as exemplified by Schick's defense against Yello. He merely needed to prevent Yello from effectively managing the ball at the earliest moment, requiring him to expend additional time and effort to adjust. Consequently, even if he were to regain possession, the opportunity for an attack would dissipate. In the realm of football, circumstances are perpetually in flux. The space you perceived just a second ago may vanish in the next. Thus, there is truly no time to squander. In an offensive maneuver, even a mere second of additional adjustment could result in a teammate being caught offside, as long as Gimon could fulfill his entanglement duties. Even for just a fleeting second, it would suffice for other Bayern Munich players to react. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that a seemingly insignificant Gimon could wield such influence. Yello also recognized the improvement in Bayern Munich's defense during this match. The reason for this enhancement lay in the persistent presence of Gimon, akin to a stubborn adhesive. Who could have foreseen that this midfielder, gradually overshadowed by Bayern's young talents, would start in such a pivotal match and perform admirably? He resolved not to engage in a tussle with Gimon, but rather to outpace him. Before long, Yello received a through ball from Cazorla. Bayern Munich had been vigilant in their pressing and in marking key players from Malaga. Thus, Cazorla's pass, though well-intentioned, lacked finesse. As Yello received the ball, he was compelled to decelerate, yet his subsequent movements were swift. With an outside-of-the-foot touch, he pivoted and accelerated. The rapid turn combined with a sudden burst of speed was nearly unstoppable, given his agility and quickness. However, Bayern Munich restricted his available space, prompting him to be cautious with his touches, lest the ball fall directly into the feet of another Bayern player. This resulted in him feeling ensnared, unable to fully unleash his speed. Just as he completed his turn, Gimon darted in, attempting a tackle. Although he missed the ball, he successfully tripped Yello, who had just begun to accelerate. Yello lost his balance and fell to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the camera focused on Gimon. Evidently, he was the standout performer of the moment. The crowd erupted in boos, yet Gimon smiled. He was unfazed by the jeers directed at him. As a defender, when could there be a more opportune moment to validate one's worth? The opponent's disdain served as his badge of honor. Yello's gaze towards Gimon gradually turned serious. He realized he had underestimated this player. Old G had faced some unfair treatment this year. Chapter 137. At this moment, he shocked the world. Football matches are always a balance of give and take. Gimon executed Hank's tactics effectively, momentarily keeping Yello from unleashing his prowess. The commentators were quite taken aback by the performance of Schuck in the final moments of the season. He adeptly fulfilled his defensive duties. Bayern Munich's double pivot, in fact, saw center-back Dante frequently stepping forward to intercept and neutralize the threat posed by Yello. Such a strategy was undoubtedly fraught with risk, as a timely pass from Yello could have unleashed considerable danger from other Malaga players. Nonetheless, Bayern Munich appeared to be gambling on the notion that the other Malaga players would not capitalize on opportunities as effectively as Yello. Jupp Heynckes truly deserves his reputation as a master tactician. He crafted a defensive strategy tailored to counter Yello's strengths in grappling situations, and it appears to have yielded commendable results. Fox sat comfortably in the media section, perhaps acknowledging the ingenuity of Heynckes' defensive arrangements. Bayern Munich's players executed this tactic remarkably well, achieving notable success. However, this also owes much to the influence of media narratives. At the very least, Yello's form seemed not to be at its peak. Meanwhile, the players of Bayern Munich were buoyed by the early success of their defensive strategy, launching a series of attacks. In the 8th minute of the match, Ribery received the ball on the flank and delivered a diagonal pass to Müller, who had retreated to the edge of the penalty area. Müller set up for Kroos, who struck the ball as it approached, sending it skimming along the ground towards the left post, narrowly missing and sending shivers down the spines of Malaga's supporters. A minute later, Bayern Munich's offensive resurgence continued. This time, it was Robben on the flank. In preparation for Robben's trademark inward cuts, Malaga had recently assigned Yello to mimic Robben's style in training sessions to enhance the defender's ability to thwart such maneuvers. Yet, it was evident that these training sessions had not borne fruit. As Robben received the ball, he glided along the edge of the penalty area, moving inward. Defenders Sanchez and Demichelis hesitated to commit, opting instead to shuffle laterally in an effort to block Robben's shooting angles. Robben. The Munich commentators had already subdued their voices in anticipation. Indeed, as Robben approached the vicinity of the penalty arc, he unleashed a left-footed curler. The ball traced a graceful arc and nestled into the net. Robben. The commentators erupted, celebrating Robben's inward-cutting goal, as Bayern Munich took the lead away from home. From the outset, Bayern Munich exhibited remarkable vigor, showcasing their prowess both offensively and defensively. Robben had scored, granting Bayern Munich the lead in the 9th minute. Amidst the commentators' exuberance, fans of Bayern Munich watching from home raised their arms in celebration of the goal. 1-0. Bayern Munich led in their away game. As a result, they had surpassed Malaga by 2 points on the live standings. It is indeed surprising that Malaga is contending for the top spot in this group alongside Bayern Munich. However, it appears that Bayern Munich still possesses superior overall strength. From the outset, Bayern asserted dominance, utilizing their formidable wing play to carve open the defense and score. Now facing challenges on their home turf, Malaga finds itself in a precarious situation as they must find the back of the net. Yet, it is well known that Bayern's counterattacks are fearsome. Commentators in the broadcast booth opined that even while playing at home, should Malaga concede the first goal to Bayern, the circumstances would become exceedingly perilous. Overcoming Bayern is a daunting task, considering their unparalleled ability to launch counterattacks from the flanks. Under such circumstances, any team trailing Bayern would find themselves in considerable distress. On the sidelines, Coach Hanks emerged with outstretched arms, shaking them in celebration with fervor. Beside him, assistant coach Hoeneß and other members of the coaching staff also rushed out. The players on Bayern's bench erupted in cheers. Judging by their reactions, one could scarcely believe this was merely a group stage match in the Champions League for both sides. This clash for the top spot could indeed be likened to a final. Pellegrini's brow furrowed in concern. They were in trouble. Malorska's voice trembled with anxiety. Malaga's greatest reliance was on Yello. If Yello were truly to be neutralized, how could Malaga hope to compete with Bayern? Without hesitation, Pellegrini shook his head and stated, "Yello cannot be restricted. The real issue lies within our defense. But how can we withstand Bayern's wing attacks?" Malorska frowned. "There is no solution." "No solution?" Malorska was taken aback. Pellegrini, however, seemed to have an epiphany. "Indeed, we have no solution. We are merely Malaga, while they are Bayern Munich. Our only advantage lies with Yello." Pellegrini paused before continuing. "Thus, we can only hope that Yello can once again spearhead our offensive efforts. Passive defense will not suffice against their onslaught," Pellegrini asserted. "But do you not know Yello? This individual will never allow himself to be subdued." Malorska glanced toward the pitch, where Yello was making his way to the center circle, with Zymischuk closely trailing him, seemingly resolute in not participating in the team's goal celebrations. It appeared that Zymischuk was determined to stick closely to Yello for the duration of the match. Though the distance was somewhat far, he could not discern Yello's expression. Yet Malorska was certain that if anyone in the Malaga squad was still brimming with ambition and confidence, it was undoubtedly Yello. He had never encountered such a player before. He possessed extraordinary talent, coupled with an unparalleled work ethic, making him the most diligent player he had ever seen in his coaching career. He consistently arrives an hour early at the team's training facility, and he is invariably the last player to leave. How could such a dedicated athlete possibly succumb to momentary adversity? Pellegrini was indeed correct. At this juncture, Malaga can only place their hopes in Yello. Hey, you scored. Aren't you going to celebrate? Yello inquired while striding toward the center circle, glancing back at Timashchuk. Timashchuk cast a puzzled look at Yello. Following Robben's goal, he had intentionally focused on this individual, seeking to discern any semblance of frustration or disappointment on his face. Yet, Yello's expression remained tranquil. His gaze was fixed on Robben, who had dramatically slid to the ground in vain, and he even felt a hint of amusement. My duty is to keep an eye on you. Even if you decide to leave the pitch for a restroom break during the match, I will follow. Timashchuk warned with a shrug. Very well, then you may follow, Yello replied with a smirk. Timashchuk hesitated briefly before hastily trailing behind him. This lad, is he truly so composed? Of course, Yello experienced emotional fluctuations. He simply chose not to exhibit them. Conceding a goal? Then one must simply equalize. Splendid. Hank's tactical adjustments proved remarkably effective. The chemistry among the triumvirate of Ribery, Robben, and Müller was exhilarating, while the stability provided by the dual defensive midfielders instilled a renewed hope of reclaiming the pinnacle this season. We are Bayern Munich. We possess the finest roster. And we are invincible, the Munich commentator proclaimed passionately. Within less than 10 minutes of the match's commencement, Bayern Munich took the lead. This alleviated the anxieties of many fans who had been apprehensive prior to the match. Bayern had taken the lead. What could offer greater reassurance? Even with stars like Yello on Malaga's side, they remain Malaga, and collectively, they cannot compare to Bayern Munich. Their victory at the Allianz Arena had been nothing short of an anomaly. Indeed, it must have been an accident. Bayern losing at home is not an unusual occurrence. There exists no team that is impervious to defeat. Thus, the current state of the match was merely a return to normalcy. They have Yello, we have Ribery and Robben. Indeed, Yello is formidable. Perhaps in a one-on-one situation, neither Robben nor Ribery could contend with him. However, we possess the Ribery duo, where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Our overall strength is superior. Such discussions echoed in every corner of Munich, in every tavern where Bayern Munich fans congregated, as they reinforced their confidence in the team. In truth, prior to the match, every Bayern Munich supporter harbored a sense of uncertainty. The last encounter at the Allianz Arena had left an indelible psychological scar on the fans, resulting in a palpable lack of confidence as the team ventured into away territory. After all, facing an 18-year-old who has already clinched the La Liga Golden Boot and scored 11 goals in just 5 Champions League group matches. The prospect of equaling the individual goal record for a single season in the Champions League, held jointly by Van Nistelrooy and Messi, looms large, merely within the group stage. The record is within reach. Such a formidable forward would instill a sense of uncertainty in any opposing team. Meanwhile, Robben's goal serves as a potent tonic for Bayern's fans, legends, and local journalists in Munich. With the lead, Bayern adopts a more composed mindset and gains ample space to maneuver. The pressure now shifts to Malaga, although they require only a draw. Equalizing after Bayern has taken the lead is no simple feat. Statistics reveal that whenever Bayern scores first, their probability of victory exceeds 70%. This season, apart from the match at home against Malaga in the Champions League group stage, Bayern has triumphed in all other encounters where they open the scoring. This reinforces the belief among Bayern fans that the previous match was merely an anomaly. Malaga now finds itself in a predicament. The camera focuses on Pellegrini at the sidelines, seeking any signs of distress on his face. Yet, Pellegrini remains remarkably composed. His tranquility leads many to suspect he is merely feigning calmness. In truth, he has found solace in witnessing Yello encouraging his teammates with claps. Yello remains imbued with fighting spirit. Conceding a goal against a powerhouse like Bayern Munich is not entirely unexpected. The team was mentally prepared for such a scenario, given Malaga's capabilities. Maintaining a clean sheet against Bayern is indeed an arduous task. However, with Yello on their side, Malaga's attacking prowess is undeniably formidable. Attempting to neutralize Yello is far from an easy endeavor. Pellegrini observes the jubilant Bayern players and coaches in the distance, his heart beginning to anticipate Yello's response. He knows Yello has never disappointed him. In the media, many criticize both him and Malaga for being overly reliant on Yello. Pellegrini scoffs at such criticism. Indeed, they do rely on Yello. Do other teams possess the opportunity to do the same? Timashchuk has become a mere shadow of Yello, following him wherever he goes. Moreover, Bayern's defense against Yello is not merely about having Timashchuk mark him closely. Wherever Yello appears, he is sure to be surrounded by at least 3 Bayern players. positioned between the ball and himself, complicating Yello's ability to receive the ball and making it challenging for his teammates to pass to him. Specialized marking, focused area defense, and reducing Yello's possession time are their strategies. With a multifaceted approach, the numerous defensive strategies employed against Yello clearly illustrate Bayern Munich's high regard for him. However, Yello was well prepared for this attention. While the coach and players of Bayern Munich believed they had devised a secret tactic, Yello merely considered it a routine derived from his regular training on the virtual pitch. His movements needed to be more agile, with an increased range of motion and speed, alongside a quicker passing tempo. As the Bayern Munich players celebrated their goal, Yello seized the opportunity to outline strategies to his teammates. Zemo Shirtio was anxious. He found himself flanked by Demichelis and Matheson, who acted as Yello's bodyguards, preventing him from eavesdropping on Yello's conversation with his teammates. As the match was about to resume, a hint of worry crossed his face. "What's wrong?" Schweinsteiger inquired. Zemo Shirtio voiced his concerns, to which Schweinsteiger chuckled. "Don't fret too much. Do you believe this guy is a deity? Despite his individual prowess, can he truly spare time to devise tactics to counter our defensive strategy?" Zemo Shirtio nodded, conceding, "Perhaps I am worrying too much." Schweinsteiger patted Zemo Shirtio's shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, we are in the lead. I will withdraw a bit, and I will always be within 5 meters of you." Reassured by these words, Zemo Shirtio relaxed. Bayern was ahead, making Schweinsteiger's decision to refrain from pressing forward into the attack quite reasonable. With 2 defensive midfielders assigned to monitor Yello, he couldn't fathom what warranted his concern. 5 minutes later, Zemo Shirtio realized he had been overly naive. Yello seemed to be leisurely strolling about. His coverage was expansive, front, back, left, center, right. Moreover, his movement was not merely casual. It oscillated between strolling, accelerating, jogging, and sprinting. The dilemma of whether to follow him arose. To disengage would jeopardize the team's tactical execution, yet to follow him relentlessly was exhausting. Zemo Shirtio, who was relatively fit, found himself gasping for breath as Yello ramped up the intensity. In the 18th minute, Yello, who had been leisurely ambling around the center circle, suddenly surged forward. Zemo Shirtio hastened to keep pace, and the other Bayern Munich players immediately braced for defense. At that moment, Yello executed a sharp change of direction and received a diagonal pass from Cazorla. Just as Zemo Shirtio returned to his position, he witnessed Yello deftly flick the ball forward with the outside of his foot and turn. There was no hint of hesitation. In fact, after his turn, his already impressive speed seemed to amplify dramatically. This sudden shift in rhythm completely outpaced Zemo Shirtio. Despite gritting his teeth to give chase, the distance only widened, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. On the training ground, he had also faced a few intense drills against Robben, but this felt different. However, he soon realized that the pressure brought upon him by Yello was significantly greater than that exerted by Robben. Zemo Shirtio gritted his teeth and pursued. The defensive line of Bayern Munich against Yello was not solely his responsibility. In this match, Yello was undoubtedly the focal point of Bayern Munich's defensive strategy. As anticipated, after shaking off Zemo Shirtio, Yello was confronted by the defenses of Schweinsteiger and Lyon. He began to slightly decelerate. Upon noticing Yello's decrease in speed, Zemo Shirtio breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to close the gap and entangle his opponent, Yello suddenly distributed the ball to the side and darted into the penalty area. Yello passed the ball to Isco on the right flank and then, with long strides, raced alongside Schweinsteiger and Dante. Yello pivoted and distributed the ball. Schweinsteiger and Dante, in a state of being unmarked, attempted to close in. This was indeed a yellow card-worthy action on the field. Surprisingly, Schweinsteiger and Dante did not retreat to defend the penalty area after Yello's pass. Instead, they prepared to close in, willing to commit a foul to keep Yello at bay. Yet, their anticipation of Yello's speed was insufficient. Or perhaps Yello had not fully unleashed his pace until that moment. As they prepared to close in, Yello suddenly accelerated, slipping through the gap between them like a nimble eel. This caused Zemo Shirtio, who had been chasing back, to nearly lose his breath. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue his fervent pursuit. Just as he fully unleashed his speed and caught a glimpse of Yello's back, a moment of joy surged within him, only for Yello to abruptly pivot and come to a halt. Zemo Shirtio was unable to break in time, charging into the penalty area. As he managed to steady himself, he saw Yello returning to the edge of the penalty area to receive a pass. The continuous changes in rhythm had afforded Yello this opportunity to receive the ball. He calmly brought the ball to a stop. Yello received the pass. The commentators' voices elevated in excitement. In the stands, the cheers erupted like thunder. Yello had received the ball in a dangerous area. The Malaga fans understood the implications of this moment all too well. At this instant, Bayern Munich's penalty area felt the weight of impending danger. Jima Shakik nearly stumbled, but he managed to maintain his balance and swiftly adjusted to charge at Yello. He knew how perilous it would be to grant Yello the space to shoot. Indeed, after controlling the ball, Yello assumed the stance of an archer preparing to shoot. Jima Shakik threw himself to the ground, sliding in an attempt to block Yello's shooting path. However, just as he made this move, Yello's raised left foot descended, not for a shot, but for a deft touch. Yello's body leaned to the right, guiding the ball as he surged into the penalty area. In the confined space, Boateng surged forward, while Dante and Schweinsteiger closed in immediately. Lyon, Rafinha, and others compacted the penalty area. Even Ribery and Muller had returned. In that moment, Bayern Munich's penalty area was densely populated. As Yello advanced with the ball into the penalty area, his gaze was fixed on Bayern Munich's goal. There was no clear route for a shot. At least from this perspective, one might consider a shift in viewpoint. Confronted with Boateng, who stands with his hands clasped behind his back, retreating while engaging in a tactical dance, Yello deftly nudges the ball to the opposite side with his right foot. In an instant, his center of gravity pivots from right to left. During this fleeting moment, he perceives an ephemeral pathway leading toward the goal. This opportunity is so transient that waiting for Yello to complete his maneuver before taking a shot would be folly. Therefore, as he leans left to maneuver the ball, his right foot, not yet fully executing the dribble, suddenly propels his ankle and toes with a sharp flick akin to a dagger. His toes pierce the ball, which is in motion to the left. No one anticipated that Yello could execute a shot in this sequence. His strike is both swift and elusive, catching the Bayern Munich defenders momentarily off guard, as if they were wooden stakes amidst the dense jungle of muscle in the penalty area. The ball finds the sole route to the goal. Neuer, having anticipated Yello's impending shot from the edge of the penalty area, is poised to make a save. Zymischuk blocks the angles for low and semi-high shots, severely limiting the area for Yello's left foot. Thus, if Yello had opted for a forceful shot, even if he managed to surpass Zymischuk, Neuer would likely have been able to deflect it. However, unexpectedly, Yello chooses to dribble instead. Once he advances the ball into the penalty area, Neuer's concern diminishes, for the attacking players of Malaga are sparse. Only Yello and Baptista remain. The Bayern Munich players have all returned, and Yello finds himself ensnared in a tight circle. In such a confined space, what could he possibly achieve? Thus, Neuer, glancing at Baptista's position, adjusts his own, believing Yello might seek to pass to Baptista's head. Yet, when Yello suddenly alters his rhythm and flicks the ball with his toes, Neuer senses impending danger. As he shifts his position, he suddenly sees the ball racing along the ground at breakneck speed. At this critical moment, Neuer can only halt his movements and swiftly dive to block. Yet, he is ultimately a step too late. His fingertips graze the ball, barely altering its forward trajectory. The ball continues its path to the far post. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. His reaction is nothing short of remarkable. Goal. The commentator's voice elongates in a fervent roar as the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium leap in jubilant celebration. The ball crashes against the inside of the post, rebounding into the net. Malaga has equalized. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's a goal. Yello scores. Yello's 12th UEFA Champions League goal of the season. He has equaled the records of Van Nistelrooy and Messi. Oh my, he is truly a record-breaking phenomenon, and Malaga has leveled the score. How did this goal come to fruition? Let us take a closer look. My goodness, in such a confined space, he deftly maneuvered, and, in a moment of brilliance, flicked the ball with his toe, leaving no Bayern Munich player capable of matching his rhythm. At that instant, there were 10 defenders in the box. Yet they all became mere backdrops to this extraordinary goal. Less than 20 minutes into the match, both teams had scored, ensuring this encounter would be anything but dull. 1-1. Malaga equalizes, reclaiming the top spot on the live scoreboard. As Yello nudged the ball into the net, the commentators collectively erupted in ecstasy. The television replayed the slow-motion footage of this goal repeatedly. This moment was simply astounding. Yello shifted his pace mid-dribble, a change that rendered the Bayern Munich players utterly stunned. Who could have anticipated this? Who would dare to envision such skillful execution? The imagination is explosive, the body's flexibility is remarkable, the touch is unparalleled. Any slight deficiency would have precluded the realization of this unforgettable goal. It was as if Yello toyed with Bayern Munich's defense effortlessly. Lahm, Neuer, Boateng, Dante, Schweinsteiger, Timischuk, Rafinha, these illustrious stars were mere embellishments to this goal at that moment. He moved with the grace of a sprite, yet with the precision of an arrow. Duan Xian could not help but recite poetry. Such a goal left all fans, save those of Bayern Munich, utterly entranced. Incredible. Forgive my lack of eloquence. In a world of exclamations, this goal compels me to exclaim in sheer astonishment. Fans from the Dragon Kingdom were equally euphoric. Trending on social media, the goal nearly caused server crashes on various platforms. Countless supporters shared this goal across the internet, a record-equaling strike. Online, fans conveyed the significance of this goal, the UEFA Champions League single-season scoring record. Yello has equaled it in just the group stage. But wait, the group stage is still ongoing, and he may very well surpass this record. Across Europe, astonishment reigned. On social media, numerous legends expressed their awe at Yello's goal and its implications. Piero, what more can I say? I can only revere him. Linker, I must say, at this moment, he has surpassed Messi. Ronaldo, scoring 12 Champions League goals in less than 6 matches is truly astounding. Zidane, what? Maldini, my goodness. Yello, fans, legends. And the media, everyone is in a frenzy. The Rose Garden Stadium is vibrating with excitement. All the fans of Malaga rose to their feet, arms raised in adoration. Yello. The DJ echoed the name of Yello with fervor. Long live. Tens of thousands of Malaga supporters erupted in cheers. Following the goal, Yello sprinted across the pitch, his silhouette captivating all. 10 Yello. At this moment, countless fans were engulfed in fervor, not solely Malaga supporters. At this instant, an untold number of admirers found themselves enchanted by this figure. Yello slid to his knees, and the Malaga players wore expressions of disbelief as they rushed towards their captain in jubilation. The Bayern Munich players were taken aback by this goal. Neuer knelt on the ground, his face a mask of shock. Boateng turned to gaze at the ball nestled in the net, as if he were a statue. They needed to rally. The match was far from over. Their defense was not infallible. We must continue our assault. Damn it. We are Bayern Munich. We are indeed Bayern Munich. The captain, Lahm, roared with intensity. His voice stirred the Bayern players, who had been as statues in the penalty area. They turned their gazes towards Lahm, shock gradually dissipating from their faces. This conceded goal had irrevocably awakened the Bayern players to the reality that defense alone could not secure victory. Offense. Only through offense can we triumph. Damn it. Why should we fear them? We are Bayern. Schweinsteiger clenched his fists and shouted. Attack! Attack! We must score. Goals. Robben joined in the fervor, roaring alongside his teammates. In this moment, the Bayern Munich players unified in their resolve. We must attack. We can only attack. The Bayern players encouraged and motivated one another. Football, until the final second. Do not utter the words of surrender. Hanks bore a serious expression. Although he had anticipated this, he knew that even such a defense would struggle to contain Yello's prowess. He had already warned the Bayern players beforehand. While the team prioritized defending against Yello, the crux of victory had never rested on defense, but rather on offense. Yet who could have imagined that Yello would not only score, but deliver a breathtaking goal that evoked a sense of reverence? Like a magician on the field, he guided the ball into Bayern's net. Fortunately, the Bayern players would come to realize that defense alone could not prevail against a Malaga team boasting Yello. Attack! Attack! Only through offense, only by outscoring Yello could they claim victory. In the media area, Falk furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Yello and the other Malaga players. How could this be? How could they be so utterly unaffected? Falk felt a sense of despair. He had meticulously orchestrated a scheme, only to find it utterly futile. He slumped back in his seat, leaning against the backrest. Such a character's victory over Bayern Munich would hardly come as a surprise, murmured Falk. As the match resumed, it became evident that Bayern's players surged forward, launching wave after wave of attacks. Their offensive maneuvers swiftly seized control of the game, pushing Malaga back and taking the initiative. The commentator from Munich raised his arms in jubilation, exclaiming, That's right. That is how it is. We are Bayern Munich. We fear nothing. Long live Bayern. In the stands and at home, Bayern's supporters rallied, reinvigorated for the battle. Malaga, however, did not expect a single goal to shatter Bayern's resolve. Confronted with their aggressive onslaught, Malaga matched them in midfield, running tirelessly and fiercely contesting possession. The pace of the game quickened, evolving into a contest of stamina and willpower. This was a moment to grit their teeth and endure. The first to falter would find themselves at a disadvantage. Bayern Munich's overall strength began to assert itself, and as time passed, they gained further ground on the field. Bayern unleashed a relentless barrage. Their attacks were nothing short of ferocious. This is Bayern Munich, the epitome of German footballing prowess. Malaga's formation appeared increasingly compressed. Once they were completely pinned into their penalty area, they would be in grave danger. Yello found himself isolated up front, lacking support. Indeed, Bayern Munich had the upper hand now, and many commentators began to express skepticism about Malaga's chances. During this period, Bayern's offensive threats grew ever more pronounced. Their advantage seemed poised to transform into a decisive victory. Ribery, with a shout from the commentator. Ribery unleashed a powerful shot at the edge of the penalty area, narrowly missing the target. A minute later, Lyon crossed from the left flank. Inside the box, Müller headed the ball to Robben on the right, who, without a moment's pause, fired a shot that flew towards the goal like a cannonball. Luckily, Caballero was alert enough to deflect it off the crossbar. In a brief span, Bayern Munich generated a series of attacking threats, showcasing their formidable collective strength amid this relentless rhythm of offense and defense. Chapter 138, a new record. Group leaders. On the football field, a goal can often be a matter of mere moments. Much like the sound of applause, it culminates in a singular, exhilarating tremor. Under Bayern Munich's frenzied assault, in the 28th minute, they scored again. Kroos delivered a precise pass to the flank, and Ribery surged forward, sweeping the ball across the penalty area. Thomas Müller, positioned near the penalty spot, struck with precision, finding the back of the net. Müller, Thomas Müller. Magnificent. Bayern Munich has taken the lead once more. 2-1. Bayern Munich has once again pulled ahead, and Malaga has conceded another goal on their home turf. Amidst the commentators' fervent exclamations, Müller spread his arms wide and raced to the sidelines, embracing his fellow Bayern Munich players on the bench, while others rushed to join him. Like Yello, Müller is one of the emerging stars of the past few seasons. Without Yello's presence, Müller would undoubtedly have garnered everyone's attention for his performance. Lacking physical stature, speed, and exceptional technical skills, he compensates with intelligence, elusive positioning, and remarkable agility, always appearing in the most perilous areas, where defenders least expect him to find the back of the net. Such distinctive players are indeed rare. Many possess greater physical strength, superior speed, and more refined skills than Müller. Yet in terms of match performance, few can rival him. Personal skills must be complemented by astute gameplay. Müller. The away supporters of Bayern Munich fervently chanted his name. In Munich, Bayern fans were engulfed in euphoria, raising their glasses in jubilant celebration. Oh, Bayern. We are the invincible Bayern Munich. Their songs echoed throughout the fan zone in Munich. Oh, we are Bayern Munich. Oh, we are so exceptional. Oh, we are always champions. We will always be champions. This proud anthem symbolizes the deep-rooted legacy of Bayern Munich. At the Rose Garden Stadium, the Malaga fans fell silent, their faces reflecting fear as they watched the exuberant celebrations of Bayern's players on the pitch. Indeed, they thought, we are Malaga. We are merely a small team. They are Bayern Munich, one of the largest football clubs in all of Europe, always possessing the world's finest players. To participate in the Champions League this season and compete in this formidable group is already a delightful surprise. What more can we ask for? In the commentary booth, German and neutral commentators rejoiced, while the Spanish commentator, Andres, shook his head. Bayern Munich has scored again. After conceding an equalizer, they have regained the lead, this time through Thomas Müller. This represents the predicament faced by Malaga. They have Yello, yet Bayern boasts the talents of Ribery, Robben, Müller, and Kroos. Yes, Malaga has become overly reliant on Yello. While Thomas Müller's individual prowess may not match Yello's, he benefits from the support of a much stronger team. Conceding a goal right after equalizing is a significant blow to Malaga's morale. We can even see their players with heads bowed in despondence. Andres' tone suddenly shifted as the previously subdued DJ erupted. Our captain. Our captain is rallying his teammates. This declaration caused the downcast fans in the stands to lift their heads in sudden attention, focusing intently on the pitch. Yello. Yello was fervently speaking to his teammates. On the television, the voice of Duan Xin resonated. Initially disheartened, the fans of Roma suddenly lifted their heads. All supporters of Malaga were instantly invigorated. They were reminded that the team boasted the presence of Yello. He would not be intimidated by Bayern. He could not be vanquished. In an instant, at the Rose Garden Stadium, nearly all the fans rose to their feet. The live DJ of Malaga was shouting hoarsely, "Long live!" The crowd collectively chanted, "Yello! Long live!" The sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. The once quiet stadium erupted once more. The fans of Malaga applauded, stomped their feet, and cheered, transforming the venue back into their battleground. Why should we feel disheartened? Why should we concede defeat? Our captain, our hero, our star player Yello, he is capable of anything. He will answer any call. He will surely lead the team to triumph over any formidable opponent. In Malaga, the trust of the fans in Yello bordered on blind faith. So what if we trailed by a goal? Since he has scored one, he can certainly net 2 or 3 more. Soon, the entire stadium, every fan in the stands, was chanting Yello's name. This left several Bayern Munich players and their traveling supporters somewhat bewildered. Now we have scored. Why are you so excited? They wondered. Are you out of your minds? On the field, Yello was furious. He observed his teammates with their hands on their hips and heads bowed. He saw fear in their eyes. He could tolerate defeat, for no team in this world is invincible. However, he could not abide fear. If his teammates developed a fear of Bayern Munich, the match was as good as lost. He suddenly roared at his teammates, "Lift your heads. What is there to be afraid of? We are merely 1 goal down. The match has just begun, and we have plenty of time." He swiftly approached Isco, grasped his collar, and declared, "Lift your head, Isco." He had no time for idle chatter, shoving Isco aside. Then, he fixed his gaze on Cazorla. "Santiago, are you also going to give up? Are you content with merely advancing as the second in the group?" He continued to seek out the next teammate. At that moment, Camacho hurriedly raised his hand in surrender. "I've lifted my head, Yello." Yello rolled his eyes. This distraction dissipated his fervor. He gestured for everyone to gather around. The Malaga players formed a circle, with Yello standing in the center. "We are only 1 goal behind. This means nothing. Falling behind simply means we must fight back. I know many of you may be thinking that we already qualified, and being second in the group is fine. But I must tell you, if we approach the Champions League knockout stage with such a mindset, we will undoubtedly fail to reach the quarterfinals. Gentlemen, I once expressed my fervent desire for victory, specifically in the UEFA Champions League. I am uncertain of your sentiments, but I shall exert every ounce of effort. Even if we ultimately fall short of claiming the championship, I shall harbor no regrets." Yello's voice was not filled with fervor. Rather, it was serene, flowing like a gentle stream past the ears of the players. In that moment, the weight of pressure and any sense of complacency dissipated from the hearts of the Malaga players. They resonated with Yello's words. Indeed, if one approaches this match with the mentality that it is inconsequential to lose a game since we have already advanced, the team is unlikely to progress far in the knockout stage. In the realm of the Champions League, both mentality and capability hold equal significance. Pellegrini sought to pay homage to Yello, for his captain had aided him in achieving his paramount objective, stabilizing the team's mindset. Frankly speaking, after Thomas Muller scored, Pellegrini also perceived the match to be exceedingly challenging, for the opponent was Bayern. In that instant, he even began to entertain the notion that finishing second in the group would not be so bad. After all, we are merely Malaga. Our cohesion is insufficient. If this season proves unfruitful, we shall strive again next season. Such thoughts began to swirl in Pellegrini's mind. However, at that moment, he witnessed Yello's unwavering effort. Thanks to his determination, Malaga's morale began to surge. The players' eyes regained their brilliance, and their faith was rekindled. Their fighting spirit was coalescing. Pellegrini felt a pang of shame, wishing to find a hole to hide within, for he had momentarily contemplated surrender. Thankfully, Malaga had Yello. Pellegrini returned to the coaching bench, and his demeanor calmed. Trailing by a goal indeed posed challenges for Malaga, yet it was not the end of the world. Besides, had they not prepared to engage in an offensive battle? Now, he simply had to trust that Yello could deliver a goal for the team. Hank spread his arms wide and rushed to the sidelines. A goal was equalized. Then another was scored. This series of events led Hanks to believe that his team could undoubtedly triumph over their opponents on their turf. At this moment, Malaga's spirits were at their lowest. This was Bayern Munich's opportunity. Hanks glanced at the jubilant Malaga fans in the stands, feeling somewhat skeptical. Did they truly believe Yello was a deity? That mere prayer would elicit a response. With his extensive coaching experience, Hanks recognized this as the perfect moment for Bayern Munich to score again and decisively end the match. He called Kroos to his side, instructing, "Attack. We shall continue our assault. We must exploit their moment of instability following the goal. Inform our players that a one-goal lead is still precarious." Kroos nodded repeatedly, then turned to relay Hanks' directives to all the Bayern Munich players. The players quickly grasped the message. As the match resumed, the players of Bayern Munich surged forward, believing they were facing a Malaga side whose morale had been shattered by a recent goal. They anticipated that the ensuing match would serve as a mere exercise in offense and defense. However, to their astonishment, Malaga displayed unwavering determination upon the resumption of play, exhibiting a tenacious spirit. In the 35th minute of the match, Bastian Schweinsteiger received the ball in the backfield and, upon turning to advance, encountered Santi Cazorla near the halfway line. Engaging in a wall pass with Frank Ribery on the wing, he aimed to bypass Cazorla's defense. Yet, Ribery's return pass was slightly misdirected and was promptly intercepted by Cazorla. With a look of alarm on Schweinsteiger's face, Cazorla seized the opportunity, deftly nudging the ball forward. The football skimmed along the grass with remarkable speed. It was less a pass than a hasty clearance. Yello, making a diagonal run from the flank, effortlessly controlled and turned with the ball, propelling himself forward to launch a counterattack against Bayern Munich. Despite Malaga's limited numbers in the offensive foray, Yello's presence alone instilled a sense of urgency among the entire Bayern squad. The moment he gained possession, four Bayern players converged upon him. It was evident that Mykhailo Mudrik's sole purpose throughout the match was to shadow Yello. Meanwhile, Bayern's two fullbacks were unable to retreat in time due to their earlier offensive push. At the rear, the Bayern center-back Jerome Boateng was left vulnerable. Isco made a clever diagonal run, slipping behind Boateng. Seizing the moment, Yello executed a precise pass that sliced through the Bayern defense like a surgeon's scalpel. This pass placed Boateng in a precarious position. As he turned to address the ball, he was startled to see Isco zipping past him. In a reflexive gesture, Boateng raised his hand, pushing against Isco's back, then quickly lifted his hands to signal that he had committed no foul. Such a brief action typically goes unpunished by referees. However, the push had an unintended consequence, causing Isco to stumble slightly and lose control of the ball. In that instant, Manuel Neuer decisively rushed out, his body sprawling across the ground. While this maneuver sacrificed his balance, it maximized his defensive reach. Isco found himself unable to make any adjustments. His desperate chase for the overrun football proved arduous. Ultimately, he could only attempt a haphazard sliding shot, directing the ball towards the goal, yet it struck Neuer's chest. The ball ricocheted, landing right at Boateng's feet, who, still in shock, cleared it with a powerful kick. Neuer had thwarted Isco's one-on-one opportunity. Do not presume the match was over. Malaga had not relinquished their resolve. Malaga launched a swift counterattack, with Yello's pass slicing through the gaps in the defense as smoothly as a scalpel through cheese. Unfortunately, Isco was unable to capitalize on the opportunity, largely due to Boateng's crucial intervention at the last moment. The players of Malaga appealed to the referee, but the match official, Dutch referee Heining, clearly did not deem it a penalty. This offensive maneuver by Malaga served as a warning to Bayern. The exuberant Bayern players must recognize that their opponents are not mere pushovers lacking counterattacking prowess. Amidst the commentary, the television screen focused on the Bayern players, many of whom appeared to have narrowly escaped disaster. The camera then captured a close-up of Bayern Munich's coach, Hanks, whose brow was furrowed with concern. It was evident that the course of the match was not aligning with his expectations. Malaga was not being overwhelmed. Hanks took a deep breath and shouted from the sidelines, "Attack! Keep attacking." He directed his gaze towards Yello on the pitch, whose passing was nothing short of masterful. A player capable of dribbling, shooting, and passing with exceptional skill is indeed formidable. Hanks lacked the confidence that he could secure the 3 points solely through defense. Thus, he continued to urge for an offensive approach. The latter stages of the first half evolved into an intense exchange of attacks. However, time was running short. As the fans remained eager for more, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. with Malaga trailing Bayern Munich 1-2 at home. The first half had showcased a thrilling exchange of attacks, with all 3 goals being exquisite. Yet, the home team found themselves a goal behind. In the second half, we can anticipate even more spectacular performances from both sides. After commentator Andres concluded his analysis, he removed his headset and turned off the microphone. After 45 minutes, even the commentator felt fatigued. One can only imagine the physical toll on the players amidst such a fast-paced contest. Pellegrini praised his players' performance during halftime, stating that after conceding the second goal, they remained composed and did not allow Bayern to extend their lead. Otherwise, the match could have slipped away. As Pellegrini finished speaking, all eyes turned to Yello. Many of the seasoned players felt a twinge of shame. At 30 years of age, they were being outshone by the 18-year-old. In that moment, several players felt bewildered. Thankfully, Yello emerged just in time to rally the team, salvaging the match, Malaga's hopes, and their Champions League journey. On Henk's side, although they failed to score a third goal after the second, he remained satisfied with Bayern's performance in the first half. In the second half, we will continue to apply pressure. The first half proved one thing: our attacking strength surpasses theirs. We are utterly unafraid to engage them in a fierce battle. If they desire a confrontation, then let it come, Henk's declared with unwavering confidence. This season, Bayern's form has been exceptional, and clinching the Bundesliga title appears to be a mere formality. Now, in the Champions League, Bayern Munich is determined to exert every effort in pursuit of the coveted title. The players swiftly returned to the pitch, and the stands of the Rose Garden Stadium erupted once more with fervor. The Malaga supporters sang and danced, undeterred by a 1-goal deficit, sharing an unshakable faith in their team and in Yello's ability to score. The dynamics of the second half shifted slightly compared to the first. Malaga eased off their pressing in the attacking third, opting to fortify their midfield, pushing Yello forward to spearhead counterattacks. Baptista rejoined the midfield, and at one point, Malaga boasted 5 players in the center. Their formation transformed into a 4-5-1. Nevertheless, Bayern Munich's offense remained a significant threat. In the 50th minute, Bayern earned a corner, and following the delivery, Boateng's header nearly breached Malaga's defenses. Had it not been for Caballero's outstretched hand redirecting the ball back into the area, the Malaga fans would have gasped collectively. Yet, in the very next moment, they erupted into jubilant cheers as the entire Rose Garden Stadium transformed into an erupting volcano. The ball, deflected by Caballero's palm, fell at Demichelis's feet. Glancing momentarily towards Yello, he launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. The execution was not flawless, with the ball lacking pace. However, upon receiving the ball at the center circle, Yello skillfully maneuvered past Timischuk, creating an opening. Yello, magnificent, a splendid touch, an exquisite breakthrough. Yello distributed the ball to Isco, who was unmarked on the right flank, advancing with purpose. Rafinha sprinted back, closing in on Isco's cross. At that moment, the cheers from the Rose Garden Stadium surged to unprecedented levels. The ball, grazing the edge of the penalty area, landed at Yello's feet as he made a direct run into the box. As he approached the penalty area, the fans could hardly contain their excitement. "Do not dive. Do not let him find the shooting angle." The Munich commentator leaped from his seat, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yello stood poised at the edge of the box, with only Boateng, Dante, and Neuer in defense. The alarm bells blared within Bayern's penalty area. In that electrifying instant, Yello controlled the ball and accelerated, darting past Boateng. As Boateng turned, Yello had already lifted his right foot. Bang! The ball shot towards the near top corner of the goal like a cannonball. Neuer reached out, but the ball soared over his head, too swift for him to intercept. Yello, accompanied by the fervent shout of commentator Andres, the football crashed against the lower edge of the crossbar before ricocheting into the net. Boom! Thousands of Malaga fans leapt in unison. The entire Rose Garden Stadium resonated with a singular voice: Yello. Every supporter mirrored each other's actions, heads held high, arms raised. They struck downwards with fervor. Indeed, Bayern Munich is a superpower. Yet we possess the invincible Yello. Yello, Yello, Yello. He has once again rescued his team. In the crucial moments, it is still Yello. He has once again demonstrated his worth through his actions. All the commentators erupted in a chorus of excitement. This goal by Yello, while not as spectacular as some of his previous strikes, was executed with simplicity. He maneuvered past Schuck, then distributed the ball to the wings. Before deftly navigating the perimeter of the penalty area, evading Boateng, and unleashing a shot. Everything transpired with remarkable elegance. However, this goal carried immense significance. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This marks Yello's 13th goal in this season's Champions League. A brace. A brace. Yello has netted his 13th goal in the Champions League. He is now the record holder for the most goals in a single Champions League season. Attention. 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 The group stage of this season's Champions League is not yet complete. The commentators clasped their heads in disbelief. This not only equalized the score for Malaga, but also shattered records. Ding. The achievement system updated, granting the accolade, record holder for most goals in a single Champions League season. Achievement reward, the unique trait of Dutch football legend Ruud van Nistelrooy, king of the small box. As Yello raced to the sidelines to celebrate, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. While being piled upon by his teammates, he seized a moment to access the system. King of the small box, Ruud van Nistelrooy's unique trait. Effect significantly enhances the probability of touching the ball and scoring within the small box. As Malaga's players and fans reveled in celebration, the entire world of media, fans, and legends was shaken. Cristiano Ronaldo watched this match from home. With Real Madrid's game scheduled for tomorrow, today Ronaldo was free of match duties. 6 matches, 13 goals, Ronaldo appeared somewhat dazed. Is this even human? Such an opponent seems overwhelmingly formidable. Meanwhile, in another match, Barcelona hosted their final group opponent. After scoring a brace, Messi was substituted. Barcelona had already secured first place in their group, making the final round merely a formality. As Messi sat next to Iniesta, about to speak, Iniesta seemed to anticipate his question. Yello scored, netting 2 and breaking the record. Messi paused, breath caught in his throat. Remarkable, he uttered, his fists clenched tightly. The Bayern players appeared somewhat bewildered. On the sidelines, Hanks shook his head slightly. He ultimately decided to make a substitution. Gomez entered the field, replacing Thomas Muller. Bayern's offense must adopt a more direct and vigorous approach. However, in the subsequent matches, Bayern failed to create significant threats and nearly succumbed to Malaga's counterattacks. The players of Malaga were invigorated by Yello's goal, bursting with enthusiasm as if they had been energized, their previously drained stamina seemingly restored. Coupled with Yello's presence at the forefront, the dynamics of the game became increasingly tense. As the clock ticked away, the remaining time for both teams dwindled, and a goal from either side could decisively conclude the match. The Bayern supporters were restless, while the Malaga fans stood, anxiously fixated on the field. This Champions League group stage encounter felt as intense as a final. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the electronic display, indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. The final 4 minutes. If Bayern failed to score in this brief interval, they would have to accept the second-place finish in the group. While Malaga could historically emerge as group leaders from this exceptionally challenging group, at this moment, even the players on both benches could no longer remain seated. Rising to the edge of the field, Robben's desperate attempt, a long-range shot soaring into the stands, epitomized the anxious mindset of the Bayern players. Conversely, Malaga seemed entirely composed. Caballero was issued a yellow card by the referee for deliberately delaying the goal kick. After some theatrical gestures, he ultimately opted to pass the ball diagonally to Yello, who was positioned near the halfway line. Yello, hugging the left sideline, advanced the ball not towards the opponent's goal but towards the baseline, cleverly utilizing this moment of regained possession to waste 2 precious minutes. By the time Bayern Munich finally regained the ball and launched a rapid attack, the match had already entered the 93rd minute, leaving just over 30 seconds on the clock. Commentator Andres began to feel the tension. Who could have predicted, just over 3 months ago, that Malaga would emerge as the group leader within this death group of Bayern, AC Milan, Manchester City, and Malaga? The match finally ticked past the final second, and the stands erupted in boos. Yet, the referee granted Bayern one last opportunity for an attack. After Lom's cross was headed out by Demichelis, the referee blew the whistle. 3 short beeps, followed by 1 long one, marked the conclusion of the match. Chapter 139. What is the champion's mindset? The match is over. Malaga has drawn 2-2 against Bayern Munich at home, finishing the group stage with 4 wins and 2 draws, totaling 14 points, 1 point ahead of Bayern Munich, who must settle for second place in the group. In this incredibly challenging group, who could have anticipated that Malaga would emerge victorious as the group leaders? The commentator Schmitz erupted with exhilaration, soon followed by an overwhelming cheer. During the final moments of the match, The emotions of Malaga's fans were akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. Their spirits soared to great heights during Malaga's offensive plays, while anxiety gripped them as Bayern Munich advanced. Fortunately, Malaga held their ground, securing a draw that allowed them to surpass Bayern by a single point, claiming the top position in the standings. Congratulations to Malaga for becoming the leaders of Group A. Bayern Munich settled for second place. While the outcome of the other match became inconsequential, AC Milan finally triumphed at home with a narrow 1-0 victory over Manchester City, achieving their only win in 6 group matches. However, they ultimately finished 1 point behind Manchester City, relegating them to the last position in the group. While Manchester City secured third place, advancing to the knockout stage of the Europa League, Andres was profoundly elated. Malaga's first-place finish not only pushed Bayern Munich to second, but also eliminated both Manchester City and AC Milan. This development signifies a positive turn not just for Malaga, but for La Liga as a whole. Currently, La Liga appears poised to surpass the Premier League in UEFA coefficients. A significant shift given the Premier League's previous dominance in the Champions League, where it often showcased 3 teams alongside Barcelona in the semi-finals. Although Barcelona typically emerged victorious, the sheer number of teams from the Premier League had bolstered their coefficient standings. Presently, the rankings are as follows: Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, with only minor discrepancies among them. The Premier League enjoys 4 Champions League slots, granting direct entry to the group stage for the top 4 teams, while La Liga and Serie A have 3 direct qualifications, with the 4th needing to compete in a playoff. The Bundesliga is limited to 3 slots. Thus, any team's performance in the Champions League significantly impacts the UEFA coefficient rankings. For La Liga, Malaga's surprising success, having outperformed Bayern Munich to lead the group, is a delightful surprise. If this season sees improved performances from La Liga teams, it is entirely plausible that they could surpass the Premier League in UEFA standings by season's end. Moreover, Malaga's status as group leaders enhances their chances of facing a less formidable opponent in the knockout stage, thereby increasing the likelihood of reaching the quarterfinals, especially given their impressive performance against stronger teams. Domestically, most media outlets agree that for Malaga, advancing as group leaders in the Champions League is considered an extraordinary achievement, exceeding expectations for their European campaign this season. As the final whistle blew, the camera promptly focused on Yello. His hair was completely drenched in sweat, a vibrant smile illuminating his face as he clenched his fists in celebration, before embracing each of his Malaga teammates. Securing the top spot in the group stage was indeed a momentous occasion for Malaga. Furthermore, Yello's record-breaking performance in this match was equally significant news. With 13 goals in 6 group matches, it is truly unfathomable to consider how many goals Yello might score if Malaga advances further in the Champions League. How might he extend the single-season goal record in the tournament? In the post-match press conference, Hanks shook his head, expressing regret that they ultimately did not win the match. Malaga's strength is formidable, particularly Yello. I could even assert that Bayern Munich was defeated by Yello. Achieving second place in the group is not a setback for Bayern Munich. It is still a progression. We will endeavor to advance as far as possible in the Champions League. As for the championship, we will take it one step at a time. It was a challenging match, Pellegrini reflected, but fortunately, we secured first place in the group, which is immensely significant for us. Yello is our captain. I have never encountered a player of his caliber. His future? It is beyond my ability to predict. He is already among the world's best, and perhaps he may become the greatest footballer in history, Pellegrini remarked. Reporters exchanged incredulous glances. The greatest in history? That seems rather exaggerated, they thought. After all, Yello has only showcased exceptional performance for a little over half a season. In the aftermath, the draw between Malaga and Bayern Munich captured the attention of global sports media. The reason was not solely due to Malaga's triumph over Bayern Munich for the top position, although that was indeed noteworthy. Rather, it was Yello's newly established record that warranted headlines, scoring 13 goals in 6 Champions League group matches. His scoring efficiency left the world in awe. Speculation arose regarding the astonishing records Yello might yet achieve this season, with at least 2 more Champions League matches to play. Could Yello continue to find the back of the net? This question seemed trivial. He undoubtedly would score again, likely extending his current record. It is foreseeable that in the future of the Champions League, before any new record emerges, Yello's name will be inescapable. This season's Champions League is destined to be marked by the name of forward Yello. Following the conclusion of this round of Champions League group matches, the esteemed French media outlet, European Football, highlighted Yello's record-breaking feat in their roundup. In Langlois, Yello's achievement also became a trending topic. Fans felt as though they were dreaming, as a record typically reserved for the most elite players had now been broken by a Langlois player. Ironically, this player remains uncapped by the national team, drawing widespread criticism towards the Football Association. They could only retreat like turtles, having refrained from showing their heads in recent times. For Malaga, following the conclusion of this phase of the Champions League group stage, their European endeavors would momentarily pause. Once all matches in the group stage have been completed, UEFA will conduct the draw for the round of 16. However, the knockout stage is not set to commence until February of the following year, leaving them with over 2 months to prepare. Meanwhile, the Copa del Rey matches will soon follow suit. Presently, for Malaga, it is a matter of taking one step at a time. Should they reach the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey by February, they will then be contending on 3 fronts: the League, the Champions League, and the Copa del Rey. Competing on 3 fronts can be quite challenging for any major club, let alone Malaga. Yet, such concerns are for the future. For now, Malaga's focus must be on securing victories in their upcoming matches. After concluding the final round of the Champions League group stage, the team is set to face a league match at home. In the 14th round of the league, Malaga will host Real Sociedad, scheduled just 2.5 days after their clash with Bayern Munich. Consequently, the team underwent considerable rotation. Yello scored twice in this match, marking his 18th goal in the league. However, Malaga still succumbed to defeat. Real Sociedad thrives against stronger opponents, having previously bested both Barcelona and Real Madrid. This time, Malaga also experienced the formidable prowess of the Basque side, suffering a 2-3 loss at home, tasting defeat for the first time this season. Following this match, the Copa del Rey looms ahead. As the season progresses, injuries within the team have begun to surface. Isco sustained an ankle injury during training, which will sideline him for at least 2 weeks after examination. Subsequently, Van Nistelrooy and Matheson also reported tightness in their hamstrings, which could keep them out for a week at minimum. Fortunately, their next opponents are not particularly formidable. In the 4th round of the Copa del Rey, Malaga drew a team from a lower division, the Ebro Riverbank Mirandes Football Club, also known as Mirandes in some translations. However, the official name in the Dragon Kingdom is Ebro Riverbank Mirandes Football Club, a translation that seems rather haphazard. Most expected Malaga to execute a significant rotation for this match, given that their adversary is merely a team from the Spanish 3rd tier. Yet, unexpectedly, while Malaga did make substantial changes, Yello was still named in the starting lineup. Initially, Ebro Riverbank Mirandes did not intend to prolong their involvement in the Copa del Rey, as they understood that a mere 3rd division team would hardly progress further in the tournament. The structure of the Copa del Rey is quite intricate, with the 20 teams from La Liga joining in the 4th round among the 32 remaining teams. Subsequently, we arrive at the 5th round, the round of 16, followed by the 6th round, the quarterfinals. This is closely followed by the semifinals and the final. Each round consists of 2 matches played in a home and away format. To secure the King's Cup championship, one must compete in a total of 10 matches, which undeniably presents a considerable burden. For a La Liga team to clinch the treble of La Liga, the Champions League, and the King's Cup, they would need to play 38 league matches, 13 Champions League matches, and 10 King's Cup matches, culminating in a total of 61 matches. The schedule is indeed quite congested. For Malaga, it is imperative to prioritize, as their squad strength cannot sustain a 3-front battle. However, the inclusion of Yello in the starting lineup surprised many. Pellegrini, in fact, harbors some regret for having acquiesced to Yello's request not to rotate him post the last season. Nonetheless, Yello remains uninjured and appears unaffected in terms of stamina, leaving Pellegrini without justification for rotating him out. Conversely, the players of Ebro River Miranda are incensed, believing Yello's appearance in such a match is solely to bolster his scoring statistics. Presently, he tops the league's scoring chart, yet Messi and Ronaldo are closely pursuing him. One cannot dismiss the possibility that Yello aims to enhance his goal tally in the King's Cup, vying for the Golden Boot and striving to secure the title of the season's top scorer. Consequently, the players of Ebro River Miranda executed the most stringent defense during this match, with their sole objective not being victory, but rather to prevent Yello from scoring. Meanwhile, Malaga fielded several reserve players, including some youth team members who previously interacted with Yello in the Malaga youth squad, though they are all 18 years of age. Some have already attained the status of La Liga's top scorer, shattered the Champions League single-season goal record, and boast a market value exceeding 150 million. While others are still yearning for their opportunity in the first team, such as during a King's Cup match against a lower-tier team like Ebro River Miranda. Although Yello did not explicitly state his intention to inflate his statistics in such matches, the reserve and youth players, driven by their imaginations, speculated otherwise. The team star player participating in such a match surely must be for the purpose of scoring. Thus, in hopes of pleasing their esteemed teammate, they eagerly sought to pass the ball to Yello. The players from both sides were akin to legendary figures, momentarily shining together. However, it was indeed Malaga, with Yello on the pitch, who exhibited superiority. In the second half, Malaga netted 2 goals, while Yello not only completed a hat-trick but also provided an assist, leading the team to a commanding 4-0 victory over their opponents, rendering the second leg utterly meaningless. Following this match, the other group matches in the Champions League gradually concluded, and the group stage of the Europa League also came to an end. With the conclusion of the Champions League group stage, the Spanish media erupted with excitement, as 3 of the 4 La Liga teams participating advanced to the knockout stage. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Malaga all emerged as the leaders of their respective groups. Valencia, however, finished third in their group, trailing behind Chelsea and Bayer Leverkusen, thus qualifying for the Europa League. This outcome was not particularly surprising for Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia. The strength of Valencia and Bayer Leverkusen was quite comparable, and it was reasonable for Valencia to find themselves in third place after a lackluster performance, particularly as Chelsea clearly stood out in that group. Meanwhile, both Real Madrid and Barcelona had relatively easy groups, so their first-place finishes were to be expected. The only unexpected turn of events came from Malaga, who astonishingly topped a formidable group of death without suffering a defeat, much to the delight of the Spanish media. Following the conclusion of all Champions League and Europa League group matches, UEFA conducted the draw for the round of 16 on a Friday evening in Zurich. As the first-place team in Group A, Malaga would face the second-place teams from the other groups, thereby avoiding their own group rivals Bayern Munich and any teams from the same league. Since both Real Madrid and Barcelona also topped their groups, it was impossible for Malaga to encounter them. Consequently, potential opponents for Malaga included CSKA Moscow, Basel, Lyon, Bayer Leverkusen, Marseille, and Napoli, none of which are especially formidable giants. This scenario illustrates the concept of fortune and misfortune being intertwined. Malaga had initially been drawn into a challenging group, yet they emerged as the victors. Now, among the second-place teams, the most powerful Bayern Munich would be conveniently avoided, allowing Malaga to draw from other relatively less threatening contenders. In contrast, many first-place teams were apprehensive, fearing they might face the daunting big boss from the second-place teams. English media lamented Arsenal's hard-earned first place in Group F, only to be met with the unexpected presence of Bayern Munich as a second-place team. Of course, this was all in jest, while everyone expressed sympathy for Arsenal's misfortune, which seemed to involve either Bayern or Barcelona in every draw. The fact remains that Arsenal is now a group leader, perhaps indicating a change in their luck. On the day of the draw, Malaga's players chose not to return to their accommodations after training. Instead, they gathered at the team's training facility, where they watched the Champions League draw ceremony on a television screen in the tactical meeting room. "I hope we draw CSKA Moscow. They appear to be the weakest," one player remarked. No. Moscow is too far. I'd rather not travel that distance. Basel would be a good option," another chimed in. The remaining contenders, Lyon, Bayer Leverkusen, Marseille, and Napoli, did not seem insurmountable either. For the Malaga players, the potential opponents did not seem particularly intimidating, especially after having faced Bayern Munich. A sense of superiority began to arise as they contemplated the second-place teams. Nonetheless, the general consensus was a desire to draw either CSKA Moscow or Basel as the 2 most favorable options. "Yeah, who do you want to draw?" Isco inquired. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yello. With a broad smile, Yello remarked, "I am indifferent." He spread his hands and continued, "I have stated before that my goal is to secure the championship, so regardless of the opponent I face, my mission is to vanquish them." The crowd paused momentarily, then erupted in admiration, giving him a thumbs up. What a mindset. This is what it means to be a champion. This is the essence of a true victor. Goodness, I might just fall in love with you. Why not consider a gender transformation? I believe you might entertain the idea. No, no, no. I still think being a man is quite splendid, he replied. Laughter filled the conference room. Chapter 140. The halfway champion beckons. Although laughter and merriment surrounded them, deep down, most players secretly wished for an easy opponent. After all, for the majority of teams, the outcome of the draw would dictate their fate in this season's Champions League. Take the Moscow CSKA, for instance. They drew Barcelona. Following the announcement of the draw, Barcelona's president, Rosell, was all smiles, while the officials from Moscow CSKA appeared utterly despondent. The disparity in strength between Moscow CSKA and Barcelona was monumental. Such a gap cannot be bridged merely by determination, unless Barcelona made a significant blunder. It would be exceedingly challenging for Moscow CSKA to advance, particularly since the Champions League knockout stage employs a two-legged format, which offers a higher margin for error compared to the single elimination format of the World Cup. A mistake in one match could potentially be rectified in another, thereby enhancing the chances of stronger teams progressing. The rules for the Champions League round of 16 draw are straightforward. First, a group winner is drawn, followed by the potential opponents for that group winner being placed into a box. After the guest of honor stirs the contents, one is drawn at random. While it may appear random, the matchups in the Champions League round of 16 often seem to reflect predetermined official pairings, leading many fans to suspect that the draw is merely a facade. It is widely believed that UEFA has manipulated the process. The most popular theory suggests that the small balls containing the slips of paper for each team, though identical in appearance, differ in temperature. As long as the guest draws a heated ball, UEFA can control the matchups in the round of 16. For instance, Arsenal fans are convinced that the draw is rigged. Thus, when Barcelona was matched with Moscow CSKA, the second group winner drawn was Arsenal. Instantly, all Arsenal supporters felt a wave of anxiety. No Bayern, no Bayern, no Bayern. They fervently prayed. As the guest unveiled the slip, revealing the name FC Bayern Munich, laughter erupted throughout the draw venue. Well then, Arsenal has once again crossed paths with Bayern Munich. The 3-year curse with Barcelona and the 5-year hex with Bayern remains unbroken. In a conference room in Malaga, the players couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the draw. Yello was shaking his head in disbelief. Has Wenger a vendetta against Platini? Why is it always Barcelona or Bayern? Such abysmal luck. Online, Arsenal fans are seething with anger, as the encounters with either Barcelona or Bayern have become a recurring joke. UEFA clearly understands the power of spectacle. In their relentless pursuit of drama, UEFA seems to have discarded all pretense. With merely a 1/7 chance, how could it possibly end up being Bayern? This is utterly ridiculous. It is hardly surprising that Arsenal fans are brewing conspiracy theories. After all, anyone facing such a fate would feel compelled to curse. Moreover, the disparity in strength between Arsenal and teams like Bayern and Barcelona is glaringly evident. This is far from the era of the invincible Arsenal. The current squad is no longer among the elite of the Premier League, thus their prospects against Bayern appear grim. As the draw continued, when Zidane opened another small ball, the name Malaga echoed through the room. Instantly, the previously jovial atmosphere in the conference room turned somber. CSKA Moscow had already been drawn, and Isco quietly murmured, Basel, Basel. However, soon after, Malaga's opponent was revealed, Lyon. Upon hearing this name, many players in the locker room shook their heads in disappointment. It was not that Lyon is an overwhelmingly powerful team, but among the unselected teams, they were undoubtedly the strongest. Lyon, once the undisputed powerhouse of Ligue 1, has yet to show signs of complete decline, especially before Paris Saint-Germain received backing from Middle Eastern investors. They are the reigning champions of a 9-year consecutive Ligue 1 title run. Although they have never clinched the Champions League, their legacy as the leading force in French football is well established. Lyon is a team that should not be underestimated. After discovering their opponent, the players began to relax. Subsequently, the remaining groups were drawn, and the media commenced their earnest analyses and predictions. Most commentators believe that Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich have essentially secured their spots in the quarterfinals. A significant portion of the media opines that despite Malaga's impressive performance in the group stages, they may struggle against Lyon. For Spanish media, their focus remains predominantly on the 3 La Liga teams. There is a consensus among them. Real Madrid and Barcelona are in stable positions, particularly Barcelona, as CSKA Moscow poses little threat. Barcelona has traditionally enjoyed favorable draws in the Champions League. Meanwhile, although Real Madrid faces Bayer Leverkusen from the Bundesliga, the disparity in strength is evident, making it unlikely for Real Madrid to falter. The matchup between Malaga and Lyon presents a rather delicate situation. From a financial standpoint, the two teams appear relatively equal. However, Lyon boasts a rich heritage, while Malaga has demonstrated remarkable form this season, even managing to outshine Bayern Munich. Nonetheless, they recently suffered a defeat to Real Sociedad, suggesting a potential decline in their performance. As the media engages in various discussions regarding the draw results, Malaga still has 2 matches to play before the winter break in La Liga, an away fixture against Osasuna in round 15 and the second leg of the Copa del Rey against Ebro. After 14 league matches, Malaga achieved an impressive record of 11 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 35 points, just 2 points shy of Real Madrid. The latter has exhibited exceptional form this season, with a record of 12 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, totaling 37 points. Their only defeat came at the hands of Malaga. Barcelona, sitting third, has also lost just once, with a record of 10 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, amassing 33 points after 14 matches. Following these performances, Malaga, Real Madrid, and Barcelona have solidified their positions as the top contenders for the title this season, as the gap to the next teams is quite substantial. Valencia, currently fourth, holds a record of 8 wins, 2 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 26 points, while Levante and Atletico Madrid follow closely behind with 25 and 24 points, respectively. Sevilla and Espanyol also find themselves in the mix with 24 and 23 points, marking them as the second tier. Malaga's unbeaten streak ended with a loss to Real Sociedad, which may suggest a downer in their form. However, if we consider their performance since last season, they have only lost 3 times across 36 competitive matches, including the Champions League, which is a compelling statistic. Has Malaga's form truly begun to falter? Perhaps not. Prior to the match, some media outlets speculated that after their defeat to Real Sociedad, fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona were anticipating a decline in Malaga's performance. For supporters of the two giants, they could accept the other winning the title, given the strength of their rivals, but a Malaga triumph would be less palatable. Surprisingly, these fans found themselves united against Malaga. However, their expectations were dashed. In an away match against the commendable Osasuna, Malaga, despite the absence of Van Nistelrooy, Mateus, and Isco, secured a resounding 3-0 victory. Yello scored a goal, elevating his league tally to 21. After 15 matches, he leads the scoring charts, ahead of Cristiano Ronaldo's 18 goals and Lionel Messi's 17. Yello seems to be on track for the La Liga Golden Boot this season. Following this round of fixtures, Real Madrid faced a defeat. They suffered a 1-2 defeat away against Sevilla. Consequently, Malaga reclaimed the top position in the standings. Meanwhile, Barcelona seized the opportunity to narrow the gap with Real Madrid to just 1 point, trailing Malaga by a mere 2 points. The competition at the forefront of La Liga has intensified significantly. Goal. Yello. His 25th goal of the season. A stunning long-range shot. They take a lead against Atletico Madrid on their turf. On January 29, 2012, during the 19th round of La Liga. In the final match of the first half of the season, Malaga faced Atletico Madrid. A victory in this match would secure Malaga their 5th consecutive win, and unprecedentedly crown them as the first-half champions of La Liga. After defeating Osasuna in the 15th round, Malaga first eliminated Ebro and Santander in the Copa del Rey, advancing to the quarterfinals. However, they were knocked out by Real Madrid in the 2-legged quarterfinal, with a home score of 2-2 and an away score of 1-1. Real Madrid advancing on the away goals rule. Although Yello was disheartened by the outcome, Pellegrini felt a slight relief amidst his disappointment. Otherwise, he would have been anxious to allow Yello to continue performing at that level. Despite their elimination from the Copa del Rey, Malaga surged forward in the league. In the league, Malaga first won against Valencia in the 16th round, followed by a victory over Sporting Gijón in the 17th round, and then triumphed over Granada in the 18th round. After achieving 4 consecutive victories, Malaga solidified their position at the top of the standings. However, Real Madrid was also on a winning streak, closely pursuing them. Before the 19th round commenced, media in Madrid rallied support for Atletico Madrid, hoping they could defeat Malaga at home, allowing Real Madrid to surpass Malaga and claim the first-half championship. Although the first-half championship does not confer any trophy, It holds significant symbolic value. In the past decade, the team that secured the first-half championship has gone on to win the La Liga title 8 times. This illustrates the immense boost in confidence that such a title provides to a team. The match against Atletico Madrid proved to be formidable. The first half ended in a stalemate at 0-0. In the second half, Atletico Madrid adopted a defensive posture, complicating Malaga's offensive efforts. It wasn't until the 78th minute that Yello finally broke the deadlock. The first-half championship beckons to Malaga. Commentator Andres exclaimed from the booth. This chapter concludes. Chapter 141, First-Half Champions, Champions League Knockout Stage. On the sidelines, the Argentine coach Simeone stood with arms crossed, his brow furrowed. This season, Atletico Madrid's performance has been somewhat erratic. Nonetheless, their tactical style has begun to take shape, exhibiting early signs of development. They excel in compressing space in midfield and defense, applying pressure, and relying on a resolute defense to create counterattacking opportunities. In reality, before the goal by Yello, Atletico Madrid performed admirably. Their tactical approach effectively unsettled the opponent's mentality, allowing for the possibility of seizing a couple of counterattacking opportunities in the dying moments of the match. This season, Atletico's attacking line boasts the formidable duo of the tiger-like Falcao and the aesthetically pleasing Diego Costa, both of whom possess remarkable scoring prowess. In the goalkeeping department, following David De Gea's transfer to Manchester United, Atletico secured the loan of a young prodigy, Thibaut Courtois, from Chelsea. This unexpected turn of events relegated Asenjo, who had returned from Malaga with hopes of starting, to the bench as the second-choice keeper. The competition between these two young goalkeepers, coupled with the formidable presence of Falcao and Costa up front, positions Atletico Madrid with world-class talent both in attack and defense. Particularly noteworthy is the Colombian forward Falcao, who was acquired from Porto for a staggering $40 million. His scoring efficiency this season has been nothing short of astounding, netting 13 goals in 19 league matches and contributing 8 goals in the Europa League group stage, thus propelling the team into the knockout rounds. Including the King's Cup, Falcao has already amassed an impressive total of 26 goals for Atletico Madrid. This is indeed a remarkable statistic, albeit with the caveat that it should not be compared with the three monsters of La Liga. This season, Yello has scored 25 goals in the league, 13 in the Champions League, and although eliminated from the King's Cup, he still managed to net 5 goals, totaling 42 goals and leading the overall scoring charts. Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, for their part, have scored 36 and 33 goals respectively. Excluding these three, Falcao stands as the top scorer. However, in this particular match, Falcao struggled to make a significant impact, primarily due to the immense pressure exerted by Yello on Atletico's defense and midfield, leaving the forwards isolated and unsupported. Despite this, Simeone remained optimistic about the situation until Yello's goal in the 78th minute, which came from a powerful cut-in and a stunning shot that soared like a cannonball. Lacking any spin, upon reaching its zenith, the ball plummeted rapidly, striking the underside of the crossbar and bouncing into the net. Such a shot, with its trajectory, was unstoppable. Even for Courtois, who stands nearly 2 meters tall with remarkable reach and quick reflexes. Returning to the sidelines, Simeone recognized that at this stage of the match, it would be exceedingly difficult for Atletico Madrid to equalize. Leading by a goal, Malaga could afford to play with greater composure. In pursuit of an attacking response, Atletico found themselves vulnerable to counterattacks. In the 86th minute, Malaga executed a swift counter, with Yello breaking through to the byline before delivering a precise pass to Joaquin, who struck the ball from the penalty spot, sealing the match with a second goal. Upon witnessing yet another ball lost, Simeone displayed a bitter smile from the coaching bench. This scenario seemed almost predestined. With Malaga in the lead, Atletico Madrid had no choice but to press forward in a desperate attempt to equalize, which ultimately left them vulnerable to counterattacks from Malaga. The extraordinary individual prowess of Yello significantly heightened the success rate of Malaga's counteroffensives. He was simply unstoppable. Simeone sat down, expressing his grievances to his assistant. It was an inevitable situation. We had nearly managed to neutralize him, yet, regrettably, the assistant could only shake his head slightly. This conceding of a goal extinguished Atletico Madrid's hopes of a resurgence entirely. In the stands of the Calderón, some supporters had already begun to exit, recognizing that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Leaving early seemed prudent to avoid missing the last bus. Malaga netted their second goal of the match, a strike that all but secured their position as the champions of the first half of the season. Congratulations to Malaga. Congratulations to Pellegrini. Congratulations to Yello. At the season's inception, when Yello proclaimed their ambition for the league title, he was met with derision. The notion of Malaga claiming the La Liga championship was deemed preposterous. Yet, their current performance silenced all skepticism. With an astonishing record of 16 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss across 19 matches, they amassed a remarkable total of 50 league points. How persuasive is this achievement? After the first half of the season over the past 2 decades, Malaga's tally is surpassed only by last season's Barcelona. In the 2010 to 2011 season, Barcelona secured 52 points after 19 matches, while Malaga's 50 points ties them for second alongside Barcelona's 2008 to 2009 season. Both of those seasons saw Barcelona crowned champions, and Malaga is now marching toward the league title. In the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio marveled at Malaga's performance, accumulating 50 points at the halfway mark. If one were to disregard the name of the team, the phrase that would undoubtedly come to mind would be championship potential. Yet, it is Malaga, a club that has traditionally teetered on the brink of relegation, achieving this remarkable feat. Can Malaga truly create a miracle and sustain their extraordinary form in the second half of the season to claim the La Liga title? Regardless of who contemplates this, a resounding question mark lingers in the air. The terms La Liga champion and Malaga seem incongruous when linked together. Yet, they are indeed the champions of the first half, becoming one of the only 2 teams in the past 20 years to surpass 50 points at this stage of the season. The juxtaposition of their championship potential against the backdrop of Malaga's modest stature as a club has left many journalists in the media area with perplexed expressions. Who could have anticipated that Malaga would pose a genuine threat to Barcelona and Real Madrid? The journalists from these 2 football giants found it difficult to accept the current landscape, while another faction of the press, hailing from the Dragon Country, erupted in cheers, celebrating Malaga's triumph. The editor of AS, Lorites, curled his lip and cast an irritable glance towards the noisy reporters from the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it. What does it matter to you if Malaga wins the championship? Unable to witness Malaga's downfall at the hands of Atletico Madrid, Lorites directed his pent-up frustration towards the jubilant journalists. As Yello's performances became increasingly stable, the number of Dragon Kingdom reporters in Spain grew significantly. Essentially, any media outlet capable of dispatching correspondence to Spain sent journalists solely to acquire first-hand information about Yello. Dragon Kingdom fans reveled in everything related to Yello. Even a simple video of him smiling and waving at fans as he entered and exited the training facility could ascend to trending status among fervent admirers. Furthermore, with Yello's striking looks, his number of pure fan followers on social media had swelled, even surpassing that of some so-called pretty boys who relied solely on their appearance. Unlike those effeminate young idols, Yello's handsome visage and well-defined features exuded a robust masculinity, which irked certain factions that had long sought to feminize the aesthetic and character of Dragon Kingdom men. Yet, alas, Yello appeared nearly blemish-free. His stark conflicts with the Dragon Kingdom Football Association had ironically become a significant factor in garnering him even more fans, given the association's notorious reputation. Consequently, the media section now hosted not only sports reporters, but also entertainment journalists. After all, the realms of culture and sports are inextricably intertwined. The final match transpired without incident, with Malaga triumphing over Atletico Madrid with a score of 2-0. As the final whistle blew, the camera's lens fixated firmly on Yello. With this victory, Malaga achieved 5 consecutive wins in the league, amassing 50 points to claim the halfway championship. Congratulations to Malaga. It would be hard for anyone to contest their status as favorites for the La Liga title now, exclaimed Duan Xian, the commentator from Dragon Kingdom National Television. Online, fans from the Dragon Kingdom flooded social media with celebratory trophy emojis. However, a few rational fans cautioned, let's not celebrate too early. The halfway champion receives no trophy. What's wrong? Can't we enjoy a bit of merriment after a round of matches? Replied others, advocating for continued revelry. If Yello leads Malaga to the league championship, do you think he stands a chance to claim the Ballon d'Or in 2012? It's uncertain. If the Champions League is factored in, it's more likely. Not necessarily. Don't forget the European Championship that summer. Indeed, the national team's performance in a tournament year is crucial, but surely he should at least rank in the top 3. When discussing the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or, Dragon Kingdom fans expressed their discontent. The results of the 2011 Ballon d'Or had been announced, with Messi securing the win without contest. However, Dragon Kingdom fans lamented that Yello ultimately finished in 4th place, merely 3 points behind the 3rd place Iniesta. The final rankings were Messi, Ronaldo, and Iniesta. Yello ranked 4th and was unable to attend this year's awards ceremony, ultimately remaining a bystander. However, it must be noted that even if Yello had secured a place among the top 3, he likely would not have wished to participate in the ceremony, given the complete lack of hope in winning the Ballon d'Or. In the post-match press conference, Simeone lauded the performances of both Yello and Malaga. Indeed, we lost this match to Malaga and to Yello. I wish to congratulate my colleague Pellegrini for crafting an exceptional team that ultimately clinched the La Liga title. A feat that does not surprise me in the slightest. Yello, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary. In my view, he is the finest player in La Liga. Yes, he is the standout player. I typically refrain from praising opponents in such a manner, but I must admit that had it not been for Yello, my team could have at least secured a draw, if not a victory. Simeone's remarks delighted the reporters from Dragon Country, who swiftly translated his words and sent them back home, allowing domestic fans to share in the exhilaration. Receiving such high praise from an opposing coach following a match is no ordinary accolade. When Pellegrini arrived at the press conference, journalists eagerly congratulated him in Malaga. However, Pellegrini was quick to temper expectations. Being halfway champions does not equate to being true champions. We are acutely aware of this. Finishing first on the league table after the 19th round is a significant achievement for Malaga, yet it is insufficient for us to lift the championship trophy. Pellegrini's need for caution is warranted. In the aftermath of this round of matches, both Madrid and Catalan media extolled Malaga's performance. This is what one might call a double-edged sword. Pellegrini reminded his players that our lead is minimal. We are merely 1 point ahead of Real Madrid and 2 points ahead of Barcelona. After the team reconvened for training, Pellegrini emphasized that most of Malaga's players lack championship experience. In the lengthy league season, maintaining a lead in points is futile unless one remains ahead after the 38th round. Thus, it is imperative to cool the heads of players who have just secured the halfway championship. This timely cooling off was crucial. A week later, in the 20th round of the league, Malaga faced Villarreal, known as the Yellow Submarine. Villarreal has underperformed this season, primarily due to the loss of key players to other clubs after their commendable performance last season. This encapsulates the survival logic of typical mid-table teams: amass a collection of young talents, achieve results, and sell high. Championships, while winning would certainly be preferable, ordinary teams, especially those in La Liga, do not harbor illusions of breaking the dominance of Real Madrid and Barcelona over the title. In this away match, Malaga played relatively comfortably, as Villarreal was focused on preparing for their Copa del Rey semi-final against Athletic Bilbao. Had their semi-final opponent been Real Madrid or Barcelona, Villarreal might not have been as invested, but facing Bilbao compelled them to put forth their utmost effort. Victory would lead them to the final, and regardless of the opponent. The allure of lifting the championship trophy is a significant motivator for any team. Thus, Malaga encountered Villarreal's rotated lineup. Ultimately, Yello scored 1 goal and assisted another, leading to a 2-0 away victory over Villarreal, marking their 6th consecutive win. A week later, in the 21st round of the league, the team successfully avenged their earlier defeat to the Royal Society, achieving a 7th straight win. In the 22nd round, Malaga triumphed over Osasuna at home with a score of 1-0, securing an impressive 8th consecutive victory. This streak has prompted widespread astonishment throughout Spain regarding Malaga's remarkable form. Malaga's performance has been astonishing. After suffering a home defeat to Real Sociedad in the 14th round, when many expected them to enter a slump, they defied expectations with an 8-match winning streak, reclaiming the top position in the league standings. Malaga has created a whirlwind in La Liga, largely thanks to the consistent performances of their star player, Yello. This season, Malaga has also faced challenges with injuries, as key players like Van Nistelrooy, Cazorla, and De Michelis have missed substantial time. However, fortuitously, Yello has not missed a single minute due to injury. He is truly a titan. If Yello maintains this form, leading Malaga to the La Liga championship is within reach. The media has been effusive in their praise for Malaga's performance. Who can halt their winning streak? Perhaps their next opponent, Lyon, in the Champions League round of 16? After the conclusion of the 22nd round, the Malaga players enjoyed a day of rest before boarding a flight to Lyon, France. Nearly 2 months after the group stage, the Champions League knockout rounds are finally underway. Chapter 142. Is the Godfather truly a father? Malaga has arrived in Lyon, just stepping out of the airport terminal. Although Lyon is not a traditional powerhouse, they are currently the top team in La Liga, making them a formidable opponent. For Lyon to advance to the Champions League quarterfinals, they must perform well at home. And Malaga lacks experience in knockout rounds, which may give Lyon an advantage. On the television screen, Malaga's players can be seen exiting the airport, flanked by fans eagerly awaiting their arrival. It is evident that many of the supporters are of Asian descent. Indeed, it seems that the majority of Malaga's fans in other parts of Europe are likely from the Dragon Nation. Undoubtedly, the close-up on the television features Malaga's number 10, who has attracted significant attention. Lyon's coach, Remy Gard, observed Yello on the screen and shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The esteemed Arsenal and French football legend, Remy Gard, is only 45 years of age this year, rendering him relatively youthful from the perspective of a head coach. He assumed his position at the onset of this season, succeeding Claude Puel, who had endured a dismal performance in the previous campaign. As a prominent club in Ligue 1, Lyon boasts a storied legacy. However, they encountered significant difficulties last season. Lille claimed the championship, relegating Lyon to a third-place finish, trailing Marseille. In the Champions League's first knockout round, Lyon succumbed to Real Madrid, and in the French Cup, they were eliminated by Nice. Furthermore, in the League Cup, they faced defeat at the hands of Paris Saint-Germain. Competing on 4 fronts, Lyon faltered comprehensively. As the head coach, Claude Puel could not escape culpability, leading to his dismissal at the season's conclusion, paving the way for Remy Gard's appointment. Gard himself is a Lyon icon, having emerged from the club's youth academy and dedicating the prime of his career to Lyon, although he reached the pinnacle of his professional journey during his tenure at Arsenal. In 1996, he joined Arsenal alongside Patrick Vieira. Over 3 seasons, Gard made 43 appearances under Arsene Wenger. In the 1997-98 season, he played a crucial role in securing the Premier League title for Arsenal, who also lifted the FA Cup that year, with Gard being instrumental in their triumphs. Presently, this dual legend of Lyon and Arsenal is preoccupied with the pressing question of how to contain the formidable player, Yello. It is evident that he has yet to devise an effective strategy, as, despite his illustrious playing career, Gard's coaching reputation remains lackluster, with few noteworthy accomplishments to his name. Overall, he is regarded as a rather mediocre head coach. This phenomenon is not uncommon. A talented player does not necessarily translate to a successful coach. Nor must a successful coach have been a remarkable player. Jose Mourinho, for instance, was a relatively obscure figure during his playing days. And while Gard's achievements as a player far surpass those of Mourinho, the latter's coaching accolades are unparalleled by Gard. As Gard reached for the remote control to turn off the television, the screen flickered, revealing the current UEFA president, Michel Platini. This was a special interview conducted by French sports television. The specifics of the host's inquiries remain unclear, yet Platini's statements compelled Gard to set down the remote. "We are investigating certain clubs' financial issues. Should they violate the financial fair play regulations, I believe we will take action," Platini proclaimed, adorned with an official smile. The host exhibited keen interest, inquiring, for instance, will these clubs face fines or bans from European competitions? Indeed, we will implement stringent measures. If these investigated clubs fail to maintain their financial equilibrium before the year 2012, they will face penalties. Platini responded, "Could you disclose which clubs are under scrutiny?" It is no secret that certain clubs, such as Malaga and La Liga, have received substantial funding from consortiums, as Platini stated. The host momentarily appeared taken aback, visibly shifting in discomfort, perhaps not anticipating that Platini would mention Malaga, especially with the match against Lyon only 2 days away. Lyon, as the sole representative of Ligue 1 in the Champions League, and Platini, a Frenchman and the president of UEFA, drawing attention to Malaga seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, Platini smiled faintly, seemingly aware of the host's unease. "There is nothing to worry about. We are quite candid. An investigation into financial matters will not affect the team's performance in the Champions League. Are we to manipulate the outcomes of matches?" Platini leaned forward, as if he had just told a grand joke, laughing heartily. The host from French sports television joined in the laughter, his anxiety dissipating. Indeed, as a Frenchman, Platini would undoubtedly strive for the interests of French football. With the Champions League knockout stage underway, if Lyon, the last standing representative of Ligue 1, were to be eliminated in the round of 16, what would that mean for Ligue 1? What would it signify for French football? If this continues, Ligue 1's stature as the fifth strongest league could be surpassed by the Eredivisie or the Primera Liga. Moreover, Platini is no longer merely a football player. He is now the president of UEFA, a figure of political significance, where every action bears weight. The host smiled at Platini, reassured by his composure. If even Platini was untroubled, why should he be? Thus, he followed Platini's lead, posing the question, but Malaga has been performing remarkably this season, currently leading La Liga. If they were to win the Champions League but face penalties in the financial investigation, rendering them unable to participate in the next season's Champions League, would that not be? Of course, it would indeed be quite inappropriate for the reigning Champions League title holder to miss out on the following season's tournament, Platini replied, revealing a knowing smile. Therefore, I anticipate a thrilling match, where the true contenders will advance. Will you be attending the match at the Lyon Olympic Park? The host inquired. Why not? Certainly, I shall not attend in my capacity as UEFA president, but rather as an ordinary French citizen, Platini replied with a smile. Truly. He maintains a clear distinction between public and private matters. Remy Gard switched off the television, his eyes glinting. His team seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope for advancement. After all, with Lyon as the sole representative of Ligue 1, they appeared to have formidable support. Outrageous. Such audacity. Following the broadcast of this program, numerous Spanish journalists privately lamented that it was unprecedented for the UEFA president to exhibit such blatant favoritism toward a single team before a significant clash. Malaga is in dire straits. We are well aware of the misdeeds of Platini, chuckled a Madrid journalist regarding the infamous Stamford Bridge incident during the 2008 to 2009 semifinals. Hey, you need to provide evidence, retorted a Catalonian journalist. The so-called Stamford Bridge incident refers to the UEFA Champions League semi-final match in 2008 to 2009, where Chelsea hosted Barcelona. Prior to this, Chelsea had secured a commendable away draw of 0-0 against Barcelona, and upon returning to Stamford Bridge, they only needed a victory to progress to the finals. However, the match became mired in controversy. Ultimately, Barcelona advanced to the finals amidst significant disputes, where they triumphed 2-0 over Manchester United. This marked Pep Guardiola's first season as Barcelona's head coach, culminating in a historic sextuple, heralding the dawn of the illustrious Dream Team era. In the aftermath, the media cast aspersions on the match. Naturally, they refrained from accusing Barcelona of bribing referees, as such an act was beyond their means and unlikely to occur. Thus, the only conceivable manipulation could be attributed to Platini, who had openly expressed his admiration for both Barcelona and Messi on multiple occasions. This scenario also represented a clash between UEFA and the Premier League. As the Premier League fully embraced the era of financial prosperity, its competitiveness surged. From the 2006 to 2007 season onwards, for 3 consecutive seasons, 2006 to 2007, 2007 to 2008, and 2008 to 2009, at least 3 English teams consistently reached the Champions League semi-finals. The 3 teams in question were Manchester United, Chelsea, and Liverpool, with the only variation being the 4th team, AC Milan in 2006 to 2007, and Barcelona in the subsequent 2 seasons. In fact, from the 2004 to 2005 season to the 2008 to 2009 season, at least 1 English team reached the finals for 5 consecutive seasons. The 2007 to 2008 Champions League final even turned into an all-English affair, with Manchester United and Chelsea vying for the title. Thus, discontent with the financial avarice of the Premier League, Platini intervened to prevent another all-English final in the 2008 to 2009 season, allegedly sabotaging Chelsea. These claims are merely conjectures from the media, lacking any substantive evidence, and are but whispers of conspiracy theories, serving only to entertain the audience. Nevertheless, Platini had expressed his dissatisfaction with the Premier League's excessive pursuit of wealth on more than one occasion, deeming it detrimental to the essence of football. This sentiment led to the establishment of the financial fair play regulations, which mandated that clubs affiliated with UEFA maintain a balance between income and expenditure, with all transfer funds originating from their own revenues. This was a thunderous blow to many clubs reliant on external funding. Malaga, unfortunately, found itself in the crosshairs, continuing to operate in defiance of the financial fair play regulations, which understandably incensed Platini. Now, as Platini speaks before the match between Malaga and Lyon, he asserts that UEFA is investigating Malaga. The situation itself is quite unusual. Many Spanish media outlets express concern that Malaga may be subjected to unfair treatment. Firstly, it is entirely reasonable for Platini, being French, to support Lyon in consideration of Ligue 1's interests. Secondly, targeting Malaga serves as a cautionary example to clubs that accept foreign funding. For UEFA, a smaller club like Malaga is an ideal candidate for such a demonstration. Is it not? However, these are merely speculations from the media. As for evidence, who could possibly procure any? While Platini holds the position of UEFA president, he is entitled to freedom of speech. Can mere comments on television truly sway the outcome of a match? This sentiment is echoed by numerous French media outlets. Meanwhile, in the Dragon country, fans have begun to voice their frustrations, claiming that Platini has lost all sense of shame. Patron? What kind of patron? He is more akin to a biological father, far more formidable. What will become of Malaga? Is it possible that they will truly be eliminated? Honestly, I find myself somewhat concerned. Fans are abuzz with speculation, their emotions fraught with anxiety. Yet, the ultimate outcome will only be revealed during the match itself. Chapter 143. My greatest talent is to slap faces. What does Platini mean by this? The financial fair play regulations? The financial review will not conclude until the end of this year. What relevance does that have to this year's Champions League? Do we not comprehend? Lyon is the sole representative of Ligue 1 in this year's Champions League knockout stage, and Malaga is hardly a prominent club. It appears they wish to showcase their national pride. Are they simply targeting us because we are a smaller club? If Lyon were facing off against Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich, would he dare to be so blatant? Your words suggest that Lyon cannot draw such formidable opponents either, perhaps in Platini's view. The teams Lyon could face lack strength and are not traditional powerhouses, which leads us to be the unfortunate ones. Indeed, Benfica may appear weaker on paper, yet they are a prestigious club with a rich history. On the training ground, players' grievances are voiced incessantly. Standing at the sidelines, Pellegrini furrows his brow, undoubtedly troubled by the potential issues that may arise during this match. The influence of referees on a game can be immensely significant. They need not engage in any outright manipulation. A mere slight imbalance in the officiating can sway the outcome, even to the extent of calling a few balanced fouls to ensure both sets of fans have something to discuss. This is only feasible when the teams are of relatively equal strength. Otherwise, if the national teams of the Dragon country and Spain were to compete in a World Cup level match, as opposed to a friendly, even with a referee team supporting the Dragon country, victory would be a formidable challenge. Pellegrini lets out a sigh. He recognizes that his worries are futile. Malaga is not a major club, lacking connections within UEFA, and as a foreigner from South America, despite having coached Real Madrid, his tenure there was primarily as a scapegoat, merely serving as a means for Florentino to purge some of the old guard. Thus, he was swiftly dismissed under the dual pressure of Real Madrid's fans and legends. Consequently, he could not leverage any connections within the club. Therefore, in preparation for this match, he had no choice but to adhere to the usual rhythm. As for the outcome, it was left to fate. Yello, of course, overheard the players' discussions, yet he refrained from voicing his own opinions. Once training concluded, and everyone boarded the bus back to the hotel, Isco inquired of Yello, "What are your thoughts on Platini's remarks?" Yello shrugged. "I have no particular opinion. Just consider it. Our esteemed UEFA president is so brazenly supporting Lyon. If we were to eliminate them, wouldn't that be a severe slap in his face?" "Absolutely." Banatna chimed in from the back. "He's the UEFA president. Doesn't he care for his reputation?" At this, Yello smiled subtly, mimicking the gesture of clapping his hands. "Slapping is my forte." Upon hearing this, Pellegrini, seated at the front, revealed a faint smile, reminiscing about the first time he watched Yello play. He had been in the stands, witnessing Yello audaciously delivering slaps toward the crowd, unaware at the time that the general manager of the Dragon Country Football Association was seated among them. This lad, hailing from the Dragon Country, showed no fear of the general manager. Thus, what was there to fear in the presence of the UEFA president? The players erupted in laughter at Yello's quip. "Indeed, I'm not afraid of him. We will eliminate Lyon and give Platini a resounding slap." Isco exclaimed loudly. "Hey, who was just trembling in fear? Who was trembling?" You can't falsely accuse someone. Isco retorted, glaring. Laughter filled the bus as a joyous atmosphere enveloped them. Yello chuckled as well, gazing out the window. For reasons unknown. The mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated he felt. Adversaries, perhaps, were not solely those on the field, but also those off it, those powerful figures attempting to achieve their aims through various means. I am merely a player, thus I shall warn everyone in my own way. Bring it on. On match day, 1 hour before kickoff, the Olympique Lyonnais stadium was already filled to capacity. Over 60,000 Lyon fans flooded into the venue, creating a frenzied home atmosphere. Just as the players from both sides entered the field for warm-ups, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers. Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze to the large screen, which was broadcasting live footage from the transmission agency, intended to allow fans seated farther away from the pitch to enjoy replays of thrilling moments. And now, on the big screen, UEFA President Platini was seen approaching the podium, accompanied by Lyon's President Allianz and General Manager Clark. As the distinguished figures from various circles took their seats, they rose to greet Platini with handshakes. A legendary football star from France, he now serves as the president of UEFA, earning him considerable esteem within the upper echelons of French society. The crowd erupted in cheers for Platini. On the sidelines, the assistant coach Marloska, observing the players warming up, couldn't help but feel an increasing sense of concern. Are we, a mere small club, truly compelled to resort to such tactics? Marloska sighed in resignation. The Malaga players' warm-up was also affected, frequently glancing towards the stands. Platini's ostentatious presence stirred unease among many players. Is he so brazen, so confident? One player murmured. Damn it, I refuse to believe Platini can still walk off the pitch. Isco exclaimed angrily. Enough of the distractions, focus on your warm-up, yelled Yello, casting a glance at the commotion in the stands. Soon, we shall make him regret his arrogance. The players, invigorated by his words, rallied their spirits. Once both teams completed their warm-ups, they returned to their respective locker rooms. Pellegrini had been waiting for some time, and, upon seeing the players enter and don their match attire, he spoke. This match may present some challenges, but I urge everyone to maintain control over your emotions. The balance may not favor us. It's merely a matter of balance. Don't worry, coach. Exactly. We are not children. I remain composed. Let us get a few goals early. No matter the balance, we will turn the tide. The players responded confidently. Seeing their self-assurance, Pellegrini felt somewhat reassured. As the Malaga players exited the locker room into the players' tunnel, the Lyon players had already come out. Yello scanned the lineup and recognized several familiar faces, including the future dual captain of the French national team and Tottenham, goalkeeper Loris, and the French forward Lacazette, who was still a young talent at that time. Yello then glanced at the referee team. The match was officiated by a young referee from Poland, Marciniak, who would later gain renown but was still considered a novice, having only officiated domestic league matches prior to obtaining international referee status. Last season, he had refereed 2 group stage matches, marking his debut in UEFA competitions. This season, he frequently officiated Champions League and Europa League matches, although not in high-profile encounters. Nevertheless, he was regarded as a promising young referee being nurtured by UEFA. Platini sat in his seat, engaging in light conversation with those around him. Allianz was, of course, quite pleased. Having such a prominent figure as Platini publicly support Lyon assured that winning this match would pose little trouble. It was Malaga that faced elimination. Lacking influential star players, what about Yello? He is merely a newcomer who has played for less than a season in European competitions. In a team like Chelsea, with illustrious stars such as Lampard, Drogba, Cech, and John Terry, there is little room for error. What tempest could Malaga possibly unleash? Moreover, this is Lyon's home ground. After all, Lyon is the foremost titan of League One. Securing a victory against Malaga on their own turf hardly qualifies as an upset, but rather an expected outcome. Platini wears a perpetual smile, a mask concealing his true thoughts. Perhaps he is wholly devoted to the welfare of European football, tirelessly striving with unwavering commitment. Lyon's head coach Remy Gard believes that playing at home will soon grant Lyon the upper hand. The external media scrutiny will significantly impact Malaga. While he cannot ascertain the referee's leniency, he is confident of their home advantage. Thus, he urged his players to advance swiftly, attacking relentlessly to secure goals. However, once the match commenced, Malaga's players seemed inexplicably invigorated. They exhibited remarkable zeal, brimming with energy, and appeared to be in formidable form. They took the initiative at the Parc Olympique Lyonnais, pressuring Lyon to respond. This unexpected turn of events astonished the spectators in the stands, the dignitaries in the VIP box, and even Platini himself. Platini, well versed in the game, recognized that his pre-match maneuvering had backfired. He had anticipated that invoking financial fair play scrutiny would unsettle Malaga's players, leading to a subpar performance. Yet, it appeared to have ignited their fighting spirit instead. The situation seemed increasingly precarious. Platini lightly tapped on the armrest of his chair, an instinctive gesture indicating his discomfort. An official from UEFA, noticing this, furrowed his brow, recognizing when Platini faced challenging circumstances. He hurriedly approached, but Platini merely shook his head, choosing instead to observe the unfolding match for a while longer. This chapter concludes. Chapter 144. Yello has his methods. The Spanish commentator expressed excitement. Malaga, making their debut in the Champions League knockout stage, has delivered a surprising performance, showing no signs of retreat against the giants of Ligue 1. Instead, they have taken the initiative, launching a fierce onslaught in an away match. Lyon finds themselves under pressure. The Lyon players are astonished by the fervor exhibited by Malaga. They had anticipated a leisurely match at home, with all circumstances favoring them. Could they truly suffer defeat? Yet, it now appears that if Lyon does not swiftly rectify their situation, they may indeed falter. Within a mere 10 minutes, Malaga has achieved an astonishing 80% possession, and their control is not a languid display in the backfield but an effective dominance in the attacking third. They have made a staggering 18 touches within the penalty area. And what of Lyon? They have scarcely ventured into Malaga's penalty zone, let alone ignited the flames of battle there. They have barely crossed the halfway line a few times. The crucial statistic of shots taken speaks volumes. In the opening 10 minutes, Malaga has already attempted 4 shots, 3 of which were on target, compelling Loris to make crucial saves. From the very onset of the match, the atmosphere in Lyon's penalty area has been fraught with tension. Pellegrini, standing calmly on the sidelines, conceals a tempest of emotions within. He can discern that Lyon is not in their usual form. They appear to believe victory is assured, leading to a sense of complacency. Utterly unprepared for Malaga's fierce counterattack, which has left them somewhat disoriented. If they could capitalize on this moment and score, it would be immensely advantageous for Malaga. This would constitute an away goal, and even if they were to eventually lose 2-1, acquiring an away goal would mean they leave with something to show for their efforts. Pellegrini, clad in a cotton overcoat, has clenched his fists deep in his pockets. In the 13th minute of the match, a heart-stopping moment unfolded for the Lyon fans in the stands. Yello, having received the ball on the left flank, feigned an inward cut. The Lyon defenders anticipated his move. Yet Yello deftly maneuvered past them and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball, after being deflected by Loris, struck the crossbar with a resounding thud. Bouncing out of play, Yello's attempt at an inward curl. Oh, the crossbar. The crossbar denied Yello's strike. What a pity. From the outset, Malaga has been relentless in their assault, suffocating Lyon with pressure, and they are growing ever closer to scoring. The commentator from Malaga television exclaims, "This is it. This is it. What does it matter if they are the top team in League 1, or backed by the UEFA president? We shall defeat them. We are Malaga. We have Yello. Long live Malaga. Long live Yello." The Malaga supporters present have finally found their voice, while the home fans remain stunned by Yello's explosive shot. In the presidential box, Lyon's president Allianz has his hands clasped atop his head, his expression one of shock. Platini's demeanor shifts slightly. But having held high office within UEFA for many years, he quickly regains his composure. After executing that shot, Yello's gaze shifts towards the presidential box. However, the distance is too great for him to discern Platini's awareness of his attention as he redirects his focus back to Lyon's penalty area. The Lyon players within the box are on high alert. The Lyon captain and central defender, Klaas, is closely marking Yello. Fully aware of the threat posed by Yello's aerial ability, Cazorla steps up to take the corner kick. He glances at Yello's positioning, raises his right hand, and sends the ball towards the near post. Initially prowling in the central lane, Yello made a sudden dash towards the front post, leaping high into the air. Lyon's central defender, Klaas, also ascended simultaneously, and in the midst of their aerial encounter, Klaas was knocked off balance. Watching helplessly as Yello executed a powerful header reminiscent of a lion's fierce mane, the ball struck the underside of the crossbar before soaring into the net. Goalkeeper Loris found himself utterly powerless to respond to such a close-range header, merely observing as the ball sailed into the goal. Here it comes. Duan Xian exclaimed excitedly as he witnessed Yello's soaring leap. Yello with the header. It's in. Magnificent. This marks Yello's inaugural goal in the UEFA Champions League knockout stage. It is his 14th goal in the Champions League, further etching his name into the record books of the season. Duan Xian's voice brimmed with exhilaration. Before the television, all fans from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in jubilation, rising to their feet and raising their arms in triumph. With this goal, a sense of assurance settled within their hearts. A splendid header. Spanish commentator Andres echoed the excitement, exclaiming, Yello's lion-like header has found the back of the net. Absolutely stunning. He possesses an arsenal of skills to deliver the ball into the goal, on the ground, in the air, within the box, beyond the box, with his left foot, right foot, and even his head. He is truly the most fearsome goal-scoring machine of this era. However, as Andres raised his arms in celebration, an unexpected commotion erupted on the pitch. The players from Malaga furiously approached the referee. What happened? Was the goal disallowed? Why? An attacking foul by Yello. Andres was momentarily taken aback. Wait, this goal was actually ruled out? Duan Xian also stood frozen, his expression stiffening as he recalled 4 words. Platini. A foul on this goal? Where was the foul? Yello was already preparing to celebrate when he heard the referee's whistle, followed by the crossed arms signal indicating the goal was invalid. Fury surged within him as he stormed towards the referee. Other Malaga players, once ready to celebrate, were now equally agitated, rushing to confront the referee. Referee Marciniak stepped back repeatedly, gesturing for the Malaga players to retreat. That could not have been a foul. It was a legitimate goal. I collided with him using my back and shoulder. My arms were not even extended. If you must call a foul, it should be on him. That fellow had his hands on my shoulders. Yello glared at Marciniak, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. Step back, or I shall show a card. I saw the offense. There is no need for argument. This is a verbal warning. Retreat. Obey the decision. The crowd erupted in boos. Yet these were not directed at the referee, but rather at the Malaga players. In the stands, Lyon fans mimicked the action of showing a card. Hey, referee, show him a card. Show him the red one. They screamed, demanding the referee to penalize the player for his insubordination. The spectators in the stands near the pitch were vociferously chanting. Marciniak, of course, could hear these sounds. However, he understood that dismissing a player was inconsequential. But if he were to penalize a key player, the ensuing uproar would be insurmountable. At that point, even those in higher echelons might not be able to protect him. The referee Hennings, who officiated the Champions League semi-final between Chelsea and Barcelona, retreated from the spotlight thereafter. Thus, he had to tread carefully. Issuing a red card was out of the question, and he aimed to avoid even a yellow card if possible. He even contemplated ways to placate the players from Malaga. At that moment, Lyon's central defender Sissoko approached and began to shove a Malaga player. Marciniak decisively brandished a yellow card, cautioning Sissoko. You see, I disallowed one of your goals, but I have issued a card to a Lyon player. Fairness, justice, transparency. My officiating is impeccable. Holding the yellow card. Marciniak fixed his gaze on Yello. He had already cautioned a Lyon player. If Yello continued to protest, he would surely issue another yellow card. And no one would dare to contest him. Yello took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. He recognized that the opposition aimed to unsettle Malaga's players. To confront them now would be to become a scapegoat, yielding no benefit. He glared at Marciniak, his expression darkening. This referee was indeed formidable. He turned to his teammates and declared, forget it. We'll just score again. We'll silence them. They were merely waiting for us to react, and for the cards to come. Yes, let us all remain composed. We must not fall for their tricks. Van and I, as a seasoned player, also sought to reassure his comrades. The Malaga players calmed down, and the match resumed. With renewed determination, the Malaga players pressed forward, launching a vigorous assault. However, in the 21st minute, Lyon seized a counterattack opportunity. As midfielder Ederson delivered a penetrating pass, the Malaga defensive line advanced collectively, ensnaring the forward Lacazette in an offside trap. At merely 20 years of age, Lacazette was still quite young, making it easy for Malaga's defense to catch him offside. The offside was glaringly evident. Lacazette was at least 3 meters beyond the last defender. Yet, When the Malaga defenders raised their arms to signal the offside, the officiating team remained unresponsive. The linesman did not raise his flag, nor did the referee blow his whistle. Seizing the opportunity, Lacazette approached the penalty spot, executing a precise shot that found its way into the Malaga net. Ederson's pass to Lacazette was too swift. It was clearly offside. The referee didn't he call it? Duan exclaimed in astonishment. Lacazette had indeed scored. But this was undeniably a grave error in officiating. There was no question that it was a blatant offside. The referee has just dismissed a goal from Malaga, and now he turns a blind eye to an offside goal from Lyon. Such a match is simply outrageous. Duan ultimately refrains from uttering any shocking remarks. After all, he is a host for the national television station, where instances of hosts being dismissed for misstatements abound. However, Zhang Jun, the commentator streaming the match online, is less restrained. Was that an offside? How could that possibly be offside? The officiating team has made a grave error. No, perhaps it is not an error at all. This offside is evident to anyone with a modicum of understanding of football rules. This is unequivocally offside. Compared to the disallowed goal by Yello, this one should have been invalidated instead. Zhang Jun is renowned for his detailed commentary, which typically lacks personal bias. Yet, his anger is palpable now. Is this not offside? For heaven's sake, this is blatant injustice. Corruption runs rampant in football federations worldwide. The fans of Longwa share his fury. This is an affront to their mentality. The initial goal by Malaga was annulled for an attacking foul, and now this one for offside. Observers can clearly see that the standards of officiating differ between Lyon and Malaga. The referee penalizes Malaga's actions stringently, while allowing Lyon considerable leeway. This disparity, compounded by the contrasting officiating on the two goals, has ignited the emotions of the Malaga players. As the match resumes, the disoriented Malaga team swiftly concedes another goal, just 2 minutes after the previous one. Lyon's forward, Lisandro Lopez, receives a cross in the penalty area and heads the ball into the net. 2-0. Within a mere 2 minutes, Lyon scores twice. The entire Olympic Park stadium erupts in jubilation. In the VIP area, Platini and various French dignitaries rise to their feet, applauding gracefully. The black 2 minutes have seen Malaga concede consecutively, leaving them 2 goals adrift. It is undeniably unfortunate for Malaga, who had performed better in the opening stages of the match. Many commentators shake their heads in sympathy for them. The French commentator exclaims, Lyon leads by 2 goals. They have the opportunity to extinguish the suspense of the knockout stage in the first leg, potentially rendering the second leg meaningless. Lyon's fans are in celebratory spirits, while the traveling Malaga supporters fall silent. The players of Malaga wear expressions of despondency. This predicament is exceedingly harsh for them. They were the superior team. Yet 2 contentious decisions have turned the tide of the match. Now, they trail by 2 goals. How can they proceed with the game? Many players have lost confidence. They have never felt this hopeless against Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern. With hands on hips and heads bowed, they stand in disbelief. Only one person refrained from taking action. His gaze was fixed on the podium, where he beheld the individual seated there. His fists were clenched tightly. Isco, go summon the brothers. Yello turned and shouted at the dejected Isco beside him. Isco was momentarily taken aback, lifting his head to meet Yello's bloodshot eyes. A jolt of alarm surged within him, prompting him to instinctively comply with Yello's command. As everyone gathered, Yello spoke menacingly. Some do not wish for our victory. That is to be expected. But for someone to employ such underhanded tactics to ensure our defeat, that I cannot abide. But what shall we do now? A voice murmured. What to do? It's simple, Yello replied, directing his gaze toward the distant referee, Machiniak. When I return to the midfield, pass the ball to me whenever possible. I will handle it. Handle it? The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what Yello meant. However, they would soon find out. Once the match resumed, the Lyon players appeared relaxed, enjoying a 2-goal lead, as if the game was entirely in their control. Meanwhile, Yello returned to the midfield, his demeanor seemingly fraying. Whenever he received the ball, he unleashed a powerful strike. Yet, from the midfield, shooting from such a distance was sheer folly. Yello's mindset seemed to have faltered. Though it was hardly surprising, as Duan lamented, Yello is still too young. Andres sighed in exasperation. Damn, it's so painful. Damn Platini, exclaimed another. In Long Country, many fans gazed skyward in despair, their teeth clenched. In Europe, numerous supporters also rallied in defense of Malaga. What a pity. Malaga had the potential to be the biggest dark horse of this Champions League season, remarked one commentator. At that moment, Malaga regained possession of the ball. The football swiftly made its way toward Yello, who was already preparing to shoot as he moved. Adjusting his steps, he summoned all his strength. Here he comes again. The commentators remarked in a rather indifferent tone. What good is Yello's long shot? The distance from the goal is just too great. Many shared this sentiment. Yet, at that moment, it seemed that all Yello could perceive was the football. His right foot arched, his waist twisted, channeling power from his core into his leg. The muscular strength of his thigh propelled his calf, ultimately concentrating all his force into his right foot. Bang! A resounding crack echoed, momentarily stunning everyone. Then the football suddenly vanished. The next instant, bang! Another deafening sound erupted. The ball did not soar toward the goal, but veered slightly, striking the referee Machiniak squarely in the face. A spray of blood shot into the air. Machiniak collapsed as if struck down, his body crumpling to the grass. This chapter concludes. Chapter 145. The match has only just begun. Yello shoots without pausing. Oh no, it's gone awry. Referee Machiniak. Right in the face. What terrible luck he has. Machiniak appeared utterly unprepared for the ball approaching from the side. Instinctively, he turned his head to follow its trajectory, only to be met with a thunderous strike from Yello, which collided forcefully with his face. Good heavens, let us hope he is unharmed. In the commentary booth, the announcers shook their heads in dismay at Machiniak's misfortune. Such occurrences, where a football strikes a player, are far too common on the pitch, rendering the situation unremarkable to onlookers. Previously, Yello had indeed attempted long-range shots, only to be criticized by the commentators for his efforts. This explosive shot that veered off course seemed a reasonable manifestation of unstable emotions, fueled by rage. Was it not a release to unleash such a powerful shot? Well struck. Keep it up. What a relief. Fans online echoed their approval, noting how Yello's powerful strike had allowed them to vent their frustrations. To this moment, few believed that being struck by the ball could be so grave. No one could truly empathize with Machiniak in that instant when the football slammed into his face. At that moment, he felt as if his head had been deformed by the impact. A sharp pain coursed through his nose, and a buzzing filled his mind. The world around him seemed to spin, as if he had been shattered, lying on the ground, unable to locate his hands, legs, or torso. The cacophony of the Lyon Olympic Park Stadium felt completely muted. All he could hear was a persistent buzzing. Stars flickered in the sky above him. Who am I? Where am I? Machiniak was bewildered. At that precise moment, the Lyon team doctor strolled onto the field at a leisurely pace. Perhaps just a nosebleed, several team doctors mused. The players on the field halted, while those from Malaga urged the medical staff to hurry, trailing behind by 2 goals. Just then, Lyon's winger Bastos passed by Machiniak as he returned to his half. Upon seeing Machiniak's face, he was taken aback. His nose had collapsed, nasal fracture. This is disastrous. Bastos immediately raised his arms. Doctor, hurry. The spectators seemed to sense something was amiss as well, straining their necks to peer onto the field. Nearby players rushed over. Yello also approached, and upon lowering his head to assess Machiniak's condition, he gasped in shock. It seemed this was a weapon of mass destruction that ought not to be wielded carelessly. Just how powerful was Yello's shot? His natural strength was already formidable. After receiving the S-Class Strength Medal, his shooting power was nearly maxed out, coupled with the explosive shot characteristic enhancing his striking force. The speed of that ball was exceptionally high. Had Machiniak been mentally prepared, it might not have been so severe. The crux of the matter was that he had been focused on the other side, where the ball originated. As the football was sent his way, Yello unleashed a powerful strike just as Machiniak turned his head. The human reaction speed is indeed limited. Before Machiniak could even respond, he was struck with a heavy blow to the face. Upon the arrival of the medical team, they gasped in shock, hastily calling for a stretcher and instructing someone to bring out the ambulance from the parking lot. His nasal bone was fractured, and such an injury could not be treated carelessly. It was evident that Machiniak could no longer continue officiating the match. Is the situation really that serious? A commentator expressed in confusion. Machiniak has a fractured nose. Did Yello's kick actually break his nose? The commentators were left astonished, their mouths agape. Human bones are not that fragile. If a single kick could shatter them, who would dare to play soccer? At that moment, the television replayed the unfortunate incident involving Machiniak. The ball rolled in from a diagonal angle, hugging the grass. Yello began his run, taking several large strides, and swung his leg with great force. Under the high-definition camera's lens, as Yello's foot connected with the well-inflated soccer ball, it appeared to deform significantly, almost like a water-filled balloon. The moment his foot pressed into the ball, it wrapped around his foot completely, only to spring back violently, regaining its elliptical shape as it shot off at an angle. In that fleeting instant, Marciniak took 2 steps back and instinctively turned his head. The result was catastrophic. The ball struck his face like a projectile, distorting it upon impact. As the ball soared away, Marciniak's nose seemed to be stuck, failing to return to its original position, and blood erupted from his nostrils. "My God, that was a tremendous kick from Yello," the commentators exclaimed in unison. Yello's shot had gone awry, but by sheer misfortune, the ball struck Marciniak's face. Such unexpected events do occur on the soccer field. While injuries to referees are rare, they are not unheard of. Duan Xuan stated loudly, "That's what I say," though a smirk crept onto his face. How satisfying. This wretched referee had it coming for his audacity. Yet, a devilish thought lingered in Duan Xuan's mind. Perhaps this was no mere accident? Fans from the Dragon Kingdom reveled in the moment as if they had tasted ice cream, exclaiming their delight. "This feels amazing. Keep blowing those calls," as the fans flooded social media with their comments. The players from Lyon felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing Marciniak's misfortune. "That kid's shot was incredibly powerful," Bastos murmured in disbelief. The players from Malaga recalled Yello's earlier words as they beheld Marciniak's unfortunate plight. "I shall handle this referee." So, this is what resolution entails. The players of Malaga exchanged glances, subtly nodding in silent agreement. It was evident to all that their captain was surely acting with intention. Yet, could this be openly discussed? Certainly not. Moreover, ousting this referee would indeed benefit Malaga. Otherwise, if he continued officiating in such a manner, the team would find it impossible to leave the stadium unscathed. Isco winked at Yello, adopting an expression that conveyed his understanding while firmly maintaining his silence. The other Malaga players felt a significant sense of relief. Their previous anger, anxiety, and urgency dissipated. With such a captain leading them, they felt utterly reassured. Yello smiled faintly and then turned his gaze toward the president's box. In the president's box, Platini furrowed his brow. He had noticed Yello casting glances in that direction more than once. The sensation grew stronger that Yello was indeed looking at him. What could this signify? Just moments after injuring a referee, he now directed his attention toward the president's box. Was this a provocation? This individual was exceedingly audacious. Platini's expression darkened. Thankfully, Lyon was already 2 goals ahead. Otherwise, the situation would indeed have been quite troublesome. The stretcher swiftly carried Marciniak away, with a fractured nasal bone. He could no longer continue officiating the match. Thus, the 4th official had donned the referee's attire and equipped himself with a headset, ready to take over and continue officiating the game. He stood near the halfway line. Marciniak was already on the stretcher, and an ambulance awaited in the parking lot, poised to transport him to the hospital for treatment. The 4th official, a fellow Polish referee named Paweł Sokolnicki, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the dire state of his compatriot Marciniak. At that moment, Yello approached the stretcher, gently patting Marciniak as a gesture of apology, then flashed a bright smile at Paweł, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. Paweł felt a shiver. Cold sweat trickled down his back. In that instant, Yello seemed to transform into a monstrous figure before him. This was intentional. He was certainly deliberate in his actions. Upon seeing Yello's smile, Paweł became convinced of this. Considering the previous events on the field, Yello undoubtedly had a motive for such behavior. However, no one possessed the evidence to substantiate this claim. Paweł inhaled deeply. Why did Yello wait until Marciniak's stretcher was beside him before approaching? He must have had ulterior motives for doing so. This purpose was to issue a warning. Clearly, this warning must be heeded. Otherwise, Marciniak's exit would serve as a cautionary tale. The depths of human nature can be inscrutable. To accuse someone of intent, one must provide proof. In the absence of evidence, it would merely be deemed an accident. As Paweł pondered, his legs grew weak, and he stumbled slightly as he entered the field, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Yello was quick-witted and stepped forward to assist Paweł in getting back on his feet. "Referee, you ought to stand upright, don't you think?" A warning. Another warning. The alarm bells rang in Paweł's mind. Stand upright. What could that possibly mean? Surely it was a call for him to officiate with greater fairness. Indeed, that must be the implication. At this moment, in Pavel's eyes, it appeared as though two demonic horns had sprouted from Yello's forehead. Yello had transformed into a formidable Dark Lord. Of course. Pavel nodded repeatedly. Yello found it somewhat curious. This referee seemed rather accommodating. Little did he know that in Pavel's perception, he had morphed into a devilish creature with horns and wings. The match had been interrupted for 5 or 6 minutes due to Marciniak's injury. Upon returning to his half, Yello flashed a slight smile at his teammates. Brothers, the true contest has only just begun. Chapter 146. Are there any further queries? The game resumed, and the first half had indeed been fraught with numerous twists and turns, misjudgments, referee injuries, and the fourth official stepping in to officiate. It was clear that the aftermath of this match would not be tranquil. The current state of affairs is rather subdued, remarked Andres, the commentator from Kobe Radio. With a wry smile, Lyon held a 2-goal advantage, prompting them to tighten their defense in preparation for counterattacks against Malaga. However, Malaga's offensive efforts had been affected by a series of events, losing the sharpness they had exhibited at the start. Yet, it seemed that the main referee's calls had now returned to normal, Andres noted with a hint of sarcasm. As the first half drew to a close, it was evident that a significant amount of time had been lost due to the various interruptions. Given the multitude of incidents, misjudgments, goals, referee confrontations, and injuries, many anticipated an extended stoppage time. Ultimately, the first half concluded with a mere 3 minutes of added time. While 3 minutes is not insignificant, every fan who witnessed the first half understood that it was woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, no one seemed to dwell on this matter anymore. With Malaga's goal disallowed, the lack of a few minutes of stoppage time paled in comparison to the disallowed goal, which had been flagged for offside. In the final minute before halftime, Yello unleashed a shot within the penalty area, which thudded against the defender and went out of play. Pavel, eager to conclude the half, promptly blew the whistle. Yello furrowed his brow and gazed at Pavel. Under normal circumstances, the ball crossing the goal line without the clock having expired should have warranted a corner for Malaga. Yet, Pavel did not grant it. He was acutely aware that the officiating crew had a mission at hand. Fortunately, with Lyon leading by 2 goals, he felt emboldened. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to act. Now, under Yello's scrutinizing gaze, he couldn't help but shudder. As the final whistle of the match echoed, Pavel walked off the field. His head bowed. A few Malaga players intended to approach him, remarking on another corner kick they believed had been unjustly awarded against them. However, Yello interjected, urging the others to refrain from unnecessary altercations, insisting they should focus on defeating their opponents in the second half. Malaga's fortune in the first half was undeniably dismal, particularly due to several contentious decisions made by the referee, Marciniak. The most significant of these errors included disallowing a legitimate goal by Yello and awarding Lyon an offside goal. These misjudgments set the tone for the first half. Furthermore, Marciniak's officiating standards appeared inconsistent, as noted by Spanish commentator M. Andres. Nearby, a French commentator attempted to temper the situation, stating that such offside misjudgments are commonplace in football, given the ever-changing dynamics of a match. Referees must make instantaneous decisions, and being human, they are prone to mistakes. While the contentious calls in the first half were notable, disputes are a common aspect of any match, and thus, the first half was not without merit. Marciniak himself seemed uncertain about his own condition, and the commentators wished him luck, acknowledging that a severe fracture of the nasal bone could significantly affect one's appearance. The commentators, as representatives of the media, were careful with their words, mindful of the public forum. However, Spanish and Dragon Nation journalists in the stands were less restrained, already contemplating how to critique Platini and UEFA in their post-match writings. They lamented the frequent occurrences of such injustices in UEFA's dealings. Recently, there had been discussions about introducing goal line technology to eliminate contentious decisions. Yet Platini opposed any technological intervention in officiating. After all, how else could UEFA maintain its authoritative stance? A group of journalists gathered, exchanging sardonic remarks. Throughout the first 45 minutes, they noted a lack of favorable calls for Malaga. The players felt the impact of differential treatment, leading to a disarray in their mentality. Had it not been for Yello stepping up and forcefully confronting Marciniak in the 33rd minute, Malaga might have continued conceding goals. Following the first half's analysis, the focus shifted to Marciniak's injury. Was it truly an accident? Many Spanish fans online adamantly believed it was a mere coincidence. It must be an accident. Do you think Yello is some sort of deity who can strike at will? Conversely, some French supporters suspected Yello's actions were intentional. Renowned for his composure and maturity on the field, Yello's behavior in the minutes leading up to Marciniak's injury was indeed shocking. Have you ever witnessed Yello lose his composure? Absolutely not. His performance appeared as though his mental state had shattered, yet this was not the demeanor one would expect from Yello. Thus, it was all a facade, meticulously crafted for the final act of undermining the main referee, Marciniak. On Twitter, the renowned French journalist Florent Touquet elaborated extensively on this analysis. He is a contributing editor for French football and frequently publishes articles across various football media outlets, possessing significant connections within the industry. Occasionally, he unveils credible transfer information, which garners considerable attention. His analysis resonated with many, leading to a flurry of retweets, likes, and comments. Indeed, it must be so. Yello acted with intent. He surely did so purposefully. UEFA should impose a suspension on him. Numerous fans vociferously echoed this sentiment beneath his tweet. At this juncture, Spanish football legend Yello intervened, stating on his Twitter, "Has Yello ever lost his composure? That is because he has never encountered such shameless officiating." Instantly, the popularity of this tweet eclipsed that of Florence. Indeed, who would not be incensed by such brazen officiating? Yello is merely 18 years old. He is still a child. During halftime, various figures offered their judgments and critiques regarding the events of the first half, each harboring their own perspectives. Meanwhile, within the locker room, although referee Marciniak had been dealt with by Yello, Malaga faced persisting dilemmas. The team trailed by 2 goals. Upon this realization, the players' prior excitement dissipated. To remain enthusiastic while trailing by 2 goals would be utterly heartless. The atmosphere in the locker room grew somber. Once calmed, everyone acknowledged that their predicament had not fundamentally altered. The opposing team might refrain from overtly biased officiating, yet differing standards of judgment remained perilous. Furthermore, Malaga's adversary was not merely the referee. The real challenge lay with Platini. Despair spread like a contagion. The moment one individual exhibited such emotions, the rest of the players inevitably succumbed to the influence. In an instant, the silence within the Malaga locker room deepened. When Pellegrini entered, he was met with this oppressive atmosphere. He understood that this time, the opponent was of an entirely different caliber. Platini had openly expressed his disdain for money-driven football on multiple occasions. Thus, Malaga was likely to become an example for Platini to exemplify the consequences of financial misconduct. Pellegrini may not have been familiar with the idiom "to kill the chicken to scare the monkey," but he comprehended the underlying principle. Platini aimed to teach a lesson to teams like Malaga, ensuring that the forthcoming financial fair play scrutiny by UEFA garnered heightened attention. Moreover, on one hand, one must curb the influx of capital into various football clubs, while on the other, should Malaga emerge as a dark horse. This is not merely a slap in the face to UEFA and Platini. Pellegrini sighed inwardly. Malaga, it seems, has walked straight into a trap. This match has transcended the realm of football. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Why all the sighing? Everyone looked up in surprise at the speaker, Yello. Clenching his fist, Yello declared, "I understand that everyone's concern lies with Platini. He is our opponent now. But what is there to fear? He is merely the president of UEFA. No matter how formidable he may be, can he step onto the pitch and play against us? Controversy? We can score goals that are beyond reproach, goals that even under scrutiny cannot be faulted." Yello shouted passionately, "I refuse to be silenced. Since Platini dares to act in this manner, I shall not hold back. Regardless of your thoughts, I am determined to score. I am resolute in my desire to win this match." Yello gritted his teeth. What of Platini? The UEFA president is of no consequence. I will face him head on. I am eager to see what they can conjure in the second half. Yello said fiercely, his eagerness for the second half palpable, his competitive spirit burning bright. Pellegrini listened quietly for a long moment. After Yello finished speaking, he chimed in, "Yes. We have no way back. I refuse to be eliminated in the round of 16. Gentlemen, at its core, this is still a football match. The referee may be controversial, but we hold the reins of how this match unfolds. Therefore, we must cast aside the referee's interference, remain calm, and treat this match as any ordinary game. We must strive for a victory that is honorable and devoid of controversy." Pellegrini proclaimed loudly. The morale of the Malaga players surged. Indeed, if we can triumph under such circumstances, how remarkable that would be. Just the thought of such a scenario made them shiver with excitement. As the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel for the second half, the Olympic Park Stadium erupted in cheers. For the Lyon fans, this second half felt like a mere formality. Leading 2-0 on home turf, they were brimming with confidence. The second half could be played casually, for they were on the path to the Champions League quarterfinals. The Lyon supporters mused. Today's referee seemed particularly biased in their favor. But the Lyon fans saw no issue with that. It is foolish to pass up an advantage, a principle they understood well. Just 2 minutes into the second half, Platini returned to the podium amidst the standing ovation from the dignitaries present. With a smile, he appeared remarkably composed. For the next 45 minutes, he had little to worry about. It is a rare occurrence to see a 2-goal lead overturned. Such a turnaround would be nothing short of miraculous. Miracles are seldom easily attained. Although a minor mishap occurred in the first half, the overall situation remained well under control. Just as Platini settled into his seat, a wave of astonishment erupted from the stands. Yello struck a shot from the edge of the penalty area, and had it not been for the intervention of the central defender Chris, who deflected the ball slightly, it would have found its way into the corner of the net. Platini's expression changed momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and donned a smile once more. Merely a slight surprise. After his shot, Yello displayed no signs of regret. Instead, he gave a thumbs up to the teammate who assisted him. He then entered the penalty area, poised for a corner kick. Yello's attempt invigorated the Malaga players further. If it weren't for that wretched referee, they would have been ahead long ago. What a farce to consider them the top team in League One. Without the referee's assistance, they are nothing. The Malaga players thought to themselves. Under their relentless offensive pressure, the ease that had once graced the faces of the Lyon players dissipated. In the second half, mindful of their 2-goal lead, Lyon's coach implemented a more conservative strategy. Remy Gard believed that a 2-goal advantage was sufficiently secure, allowing them to retreat and capitalize on the speed of players like Lacazette to launch counterattacks. They sought opportunities to strike. If none arose, they would focus on defense. Even if they did not score again, maintaining a 2-0 scoreline would place Lyon a step closer to the Champions League quarterfinals. Historically, no team has ever overturned a 2-goal deficit after losing away from home. Thus, Gard's tactical decisions could hardly be deemed erroneous. However, what he failed to account for was Malaga's momentum in the second half. This aggressive spirit left Lyon with little chance to counterattack. In the 51st minute, Yello sprinted down the left flank to receive the ball. He feigned an inward cut to draw the attention of the defending fullback, Riviere, towards the center, only to deftly maneuver towards the baseline. In a crucial moment, the central defender Chris rushed out and clumsily brought Yello down. Such an evident foul could not go unpunished by referee Pavel. Following a brief intermission, Pavel reflected on his performance after replacing Marciniak during the first half. How embarrassing. He had allowed himself to be intimidated by an 18-year-old novice. During halftime, Pavel considered that Yello might have had ulterior motives. Yet the precision of his strike surely involved an element of luck. Thus, it was merely an accident. He need not fear that young lad. He was the referee, the arbiter of the field, the black-clad judge wielding all authority in the realm of football. It was the players who should fear him. How could he allow himself to be afraid of the players? After bolstering his confidence during the break, Pavel returned to his usual self. However, the foul was undoubtedly to be called. Nonetheless, it was not a particularly advantageous free kick. The referee blew his whistle. So be it. Yello and Isco positioned themselves for the play, albeit at a slightly off angle. Yello exchanged a knowing glance with Isco, who instantly understood the unspoken strategy. They had rehearsed this tactical free kick several times on the training ground. Isco initiated his run, and as he approached the ball, he deftly flicked it towards the center with the outside of his foot. At this moment, Yello had also surged forward. The Lyon players hastily rushed to block the shot. Yet they could not prevent Yello's strike. Yello unleashed a powerful shot. The ball skidded along the ground at an exhilarating pace and found its way into the net. Yello. Magnificent. The goal is scored. Goal. The commentators erupted in jubilation, just as Yello prepared to celebrate. His teammates from Malaga joined him in the frenzy. However, the referee's whistle pierced through the excitement. It was not a signal for a valid goal, but rather an indication for a retake of the free kick. Damn it, Yello cursed under his breath. He glared at Pavel, ready to confront him, only to see Pavel pointing to his whistle. Listen for the whistle. I haven't blown it yet. I did not blow the whistle. Yello spat in frustration. He found himself at a loss for words. This free kick could either be executed swiftly or not at all. Ultimately, the discretion lay with the referee. If he claimed he hadn't blown the whistle, and the ball was played, he could nullify it according to the rules. There was no way to contest that. Yet, Malaga had evidently been at a disadvantage. This particular free kick setup could yield surprises, but attempting it again would surely be met with greater vigilance, significantly diminishing the chances of scoring. Yello approached the penalty spot and positioned the ball. What now? Isco inquired. I'll take a direct shot. I want to see what excuse he has if it goes in. Yello inhaled deeply, locking his gaze onto referee Pavel. This time, I expect to hear the whistle. Pavel felt a shiver under Yello's intense stare. Fearing a potential retaliation, he nodded and stepped slightly aside, ensuring that if Yello aimed in his direction, he could justifiably penalize him. With this thought, Pavel couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride in his cleverness. Meanwhile, Yello waited, anticipating the referee's signal. The Lyon players, initially frozen in dread, now felt a surge of relief, having narrowly escaped a predicament, and were more cautious of Malaga's tactical free kick. Fortunately, Remigold let out a huge sigh of relief. Just then, the sharp sound of the whistle rang out. Everyone heard it. Yello finally diverted his focus from the referee and began his run. Thud! He struck the ball with fierce determination. The angle was not ideal, so Yello put all his strength into it, pursuing sheer speed. The football soared abruptly into the sky before plummeting down with great force. Loris reacted upon seeing the ball, but it was too late. The ball slipped between his hands and the crossbar, descending into the net. A profound silence enveloped the Lyon Olympic Park Stadium. Yello's gaze was fixed upon Pavel. Is there still any question? He inquired, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Pavel felt a shiver run down his spine as he found himself unable to identify any fault with the goal. Reluctantly, he blew his whistle and pointed to the center circle. Yello broke into a wide grin. Come on, blow it again, he exclaimed, spitting fiercely before spreading his arms wide and sprinting in celebration. End of the chapter. Chapter 147. What of the UEFA president? Incredible. Extraordinary. Go ahead. Blow your whistle again. I see the referee's path narrowing. On the internet in Dragon Country, fans expressed their outrage. Having already witnessed one goal disallowed was infuriating enough, and it had disrupted a clearly rehearsed free kick tactic from Malaga. What was the outcome? Yello discarded all tactical play and simply struck the ball directly into the net. This goal left no room for excuses. Previously, one could argue that the whistle had not been blown, but this time, everyone had heard the whistle, and it was a direct free kick with no possibility of being negated. In the stands of Lyon, many fans opened their mouths but found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, the Olympic Park Stadium seemed to transform into a vacuum, utterly incapable of transmitting sound. What a spectacle! Just moments ago, the substitute referee Pavel had disallowed a brilliantly executed tactical free kick goal by Malaga, a goal that should have been undisputed. Yet, Pavel dismissed it, citing his failure to blow the whistle as justification, subjecting Malaga to a harsh penalty. In the face of such adversity, most players would crumble under the pressure. But Yello stood firm, disregarding all undue stress, and struck the ball into the goal. Yes, Malaga had scored. They withstood all the pressure and found the net. Well done. Spanish commentator Andres was not typically biased in his commentary. Though he leaned towards Malaga in this UEFA Champions League match, his style rarely displayed such blatant favoritism. Yet now, he too was overwhelmed. Malaga had been targeted repeatedly. Even a clay figure would have a spark of fire left. Malaga's fans were ecstatic. Whether in the stadium or gathered around their televisions, Malaga supporters embraced one another, cheering loudly. Despite trailing by a goal, they saw a glimmer of hope. Moreover, it was an away goal. Even if the match were to conclude with such a score, upon returning to their home ground, the team would possess a greater sense of assurance with an away goal in their favor. Upon arriving at the Rose Garden Stadium, the fans would certainly express their sentiments passionately. It is not solely the supporters. The players are equally exhilarated. Despite trailing in the scoreline, they indulge in jubilant celebrations. Goalkeeper Caballero kneels before the goal, raising his arms in triumphant exultation, as if they have already overturned the deficit. In this moment, they have waited for over 50 minutes. Nearly 80 minutes when accounting for stoppage time. Everyone's spirits are exceedingly heightened. After 2 disallowed goals, Malaga has finally secured their 3rd goal. Although they still trail 1-2, they have scored a goal that is beyond reproach. They surrounded Yello, with all players rushing in, forming a tight circle, while those who lagged behind leapt up from the periphery, landing atop their teammates. By the time the celebration concluded, Yello's hairstyle was in disarray. As the Malaga players returned to their half to prepare for the resumption of play, Yello raised his hand and pointed towards the president's box. Platini, who had initially been in high spirits, was engaged in jovial conversation with the president of Lyon beside him. Naturally, his mood was buoyant. Given Lyon's 2-goal lead from the first half, even if the referee were to officiate the match with standard precision moving forward, the likelihood of Lyon losing seemed minimal. Moreover, despite some controversial decisions in the first half, there were justifiable explanations for them. One could merely suggest that the referee had erred, but what significance does that hold? Every round of league matches and UEFA Champions League fixtures witnesses officiating mistakes. Some benefit, while others suffer. Platini was not concerned about this. As Lyon stands as the sole representative of League One, they could not afford to be eliminated in the round of 16. It would be a blemish on French football's reputation. However, upon Yello's goal, Platini's expression soured considerably. This goal had invigorated Malaga's morale. They were now merely a goal behind, presenting the possibility of leveling the match at any moment. Should the scoreline equalize at 2-2, Lyon would face the daunting task of conceding 2 away goals on their home turf, significantly diminishing their chances of overturning the deficit in the second leg at the opponent's ground. Of course, Platini could attempt some maneuvering, yet he could not guarantee Lyon's success in eliminating their adversary under such circumstances. As Yello pointed towards the president's box, Platini and the distinguished French figures surrounding him were momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, they turned their gazes towards Platini. What could Yello's gesture signify? The only plausible interpretation was a form of protest towards Platini. He perhaps believed that the controversial decisions Malaga faced in this match were somehow linked to Platini. As the eyes of the crowd fell upon him, Platini, already feeling a sense of guilt, grew increasingly displeased. He initially harbored a certain fondness for Yello, as the latter was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The continued stellar performance of a Dragon Kingdom football star in the European football scene would significantly benefit the promotion and dissemination of UEFA events within the Dragon Kingdom. However, his sentiments began to sour towards Yello. Did this man not understand the concept of respect? Who was he? The president of UEFA. The audacity with which Yello pointed at himself, disregarding authority, was utterly insufferable. How could Platini be so certain that Yello was indicating himself in such a vast arena? Under Platini's ominous gaze, the match resumed. On the sidelines, Lyon's coach Remy Gard appeared increasingly anxious. Following the goal, Malaga's morale surged explosively, while Lyon's players seemed to be descending into self-doubt. In this scenario, how could they have conceded a goal? Were it not for the referee's assistance, they might have already found themselves trailing. The Lyon players exhibited signs of a morale collapse, despite technically still being in the lead. Conversely, the Malaga players were now radiating a fierce determination. If they could engender such contentious decisions, then they would triumph through sheer numbers. You blow one, we'll score one. Yello's goal instilled immense confidence in the Malaga players. He had netted his 14th goal in the Champions League, with 13 scored during the group stage, an extraordinary feat. More remarkably, he managed to score under circumstances that were extremely unfavorable for Malaga, igniting a surge of enthusiasm among his teammates. Given the current trajectory, it would come as no surprise if Malaga equalized, exclaimed Duan Xian. At that moment, the Olympique Park reverberated with a cacophony of jeers. The Lyon supporters, who once felt secure with a 2-goal lead, now sensed vulnerability as their team had conceded. The intensity of Malaga's attacks was relentless. And now here it comes. Malaga's wingback Montreal swept the ball towards the goal. Chris deflected it out of the penalty area. Cazorla, a long-range shot. Splendid. Loris made a save, preserving Lyon. Isco threaded a pass into the penalty area. Van Nistelrooy shot. Oh, the ball slid past the post. Loris, in a state of urgency, stood up and vocally rebuked Lyon's defensive line, which had been under siege during this period. Malaga's assaults were ceaseless, and Loris had become the busiest player on the Lyon team. The Lyon players needed to rally themselves. They must respond offensively, for if they continued to defend passively, conceding a goal was merely a matter of time, remarked the commentator from French sports channel, his brow furrowed in concern. This is also the expectation of many Lyon supporters. After all, This is Lyon's home ground. The team seems to be in a rather passive stance. If this situation does not change, and they continue to display such dismal defense, the Lyon fans may need to prepare for some quick relief in the ensuing 30 minutes. Moreover, if they can maintain their defense, it would be acceptable. However, the pressing issue lies in the ferocity of Malaga's offensive, which could strike at any moment. This only heightens the anxiety of Lyon's supporters. Remy Gard is shouting from the sidelines, hoping that his players can clear the ball and drive the threat away from Lyon's penalty area. Yet, the players appear somewhat disoriented, unable to hear their coach amidst the chaos. They are now caught in a state of panic, struggling to find their footing. In the 58th minute, Malaga executed a long pass from their defensive line, directing the ball to the feet of Yello on the flank. Yello skillfully controlled the ball, then made a slight adjustment in rhythm and proceeded to advance along the baseline. As he faced the opposing defense closing in, Yello deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot to Cazorla, continuing his run diagonally into the penalty area. Cazorla, understanding the play, did not stop the ball, but instead used the arch of his foot to pass it ahead of Yello's path. This simple two-man exchange ignited the flames of attack within Lyon's penalty box. Yello adjusted his steps for a shot as Lyon's defenders lost their composure. From goalkeeper Loris to the other Lyon players, they were all drawn toward Yello's side. However, this left other areas vulnerable. Yello lightly chipped the ball to the opposite side, where Van Nistelrooy had timed his run perfectly, arriving just in time to push the ball into the empty net from the edge of the 6-yard box. How could the king of the small box miss such an effortless scoring opportunity? Ruud Van Nistelrooy. There was absolutely no question about this goal. Dribbling, a two-man exchange, and a delicate flick. Throughout this process, there was no physical contact. Lyon's players didn't even brush against Malaga's jerseys. There was simply no foul. When Yello lifted the ball, there were 3 defenders directly in front of him, while Van Nistelrooy had entered from a position farther from the goal than Yello. Offside. If anyone dared to call offside on this play, then the very essence of football would be obliterated. UEFA's Andres initially intended to comment on UEFA, but quickly reconsidered to avoid trouble, stating that the referee would absolutely, without a doubt, not dare to make such a call. This goal was flawless, without any blemish, and no one had the opportunity to dispute it. Indeed, referee Pavel did not hesitate this time, blowing his whistle and pointing to the center circle. There was no reason for hesitation regarding this goal. After all, the officiating team had already gone above and beyond, with Pavel's compatriot, Marciniak, suffering an injury for the sake of this match. If Lyon were to lose, it would not be their concern. Pavel is not a supporter of Lyon. To speak frankly, had it not been for prior indications, Lyon would have had no reason to show favoritism. At this juncture, if Lyon were to falter under such circumstances, no one could attribute the blame to the referees, not even Platini. Following the goal, Van Nistelrooy was consumed with exhilaration. He charged towards the sidelines, his fists raised in fervent triumph towards the stands. The veteran was nearing retirement age, long past his prime. Logically, a goal in a Champions League knockout match, as opposed to the final, should not elicit such a fervent reaction. Yet, he was undeniably thrilled. The series of previous encounters had ensured that whoever scored the equalizer would be overwhelmed with emotion. Malaga equalized. Unbelievable. Against the most adverse circumstances, they managed to score 2 consecutive goals to level the match. 2-2. The resilient Malaga. Pellegrini and his coaching staff raised their arms in jubilation and embraced one another. Equalized. Equalized. 2 goals ahead. What does it matter? We can still score. We can still score. We, damn it, can still net a goal that leaves you speechless. The commentator from Malaga TV bellowed. What does 2-2 signify? It signifies that Malaga secured 2 away goals. It signifies that even if the match were to conclude now, Malaga would hold a significant advantage, returning home poised to face Lyon with ease. It signifies that they have 1 foot in the Champions League quarterfinals. The entire Olympic Park Stadium fell into silence. Many Lyon supporters held their heads in disbelief, watching the Malaga players celebrate. They had squandered a 2-goal lead. Moreover, given the preceding dynamics, Lyon was unlikely to score again. And even to avoid conceding further goals would be a stroke of luck. Even if Lyon were fortunate enough to avoid further losses, the score would remain 2-2. How could they win on the road, in the opponent's territory, when they were so passive even on home soil? Not to mention whether the referee would continue to show favoritism towards Lyon in the away match. Based on the performance in this match alone, Malaga seemed to possess superior strength. Loris sat on the ground, spitting onto the turf and shaking his head repeatedly. The expressions of the other Lyon players were grim. A 2-2 scoreline is certainly not the end of the world, but it does imply that in the second leg at the Rose Garden, they must secure a victory to advance to the quarterfinals, unless they achieve a high-scoring draw like 3-3 or 4-4. However, given Malaga's current form, winning on their opponent's ground seems a formidable challenge. All Lyon players realize they must capitalize on their home advantage and win this match. Yet, following the equalizer, the morale of the Malaga players soared. They glimpsed the hope of victory, launching wave after wave of attacks, like a tempestuous wave crashing upon the Lyon defense. Malaga's offensive front, a formidable trident consisting of Yello, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco, is bolstered by the presence of Spanish internationals Cazorla and Joaquin. With such a potent attacking lineup, when Malaga unleashes their offensive fury, few teams can withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, Lyon, undeterred, presses forward in pursuit of an attack, unable to accept a 2-2 stalemate. Yet, as they venture forth, Malaga's offensive prowess sharpens even further, exploiting the gaps left in Lyon's defense. In the 81st minute, Malaga intercepts the ball in midfield. Joaquin delivers a pass to the advancing Yello. Receiving the ball, Yello pivots and drives forward. Simultaneously, Van Nistelrooy stretches wide, while Isco surges along the flank. The trio advances almost in unison, facing only two defenders ahead, a perfect 3-on-2 counterattack opportunity. Isco finds himself unmarked. The commentators erupt with excitement. At this moment, Yello has propelled the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Confronted by two defenders, he refrains from taking the glory for himself, instead delivering a diagonal pass to the oncoming Isco. Isco receives the ball and penetrates the box. The two Lyon center-backs, outnumbered, must focus on the advancing Isco. Just as they prepare to defend against him, Isco suddenly twists his body and cleverly lays the ball back to Yello. Yello takes a few steps and winds up his right foot. Yello. Many commentators exclaim in unison upon witnessing this movement. Platini, do you think this will eliminate me? Yello fixates fiercely on the ball, channeling all his strength into his toes. Bam! The ball rockets forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the goal. The trajectory is impeccably direct, soaring just above Loris's head. Yet, as Loris raises his hands, the ball whizzes past him, rendering his gesture one of surrender to the astonishing speed of the shot. Yello scores. Magnificent. 3-2. Malaga takes the lead, completing a remarkable comeback from 2 goals down. Oh, what a dominant strike. It pierced the center, right over Loris, leaving him utterly helpless. Commentators lavish praise upon Yello, who has netted a brace and provided an assist. He is the chief architect of this stunning turnaround. After scoring, Yello turns and dashes toward the sidelines, signaling to his teammates not to follow, for he has other business to attend to. What could Yello be planning? A question mark flashes in the minds of many. Duan Xian feels a stir within. He recalls the moment Yello first appeared before the public, the incident where he slapped the general manager of the Dragon Country Football Association. Could it be? Duan Xian pauses, and indeed, it seems so. He witnessed Yello sprinting toward the stands beneath the podium, raising his right hand high. Goodness! Is this for real? Duan Xian was taken aback. That was the UEFA president. However, upon reflection, what did the UEFA president signify? Yello had already dared to offend the Dragon Nation Football Association while still being a player for the national team. Thus, this time, he was to receive treatment akin to that of the esteemed program source, as the beloved Platini made his appearance. Unbeknownst to Platini, Yello had a plan. He was still shaking his head in annoyance over Lyon's conceded goal. When he glanced down, he saw Yello had reached the lower stands, raising his arm and mimicking the act of slapping someone. With a resounding smack, he brought his hand down. So, Platini, you wish to play the role of a father figure, do you? Not only will I strike your well-known son, but I shall also deliver a slap to you as well. How outrageous. Yello delivered several slaps, pointing towards the podium. The French journalists were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how a player could be so audacious and unrestrained. However, the Spanish and Dragon Nation journalists erupted in laughter. Thrilling. Absolutely exhilarating. They had never anticipated that Yello would dare to act in such a manner, openly challenging the UEFA president. This might very well be the first time a player had done such a thing. The camera then captured Platini on the podium. At that moment, the esteemed Mr. Platini could no longer maintain his composure and elegance. His countenance darkened, and his hands resting on his thighs trembled slightly. He was utterly furious. Who was he? The paramount figure of UEFA. Now he was being slapped and given the middle finger. Such arrogance, such hubris, such utter disregard for authority. Yet, Platini soon realized that he had no immediate means to confront Yello. Indeed, he wielded immense power within UEFA, but ultimately, UEFA was merely an organization akin to a football association, not the Mossad. What could he possibly do to Yello? At most, he could influence referees to give Yello special attention during UEFA matches. Could he truly demand a Europe-wide ban for a player merely for a slap gesture, provoking the fans? At worst, it would warrant a red card. Moreover, whether the slapping motion could even be deemed provocative remained debatable. A yellow card would suffice. Of course, Platini could not simply swallow this indignation. He began to contemplate how he might retaliate against Yello. A reversal, was it? Do not think that overcoming this hurdle would lead to a carefree existence. Sitting on the podium, Platini took a deep breath, striving to muster a smile. As the UEFA president, one must not lose composure. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 148. Platini, this victory is dedicated to you. Ha! What a thrill. Just like that. Yello is truly my first love in football. My affection for him blossomed the moment he executed his signature move. How delightful. This is Yello. Regardless of who you are, be it the general manager of the Dragon Country Football Association or the president of UEFA, he will dazzle you. Incredible. The online live streaming chat erupted with a flurry of comments. Ha! Yello has once again employed his renowned celebration style, the details of which I shall refrain from mentioning. As everyone is well aware, the commentator from Showdown Sports, Zhang Jun, was unable to suppress his laughter. The joys and sorrows of humanity differ greatly. On one hand, Platini was visibly unsettled, while on the other, most football fans and commentators were thoroughly amused. This sentiment was not confined to the Dragon Country. It echoed across Europe as well. In fact, many French fans had switched allegiances, leaving only the unfortunate Lyon to bear the brunt. Lyon is considered the premier club in France, yet their fanbase is merely a fraction of the whole. Not every French citizen is a supporter of Lyon. Conversely, a commentator from French Sports 1 shook his head, lamenting, this marks Lyon's third conceded goal. Having initially held a 2-goal lead, they have now been overturned by Malaga. This is an utterly disastrous scenario for Lyon, as they teeter on the brink of elimination. At that moment, the referee Pavel approached, brandishing a yellow card. Under Yello's watchful gaze, Pavel, clearly apprehensive, raised the card and hastily retreated. Never before has a referee appeared so timid in front of a player. Yet Pavel found himself in a predicament. He certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of Yello's wrath. Yello, however, chose not to dwell on the referee's actions. He had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of receiving a card when he celebrated towards the stands. If the referee were to overlook his actions, it would be one thing, but given the current state of the match, it was inevitable that the opposing side would take offense. Thus, a yellow card was hardly surprising, as it remained within the bounds of the rules, a provocation aimed at the fans. What? You claim that the one provoking is Platini? Broadly speaking, Platini is indeed a fan. Although he serves as the president of UEFA, he is not affiliated with either Lyon or Malaga, thus he too embodies the spirit of a supporter. Provoking the fans. Platini received a yellow card. There is no fault in that. The goal came in the 83rd minute of the match, with approximately 10 minutes remaining. Just as everyone anticipated the conclusion of the game, in the 89th minute, Yello struck again. This time, it was a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. He dribbled the ball to the edge of the box, and Lyon's players were utterly intimidated by his advance. In this instance, they committed a monumental blunder in defense, failing to challenge Yello's long-range effort. With that in mind, Yello took full advantage, unleashing a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball skimmed the ground, hurtling towards the goal with astonishing speed. During this process, the ball inadvertently made contact with the foot of center-back Sissoko, resulting in a slight deflection that left Loris, who had already committed to a save, helplessly watching as the ball slipped past him into the net. Yello, a long-range shot. The ball is in again. Unbelievable. Incredible. What more can I say? What more can I possibly express? Numerous commentators clasped their heads in disbelief, astonished by the unfolding spectacle on the pitch. 2-4. 2-4. Oh my God. Lyon has conceded again. Scoring once more was Yello. A hat trick. He has achieved a hat-trick, marking his 16th goal in this season's Champions League. How far will he extend his single-season Champions League goal record? I believe Lyon has been eliminated. Malaga has advanced to the quarterfinals, meaning Yello has at least 3 more matches to expand his tally. 16 goals. Simply astonishing. The commentators were in a frenzy. Fans and television viewers alike were in a state of euphoria. Many fans from Lyon clasped their heads in disbelief at the scene before them. Initially, one might have thought that achieving a comeback under such circumstances would be remarkable. But Yello delivered a hat-trick. After scoring, Yello excitedly rushed toward the sidelines, only to be swiftly embraced by Van Nistelrooy. "Don't make that gesture again, or you won't be able to play in the next match," the veteran Van Nistelrooy whispered in Yello's ear. Yello nodded in understanding, realizing that ignoring the wisdom of the elder could lead to dire consequences. He certainly did not wish to accumulate 2 yellow cards and miss the next match. Subsequently, he was engulfed by jubilant Malaga players. Pellegrini, observing from the sidelines that Yello refrained from gesturing toward the stands, breathed a deep sigh of relief before embracing his assistant. Malaga, 2-4, scoring 4 goals away from home with a 2-goal advantage. Such a scoreline has practically ensured Malaga's progression to the quarterfinals. Who could have anticipated that Malaga would extinguish any suspense in the first leg? While many miracles can occur on the football pitch, Pellegrini firmly believed that at their home ground, the Rose Garden, they could withstand Lyon's onslaught. Moreover, Malaga thrived in offensive confrontations. The television cameras panned to Lyon's head coach, Remy Gard, a dual legend of Lyon and Arsenal, who now stood in a state of utter shock, his expression frozen. Clearly, faced with this predicament, he was at a complete loss. The Olympique Park was filled with disheartened Lyon fans, some of whom had opted to leave the stadium early. Those who remained sat in silence, utterly dejected. How humiliating, how utterly disgraceful. The stadium had transformed into a celebration for the visiting Malaga supporters, as they reveled in the sight of Gard's expression. Numerous commentators lamented the plight of Remy, whose team faced the relentless onslaught of Yello. It appeared that Yello still had at least 3 matches remaining, and in the upcoming contest, Lyon might very well become the unwitting adversary for Yello to bolster his scoring statistics. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, a staff member from the Olympic Park raised the board indicating an extraordinary stoppage time of 8 minutes. Clearly, when this duration was decided, Lyon was merely trailing by a single goal, still clinging to hope for an equalizer. Yet now, many Lyon supporters wished for the match to conclude swiftly, for who could guarantee that Yello would not find the net once more within those 8 minutes? Observing the extended stoppage time, Pellegrini could not suppress a smile. The score of 2-4 had already placed Malaga in a position of comfort. Should they score again, well. Pellegrini chuckled to himself as he glanced at Remy Gard in the distance, returning to the dugout with a relaxed demeanor. Remy Gard, however, was in a quandary, uncertain of what to do in those 8 minutes. Should he launch an attack? Observing the frenzied state of the Malaga players contrasted sharply with the desolate expressions of the Lyon team. To urge them forward could easily result in conceding another goal. The current score was already an embarrassment for the home side. Further goals could spell disaster. Conversely, to refrain from attacking and accept this score would mean Lyon was all but finished. It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. On the pitch, the Malaga players were undeterred. They continued their offensive. The final minutes of the match concluded under the siege of Malaga's relentless pursuit. Thus, at the 97th minute and 30 seconds, referee Pavel blew the final whistle, and all the Lyon players visibly exhaled in relief. Had the match continued any longer, they would have lost their resolve to defend. The match was over. The match had concluded. Spanish commentator Andres exclaimed with fervor. Malaga had essentially secured their place in the quarterfinals, barring a miracle. From the bench, Malaga's substitutes surged onto the field, turning the entire Olympic Park into a veritable playground for their celebration. Anyone who witnessed this match would hardly deem it a typical encounter. In the first half, nearly everyone believed Malaga was destined for defeat. Yet who could have anticipated that it would be the Malaga side laughing in the end? They scored 4 goals in the second half, overturning the scoreline and effectively sealing their place in the quarterfinals. As the match concluded, Platini exited the field with a grim expression. He understood that due to Yello's celebration, he, the match referee, and the contentious decisions made during the game would undoubtedly become the focus of media scrutiny. If it were only that, Platini had faced media scrutiny before. However, the critical point was the steep price he had paid. Lyon had shockingly lost at home by a score of 2-4. What does it mean when one says a rotten mud cannot support a wall? And what does it mean to disregard one's dignity? Platini stormed off in anger, leaving the president of Lyon club in a state of embarrassment. Platini's fury was unmistakable. His grim expression left the French dignitaries in the audience visibly uncomfortable. Who could have anticipated that this match would devolve into such chaos? The esteemed president of UEFA found himself mocked by a player, albeit without physical contact. During a live broadcast of a Champions League round of 16 match, Platini was left in a most disheveled state, all due to a player named Yello from the Dragon Kingdom. After this match, it was certain that Platini would remember this name. Yello, who had deeply offended Platini, was now in the mixed zone giving interviews. He expressed dissatisfaction with the final score, lamenting the numerous scoring opportunities squandered in the dying moments of the game. Yello shook his head in regret. One might mistakenly think that Malaga had lost the match. What does the celebration for your second goal signify? Despite Yello's hat-trick and Malaga's remarkable comeback being prime news, the journalists were more intrigued by the celebration. Eagerly, one reporter inquired. Yello, maintaining a solemn demeanor, replied, "This is my signature celebration. Most may not know, but it is my way of paying homage to certain prominent figures. For instance, I previously used this gesture to honor the general manager of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. Now, I dedicate this gesture to Mr. Platini. I believe he would be delighted to witness such an exhilarating match. You may not be aware, but I grew up watching Platini play, and my admiration for him is as boundless as flowing water, as warm as the gentle sun and dew. To showcase our prowess in this setting is truly a privilege." Many reporters, initially believing Yello was genuinely dedicating the victory to Platini, quickly realized the absurdity of his statement when he mentioned having watched Platini play while he was not yet born. This was all a clever irony. Nearby, the Malaga players, who were being interviewed by other journalists, found Yello's comments difficult to endure. Once the interviews concluded, they erupted into laughter. "Wow, Yello, you are quite the orator. You nearly had me fooled. You possess a talent for acting," one player exclaimed. I wonder what expression Platini must have had upon hearing those words. It must have been quite a sight. Laughter filled the players' tunnel. Regardless of the tumultuous events of the match, they emerged as the ultimate victors. At the post-match press conference, questions from journalists centered around the controversial officiating, yet both coaches refrained from addressing them directly. Pellegrini is one to know when to retreat. He prefers to win without causing a stir, not wishing to entirely alienate UEFA, for otherwise, Malaga would face dire consequences. Remy Gard, too, chooses to refrain from addressing such inquiries, asserting that these matters are dictated by higher authorities and not his concern. Moreover, after a defeat, Remy's spirits are understandably low. Consequently, the journalists found it challenging to extract any sensational remarks from the two coaches. Nevertheless, they sought to uncover a major story, and Yello's celebratory gesture alone sufficed. The post-match media coverage of this encounter promised to be quite riveting. Despite both coaches opting to evade questions regarding the referee, the media was acutely aware that the topic of the officiating would be unavoidable in the aftermath, with numerous outlets likely to deliberate on the matter. It would then be intriguing to see what explanation Platini could muster. Chapter 150. This matter is far from over. Following the live broadcast of Yello's interview, fans around the globe erupted in laughter. It was evident that no one believed Yello was genuinely paying homage to Platini. With Yello's rising fame, not only his performances on the pitch, but also his anecdotes have captured the attention of fans, particularly the ongoing discord with the Dragon Kingdom's Football Association. A world-class star would typically warrant immediate selection for any national team, yet the Dragon Kingdom has yet to take action, provoking considerable intrigue and discussion. As the media and fans delved deeper, what was not particularly secretive became well known among supporters of other nations. The discord between Yello and the general manager of the Dragon Kingdom's Football Association, Chung Xianyuan, has now become common knowledge. Yello's claim of honoring Platini by way of tribute to Chung is understood by all. That evening, the online media erupted. Numerous outlets, including independent platforms, scrutinized the controversial officiating of the match, especially the two disallowed goals for Malaga and the inconsistent officiating throughout the game. In this digital age, the speed of information dissemination is swift. Following the match, a 5-minute segment on the sports news of Cadena Cope dedicated itself to enumerating the referee's errors. Polish referee Marciniak's actions prior to his injury had clearly crossed the bounds of professional ethics. He and his officiating crew disallowed a legitimate goal for Malaga. Yello's header, which was indisputably valid from any angle, yet was ruled as an offensive foul. Meanwhile, Lyon's player Lacazette was offside by at least 3 meters. Yet the officiating team remained oblivious, granting Lyon an offside goal. These two decisions critically influenced the subsequent course of the match. Lyon seized the opportunity to extend their lead to 2-0, but it was evident to all that Malaga had dominated the proceedings prior to these erroneous calls. Had it not been for these two blunders, the trajectory of the game would have undoubtedly been markedly different. With the injury of Marciniak, Pavel, who replaced him, continued to favor Lyon while disadvantaging Malaga. For instance, in the 53rd minute of the second half, during the handling of a free kick, the referee, without issuing a card or making any explicit indication, allowed play to continue without blowing the whistle. What could possibly be the issue with taking the kick? If such a scenario necessitates the sound of the whistle, then the existence of quick free kicks would be rendered moot. The bias shown by one referee was mirrored by another. The advantages Lyon received in this match transcended mere home field advantage. The erroneous calls were replayed on television repeatedly. Meanwhile, numerous football legends voiced their opinions. Yello remarked, "This is a great victory. Indeed, a magnificent triumph. Everyone knows what I mean." Some clowns attempted to intervene, but the great Yello triumphed over them. Bosque expressed, "The scenes were ugly. This is a disgrace to football." In Spain, many prominent figures from the football world spoke out. Even current players joined the conversation. Drogba took to his social media to remind everyone of a historical moment. "I must remind you of May 6, 2009, at Stamford Bridge." Everyone understood the context of Drogba's statement. When active players began to voice their concerns, the storm of public opinion became unstoppable. The fervor ignited by this match continued to spread across the internet. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Kingdom, fans celebrated the victory while vocally criticizing UEFA and Platini, exclaiming, "Yello is brilliant, Platini is foolish, UEFA is foolish." The president of UEFA publicly announced prior to the match an investigation into Malaga and openly supported Lyon. Given the referee's performance during the game, who could believe there was no foul play? Thankfully, victory was secured. It was indeed thanks to Yello. However, dissenting voices emerged. Certain individuals fixated on Yello's passionate outburst towards the referee and his celebratory gestures, questioning their intent. It is hard to believe that this kick was unintentional. Marciniak's nasal fracture requiring surgical treatment was a direct consequence of Yello's actions. Football should remain far removed from violence, one commentator expressed on their social media. Simultaneously, numerous accounts focused on these issues, discussing topics such as on-field violence, disrespect towards referees, and a lack of regard for the fans present. Their arrogance was said to tarnish the national image. These individuals believed that, given the late hour, their comments would go unnoticed by fans, allowing them to deceive the uninformed. Yet, who could have predicted how many fans who watched the match would find sleep elusive, even in the early hours? Consequently, the commentator and their supporters faced backlash. Additionally, the Dragon Kingdom Football Association and its procedural sources were drawn into the fray, paying homage to Platini in a manner reminiscent of the procedural sources. This topic surged to the top of trending discussions on social media. As the online revelry continued to spread, the following day arrived. Major media outlets have prominently featured this match on their front pages. After the game, Yello's comments were also published in the newspapers. Yello stated that his gesture was a tribute to Platini, and thus, we too extend our homage to him. The English media, particularly Sky Sports, opined that only a fool would truly believe Yello was paying respect to Platini. In contrast, the reaction from Spanish media was relatively muted. Since Platini's ascension, there have been numerous criticisms directed at the English Premier League, and English clubs have faced considerable pressure in the Champions League. Such grievances have long irked the English, especially considering Platini's French nationality. While England may not frequently triumph over France, it perceives them as a fierce rival. Consequently, the English media, historically at odds with the French, seized this opportunity to voice their disdain. The tabloid press, notorious for its low standards, boldly reported that Platini had personally arranged a phone call with referee Marciniak before the match, accompanied by images of Platini on the phone and Marciniak with an earpiece, captioned with a plea for Lyon's advancement and a nod to Platini as an exemplary boss. The Metro analyzed Platini's demeanor in the stands, particularly his expressions following crucial decisions and goals. It was evident that he smiled when Lyon benefited, but his demeanor darkened after Malaga scored, suggesting an unmistakable bias. The Daily Telegraph called for UEFA to investigate the match, labeling it a quintessentially problematic affair, questioning the pre-match comments made by Platini and the performance of the officials, and suggesting potential clandestine ties between Platini and the refereeing team that warranted UEFA's attention. The reporting style of the English media is audacious, often perceived as reckless by their international counterparts. Yet, this is the hallmark of the English tabloids. There exists no topic too contentious for them to tackle. Not only do they critique other nations and Platini's UEFA, but they also scrutinize their own national team. Prior to the World Cup, English tabloids even exposed scandals involving the national coach to generate headlines, resulting in a demoralized squad that faltered against Germany. Critiques of the Football Association, gossip about players, and the fabrication of rumors are commonplace. Thus, targeting UEFA and ridiculing Platini is a mere trifle for these tabloids. In light of the media's fervent speculation and inquiries, UEFA was compelled to respond, issuing a standard statement. There is no evidence to suggest any foul play in the match. This succinct declaration suffices, as verbosity often leads to error. Thus, this is all that needed to be said. Platini has also expressed his views. There are indeed certain issues with the referee's decisions. Yet this officiating crew is quite young, and the occurrence of errors is to be expected. As for the accusations directed at me, they are utterly baseless. I shall remain steadfast in my commitment to financial fairness, and as a Frenchman, I will also support Lyon. The injury sustained by Masek is what truly deserves our concern. Furthermore, Masek and Pavel submitted a report post-match, acknowledging they made some erroneous calls, thereby taking full responsibility. This will not affect Platini in any way, at most. It is merely a case of an inexperienced young referee performing poorly. After all, Malaga emerged victorious. The Malaga club has maintained a low profile, refraining from making any statements. Lyon, too, is not inclined to escalate matters. Thus, with both parties opting for silence, the media's attempts to sensationalize the issue have not gained much traction, resulting in a fleeting storm of public opinion. But is it truly over? The two teams are set to face each other again at the Rose Garden Stadium for the second leg. However, Lyon finds itself at a significant disadvantage. Having lost 2-4 at home, they must win by at least 3 goals away or score more than 4 goals to advance. This is an arduous task. Additionally, the officiating in this upcoming match will certainly be scrutinized. Considering these two factors, it is unlikely that Platini would choose to create a stir during this game. Nevertheless, this matter is far from resolved. With Malaga advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals, a draw is imminent. Chapter 149, 3 strikers, 3 superstars. The media is engaged in fervent discussions. Outside the training ground, reporters vigilantly await Yello, eager to hear him pay tribute to Platini once more. However, Yello is not one to rely solely on rhetoric. He has pressing matters to attend to. 3 days after the conclusion of the Champions League matches, the team hosted Athletic Bilbao. The squad's performance was subpar, with Yello missing several opportunities that were deftly neutralized by the opposition. Malaga ultimately managed to secure a 1-1 draw against Athletic Bilbao, thanks to Yello's goal in the 86th minute, which spared them from defeat. Following 23 rounds of league play, Malaga boasts a record of 19 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 60 points. In these 23 rounds, Yello has netted 27 league goals, leading the scoring chart. Cristiano Ronaldo follows closely with 24 goals, while Lionel Messi stands third with 22 goals. The race for the top scorer remains intriguing, yet many believe that if Yello remains injury-free, his lead in the scoring chart is nearly insurmountable. Across Europe, Yello's performances are being lauded, with all the major clubs eyeing him covetously. However, within Malaga, the draw against Athletic Bilbao has left the team somewhat dejected, as they have been overtaken by Real Madrid, who now lead by a single point with 61 points at the top of the standings. Mourinho's team has been remarkably consistent this season. Nevertheless, there is still hope. In the current race for the league championship, Malaga has not fallen behind. A mere point separates them, necessitating that they remain vigilant in the upcoming matches. Their recent draw with Athletic Bilbao has dampened the team's morale, leaving Manuel Pellegrini in a state of concern. However, this is not the time for worrying about relinquishing their top position, as Malaga is about to face the second leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16. Despite having secured a 4-2 victory away from home, football is unpredictable. Therefore, Malaga cannot afford to be complacent. Should Lyon manage to win 3-0 on their home turf, elimination would become a reality. For this reason, Pellegrini must field his strongest lineup. For a team like Malaga, a crucial decision must be made amidst their dual commitments. Should they prioritize the Champions League or the league? Given the limitations of their squad depth, it is often the case that smaller clubs like Malaga do not benefit from competing on multiple fronts. A prudent strategy would be to concentrate efforts on a single path to success. Many clubs of similar stature to Malaga tend to favor the Champions League, as its inherent unpredictability, combined with fewer matches compared to the lengthy league campaign, offers a greater chance for fortune to favor them. Progressing from the quarterfinals to the semifinals and potentially to the final is within reach for teams like Malaga, and a single stellar performance in the final could lead to lifting the trophy. While the league emphasizes consistency, depth, and stability, the Champions League demands not only skill but also a degree of luck. Consequently, many smaller clubs may lean towards the Champions League in hopes of immediate rewards. For Malaga, advancing to the knockout stage of the Champions League is a rare opportunity, and the prestige of performing on such a grand stage is undoubtedly more appealing than laboring through the league. Moreover, financial considerations play a significant role. Although Malaga has affluent backers, Michel Platini's remarks regarding financial fair play loom over the club like a sword, threatening to strike at any moment. The financial incentives offered by the Champions League are substantial. For instance, this season's distribution of prize money includes $4 million for reaching the group stage, with an additional $600,000 for each match played, culminating in a total of $7.6 million if they complete the group stage, regardless of whether they advance or win any matches. Even in the unfortunate scenario of losing all 6 group matches, they would still walk away with $7.6 million, not accounting for broadcasting revenues. In each group stage match, the victorious side receives a prize of $800,000, while a draw yields $400,000. A loss, however, brings no reward. Taking Malaga's performance this season as a case in point, their group stage record stands at 4 wins and 2 draws, amounting to a total of $4 million in bonuses, supplemented by a guaranteed minimum of $760,000. Upon concluding the group stage, they have thus secured an impressive total of $11,600,000 in bonuses. As teams advance to the knockout stage, each of the 16 teams progressing receives a sum of €3 million. Should they reach the quarterfinals, an additional $330,000 is awarded, and the semi-finalists receive $450,000. Ultimately, if they triumph as champions, a prize of €9 million awaits, while the runners-up are granted $560,000. Merely calculating the bonuses reveals that, should Malaga reach the finals this season, even in the event of a defeat, they would still garner a staggering €26 million. Indeed, the financial rewards are substantial. When factoring in broadcasting revenue and ticket sales from the Champions League, a team that makes it to the final could effortlessly amass €70 to €80 million in income. Even for illustrious clubs like Real Madrid, whose broadcasting revenues surpass those of smaller teams, winning a Champions League title could bolster annual earnings by over $100 million without any issues. Thus, the allure of the Champions League for various clubs is undeniably immense. Even in the affluent Premier League, the competition for the top 4 is fiercely intense, as qualifying for the Champions League guarantees an additional income of several million euros. Who would not desire such financial gains? This is particularly relevant for teams in La Liga, aside from Real Madrid and Barcelona. In the distribution of television broadcasting revenues in La Liga, Real Madrid and Barcelona claim an overwhelming majority, each extracting approximately $100 million from these funds, leaving considerably less for the other clubs. Teams battling relegation in La Liga may only receive a few million, as the Giants take the lion's share of league revenues. The Champions League, however, operates solely on merit, making it exceptionally appealing for mid-tier teams in La Liga to take a chance in the tournament, even if they do not secure the championship. Advancing further in the Champions League could yield several million in earnings. Consequently, many Spanish media sources believe that Malaga has reached a pivotal point. Securing a top 4 finish in the league is firmly within reach, ensuring qualification for the next season's Champions League. Aspiring to dethrone Real Madrid and Barcelona for the league title seems fanciful, despite Malaga's current competitiveness as the season progresses. The challenges of injuries and fatigue will inevitably highlight the advantages of the elite clubs. Therefore, Malaga should seize the opportunity in the Champions League. The potential financial gains could significantly enhance their chances of passing financial stability assessments. Nevertheless, the current Malaga players possess a different mindset. They not only aim to clinch the league title, but also aspire to advance further in the Champions League. Initially, the players may not have harbored such ambitions. But the team's captain, Yello, frequently convenes meetings to emphasize their goals and galvanize the team's spirit. Coupled with the team's impressive performance thus far, their aspirations are soaring. Thus, the players of Malaga have become somewhat inflated with confidence. There is a saying that the leader of a team often defines its spirit, much like Maradona did for Napoli. Currently, Yello stands as the undisputed leader of Malaga. The upcoming match, where Malaga hosts Lyon, is particularly noteworthy. Just prior to this encounter, the results of two other matches featuring La Liga teams in the Champions League round of 16 had already been revealed. Both Real Madrid and Barcelona triumphed on their home turf. This is the privilege of finishing first in the group. In the two-legged knockout stage, the sequence is away first, then home. Playing the second leg at home undeniably provides an advantage. Should the match go into extra time, they can enjoy an additional 30 minutes on their own ground. Barcelona achieved a resounding 4-0 victory over CSKA Moscow, while Real Madrid secured a 3-1 win against Bayer Leverkusen, both advancing to the quarterfinals. Notably, both Messi and Ronaldo showcased their brilliance by scoring hat-tricks. This season, Messi has netted 14 goals in the Champions League, while Ronaldo has scored his 13th. It is remarkable that three players have shattered the previous single-season scoring record in the Champions League, perhaps spurred by Yello's extraordinary performance. Both Messi and Ronaldo erupted into form as the knockout stages commenced, each scoring 5 goals across the two legs, although they trail Yello in the scoring charts. With Yello yet to play his second leg, the competition among these three superstars has significantly heightened the intrigue of this season's Champions League. Everyone can see that Messi and Ronaldo's fervent efforts are undoubtedly inspired by Yello's performances. Before the second leg between Malaga and Lyon, the media sought Yello's thoughts on Messi and Ronaldo's achievements. They both scored 5 goals across 2 legs. "Oh, that is quite impressive." Yello seemed reluctant to elaborate. A Catalan journalist boldly inquired, "Don't you feel pressured by Messi's performance?" Yello turned to the reporter and replied, "Pressure? What pressure? I have already scored 16 goals. And I still have another match to play." He shrugged, prompting laughter from the Malaga and Lyon journalists. After all, Messi and Ronaldo have played an extra match, yet still trail Yello. What pressure could there possibly be? Could Lyon truly hinder Yello from scoring? In fact, following Yello's interview, Remy Gard used those statements to motivate his team. Despite a 2-4 defeat at home, which does not entirely extinguish their hopes of advancing, they find themselves perilously close to elimination. Thus, he must elevate Lyon's fighting spirit. "Do you see? They don't regard us at all." Gard's words tightened the fists of several Lyon players. "We must fortify our defense." They likely believe victory is assured, leading them to pass the ball more frequently to Yello, allowing him to score and further embellish his so-called record. Yet, therein lies our opportunity. They probably think we will launch an aggressive attack to secure a place in the quarterfinals. While we indeed aspire to advance, an all-out assault may not be the wisest strategy, given that we are on their home turf. What we truly need is to exploit counterattacks. Remy Gard first provoked the Lyon players with footage of Yello's interview, then elucidated the rationale behind not engaging in a free-for-all with Malaga, persuading the Lyon players to embrace his strategy, to tighten their defense and strike on the counter. Thus, the match unfolded in a manner entirely unexpected. The trailing Lyon did not push forward aggressively in pursuit of advancement. Instead, they maintained a composed defensive stance, setting up for counterattacks. This surprised many commentators, reporters, and fans alike. Certainly, Pellegrini was equally astonished. He had anticipated that the opponent would press forward, which led him to devise an offensive strategy. However, in response to their compact defense, Malaga found themselves confronting the opponent's formidable wall. This rendered many of Malaga's pre-match offensive tactics ineffective. Now, what Malaga required was a strategy to dismantle the opponent's resolute defense. "Damn it," Pellegrini muttered under his breath. Approaching the touchline, he seized the opportunity during a stoppage in play to communicate with Demichelis. He instructed the defensive line to refrain from advancing and urged Touré to remain as close to the defensive half as possible, safeguarding the back line and denying them counterattack opportunities. Domichelis promptly nodded and returned to the pitch to relay the coach's latest directives to his teammates. For Malaga, the opponent's compact defense was predicated on the assumption that Malaga would aggressively press forward at home, thus creating opportunities for counterattacks. Yet, Pellegrini was determined to thwart this expectation. He instructed the entire defensive line and the holding midfielders to remain behind the halfway line. If you wish to counterattack, then come at us. Unless you expect Lacazette to challenge our entire defense single-handedly, relying on counterattacks for scoring is as futile as hoping Malaga's players would inadvertently score in their own net. Following Pellegrini's adjustments, Malaga's offensive momentum slowed considerably, resulting in a rather lackluster match. This turn of events delighted reporters from Madrid and Catalonia, who were unconcerned with which team progressed. Their sole interest lay in whether Yello could find the net. Should Yello fail to score in this match, his tally would remain at 16 goals, drawing him perilously close to both Messi and Ronaldo. Moreover, the likelihood of either Real Madrid or Barcelona advancing further in the Champions League than Malaga was quite significant. Thus, amidst this extraordinary season where 3 players have shattered records, the suspense surrounding who would ultimately claim the Golden Boot and be etched in memory grew ever more intense. End of chapter 151, the terrifying goal count and the quarterfinal opponent. For Malaga, the challenge intensifies. Such a scene is indeed acceptable to them. They are the leading side. And even with a final score of 0-0, they can advance to the quarterfinals. Yello receives the ball in the front field, lifting his head to behold a throng of people with no gaps in sight. He smirks and passes the ball back to the midfield, which then continues to return it. In the face of Lyon's compact defense, the players of Malaga simply exchange passes in their own half. If you wish to defend, then defend you shall. The gradual elimination of the frog in boiling water is no one's fault. Thus, by the end of the first half, the score remains 0-0. This outcome delights the journalists supporting Messi and Ronaldo. In the media section, the Catalan reporters are all smiles, engaging in lively discussions, given the current situation. A scoreless draw between the two teams is hardly surprising. As long as that fellow doesn't score, Leo has a chance to catch up. Let us not forget about that player from Real Madrid. There is no need for concern. Leo will undoubtedly respond. Not only the Catalan media, but the Madrid press also stands in support of Ronaldo. The reporters from Longwa, however, remain unperturbed. After all, Yello is still far ahead in the goal-scoring chart, leading by 3 goals. How can that not be considered a substantial lead? Hence, they remain calm. Meanwhile, the neutral reporters express their astonishment at the fierce competition in the Champions League scoring list, noting that if Yello fails to score in this match, the rivalry will intensify further. Who would have thought that Lyon, despite trailing, would adopt a defensive strategy? Do they not wish to progress? It is not a lack of desire to advance, but rather a belief that their opponent would aggressively press forward at home. Little did they know that Malaga offered no opportunities whatsoever. The reporters continue their discussions. In Madrid, at the training base of Real Madrid, it is already evening. Yet Mourinho is still conducting a tactical meeting, as the next match is the Madrid Derby, where Real Madrid will face Atletico Madrid away, a match that cannot be taken lightly. However, within the meeting room, Ronaldo appears somewhat distracted. As Mourinho announces the conclusion of the meeting, he hurriedly pulls out his phone. Marcelo, standing nearby, smiles slightly. There is no need to check. That lad didn't score. Upon hearing this, a look of exhilaration crosses Ronaldo's face. This season, his scoring form feels splendid. He believes there is a chance to claim the top spot on the scoring list. Moreover, Real Madrid's progress in both the Champions League and the League has been smooth. If they can successfully secure both the Champions League title and the League Championship, along with the upcoming European Championship, where he hopes to perform well with Portugal and score several goals, then this year's Ballon d'Or would be assured. Since 2008, when he won the Ballon d'Or with Manchester United, Messi has been the consecutive winner for 3 years. This has placed immense pressure on Ronaldo. Regaining the Ballon d'Or has become an obsession for him. Yet, who would have anticipated that, besides Messi, a new contender, Yello, would emerge? The competitive pressure has intensified. Nevertheless, this also fuels Ronaldo's motivation and determination even further. A formidable adversary can indeed inspire one to become better. In Barcelona, at Messi's residence, the television remained on as players from Malaga and Lyon made their way into the tunnel. Leo, Leo? The chant grew increasingly fervent until, with a resounding clap, Antonella's palm struck Messi's back, jolting him into awareness. What's wrong? Messi turned to see his wife's slightly vexed expression. Leo. You seem to be more engrossed in news about this fellow than in me lately. Messi, taken aback, touched his nose and promptly turned off the television, moving to console his wife. Inside the home team's locker room, the Malaga players expressed their disappointment as they entered. They had anticipated a fiercely competitive match, only to find themselves faced with this. Was Lyon truly so timid? They were even trailing. Lyon's reluctance to push forward and attack felt like a waste of their efforts. After a week of preparing for an offensive strategy, it had devolved into mere backpassing in the midfield. What a shame. But if the second half unfolds in the same manner, might we not advance with ease? The Malaga players continued to grumble. Just then, Pellegrini entered the room. He approached the center of the locker room, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, and declared, "Gentlemen, this situation arises from a misjudgment by our coaching staff." Pellegrini spread his hands. After all, I never anticipated a team would adopt a defensive stance while trailing. The Malaga players chuckled at this. Although the score was still 0-0, they felt a surge of satisfaction. Why was Lyon playing so defensively? It was simply because they were wary of Malaga's attacking prowess and hesitant to engage in an offensive battle. Indeed, Malaga had shown they could hold their own even against Bayern Munich. At that moment, Pellegrini turned to Yello. You had several opportunities in the first half to take a shot on goal. Why did you opt for a back pass? Yello paused before replying. The reason is straightforward. We are leading, and I did not wish to relinquish possession so easily to our opponents. Pellegrini nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. He recalled the first time he reviewed Yello's profile and witnessed his playing style. He had sensed then that this player was unique, always eager to take a shot and display a fierce desire to attack the goal. Unexpectedly, now, in a bid to ensure the team's secure advancement, he had opted for the most prudent course of action. Perhaps this was a testament to his sense of responsibility. Truly, a commendable captain. Pellegrini addressed the other Malaga players, stating, "Everyone should be aware that behind our captain, there are two contenders whose performances in this round of the Champions League have been nothing short of astonishing. Thus, I believe it is imperative that we encourage our captain to take action. What do you all think?" "Yes, Captain, feel free to take your shot. We need not fear losing possession. We will hold them at bay. You must trust us." In a moment, the players of Malaga expressed their determination. Both Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo are bolstered by formidable teammates. We, too, must not lag behind. The Brazilian powerhouse Baptista patted Yello on the shoulder and said, "Yello, I'll drop back to midfield in the second half. You push forward. I will stifle any counterattacks in their infancy." Seeing the support from his teammates, Yello decided not to be coy. "Very well, I shall unleash my shots." As the second half commenced, numerous commentators, media personnel, and football experts believed that the wisest course for Malaga was to observe Lyon's response. Should they continue to adopt a defensive posture, Malaga could persist with their patient passing, gradually wearing down the clock, and securely advance to the quarterfinals. Conversely, if Lyon pressed forward in attack, Malaga would counterattack, fortified by a 2-goal advantage and 4 away goals to their credit. As long as Malaga avoided significant blunders in the second half, their progression seemed assured. However, right from the start of the second half, Malaga's performance left many commentators momentarily stunned. Had Malaga intensified their offensive efforts? The commentator from Cadena Cope, Andres, quickly discerned the change. They were about to witness an eruption of activity, as the commentator from France Sports also noticed. Yello, a turn and a shot. In the press box, the commentator from Malaga Television leapt to his feet, roaring with excitement. On the pitch, Yello had withdrawn from the penalty area and, upon receiving a pass from a teammate near the edge of the box, executed a swift turn and shot. The ball ultimately struck a defender and went out for a corner. Yet, after witnessing that attempt, everyone understood that Yello would no longer hold back in the second half. In reality, Malaga did not commit excessive resources to their attack. Often, they relied on Yello to solve problems independently. Their strategy was straightforward: control the ball in midfield, observe Yello's movements, and once an opening presented itself, deliver the ball to him, be it on the ground or in the air. Essentially, as long as the ball found its way to Yello's feet, the plan was in motion. This simplistic yet forceful tactic capitalized on Yello's individual prowess. Typically, such an approach lacks depth and continuity, and few teams would find it intimidating. However, when your opponent is Yello, the threat posed by this strategy becomes unprecedented. Yellow's methods of attacking the goal are remarkably diverse: long-range shots, dribbling past defenders, seizing opportunities, and heading the ball. Each technique is of the highest caliber, making it exceedingly difficult to mount effective targeted defense. Should you focus on defending against his long-range shots, he can effortlessly dribble past defenders, draw fouls, and create free-kick opportunities. If you concentrate on his ground game, he can still pose aerial threats. For instance, at this moment, Isco took a corner kick, and Yello once again seized the first touch, who allowed the ball to be struck so perfectly, only to be caught by Loris. It is evident that Malaga, even without deploying many attacking players, poses a threat to Lyon's goal. The dilemma now rests squarely in the hands of Lyon's coach, Remy Gard. While Malaga has launched an offensive, they find it challenging to seize counterattack opportunities due to the overwhelming presence of Lyon's defenders. If Lyon continues to defend in this manner, it is conceivable that Yellow may indeed find a way to score. But what if Lyon were to actively push forward in an attack? If that were a viable option, Gard would have certainly pursued it. Just as Gard grapples with these concerns, disaster strikes in the 63rd minute of the match, as their goal is breached. The architect of this breach is none other than Yello. After successfully maneuvering past a defender within the penalty area, he is brought down by center-back Sissoko. This time, the referee shows no hesitation, awarding a penalty. Following the controversy and backlash from the previous match, Platini refrains from any meddling. He desires the best for French football and hopes for Lyon's advancement. However, such aspirations pale in comparison to his position as UEFA president. He is unwilling to jeopardize his standing for trivial matters. After all, he lacks a solid backing. Should public opinion turn too harsh, it is not beyond possibility that he could be ousted from his post within UEFA. Consequently, this match features English referee Atkinson, who, despite being humorously nicknamed the Blind Monk in the Premier League, cannot be accused of targeting Malaga. Yellow breaks through Sissoko's foot, an indisputable penalty. Even without the benefit of slow-motion replays, it is clear that after Yellow deftly maneuvered the ball, Sissoko's foot extended, tripping Yellow and sending him to the ground. Sissoko does not contest the decision, merely taking deep breaths in resignation. Yellow single-handedly wreaks havoc on their defense, and the moment he extended his foot, he regretted it. Alas, in that instant, clarity eluded him. Yellow stands at the penalty spot, confronting Loris. He positions the ball, glancing at Atkinson. With a whistle, Atkinson signals. Yellow takes a few steps back, charging forward for a powerful shot. The ball hurtles toward the right side with tremendous speed. Loris anticipates the direction correctly, but is unable to make the save. Yellow's penalty style is straightforward. Aim for the four corners, strike with force, and engage in no-mind games with the goalkeeper. Guess if you can. Even if you do, it may not matter. Yellow. The penalty is struck with precision. Magnificent. His 17th goal in the Champions League. My heavens, could he possibly score over 20 this season? It is truly formidable. He has widened the gap once more. After scoring, Yellow refrains from excessive celebration. It is merely a penalty goal, a trivial matter. Lyon, now reeling from the goal, is utterly devoid of ambition. To advance, they must score at least 4 goals without allowing Malaga to find the net again. This has essentially left them with no hope. Consequently, in the forthcoming matches, Lyon appeared indifferent, their sole aspiration being to avoid conceding further goals. And what of Yellow? He clashed with Lyon's defense. 17 goals is indeed an extraordinary feat. Yet Yellow remains unsatisfied. His relentless pursuit of goals continues, for with the entire team rallying behind him, scoring a few more would be a disservice to their goodwill. In the 86th minute, as the match drew to a close, Yellow seized an opportunity within the penalty area. Joaquin delivered a powerful strike from near the sideline towards the goal, and with a deft flick of his foot, Yellow nudged the ball into the net through Loris's legs. Yellow had scored again. Unbelievable. 2-0. Yellow netted a brace, marking his 18th UEFA Champions League goal of the season. In the commentary booth, several commentators buried their heads in their hands. 8 matches, 18 goals. My goodness. How has he accomplished this? It's simply terrifying. Yellow. Oh wow. The second half of the match transformed into his personal showcase. His 2 goals leading Malaga to a 2-0 victory over Lyon, with an aggregate score of 6-2, propelling Malaga into the quarterfinals. Messi and Ronaldo each scored 5 goals in their respective round of 16 matches, showcasing their fervent determination to catch up to Yellow. However, Yellow swiftly responded with another brace. asserting his dominance. After scoring, he was enveloped by his Malaga teammates, who exuberantly patted his shoulders, hair, and back. Throughout the match, Malaga hardly pressed forward in attack. All offensive maneuvers were orchestrated solely by Yello, who found himself isolated within the penalty area. Yet, despite this, he managed to score, not one, but two. Entering the knockout stage, he has scored 5 goals across 2 legs. The significance of an informed Yello for Malaga in the Champions League is abundantly clear. Ultimately, Malaga triumphed over Lyon with a 2-0 victory at home, advancing with an aggregate score of 6-2. Following the match, Yello was once again surrounded by reporters in the mixed zone. The Golden Boot. I have never believed it could be taken from me. My focus isn't on that. Rather, it is on the team reaching the quarterfinals. We aim to go further in the Champions League, Yello proclaimed emphatically. His words were brash. Yet neither the Catalonian nor the Madrid journalists could refute them. For Yello has now scored 18 goals, 4 ahead of Messi and 5 ahead of Ronaldo. With such a margin, who would dare claim they could catch up? Remy Gard acknowledged his defeat at the post-match press conference, stating, "We played too conservatively. But there was no alternative. We faced Yello, and conceding 4 goals at home left us with virtually no hope of advancing. Our only chance lay in counterattacks while ensuring solid defense, yet it is evident that we failed. He was simply too formidable." Accompanied by a photograph of Gard, frowning on the sidelines, and a distant, somewhat blurred image of Malaga celebrating their goals, Lyon suffered a crushing defeat at the Rose Garden Stadium. Succumbing to Malaga with a score of 2-0, Yello netted his 18th goal of the season in the Champions League, marking his 5th in the knockout stage. Scoring 5 goals across 2 matches on such a prestigious platform as the Champions League knockout rounds is a rare accomplishment. In this round, 3 players achieved this feat. Yet while Messi and Ronaldo benefited from strong teammates, Yello stood alone. The Malaga squad pales in comparison to Barcelona and Real Madrid. But he has ascended to the top of the scoring charts. This article does not originate from Spain, nor from the Dragon Kingdom, but rather from France. It is a report from the esteemed French media outlet, L'Equipe, renowned among global sports journalism. Yet now, even this authoritative French media outlet is captivated by Yello's performance. It is worth noting that Lyon is the pinnacle of French football. The praise from France's leading media for Lyon's opponent underscores the astonishing displays of Yello and Malaga. Following the conclusion of this match, the 8 teams advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals were revealed. In La Liga, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Malaga all progressed to the final 8. The other 5 teams include Chelsea, Inter Milan, Benfica, Bayern Munich, and Basel. The draw for the quarterfinals was straightforward, devoid of avoidance principles. Therefore, this Friday, after the conclusion of the Europa League matches, the draw was promptly conducted. Ultimately, Malaga's opponent turned out to be Chelsea. Other matchups included Real Madrid against Inter Milan, which featured the intriguing subplot of Mourinho facing his former club. Inter Milan's last championship was under Mourinho, as they achieved an unprecedented treble in 2010. Barcelona drew a favorable matchup against Basel, while Bayern Munich was paired with Benfica. Thus, the quarterfinal matchups of the Champions League were unveiled. This chapter concludes, Chapter 152, merely a runner-up? Drawing Chelsea as an opponent is not an auspicious pairing for Malaga, given that Chelsea has resolved the discord between their senior players and coach Villas-Boas. The result is a resounding victory for the Chelsea board, led by stalwarts Terry, Cech, Lampard, Cole, and Drogba. Villas-Boas is on his way out. In truth, a team must possess a pivotal figure to instill confidence and unity. Chelsea has been fortunate, as during their golden era, the presence of 5 prominent figures significantly enhanced the team's cohesion, infusing it with a spirit of resilience and a championship mentality, enabling the rapidly ascending Premier League newcomers to maintain a consistently high level of performance over time. However, moderation is essential as time progressed. The influence of the team committee within the locker room grew increasingly pronounced, compounded by frequent changes in head coaches. It has become increasingly challenging for anyone in the squad to assert control over the powers of the 5 major committee members. A quintessential example of the committee overstepping its bounds is the brief tenure of Scolari, lasting merely 7 months. Reports from the English media revealed that during Scolari's coaching period, the team was rife with internal discord. Anelka openly questioned the coach's tactical acumen, while Drogba expressed that his time at Chelsea felt interminable, particularly within the locker room. The power dynamics, dominated by the 5 committee members and exacerbated by Bollock's provocations, rendered Scolari's inability to communicate effectively a crippling disadvantage, ultimately leading to his departure. A similar conflict has erupted between Villas-Boas and the influential figures within Chelsea. Chelsea's opponent in the Champions League round of 16 is Napoli. The outcome remains to be seen.